Chapter 1. Look at the child from Aunt Joe's family at such a young age. He has already purchased a car and a house. Not to mention he is dating such a beautiful girlfriend. Now take a look at you at 30 years of age. You possess neither a car nor a house, nor do you have any savings or a girlfriend. What use is a worthless waste like you? Why don't you just die? Wake up, Luo Ning. Amidst the icy curses, there seemed to be other voices. Yet, Luo Ning paid them no heed, tightening his embrace around himself, which substantially alleviated the agony of his brain's oxygen deprivation. The sensation of suffocation was unbearable, and Luo Ning yearned for a swift end, hoping that the incessant clamor in his mind labeling him as a waste would vanish along with it. It was somewhat regrettable that the child who fell into the water was not found if he could perform a good deed before dying. Perhaps the title of waste would not ring so loudly. Luo Ning curled up, preparing to sleep soundly, but the strange voices did not dissipate. Instead, they grew louder, and he felt someone tugging at him. Luo Ning, wake up! Luo Ning jolted awake, the beautiful underwater sky disappearing, replaced by a multitude of unfamiliar faces. These individuals were clad in garments reminiscent of wizard robes, their eyes fixed intently upon him, while the elderly man dressed like a teacher sneered derisively at him. Where am I? Was I not about to fall into the ocean and nourish all living things? Before Luo Ning had the chance to ponder, the old man with the pointed hat began to speak. It appears that Your Excellency Luo Ning is exceedingly confident in the trial, to the extent that you dare to sleep through the pivotal lesson on survival. Therefore, I implore you to answer the question, how should one handle an interruption during casting? Surely, with Your Excellency's intellect, you can provide a flawless answer. Observing the old man's sinister gaze, Luo Ning sensed impending doom. As anticipated, Luo Ning was expelled from the classroom and made to stand in punishment. The icy walls of the corridor swiftly brought him back to clarity. Luo Ning quickly sorted through the memories of this body. The world he had traversed into was remarkably intriguing, a medieval realm imbued with magic and martial prowess. He currently found himself in a location called Snowman City, under the rule of the Rhine Principality. The original owner of this body was also named Luo Ning, born into the Lannister family, the eldest child, and presently studying at Tana's Magic Academy. In Luo Ning's mind, memories of the family were sparse. He merely knew that the family did not hold him in high regard, with the most vivid recollections being of his father's indifferent visage and his stepmother's incessant insults and mockery behind his back. Tomorrow marks the Academy's trial. Those who succeed need no further elaboration, while those who fail. I suggest you start making preparations. Ultimately, I hope the elements will continue to favor you. Class dismissed. With that, the old man in the pointed hat departed without a moment's hesitation, not even casting a glance at Luo Ning as he passed. Once the old man left, the classroom filled with the rustling of belongings being gathered and chairs being moved. Before long, groups of boys and girls exited the classroom. Luo Ning was not inclined to become the object of ridicule, so he would not simply stand idly by. He too joined the stream of students preparing to leave. What intrigued him most were the memories related to casting spells. He was eager to ascertain their authenticity. Thus he wished to find a place to cast spells as soon as possible. Just as Luo Ning was determining his direction to hasten his departure, a voice, sweet enough to render one's bones soft, called from behind. Luo Ning, wait for me. Puzzled, Luo Ning turned around, encountering a beautiful girl with red hair and red eyes. Her petite face was adorned with gem-like crimson pupils, and her softly curled red hair seemed to blaze like fire as she ran. Piecing together fragments from his memories, Luo Ning recalled her name. Anna. Luo Ning responded in a tone mimicking that of the original owner. Anna smiled as she approached Luo Ning, their shoulders brushing closely together. Luo Ning awkwardly stepped aside. According to his memories, their relationship did not seem this intimate. This prompted him to ponder the reason behind Anna calling out to him. However, to avoid revealing that the original owner had been replaced, Luo Ning could not be overly proactive, so he maintained his silence, adapting to the situation. After walking side by side for a while, Anna suddenly inquired, Luo Ning, what are your plans for the apprentice trial? Luo Ning could not confess that he had yet to grasp the fundamentals of casting spells, so he could only vaguely respond, Let's take it one step at a time. Anna tilted her head adorably, not pressing further. After a moment of silence, Anna began to speak about their families. Time flies so quickly. Graduation is just around the corner. Luo Ning, do you still remember what your parents looked like? I can hardly recall their exact features. All I remember is that my father was a merchant who spent his days socializing outside. In response to the girl's sudden reminiscence, Luo Ning could only hum non-committally. Why not talk about yourself? Although you remain quite low-key, I am aware that you are from the Lannister family. As she spoke, Anna playfully blinked. Luo Ning thought to himself. Finally, she has revealed her hand, but his expression remained neutral. After a moment's contemplation, he calmly replied, "There's nothing much to say." The corners of Anna's eyes twitched slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. Glancing at a couple passing by, she continued, "Magic is truly marvelous. It allows commoners and nobles to sit in the same classroom, something I could never have imagined before. Yet here we are." The red-haired beauty paused briefly before adding, "I once believed that there was no difference between us, but later I discovered how profoundly mistaken I was." Anna glanced at the silent Luo Ning, forcing a smile, and continued, "My talent is not exceptional, so my family is not prepared to continue funding my studies. They plan to marry me off instead, but I do not wish to give up so soon. And Luo Ning, although you have always been low-key, I know you will surely pass the trial, right?" Anna's words stirred memories deep within Luo Ning's mind. The original owner indeed had some advantages. Just half a month ago, the original owner had inherited his mother's legacy, which included a formal grade staff, 3 formal grade magic scrolls, and various magical materials and crystals. Though Luo Ning had yet to fully comprehend casting spells, he understood what possessing these items meant at the apprentice stage. "Luo Ning, do you remember what the first spell you learned was?" Anna asked softly. Luo Ning sifted through his memories, recalling that the original owner's first learned spell was the Mage Hand, one of the 10 most useless spells. Logically, the original owner had better options, but due to curiosity about the differences between the Queen's Hand and the Mage Hand. Before Luo Ning could respond, Anna continued, "The first spell I learned was the Light spell. The reason for choosing this spell is quite amusing. I have always envied that you could study in a well-lit environment. So I chose this spell, which is considered one of the 10 most useless." Pausing for a moment, Anna resumed her narrative. "I still remember the scene when I cast my first spell. When the light orb detached from my fingertips and hovered in midair, I was so excited that I jumped and shouted. That was one of the few moments in my life when I truly felt joy. Yet this beautiful memory is about to shatter. Luo Ning, if possible, I would like to ask for your help. I am not greedy and do not wish to ask you to sponsor magical items. I merely wish to form a team with you. You need not worry that I will be a burden, unlike those noble ladies. I am acutely aware of my circumstances, so I deliberately chose the support mage path. While I may not provide powerful output, I can assist you effectively." After uttering these words, Anna grasped Luo Ning's hand and pressed it against her eagerly beating heart. The moonlight was clear and serene. The young man and woman stood face to face, the luminous moonlight casting a hazy glow upon them. Gazing upon the enchanting visage before him, Luo Ning hesitantly inquired, "What is your trial task?" "To slay the ogre outside Halster Town. The task difficulty is assessed as intermediate for apprentices. If prepared, it should not be overly difficult." After speaking, Anna pressed down firmly on the back of Luo Ning's hand, her fingertips nearly overflowing with warmth. Luo Ning's eyes widened slowly. He wished to withdraw his hand, but Anna's grip was unyielding. As time passed, Luo Ning's vigilant demeanor gradually relaxed, and he even forgot to respond. In the silence, the red-haired girl's ambered eyes began to accumulate a mist. Luo Ning felt his heart melting as he wrestled with his thoughts. An evil little voice urged him to agree quickly, while a righteous little voice cautioned him against being seduced by beauty. Luo Ning was exceedingly hesitant. If Anna had come merely to borrow a staff, there would be no dilemma. He could easily take advantage of her. But she simply wished to form a team and support him, providing value in return. They say that an additional person means additional strength rather than joining a team with which he was unfamiliar. Perhaps finding a compliant teammate would be a wise choice. Under the gentle pressure of Anna's charm, Luo Ning ultimately convinced himself. I have no objections. Then it is settled. We shall meet at the entrance of the academy tomorrow. The red-haired girl, with her tears dried, broke into a smile. Leaning forward momentarily, she then skipped away, hands behind her back. Observing her jubilant strides, one could surmise her spirits were remarkably high. The girl gradually receded from view, swiftly vanishing around the corner. Ronan extended his right hand, sensing a lingering warmth upon it. Though his original world boasted computers, AAA games, and an array of paper-thin characters, Ronan felt that being reborn in this otherworldly realm was not without its merits here. There were no venomous curses, and perhaps a sweet romance awaited him. Upon returning to the dormitory to retrieve his staff, Ronan wasted no time in commencing his spellcasting practice. As an adult, he was well aware of what was primary and what was secondary. Recalling the memories stored in his mind, Ronan slowly recited the incantation directed at the target on the wall. "O great spirit of fire, heed my call and incinerate all that lies before me." First level apprentice spell, Fireball. As the incantation concluded, a fireball the size of a basketball materialized at the tip of Ronan's staff. The fireball radiated intense heat and, with a swift motion, soared towards its target. A resounding explosion echoed, and Ronan felt a wave of heat wash over him with little time to ponder. He quickly crouched into a trench. When the heat subsided, Ronan arose to witness the target on the wall had completely vanished, and the partition behind it had collapsed partially. Is this real? Its power is astonishing. Staring blankly at the staff in his hand, Ronan was profoundly shaken. He had thought that a fireball capable of obliterating the target would be impressive enough, yet it had also reduced the wall behind it to rubble. The magical array on the ground illuminated, activating a cleansing spell. Dark smoke intertwined with dust rushed into the ventilation, and soon the training room was restored to its pristine condition. However, while the training room had regained its order, Ronan remained enraptured by the marvels of magic. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Magic is utterly fascinating. The world of swords and sorcery is indeed something to anticipate. As he contemplated the potency of the fireball spell, he murmured softly, his hand gripping the staff, trembling lightly and rapidly. The flickering magic lamp cast alternating shadows of light and darkness upon Ronan's face. He adjusted his breathing and released a long sigh. The authenticity of magic had been confirmed. The next step was to master it thoroughly. Ronan replaced the target with a new one and embarked on another round of testing. Due to his rank, the original host had limited spells at his disposal aside from Fireball. He was left with only Mage Hand and Light. After testing the two spells that no one would bother to learn, Ronan felt a tinge of disappointment. For someone afflicted with a fear of inadequate firepower, aside from Fireball, the other spells were merely redundant at this stage. Of course, this did not imply that these spells lacked significance. Ronan was acutely aware that there are no bad spells, only those who wield them poorly. Yet, the original host was evidently one of those who misused magic. His mind was filled with memories of feasting, revelry, and merriment, leaving little room for the arcane arts. What should have been a promising start had been squandered into a deadlock. Fortunately, this individual had the backing of a formally recognized professional mother. Thus, his resources were richer than those of a typical apprentice. Ronan quickly located the magic tome that the original host had carelessly discarded in the depths of a cabinet and began to peruse it earnestly. The spells available to apprentices were not heavily restricted in the market, and this tome contained most of the elemental spells available at the apprentice level. Windblade, Water Arrow, Ice Freeze. Gazing at the detailed spells within the book, Ronan felt a surge of eagerness. Despite knowing through memory that the original host lacked multi-elemental casting talent, he felt compelled to try otherwise. He feared he would be unable to sleep that night. "O great spirit of wind, heed my summons and crush the enemy before me." First level apprentice spell, Windblade. With a piercing shriek, a crescent of azure light flashed by. The distant target split in two, the edges smooth as glass. Looking at the remaining half of the target, excitement flickered in Ronan's eyes. Could it be that he was capable of multi-elemental casting? Who said it was impossible? Ronan continued his testing. First level apprentice spell, Water Arrow. The water arrow pierced through the armored dummy, leaving a small dent in the partition behind it. First-level apprentice spell, Lightning Strike. A serpentine bolt of blue-white energy shot forth from the tip of his staff, creating a fist-sized hole in the plate armor. While Ronan had been exhilarated when casting Windblade, a sense of unease washed over him after he had unleashed spells of all elements: wind, fire, lightning, water, ice, and earth. Though dual and triple elemental talents could be deemed genius, mastering all elemental spells seemed a stretch even as a novice in magic. Ronan sensed that something was amiss. Is it an error stemming from residual memories, or has my own crossing over altered the innate talents of my original self? Reflecting on the mages from the anime of my past life, Ronan, with a spirit of experimentation, set aside his staff and fixed his gaze intently on the distant target on the wall. He uttered no incantations. Instead, he merely recalled the sensation of magic coursing into the staff. And an astonishing scene unfolded before him. Orange motes of light, omnipresent in the air, began to coalesce and swirl around a singular point. In the void that Ronan beheld, a fireball, radiating intense heat, slowly took shape. Can I cast spells without chanting? Have I become the protagonist of a harem anime in another world? The momentary thought of sarcasm was eclipsed by exhilaration. Deep down, Ronan began to grasp the extraordinary nature of his abilities. Mastery over all elemental magics and the capacity to cast spells without utterance transcended the mere definition of genius. Aside from a proverbial golden finger, he could conceive of no other explanation. It was not until the training room closed for the day that Ronan reluctantly departed, his mind brimming with ideas yet to be validated. Though time was not on his side, he would have to wait until the trials concluded to further explore his burgeoning potential. With dreams of splendid life in this new world, Ronan drifted into a deep slumber, his staff cradled in his arms. In the grandest square of Shumon City, the ground was meticulously paved with bluish-gray stones, exuding an air of solemnity. The robust columns above were adorned with intricately carved floral designs, while the romantic and elegant Ming-Sha-style roof crowned the structure, presenting a symmetrical architectural marvel that commanded respect. The square was filled with young men and women cloaked in mage robes, Ronan among them. The brilliant sunlight poured down at an angle from the eaves, casting a tapestry of light and shadow across the crowd. It was 7 a.m, and with over an hour until the trials began, the non-magical academy head was speaking on the platform, delivering a discourse akin to Lee's speeches from his previous life, filled with empty platitudes. Ronan longed for the ceremony to conclude swiftly, for he stood in the light. The dull content combined with the dazzling sun left him feeling slightly dizzy, unbeknownst to the aristocratic elder speaking from the shade. The apprentices below were growing increasingly nauseated by the monotonous litany of knightly virtues. After an interminable wait, when the murmurs from the apprentices became unbearable, the non-magical noble head was finally escorted off the stage by the academy's chief instructor. The chief instructor and the head were polar opposites. He could only muster a few encouraging words for the apprentices before announcing the commencement of the trials. The apprentices formed 2 orderly lines and proceeded toward the city gate. The sides of the road thronged with curious onlookers. As the apprentice contingent passed, the crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers. This parade-like ritual was the brainchild of the noble head, and ever since he ascended to the position, the Magical Academy had adopted a rather peculiar atmosphere. The most notable change was the astronomical increase in tuition fees. The academy began to profit, but the cost was the loss of the mystique surrounding mage apprentices, who had devolved into mere street performers. As they advanced in formation, Ronan noticed many family members desperately stuffing items into the apprentices' backpacks. In addition to emergency potions, there were even perfumes and exquisite garments. Were they off to slay monsters or attend a ball? Ronan found it utterly absurd. Upon reaching the city gate, the apprentices began searching for their prearranged teammates. After a brief wait, Anna arrived. The young woman looked as stunning as the night before. Her perfect figure accentuated by a pristine white mage robe embellished with silver embroidery that highlighted her graceful waist. Her fiery red hair was tied into a ponytail, cascading down in front, a rather precarious hairstyle. To prepare for the trials, she had made ample preparations. In addition to the robe inscribed with protective spells, she wore a leather armor with a deep neckline, its sides engraved with the symbols of hammers and wine, unique marks of dwarven craftsmanship. Furthermore, she donned a necklace depicting angelic wings, a disposable protective magical artifact from the Holy Kingdom. How curious! Wasn't it said that her family would not provide support? Yet her appearance was dazzling enough to blind the eye. Astonished? I told you I'm not just a pretty face, Anna declared, bounding up to Ronan with a lively expression, her ponytail swaying with her movements, inadvertently brushing against her collar. Ronan stared, his mind racing with a singular thought. This is indeed a possibility. Noticing Ronan's gaze, Anna whispered annoying and turned aside to adjust herself. Once composed, Anna beamed with energy as she proclaimed, I will definitely assist you well. Please take good care of me moving forward. In the face of Anna's exuberant gaze, Ronan pursed his lips and voiced his curiosity. With your qualifications, you shouldn't lack for teammates, right? This seemed to strike a nerve with Anna, causing her mood to plummet instantly. After walking side by side for a moment, she replied softly, being well-equipped does not guarantee acceptance from others. Rather, they may perceive you as a nouveau riche, reliant solely on items, devoid of true strength, and thus even less inclined to associate with you. Ronan found it difficult to comprehend such sentiments. For him, as long as the results met expectations, the process was of little consequence. Unable to grasp this perspective, Ronan chose silence. Anna, aware that her words might invite trouble, quickly shifted the topic. Wow, is this your secret weapon? It looks so cool. Can I take a look? Anna pointed toward the staff wrapped in cloth on Ronan's back, her voice barely above a whisper. This question caught Ronan off guard. To unveil a formal grade staff in public was, to a novice like him, an act of great ostentation, and thus he remained silent, opting for silence as his response. Feeling the weight of Ronan's unspoken refusal, Anna grew a tad awkward, scrunching her nose cutely before leaning in to whisper, it wouldn't be a formal grade staff, would it? As Ronan felt the tension build within him. He swallowed hard and nodded slightly. The young woman gasped, her lips parting in surprise, her delicate tongue peeking out as if startled, a sight that was both charming and revealing. It is. You're truly remarkable. Ronan found himself at a loss for words, his mind involuntarily conjuring images of supermarkets. Yet, like a summer thunderstorm, Anna's emotions shifted rapidly in the blink of an eye. Her spirits sank once more. With a sigh, she spoke in a dejected tone, I thought that this would qualify me as your teammate. But it seems I was mistaken. It is you who truly has no shortage of allies at AS for me. Lacking experience and relying solely on gear, I would be a burden wherever I go. Before this chapter could conclude, please click the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Let us set forth. I have mapped out a route to tackle your tasks first, thus saving time. Ronan interrupted Anna's self-pitying lament with a frown. You still wish to team up with me? Anna asked, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Her hands clasped tightly around Ronan's. Struggling to control his gaze from drifting downward, Ronan extricated his hand with difficulty. Let us go. I value trust above mere strength. With a flourish, Ronan ruffled Anna's hair playfully, then took the lead, striding toward the city gates. Anna gazed at Ronan's retreating figure with admiration, and when he was out of sight, she discreetly flashed a peace sign behind him. Yes, physical endurance was also a criterion of assessment. The apprentices had no choice but to travel on foot to their destination. Ronan and Anna walked from dawn until dusk, only pausing briefly to reach the floating bridge leading to Hallstatt town. Upon learning that they were there to deal with ogres, the town mayor warmly offered them the finest accommodations available. However, upon arrival, Ronan was nearly at a loss for words, exclaiming, what in the world is this dilapidated structure that seems ready to collapse at the slightest gust of wind? Amidst the remnants of the broth, dark specks lingered, which the proprietress informed Ronan were sesame seeds. Yet to Ronan's discerning eye, they appeared unmistakably as ants. Hastily concluding his dinner, he retreated to his chamber, steeling himself against fatigue to engage in his nightly meditation. However, a sudden knock at the door disrupted his thoughts. Upon opening it, he was greeted by Anna, who seemed freshly bathed, her presence enveloped in a delightful floral fragrance that wafted toward him. The young lady extended her hand. revealing a basket filled with smoked sausages and a clear, glistening fruit wine. I noticed you scarcely touched your dinner, so I brought these for you. Would you care to share a bite? Before Ronan could respond, Anna continued, a true gentleman would never reject the kind gesture of a lady. With such words, Ronan had no choice but to step aside and allow her entry. The details of their ensuing atmosphere are best left unspoken. But Roning's final recollection was of the potent aftereffects of the fruit wine. Awakening the next day, the emptiness of his bed served as a stark reminder that his companion had departed long before. After completing his morning routine, Roning ventured next door, only to find the door locked, with no response to his calls. Assuming Anna had gone to breakfast, he searched the lower levels, but to no avail. Inquiring at the front desk, the proprietress informed him that the girl had left the previous night, that a jolt of electricity coursed through his spine, spreading throughout his body, causing Roning to shiver involuntarily. Before he abruptly turned and rushed up the stairs to the second floor, the proprietress called after him in confusion, but he paid her no heed at that moment. Only one thought consumed his mind. Roning desperately wished it were all a figment of his imagination. Alas, hope and reality seldom align. After thoroughly searching their shared room, Roning was forced to confront the grim truth that all his possessions had vanished, the culprit undoubtedly the treacherous girl who had slipped away without a word. Reflecting on every moment since Anna had entered his life, he realized with a sinking heart that there were numerous inconsistencies, yet his own neglect had led him unwittingly into her meticulously crafted trap, resulting in the loss of all his belongings, including a formal grade staff of significant personal value. The staff, known as the Wrath of the Storm, was a cherished heirloom from his mother, previously safeguarded by the Mage Guild until he reclaimed it before the trials commenced. What to do? What to do? As a first-tier apprentice, he felt utterly powerless. The Academy's intelligence suggested that high-tier apprentice beasts possessed a formidable resistance to lower-tier magic, and without the staff's amplification, he might struggle to breach their defenses. Should he reach out to his family for assistance? The thought flickered in his mind, only to be swiftly quashed. He was all too familiar with the temperament of nobility when his mother was alive. The family might have been inclined to assist, but now that she was gone, they would likely adopt a stance of indifference towards him. Even if they were to entertain the notion of recovering the staff, they would likely bypass him entirely. With no external aid to rely upon, he had no choice but to depend on himself. Roning buried his face in his hands, contemplating his next move, instead of recklessly pursuing Anna. His most prudent course of action was to secure his identity through the trials, after which he could devise a plan to reclaim his lost possessions. Her actions did not strike him as impulsive. They bore the hallmarks of premeditation. He could not assume she had not prepared an escape route. To chase after her without a plan would not only risk his failure to catch her, but could also jeopardize his assessment, with dire consequences. Hey, brat, did you do something to that girl, prompting her to flee in the night? The proprietress's voice cut through his thoughts, and before he could respond, she seized his collar, ready to deliver a lesson. Yet, upon meeting the intensity of his gaze, her actions faltered. It was hard to articulate why, but something in her intuition told her that a person with such eyes could not possibly be a fool blinded by infatuation. Not going to hit me. I assure you, one punch, and you'll be begging me to spare your life. You little brat, she exclaimed. It appears you are not her accomplice. The moment those words left her lips, the proprietress froze, her demeanor softening. Roning stepped aside and made to leave. That duplicitous girl had even failed to leave him a change of clothes, allowing him to depart without any preparations. Wait, that a voice called out from behind. Turning, Roning saw the proprietress returning to the counter, rummaging beneath it before emerging with a humble package. He did not take it immediately, merely observing in silence. You are an apprentice participating in the trials, aren't you? You look unprepared to complete them in your current state. I find you somewhat likable, so this is my parting gift. That Roning's expression flickered, yet he still did not accept it, gently inquiring, how much is it? This is a goodwill gesture, no charge. How much? The proprietress, taken aback by his stubbornness, scratched her head in frustration and replied, the most basic adventurer camping gear goes for 120 copper coins. Understood, that I will repay you, Roning said as he finally accepted the package and turned to leave without looking back. As Roning disappeared down the street, the proprietress crossed her arms and stepped out of the shop. Watching him retreat, in a hushed tone, audible only to herself, she murmured, "Just don't perish, you poor little soul." The sun hung high in the sky, radiating a brilliant light, while lush greenery blanketed the earth. Shadows cast by clouds slowly drifted across the landscape, and the wind rustled through the fields, creating a gentle whisper. 2 days had passed since the theft of his staff, and the news of Roning's misfortune had spread far and wide. All who were following this round of trials were now aware of the apprentice who had lost his staff, and Roning became a figure of ridicule, a cautionary tale for many. Some even mockingly dubbed him the weak and foolish mage. Bearing such a title on his journey, Roning could only imagine the discomfort he faced, enduring the jeers and scornful glances of others, compounded by a profound sense of distrust. Upon reaching the town of Taizo, he encountered yet another obstacle. The mayor, upon learning of his reputation as the weak and foolish mage, wasted no time in raising the drawbridge. Despite Roning's attempts to explain, the elderly man remained obstinate. Insisting on replacing the combatants, with no other recourse, Roning unleashed the innate aura of a professional. During his travels, he had not been idle. He engaged in meditation and honed his mental faculties. Last night, during a particularly intense session, he felt a surge of spiritual energy and successfully ascended to the rank of a second-tier apprentice. The difference between levels was palpable, a stark contrast that transformed the mayor's demeanor in an instant. Peering out from behind the wooden wall, the old man stammered, "You haven't lost the staff. Why the insistence on replacement? The success or failure of the task should not concern you," Roning replied, disregarding the old man's inquiry. Luo Ning coldly asked. The old man was clearly a coward, easily intimidated. As soon as Luo Ning's expression turned frosty, he spilled everything like a broken dam. "Sir, you may not know this, but if a mage perishes in the trial grounds, the Academy will impose a hefty fine on that region, and any previously paid bounty for hunting will also be confiscated." Upon hearing this, Luo Ning realized that the old man's hesitation was rooted in monetary concerns. However, the Academy was indeed formidable, reaping benefits from both ends, feasting on the apprentices and the small town alike. Truly impressive. Ignoring the trembling old man, Luo Ning cast a layer of lightness upon himself and lightly leaped onto the wooden wall. The subsequent events unfolded simply. With just a glance, the old man divulged all the intelligence he possessed. The creatures plaguing Iron Hand Town were a species known as vampires, numbering around 5 or 6. Residing in a cave on the back mountain. Vampires are nocturnal, social creatures, terrified of fire and light, with individual strengths comparable to mid to high level apprentices, roughly around level 49, that such instinct-driven monsters could be easily dispatched even by apprentices of higher rank, provided they were adequately prepared. The issue arose from Luo Ning's lack of preparation. All his prior resources had been pilfered by Anna, leaving him with empty pockets, devoid of even the materials to set magical traps. For any other apprentice, this would be an impossible task. Time was running short for Luo Ning. He had to complete his mission before the sun set today, or he would be unable to return to the academy within the stipulated time frame. The air in the small town was thick with pollution, the stench of filth continually reminding Luo Ning that he was no longer in his world. Here, order was primitive, and lives were as disposable as grass. Struggling to suppress his rising agitation, Luo Ning decided to review his spell casting as he had some time before departing, hoping to avoid any mistakes during battle. Extending his hand, he simply focused his mind and channeled his magical energy, conjuring a fireball that radiated intense heat, hovering just before him. Observing the flickering fireball, Luo Ning noted that its outer energy was dissipating alarmingly. At that moment, a thought struck him. If he compressed the fireball, would the energy dissipation decrease? Without hesitation, he attempted to condense it, only for the fireball to sputter and extinguish. Undeterred, Luo Ning persisted, and after numerous failures, he successfully summoned a fist-sized blue-white fireball as the sun reached its zenith in the sky. Luo Ning arrived at the vampire's lair. The cave's entrance was littered with bones, both from wild animals and humans. Picking up a rib, Luo Ning noticed it was covered in bite marks, prompting a frown. According to the records, vampires did not possess the habit of gnawing on bones. After some contemplation, Luo Ning abandoned the thought of blindly entering the cave. Instead, he resolved to lure the serpent out. As his gaze flicked to the hunter guiding him, a moment of conflict flashed in Luo Ning's eyes. "Sir, may I return now?" Perhaps sensing the murderous intent in Luo Ning's gaze, the hunter trembled uncontrollably. Luo Ning recalled Anna, that wretched woman, and a thought flickered through his mind. It was better to be the one who wrongs the world than to allow the world to wrong him. Yet ultimately, Luo Ning chose not to spill the hunter's blood. Had the one behind him been Anna, the thief of all his possessions, he could have been as ruthless as a harsh winter. But when faced with a mere stranger, he found himself unable to be so cold-hearted. "Just leave a bowl of blood, and you may go." The hunter sighed in relief upon hearing this, quickly slicing open his wrist to fill a bowl with blood before hurrying down the mountain, clearly fearful that Luo Ning might call him back. Buzzing. After donning several protective spells, Luo Ning entered the cold, dark cave, carrying the bait. The ground inside was exceedingly damp. Stepping on it felt like treading through mud, leaving behind a large smear of muck and producing a loud, squelching noise. Along the way, Luo Ning set up a few traps he had learned from the hunter, although they wouldn't kill the vampires. They could slow them down. The cave was eerily silent, with even the slightest sound amplified infinitely. The unmistakable sound of footsteps soon alerted the creatures lurking deeper within. After placing the bait, Luo Ning retreated to a corner at the cave's entrance. The optimal ambush spot where he could launch a full assault yet swiftly withdraw outside. The vampires caught the scent of blood and emitted sharp cries. From the undulating tones, Luo Ning sensed their glee. These beasts were celebrating their feast. Sweat trickled down his forehead and along his nose, tasting slightly salty on his lips. Having lived a comfortable life for decades, being thrust into a battle with monsters akin to those in movies was undeniably nerve-wracking. Yet, fear aside, when faced with the inevitable, one must grasp their sword and charge forth. Taking a deep breath, Luo Ning stepped out from the corner, standing motionless as he gazed into the cavern's depths. Ever since the betrayal, it felt as if an invisible hand had been pushing him forward, offering no respite. If only he had a little more time, he could accumulate greater strength, and then, no matter the conspiracy or the vampires, he could shatter them all. A piercing howl shattered Luo Ning's scattered thoughts as the first white, grotesque creature charged forward, abruptly tripping over a rope and crashing to the ground. The fall was brutal. Several of its shark-like, triangular teeth shattered upon impact. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Ning finally glimpsed the true form of the vampire. Unlike the vampires depicted in films, which still retained human features, the vampires of this world were nothing but monsters. They bore no resemblance to humans aside from their size. These vampires were entirely white, hairless, and constantly exuding a viscous substance. Their features resembled those of a mountain demon, their eyes radiating a savage bloodlust. And when they howled, their mouths stretched grotesquely back to their ears. Luo Ning could not help but think that a single bite from one of these creatures could easily tear off an arm. Despite his rigorous practice, his first spellcasting attempt faltered when the vampires began to swarm the bait like a pile of stacked bodies. It was only then that he managed to release his first spell, a modified fireball. The blue-white fireball surged into the throng of monsters, slicing through them like a red-hot blade through tofu. Amidst the crackling of searing flesh, the fireball exploded upon hitting the ground, scattering debris and flames in all directions. A violent shockwave, accompanied by the raging flames, erupted outward, and Luo Ning hurriedly dodged, but he was still a beat too late. Half of his body caught fire. His ears buzzed as he struggled to rise from the ground. Ignoring the flames licking at his cloak, his attention immediately drawn to the area of the explosion. Yes, the air could not keep up with the speed of the flames. Only a few flickering sparks remained. Through the wavering light, Luo Ning spotted the vampires. Of the 7 vampires that had charged forth, 5 had been reduced to charred remains, while 2, having lingered at the back, had miraculously survived. However, upon seeing their injuries, Luo Ning concluded that perishing at the explosion's center might have been a blessing in disguise. The surviving vampires were powerless to move, half of their bodies reduced to ash. Collecting evidence of the hunt, Luo Ning swiftly dispatched the monsters with his hunting knife. The immense power of his modified fireball instilled confidence in Luo Ning. Rather than leaving immediately, he chose to venture deeper into the cave, following the direction the vampires had come from. His courage to descend alone was bolstered not only by the fireball spell, but also by an unexpected extension of the wind shock spell. Originally intended to disperse the cave's smoke, he discovered that when infused with a hint of mental energy, the combined effects yielded a form of reconnaissance. The wind shock spell, initially designed to repel foes, could now, with a touch of mental energy, serve to detect enemies in advance. With but a single release of a tempest infused with mental energy deep into the cave, the mage could discern the terrain ahead and scan for any ambushes lurking nearby. This spell seemed tailor-made for intricate landscapes. With it, Roning felt as though he had acquired the gift of omniscience, bolstered further by the formidable, magically enhanced fireball spell, instilling him with an abundance of confidence. He even bestowed upon this spell a novel name, Wind Wave Positioning. Although the spell appeared deceptively simple, merely requiring the infusion of mental energy into the turbulent winds, the actual execution was exceedingly complex. To be precise, the magical runes of Wind Wave Positioning had entirely diverged from the original structure of the spell runes. Were anyone to witness the magical runes coalescing within Roning's mental sea, they would find the intricate patterns utterly transformed from their previous form. This was no mere modification. It was creation. Descending through the muddy mine shaft for approximately 10 minutes, Roning arrived at a circular underground cavern. It was unmistakably the lair of the previous band of vampires, with the ground littered with excrement and partially devoured prey. Previously puzzled by the gnaw marks on the bones, Roning found his answer among the heaps of bones deeper within the cave. This group of vampires had evidently bred offspring. This clarified why the vampires frequently attacked the nearby town and why there were remnants of their feasting outside. The little vampires were not like their adult counterparts. They were notorious gluttons, consuming every last scrap of flesh from the bones. Even their birthing vessels would become their sustenance. In a corner, Roning beheld one such vessel, a girl of perhaps 18 or 19, half consumed. Her once ample form now riddled with gory wounds. For an intelligent being, witnessing the consumption of one's kin was a profoundly cruel experience, and a wave of nausea threatened to expel Roning's insides. Raising a finger to touch his forehead, he invoked a clarity spell, a chilling breath sweeping through his mental sea, swiftly restoring his composure. Gazing down at the shrieking little vampire, Roning's eyes hardened with a chilling resolve. With a mere gesture, the little vampire ignited spontaneously to a second-tier apprentice spell. Ignite was a cruel and vicious spell, typically employed by mages to mercilessly dispatch foes. Before burning, it drew flammable oils from an unknown astral realm, saturating the prey with an almost insatiable ignitability. Even once reduced to ash, the flames would not extinguish. The little vampire emitted a heart-rending wail, rolling in agony upon the bone-strewn floor, one even attempting to leap into a cesspool to quench the flames, only to be kicked back by Roning. The piercing screams persisted for 2 minutes before subsiding, and once the little vampire was reduced to an immobile, charred husk, Roning commenced his search of the cavern. Fortune smiled upon him, as he discovered 2 blood orchids near the dining area, or rather, the pile of corpses, the principal ingredient for crafting mental potions. That it was rather ironic that a substance valued at 100 gold coins, capable of enhancing an apprentice's mental prowess, would flourish in such a gruesome locale. It compelled Roning to ponder the wonders of nature. In addition to the orchids, he unearthed some coins and standard weaponry, likely the belongings of an inexperienced band of adventurers who, it appeared, had met with unfortunate fate, their quest ending here in calamity. Having gathered his spoils, Roning utilized his magically modified fireball to collapse the cave entrance. He then returned to the town, selling the standard weaponry to the mayor before embarking on his journey back en route. Roning made a deliberate detour to the town of Hallstatt. Upon arriving at the inn, finding the innkeeper absent, he left behind 6 silver coins and a note before departing. Though a simple survival pack was of little monetary value, the sentiment behind it was significant. Unable to repay the kindness directly, Roning resorted to monetary compensation. 2 days later, he returned to the academy. Accessing the institution required traversing a grand structure reminiscent of a castle tower from a bygone era, its scarred facade etched with the marks of time. The Swirl Grand Mage Tower, established during the First Great War of the Middle World, had stood for an impressive 762 years. Its existence served not only as a bulwark against foreign invasion, but also as a guardian of the town. The renowned Snowmelt City owes much of its fame to the presence of the Swirl Grand Mage Tower. The Magical Academy was situated near this tower, with the current Tower Master also serving as the head of the Academy's security division. Due to the unique nature of mages, security within the Academy was exceedingly stringent. The magical tower surveilled all entries and exits. Should it detect any nefarious intent or hostility, one would be promptly apprehended by the city guard. Failure to prove one's identity would result in a fate of eternal confinement in the dark recesses of a mine. The apprentice mentors had grown accustomed to the tower's presence and were unfazed by the gaze of the arcane eye at the summit. Roning, adhering to protocol, stood in the inspection zone, awaiting the illumination of the blue light. Several other apprentices, similarly returning, appeared dusty but exuberant, animatedly discussing their accomplishments, likely having succeeded in their trials. However, the blue light did not illuminate. Just as Roning began to wonder about the prolonged inspection time, the scanning blue light abruptly transformed into a menacing red. Simultaneously, a booming voice echoed through the air. "Roning Lannister, you shameless wretch, how dare you return after committing such a grave offense?" The red light emitted by the arcane eye focused intently upon Roning, causing those nearby to instinctively retreat. In the blink of an eye, Roning found himself utterly isolated. To resist, the very thought dared not surface. Even if Roning were to be elevated to the rank of a full-fledged mage at that moment, he lacked the audacity to act recklessly within the magical tower's range. The memories of full-fledged professionals being reduced to mere ash lingered vividly. Thus, Roning obediently raised his hands. Upon signaling his non-resistance, a unit of fully armed noble mercenaries emerged from behind a low wall, binding Roning tightly before roughly escorting him into the academy. Roning's plight drew the attention and scorn of numerous apprentices. Was this the despicable individual who had dishonored his teammates during the trials? He certainly appeared malevolent, with his raven locks resembling the very embodiment of a demon. Rumor had it he hailed from the Lannister family, bringing disgrace upon his lineage. How could he ever claim nobility? Ashamed to be associated with him. Amid the murmurs of derision, Roning was led to the Academy's enforcement hall. Report: the offender Roning Lannister has been brought in. As the soldier delivered the report, Roning felt a forceful shove upon his shoulder, sending him crashing to the floor. The magical lights flickered to life, revealing the countenances of the surrounding individuals. The Academy's leadership was present, along with members of the student council, among whom Roning's gaze settled upon the one he loathed most, Anna, who, at that moment, was nestled against a frivolous blonde young man. That wretched girl. "Roning Lannister, do you acknowledge your crimes?" Came a voice from above, laden with righteous indignation. Roning attempted to rise, but the noble mercenaries delivered a swift kick to his knees, sending him sprawling to the ground once more. His pitiful state elicited low chuckles from the crowd, and Roning gritted his teeth, striving to maintain control over his emotions. Losing composure would only provide further amusement for these onlookers, and he could not allow himself to play into their hands. Forbidden from standing to speak, Roning resolutely settled himself cross-legged upon the ground. His silent defiance drew frowns from certain individuals upon witnessing their master's displeasure. A sycophant raised his spear, prepared to strike Roning down, only to be halted by the noble chancellor who presided over the assembly. The chancellor scrutinized Roning with contempt, subsequently releasing a derisive snicker. "Roning Lannister, I have encountered many junior signs like yourself who have erred. In the aftermath of their misdeeds, most believe that by obstinately denying their transgressions, they can evade judgment." The noble chancellor loomed over Roning. Typically, at such moments, the accused would not dare to meet his gaze. Yet Roning maintained his unwavering stare, refusing to yield, which caused the chancellor considerable discomfort. He despised such unyielding eyes, reminiscent of the look his late father-in-law had cast upon him during his execution. "You seem disinclined to confess, so Anna, please recount the atrocities that Lord Roning has inflicted upon you." The wretch, nestled in the embrace of the frivolous golden-haired man, withdrew her hand from her tear-streaked face, swiftly made a grimace at Roning, and then reverted to a pitiful demeanor, commencing her accusations. Lord Roning coerced me into drinking with him under the pretense of fostering camaraderie. Then, taking advantage of my inebriation, he burst into my chamber and forced me down. He claimed he would provide me with unforgettable memories tonight, before violently tearing my garments apart. As she recounted this, Anna trembled, emitting delicate, pitiful sobs. The onlookers, witnessing the beauty's distress, began to cast aspersions upon the nefarious Roning. This disgrace has brought shame upon the Lannister name. Let the Lannister family execute him. Execute him! Amidst the uproar of condemnation, the Chancellor raised his hand to quell the crowd, and the esteemed nobles complied, falling into silence. Roning Lannister, while I am eager to revoke your status as a student at this very moment, the regulations grant the accused the right to self-defense. Thus, I am willing to afford you 5 minutes. The Chancellor delivered this proclamation with an air of superiority before returning to his seat. Roning inhaled deeply, striving to control his emotions and prevent his anger from clouding his judgment. His current predicament was exceedingly unfavorable, and any defense he might present would lack persuasiveness. Therefore, his task was not to convince these fools, but rather to sow seeds of doubt within their minds. Once the seeds of distrust were planted, his maneuverability would significantly increase. Otherwise, if he allowed his enemies to speak unchecked, he risked losing his status and being cast into an unknown mine. Having been reborn into such an intriguing world, Roning was determined not to spend eternity mining stones in a pit. Exhaling slowly, Roning declared, I, Roning Lannister, vow in the name of my family that if any part of the following statement contains falsehoods, the name of the Lannister family shall be forsaken by both gods and men. Upon uttering this declaration, many nobles gasped in astonishment. T.O. invoked the family name in an oath carried the weight equivalent to a noble raising the blood banner to avenge kin, an irrevocable matter. Even the most ineffectual noble would not jest with such a serious pledge. The Chancellor furrowed his brow. Though he harbored disdain for the insolent youth before him, he sensed that the situation was far from straightforward. Now, recount your experience, he commanded, tapping the armrest. I fell victim to a premeditated deception. The deceiver is present. The name is Anna. Prior to the trial, Anna proposed that we form a team. Out of sympathy, I acquiesced and designated her trial task as my primary target. I believed I had fulfilled all that a classmate could do, yet Anna repaid my kindness with treachery. She drugged my drink with a potion of dizziness, then absconded with all my belongings, including a formal grade staff. As his words fell silent, a thunderous voice erupted from the second-floor platform. Absurd! You are not even a senior apprentice. From whence do you possess a formal grade staff? People are inclined to accept only what they wish to believe. Once one voice raised an objection, others naturally followed. Indeed, for a senior apprentice to acquire a staff of that rank is a formidable challenge. You, a mere junior apprentice, how could you possibly possess one? Utter lies! Formal grade staffs are rarely found even in the vaults of noble families. What right do you have to claim ownership? Unless your ancestor was a master-level powerhouse who perished and bequeathed the staff to you. Hearing this, Roning lifted his head abruptly. The speaker was the vice-governor of Zumanching, the current head of the Swell Magic Tower. Roning could not recall offending him. Why then did he seem intent on targeting him repeatedly? While Roning pondered this, the frivolous golden-haired man, clutching Anna, stood forth that he executed a flawless noble greeting to the assembly, then declared, esteemed mentors and elders, rather than heed the words of a solitary student like Roning. I believe it prudent to consider the opinions of his peers. Furthermore, I have gathered a dossier detailing his conduct during his time at the Academy. I trust that after perusing it, you shall grasp the true nature of this individual. The golden-haired man distributed the documents to the Academy's mentors, who, upon reviewing them, furrowed their brows deeply. Subsequently, he summoned a throng of students who, unsurprisingly, voiced nothing but grievances against Roning, painting him as a tyrannical scion who bullied both men and women. A caricature of unmitigated villainy. Throughout the litany of accusations hurled at him, Roning refrained from retorting, as he contemplated the connection between the golden-haired man and the unfolding events that be by chance. Roning noticed the noble insignia adorning the chests of both the golden-haired man and the vice-governor of Zamanching. A matching family crest that elucidated the entire scheme, and oh wonder Anna, that wretched creature, felt emboldened to appear before him after her betrayal. She had evidently latched onto a powerful ally. Without doubt, all that he possessed had likely fallen into the hands of either the golden-haired man or the Tower Master. These two conspirators were the architects of his downfall. They had orchestrated the entire snare, from the initial seduction to the current frenzied accusations, all to ensure he would never rise again, thereby rendering whatever spoils they had seized from him as trophies for their own family. Roning gritted his teeth so hard they creaked, wishing he could charge forth and reduce his adversaries to ash. Yet reason dictated that he must refrain from action. Should he strike, he would fall directly into their trap. For their scheme undoubtedly included contingencies for any violent retaliation on his part. Thus, even as fury simmered within, Roning could not allow it to manifest, for circumstances were more formidable than any individual. The golden-haired man had become the focal point of the gathering. Following his presentation of ludicrous sycophantic testimonies, he unveiled a self-consistent array of evidence. He extracted vampire fangs and a task scroll from Roning's belongings. Proclaiming, "Esteemed mentors, this is the task assigned to student Roning, which entails the extermination of the vampires plaguing Taizo Town. According to the Academy's compiled intelligence, this task poses a challenge at the level of intermediate apprentices, necessitating a team of at least 6 intermediate apprentices to ensure success. However, as I understand it, Roning is merely a low-tier apprentice, rendering it impossible for him to accomplish this task. Thus, from whence did these items originate? Surely they cannot be the spoils of a solo endeavor by Roning." As he spoke, the golden-haired man adopted an exaggeratedly astonished expression. The crowd responded in kind, erupting in a laughter that was painfully mocking. Roning trembled with rage. The exhilaration of learning magic had completely dissipated, leaving only a seething resentment within him. Why must he endure this torment? Why could they brazenly plunder his possessions? Why could they humiliate him further after having stolen from him? Was it simply because he was weaker than they? The golden-haired man's words proved to be the final straw for Roning. Within the hall, a murmur of whispers arose, gradually coalescing under the influence of certain instigators into a singular, thunderous chant. "Execute him! Execute him! Execute him!" Listening to the deafening shouts echoing around him, the noble dean recognized that the time had come to deliver a verdict, although he was aware that something was amiss. He had no intention of delving deeper. He merely aimed to spare the Tower Master some face, considering that it was merely the expulsion of a foreign half-baked heir, hardly a matter of great consequence. The student Roning had committed the most unforgivable taboo of the Academy of Magic, in the Principality of Rhine. Insulting a woman is punishable by death, were it not for the blood of the Lannister family coursing through your veins. You would already be facing execution. After discussions amongst the Academy leaders, the following judgment has been rendered against you. The Academy will officially revoke your student status and report your crimes to the Noble Council. Any subsequent punishment will be decided by the Council. You are hereby ordered to leave the Academy before sunset. Criminals are not welcome here. The noble dean, while sharp-witted, chose not to interfere excessively, instead delegating the matter to the Noble Council, thus absolving himself of any further involvement. He would continue to profit and enjoy the company of his female mentor. Roning made no attempt to argue, nor did he glance at the frivolous blonde man playing with the staff of Stormrage. He simply pushed past the obstructing noble soldiers and quietly walked away. The cacophony of insults flared on either side of the corridor, with some emotionally charged women even rushing forward to spit at Roning's head. The contorted faces reminded Roning of his parents in his previous life, their expressions twisted with disdain as they berated him for being worthless. The two images began to overlap, the nightmare he could not escape from in this alternate world resurfacing once more. "Criminal! You have brought shame upon the nobility. You should atone with your life, you disgusting parasite, full of lies. Why don't you just die? Hurry up and die. Look at you, 30 years old with no car, no house, and no savings, not even a girlfriend. How wonderful it would be if you weren't my son." Amidst the barrage of insults, Roning felt a disorienting sense that, in the end, nothing had truly changed for him. The academy operated with remarkable efficiency. As Roning reached the door to his dormitory, he saw an apprentice adorned with the student council insignia tossing his belongings out one by one that a crowd of onlookers had gathered. And upon seeing Roning, they displayed expressions of anticipation for the spectacle. Contrary to the expectations of the spectators, Roning did not erupt in anger. After enduring humiliations that nearly shattered his resolve, this minor incident no longer stirred any emotions within him. Sifting through the heap of his discarded personal items, Roning salvaged a few changes of clothes he had intended to retrieve his spellbooks as well, but they were nowhere to be found, presumably pilfered by the enforcers of the student council. Roning refrained from vocally demanding the return of his spellbooks. He had already memorized all the spells contained within, and the harsh experiences had taught him how to maintain his composure. After silently committing the faces of a few individuals to memory, Roning departed the academy, carrying his meager belongings to the 9th level of the Swirl Grand Mage Tower. Morrison Hall, who was enjoying tea, received word of Roning's departure. The 9th Tower Master set down the staff of Stormrage and instructed his brother-in-law Harrington. The individual has left. Due to protocol, I cannot take action directly, but I'm dispatching a squad of knights for you. I need not elaborate on what to do. Ensure everything is tidied up afterward. This way, even if the Lannister family pursues this matter, I can intervene on your behalf. Harrington replied eagerly. Rest assured, brother-in-law, I will not let you down. He is merely an exiled wastrel from another land. With my intervention, he will be crushed like an ant. After speaking, Harrington's gaze fixated longingly on the formal grade staff resting on the tea table. Take it, but remember not to be too ostentatious. Although the Magic Tower is vigilant in Snowy City, it is not impervious to danger. Those foreign mongrels would strike against the Magic Tower if the benefits were enticing enough that I do not wish for your next visit to be a lament over a stolen staff. Do you understand? I understand, brother-in-law. Then you may go. Harrington bowed and left. Once outside the Magic Tower, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Despite his brother-in-law's casual demeanor, Harrington still felt a sense of restraint in his presence. The aura exuded by the man, even when somewhat tempered, weighed upon him like a colossal stone. Occasionally, if his brother-in-law's tone turned even slightly frosty, Harrington felt as though he might suffocate under the pressure, as if he were being hunted by a top predator, every moment a torment. Suppressing his fear, Harrington lifted the staff of Stormrage, gazing at the formal grade magic core radiating with magical luminescence, his heart ablaze with excitement. He finally possessed his own staff, freeing him from the stigma of nepotism. However, before that, there was one matter to address: exterminating that ant. With no threat of war and a geographical position adjacent to various nations, Snowy City thrived commercially, its citizens enjoying prosperity. One could witness a myriad of the latest trends from various countries here, from dwarven eyewear to exquisite elven headpieces and silken shawls from distant lands. The local populace was distinctively recognizable, with most men donning top hats, sleeveless vests underneath long coats, and some even carrying canes, walking with an air of confidence. Women, on the other hand, adorned in splendid sheer gowns, wore handcrafted elven bonnets or carried sunshades embellished with decorations, gracefully entering and exiting exquisite shops while engaging in light-hearted banter with their suitors. The vintage scene captivated Roning, who thought to himself that had it not been for his betrayal, he might have found himself standing in the midst of this picturesque tableau, in the role of the sycophant. But alas, the cruel reality had imparted a lesson, making him acutely aware of the importance of strength in this era. No longer fixated on the lavish sights, Roning turned away, heading towards the other side of the city. His destination this time was the Adventurers Guild on Nightingale Street. His purpose there was not for merriment, but to obtain an adventurer's identification. Roning had meticulously planned a short-term strategy. Where one door closes, another opens. He intended to further his studies in magic at the Eric's Royal Academy of Magic, reputed to be the finest magic institution in all of the Southern Realms. Roning's dedication to becoming stronger compelled him to seize this opportunity without hesitation. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click to the next page to continue reading the thrilling content. As for the stringent requirements of the Academy's admission assessment, Roning harbored no doubts about his ability to meet them. After perusing the foundational knowledge of magic, he gained a rudimentary understanding of both his innate talent and his progression speed. Undoubtedly, his aptitude for magic was astonishingly formidable. Magic has been passed down for over 10,000 years, and the apprentice-level spells have undergone relentless refinement by predecessors, reaching a stage where further optimization seems nearly impossible. Yet, Roning, still an apprentice, managed to ingeniously modify the fireball spell with a sudden burst of inspiration, significantly amplifying its potency. Achievements that might elude even the greatest archmages were effortlessly accomplished by Roning, illustrating the extent of his magical gifts. Moreover, his talents were not confined solely to spell enhancement. He also possessed the remarkable abilities of incantation-free casting and mastery over all elemental magics. It seemed as though he was born to be a magician. His veins coursed not with blood, but with elemental energy. Thus, Roning was unperturbed by the prospect of failing to meet the conditions. His only concern lay in the various expenses. Cultivating a magician required substantial financial resources, and to excel on the path of magic would necessitate a veritable fortune in gold coins. However, Roning found himself currently devoid of funds, and he doubted his family's willingness to provide support. The father he recalled from memory was a hypocritical, rigid, and self-serving individual, whose sole focus revolved around personal gain and the expansion of the family's influence. To him, Roning was merely a waste of space, a disgrace to the family name. The clerk at the Adventurers Guild was undeniably attractive, yet her demeanor was less than amiable. While processing his application, she displayed an air of indifference. Nearly rolling her eyes at him, it took him several times longer than necessary to obtain his certification, and after donning the freshly issued wooden badge, Roning turned to leave it that moment. An adventurer adorned with a golden badge approached, prompting an immediate and dramatic shift in the clerk's attitude, as she eagerly surrounded him with solicitous inquiries, resembling a dog wagging its tail for scraps. Upon exiting the Adventurers Guild, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. It was the onset of the nightlife, and a glance around revealed numerous young women on the second floor, beckoning enticingly with half-exposed faces. In that instant, Roning came to a profound realization of the guildmaster's prowess. Adventurers, having just emerged from harsh conditions, often felt a profound sense of insecurity and were in desperate need of comfort. And what could be more comforting than the soft words of a lovely lady? Thus, as soon as an adventurer received his payout, it would swiftly find its way into the pockets of the surrounding women. Moreover, one could speculate that the Nightingale establishments nearby, or perhaps the entire street, were intricately intertwined with the operations of the Adventurers Guild. To claim he was devoid of desire would be a falsehood. After all, a significant part of his anticipation upon arriving in this other world was precisely that. Yet, following a series of deceptions and humiliations, Roning had grown increasingly wary of this foreign realm. The alluring smiles and exotic charm upstairs might merely be a fade. One could never know if, in one fleeting moment, she was tenderly caressing him, only to sell his information the next. Roning was determined not to fall victim to further trickery. Silently, he cast a cleansing spell upon himself and, without a backward glance, left the establishment. It was this very rationality that alerted Roning to the presence of a tale following him. Since departing the academy, he had sensed a vague feeling of being watched. Initially attributing it to the arcane eye atop the magic tower, he soon realized that someone was indeed trailing him. Being followed in this other world was hardly a favorable situation. Here, one would not encounter the trope of a lovesick woman following her crush. Rather, in the Middle-earth, such pursuits invariably ended in murder or abduction. Eradicate the root, he murmured softly, quickening his pace towards the carriage station. His pursuer had not opted to act within the city, likely due to his noble background. The consequences of assassinating a noble heir were vastly different from those of a straightforward murder. Should an assault on a noble heir become public knowledge, even the Tower Master Morrison would be unable to shield himself from the fallout. Nobles are an enigmatic group. They excel in internal strife, yet exhibit remarkable solidarity in the face of external threats. While they might clash fiercely amongst themselves in the absence of an enemy, they would unite seamlessly when confronted with one, despite Morrison being both a grand archmage and the Tower Master. Should an attack on a noble come to light, the outcome for him would be dire. It is often said that one's stance determines their thoughts. A tower master, high above the fray, would never jeopardize everything for an insect easily crushed in the palm of his hand. Thus, Roning was certain that Tower Master Morrison would not intervene. If Morrison refrained from action, it was highly probable that the frivolous blonde would take on the task. Should that be the case, Roning felt invigorated. Harrington had once stated in the hall that the vampire quest required a team of 6 intermediate apprentices to complete, while Roning was uncertain of their specific capabilities. If Harrington spoke truthfully, then Roning's actual combat strength transcended mere levels. He recalled Harrington's aggressive demeanor during their previous encounter. A bold idea began to take shape in Roning's mind. Upon reaching the carriage station, he deliberately feigned awareness of his pursuer, reserving 2 carriages destined for different directions. Subsequently, Roning concealed himself within a 3rd transport carriage, allowing the bait carriage to exit the city slowly. He observed the fully armed cavalry trailing behind, though Harrington was conspicuously absent, which left Roning feeling slightly disappointed. It was unfortunate that he could not confront the delightfully deranged villain who relished executing his enemies. Otherwise, he might have reclaimed his stolen staff. The moonlight was obscured by thick clouds that a veil of mist, resembling delicate gauze, enveloped the narrow path. Apart from the creaking of the carriage wheels, the only sounds were the occasional flickers of magical luminescence, which quickly faded into darkness. Roning mentally counted for approximately 20 minutes before the first of his magical traps was triggered. The sluggish response of his pursuers surprised him. He had anticipated that they would catch up by the 5th trap. Yet it was only after he had set 32 magical traps that they triggered the first. To be honest, Roning no longer doubted his ability to eliminate his pursuers. His primary concern now was whether they could withstand the magical traps long enough to catch up. Otherwise, this facade of his would soon shatter. On a narrow path 5 kilometers behind Roning, fully armed cavalrymen were pursuing their steeds on foot. The leader, a robust man, removed his helmet and spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground. This knight, known as Coker, was the captain of this hunting expedition. Coker had initially believed this operation would be as straightforward as those before. All he had to do was catch the target and, amidst their desperate pleas for mercy, sever their head before returning home, that if he returned early enough, he might even find a companion on Nightingale Street to spend a delightful evening with. Under normal circumstances, Coker would avoid such places. While the women there were indeed alluring, they were exceedingly expensive. The modest salary of a knight hardly sufficed to indulge these little enchantresses, but with a side income. The situation was different. Coker had been drawn into this line of work by his former superior, and at first he found it utterly cruel and repugnant. However, after receiving the weighty coins, he quickly forgot the nightly oath he had recited every morning. Having been in this profession for 5 years, Coker had become quite experienced, transitioning from naivety to maturity, from hesitation to unwavering resolve, and from monotony to gradually discovering enjoyment. He particularly favored contracts involving the young, for they were not only straightforward but also provided him with a bit of amusement afterward. The last such contract he had taken was half a month ago, commissioned by the youngest son of a wealthy merchant. On the surface, he appeared to be a cultured young man, but behind that facade, he was a madman who worshipped dark gods, engaging in acts more grotesque than a goblin's. That particular hunt targeted the daughter of a mason, a girl of about 16, strikingly beautiful, with lake-like clear eyes and long, twinkling eyelashes, leaving a profound impression on Coker. After accepting the task, without incident, Coker swiftly captured the target and notified the employer. Upon the arrival of the wealthy merchant's son, accompanied by a gang of thugs, they entered an abandoned castle with a young girl. The castle, situated on the outskirts, was seldom visited, making it a venue for certain curious groups, since he was responsible for the aftermath. Coker typically waited outside until the employer finished. The cries echoed like any other day, and Coker, accustomed to such sounds, paid little mind. However, midway through, it seemed the young girl had provoked the wealthy merchant's son, prompting him to send in several hunting dogs. It was an exceedingly long night. When the merchant's son finally left, satisfied, the scenes within the castle unveiled a new world to Coker, like the seduction of a devil. Coker did not immediately dispose of the target, but instead kept her in the castle's dungeon for a while. During that time, he explored every conceivable torment upon her. Only when she was nearly broken did Coker end her pitiful existence. Subsequently, he became enthralled by the sensation of punishing the lambs, disregarding gender. As long as they were young, he would make exceptions to keep them for a time, in those moments, Coker received the most curses. He could not fathom why the lambs cursed him when he had granted them life, believing he had been so merciful. This time, the target's appearance was of the type Coker favored, young, tender, with fair and soft skin. If not for a certain feature, she might even surpass the beauty of a girl. As memories of past assignments flooded his mind, Coker's thoughts spiraled into madness, but he could hardly contain his eagerness to capture him. To relish in his furious rebukes, he would slowly savor the transformation from a tough man to a lamb. It promised to be a most exquisite process. With an eager heart, Coker set off. But unforeseen events occurred midway. Initially, he thought the target was merely clever, but after encountering a contact-based fire trap, Coker had to concede that this target was far more cunning than anticipated, recalling the intelligence provided by the employer. He remembered that the target was a low-level apprentice devoid of a staff or spell-casting materials. Such a magician, if they could evade the first spell, could be easily overcome even by a farmer wielding a hoe, let alone himself, a fully armed knight. However, the outcome defied Coker's expectations. The 24-man cavalry had dwindled to 16 among them. One lay dead, 4 gravely injured, and 3 had lost their steeds, observing his disheveled subordinates. Coker licked his lips. He found himself increasingly fond of this little wildcat. Compared to the hollow-eyed corpses, this feisty wildcat was far more entertaining. Those who can ride, follow me. The rest stay behind to tend to the injured. After leaving this command, Coker cracked his whip and pursued the traces left by the wagon, stirring up a whirlwind of dust behind him. The wagon continued for several hundred meters before halting on a rise. Upon disembarking, Roning tossed a gold coin to the hunchbacked driver, who eagerly bit down on it, exclaiming, "Thank you, my lord, thank you." Roning said nothing, merely gesturing for the man to depart hastily. The hunchback bowed respectfully before swiftly vanishing into the mist. Once the driver was completely out of his perception, Roning concealed the wagon behind the rise and set several fossil-based mud trigger traps around the area. The combination of magic and trigger mechanisms was a recent acquisition for Roning. By adding delayed sensing and weight measurement patterns over existing magic runes, he had crafted a trap that could respond to triggers. Compared to his previous modifications of fireball spells, this was hardly a sophisticated alteration, merely an expansion of magical applications to make combat less rigid. While Roning meditated at the ambush point for half a magical hourglass, several staggering figures finally appeared at the end of the road. The mist had dissipated, allowing Roning to clearly observe the disarray of the pursuers. Their once pristine armor was now battered and unrecognizable. The intricately engraved breastplates bore the marks of elemental magic-esque torment, the most common being scorch marks from fire spells and scars from wind blades. A few figures leaned on one another as they trudged forward, and from his perch among the treetops, Roning could overhear their conversation. "Brothers, hold on a bit longer. We'll soon catch up with the target. Commander, Kelson's condition is dire. He needs medical attention. 32 spells. Their guardian mage must be out of magic. If we hold on a little longer, the golden coins will soon be ours. Commander, Kelson has fainted. Victory will surely be mine. This little wildcat cannot escape. I must unleash my art upon you 100 times." Listening to the nearly frenzied howls beneath him, Roning felt a flash of disgust. He pointed at the most ostentatiously armored one, and his internal magic began to surge. Coker, a peak apprentice knight, possessed an acute sense of danger. The moment Roning's wind blade formed, he dove to the side of the path. After landing, he rolled and tumbled. As Coker executed textbook evasive maneuvers, the wind blade swept past a bewildered knight, leaving a trail of carnage. Coker rose from the underbrush, quickly directing his gaze toward the source of the magical disturbance. But all he saw were swaying treetops. The mage who had slain his subordinate vanished without a trace. "You cannot protect this lad. Your magic is dwindling. How many more can you kill? 1 batch? Or 2? Coker, unfazed, revealed to the enemy that there were indeed pursuers behind him. He did this to instill hesitation in them, if the mage truly was running low on magic as he claimed. they would undoubtedly be reluctant to squander time on a peak apprentice night. Although killing him was not difficult, engaging in such a wasteful act of magic while being pursued was undeniably foolish. Coker believed he had Coker under control, but what awaited him was a blue-white fireball radiating a terrifying heat. With a spinning leap forward, Coker narrowly evaded the fireball. Yet before he could even relish his luck, a shadow rapidly loomed larger in his vision. After the enhanced fireball spell, Ronan unleashed a more elusive projectile spell. The merit of this magic lay in its remarkably subtle casting fluctuations, while its drawback was its insufficient lethality. Under normal circumstances, Coker would have had little to fear from such spells, but the opposing mage's seamless spell integration was simply impeccable. This spell struck precisely at the moment Coker had exhausted his evasion. There was no escape. Coker, a man of decisive action, raised his hands to shield himself. With the protection of his fine iron bracers, he believed he should be able to withstand this magical assault. However, he soon realized just how gravely mistaken he was. With a thunderous boom, Coker's uncontrollable wails echoed through the air. He had underestimated Ronan's projectile spell. His left forearm was obliterated at the elbow, leaving only a thin strip of skin connecting it to his body, while the severed hand dangled in front of him, trembling in sync with his agonized cries. Why? Why is its power so immense? It is merely a low-tier Earth Apprentice spell. How could it sever my arm, even with the protection of fine iron bracers? Coker's anguished roar resonated with disbelief. He could not fathom why the projectile spell possessed such formidable strength. After all, when wielded by other mages, its power seemed comparable to that of an arrow. Yet in the hands of this mage, it exhibited the might of a ballista, as if the terrifying magical power were not enough. The combat style displayed was chillingly rational. Coker had never encountered such a mage, a practitioner of cunning and cold logic. The battle unfolded without him ever catching sight of his opponent. Coker felt as though he were not battling a mage, but rather confronting an assassin lurking in the shadows. Furthermore, this adversary was even more calculating than a typical assassin. Those shadowy figures, upon witnessing their foe's injury, would have already begun taunting. Yet this mage, even with both arms severed and no longer a threat, still refused to reveal himself. Cursed mage! Ronan's demeanor was strikingly calm and rational, a quality that Coker found truly intolerable. He feared not the might of his enemy, but rather the chilling composure that made them all the more formidable. A composed foe is often the most challenging to overcome. Coward, come out and duel me. Lurking in the shadows is no true prowess. Filthy scoundrel, show yourself. Coker bellowed in rage, yet internally he was consumed by dread. His combat experience was considerable, having encountered cunning foes unafraid of death, yet he had never faced an opponent like this. This was merely a frail mage, yet his battle experience surpassed that of a seasoned veteran. Additionally, his casting speed was remarkably swift. Every spell he unleashed was instantaneous. A continuous barrage of magic surged forth from the darkness, leaving no opportunity for Coker to breathe. As Coker pondered his predicament, the cacophony of explosions erupted once more. Bang! 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 The projectile spells relentlessly rained down, forcing Coker into a frenzied dance of evasion. Whirling stone spikes struck the tree stumps with a resounding thud. As he fled, Coker fervently encouraged himself. Just hold on, just a little longer. If he could endure until his opponent revealed themselves, victory would be his. Though his inner rallying cry burned with fervor, it did little to alter the reality of his dwindling stamina. The magical traps scattered along his path had severely drained his energy, and now, compounded by the significant blood loss from his injuries, Coker felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. His movements became increasingly erratic. Ronan, akin to a seasoned hunter, continued his pursuit with deliberate composure. Occasionally, he interspersed his projectile spells with rapid-fire fireballs, further exacerbating Coker's already precarious situation. Fortune, however, did not favor Coker. After a misstep caused his foot to twist at an unnatural angle. He screamed as he collapsed into a puddle. The assault did not cease with his fall. Two projectile spells struck true against Coker's calves. Crack! The sound of bone shattering echoed through the dense forest. followed by Coker's piercing screams, startling a flock of birds in a flight. My leg! My leg! Coker's face was a grotesque mixture of tears and mucus as he cried out, desperately attempting to reconnect his severed calf. But alas, the clean break rendered any hope of restoration futile. Observing the thrashing figure in the puddle, Ronan felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Hailing from a traditional, knightly noble family, he had engaged in knightly training from a young age, making him intimately familiar with the ways of knights. The white and red aura surrounding Coker was characteristic of a peak apprentice knight, a rank equivalent to that of a high-level mage apprentice. If one were to compare the two, the peak apprentice knight would be the more formidable adversary, as they would not permit a mage the time to cast their spells upon discovering Coker's rank. Ronan felt a flicker of trepidation. However, as the battle progressed, he found that engaging in a higher-tier confrontation was not as daunting as anticipated. Coker possessed considerable strength, ranking among the upper echelon within his tier, and he exhibited an acute familiarity with mages, evident in his nimble evasion of wind blades. Had he faced another individual, perhaps one of the so-called prodigies heralded as magical geniuses at the Academy, Coker might not have suffered such a devastating defeat. Yet, regrettably, Coker had encountered a being whose capabilities defied conventional understanding. Wait, please, wait a moment. I have something to say. The moonlight, diluted by heavy clouds, cast a feeble and impotent glow upon the dense treetops, leaving vast patches of darkness on the ground. In the forest, strange sounds occasionally broke the silence. Coker swallowed hard. He had believed himself fearless after a life of illicit dealings. Yet today he felt a long-lost sense of fear that Coker's face contorted with terror as he scanned his surroundings, desperately seeking the mage's silhouette. But after surveying the area, he found nothing but impenetrable darkness. In desperation, he shouted out, "My lord, please wait. I am the trusted aide of Tower Master Morrison, that I possess valuable information. I can inform you about the pursuing forces. Should you have other demands, I will strive to fulfill them. Just please allow me to stop the bleeding. I have lost so much blood that I fear I may soon perish. If I die, you will not escape either. Killing a documented noble knight will surely place you on the Principality's wanted list. You do not wish to live in constant fear for the rest of your life, do you? Even on the brink of death, Coker continued to bargain, leaving Ronan momentarily stunned. He could hardly find words to describe such a person. Were all nobles in this other world like this, unaware of their impending doom? As he still required information from Coker, Ronan did not rush to eliminate him. For safety's sake, he chose not to approach Coker. Despite his incapacitated state, one could never be too cautious. Constructing a humanoid figure from several pieces of dry wood, he then affixed magical runes, such as Illusionary Voice and Phantom Arcane, to create a facsimile of himself. Draping a cloak over the stiff, wooden dummy, Ronan maneuvered it out of the shadows. In the gaze of Coker, fraught with 7 parts terror, 2 parts hatred, and 1 part desperation, the dummy Ronan slowly spoke. Who sent you? How many pursuers remain? Reveal all that you know, and should you dare to withhold any information, I would not hesitate to employ some rather creative methods of persuasion. That I once read a rather intriguing account of a punishment known as Ling Chi, which involves methodically slicing a prisoner's flesh away. Those with strong willpower can endure up to 1,500 cuts. You are a peak apprentice knight. Perhaps you could endure even more. Coker broke into a cold sweat at the thought, gazing at the figure before him. Obscured by the cloak, as if staring into the eyes of a demon, that I will cooperate with you. Esteemed mage, I assure you, Coker stammered, but before that, could you perhaps assist me in stopping the bleeding? In response, a blade plunged downward, piercing his shoulder. Coker emitted a blood-curdling scream, a sound that seemed inconceivable for a towering figure nearing 2 meters in height. Controlling the dummy, Ronan withdrew the dagger and pointed it at Coker's brother. Stating succinctly, "Now I ask, you answer point 1 more word of unnecessary chatter, and I shall ensure that you spend the rest of your days begging for survival." Though Coker did not clearly hear those words, he understood well what Ronan was preparing to do next. "Your Excellency, let us speak civilly. Please do not act this way, that I will certainly divulge everything I know. I only ask that you grant me the treatment befitting a noble captive. Afterwards, I am willing to offer compensation. I possess 3 properties in Zumanching along with several thousand gold coins. all of which I can provide to you. As Coker pleaded for mercy, he struggled to sit up, his disheveled appearance resembling a wild dog with broken legs, an unsightly sight indeed. Coker believed his performance was quite convincing. However, to Roning, this visitor from another world, the flaws in his act were glaringly obvious. Firstly, Coker's behavior was inconsistent with reality. Given Roning's stern warning, he should have immediately fallen silent. Yet the other party continued to speak incessantly, a most unreasonable display. After a moment's contemplation, Roning grasped that Coker was attempting to divert attention. What was he plotting? A flicker of curiosity ignited within Roning. He activated the arcane eye on the dummy, and a pair of crimson vertical pupils glowed from beneath the cloak. Under the scrutiny of the arcane eye, Coker's subtle movements became increasingly conspicuous. For instance, his heartbeat surged violently once the arcane eye was in effect, and it seemed he had something concealed in his mouth. Roning perceived Coker's every action with clarity. Yet he chose not to expose him. Instead, he aimed to extract the rendezvous location and Harrington's whereabouts from Coker, hoping to launch a counterstrike. Thus, Roning cooperatively maneuvered the dummy closer to Coker. The arcane eye revealed that as Roning approached, Coker's heartbeat thudded like a drum, growing ever more frantic. Roning regarded Coker expressionlessly, allowing him to clumsily continue his act of supplication, ultimately leading to the release of what he presumed to be a game-changing advantage. Suddenly, a wisp of ghostly light erupted from Coker's mouth, piercing through the dummy's head with blinding speed. The ghostly light did not diminish in force even after traversing through the dummy, continuing onward to penetrate two large trees before finally coming to a halt. One could hardly deny Coker's extraordinary luck. In a single strike, he had managed to hit the dummy at a lethal spot. Had he chosen any other location, even if all four limbs were severed, Coker would have still seen the dummy's red eyes glowing and speaking without pause. Yet, fatefully, Coker had selected the very core of the dummy, with the dummy's command center shattered in its forehead. Roning immediately lost control over it, resulting in a backlash that caused blood to trickle from his nostrils. Although the dummy was rendered inoperative, Roning did not despair. This experiment had sparked numerous ideas regarding the design of magical puppets, thoughts he would explore in due time during moments of leisure. For now, it was time to conclude this farce. As the seemingly all-seeing crimson gaze faded, Coker descended into a frenzied ecstasy, spitting towards the direction of the fallen dummy, laughing maniacally, resembling a 200-pound lunatic from an insane asylum. Vivid crimson blood stained the surrounding puddles, the air thick with the acrid scent of rust. This unexpected reversal left Coker in a near-manic state of joy. Once he had exhausted his saliva, he began to hurl curses at the dummy's lifeless form. "You dog, don't think this is the end just because you're dead. When my brothers arrive, I'll skin you alive and pull out your tendons. Then I'll concoct your soul, ensuring you can never find rest. And as for your family, the men will be sold to wild mages to endure all manner of cruel experiments, while the women, after my personal training, will be sold to the brothels of Lu Ing Street, forced to earn money for me day and night. When they age, they will be sold to the goblin tribes, where they will bear a horde of little monsters, only to be devoured by them." Having escaped death, Coker lost sight of his surroundings, directing his insults towards the dummy's corpse. Roning listened silently for a time, and when Coker paused, panting from thirst, he let out a soft sigh and stepped forth from behind the tree. "Thirsty? Would you like a drink of water?" Roning's calm words floated through the air. He stood in a patch of light, the moonlight filtering through the leaves, casting half-shadows upon his dark hair, rendering him a striking image akin to a villain from film and literature. Coker was clearly taken aback. He trembled, struggling to find his voice. Only when Roning approached and withdrew a dagger the length of his finger did Coker belatedly realize he needed to act. "Stop! Don't move! If you do, I will launch my hidden weapon," Coker shouted, his agitation palpable. You require a mirror to gaze upon your own cowardly visage," Roning replied, his tone laced with amusement. "What nonsense are you spouting? Lower your weapon at once, or I shall unleash my hidden weapon," Coker retorted, puffing out his cheeks and assuming a menacing posture as if ready to strike at any moment. The most perfect lies are those that deceive even the liar themselves. It was evident that Coker had achieved this, for anyone observing would not suspect him of falsehood. However, What awaited Coker was a thrust that mirrored the stab to his right shoulder, with considerable force. Roning drove the short sword into Coker's left shoulder, piercing through his back. Coker's eyes widened in horror as his body convulsed violently, and he erupted into a torrent of vile curses. "You dog. I'll kill you. I swear. I will definitely kill you. You're dead meat. You're absolutely dead. The Tower Master will capture you and tear you to pieces." Roning, growing weary of Coker's incessant rambling, silenced him with a spell that rendered him voiceless, then proceeded to administer a rudimentary form of torture. It soon became evident that Coker was not particularly resilient after slicing off several pounds of flesh from his wounds. Coker, eyes bloodshot and drenched in sweat, divulged all the information he possessed, including insights on how to torture the target. The individual who had hired him to commit the crime was Harrington, the golden-haired, frivolous man from the hall who had targeted Roning. Coker had arranged to meet with him outside the city at a certain abandoned castle after completing the assignment, which sparked an idea in Roning's mind. If their meeting point had been within the city, Roning would never have set foot in Zumanching before the magical tower collapsed. However, if it was outside the city, that was an entirely different matter. Roning initially intended to extract information from Coker using a launching spell, but after hearing the gruesome insights, he reconsidered. He pierced Coker's body with a sharpened wooden stake from below, then ignited it with a fire spell, burning him alive. After dealing with Coker, Roning drove his carriage back. When he encountered wounded knights awaiting rescue, he dispatched them with wind blades, rendering them helpless. Finally, he impaled them alongside those slain by magical traps with sharpened stakes, displaying them as roadside specimens. Once every knight had been transformed into a gruesome display, Roning emerged from his fury. Charred limbs flailed wildly amidst the flames, the air infused with an unusual scent of char. Breathing heavily, Roning pressed a hand to his dizzying head and slowly sat upon a roadside stump. Gazing at the ashes swirling in the air and the flames roaring, he found himself at a loss for what to do. Having lived 2 lifetimes, this was his first experience with murder. The post-murder nausea often depicted in novels did not manifest within Roning. Rather, he felt an exhilarating rush akin to the satisfaction of kicking aside an obstructive stone. It was reminiscent of savoring a chilled bottle of cola after summer exercise, an indescribable pleasure that was utterly refreshing. It was the natives of this otherworldly realm who sought to kill him first. He was merely acting in self-defense, that he was not in the wrong. Thus there was no need for guilt to weigh upon his conscience. Roning's vacant eyes stared at the charred remains fused with armor, murmuring to himself, for villains like Coker, who had committed countless heinous acts, their demise was scarcely regrettable. His death was a form of retribution, indeed, a righteous act of cosmic justice. Roning's eyes flickered with a hint of crimson light as he slowly rose from the tree stump. Casting a glance around, he observed that the flames produced by the fire spell had incinerated everything flammable on the human body. Now, the fire had diminished, and the surrounding air had transitioned from fragrant char to an acrid stench. Steadying his thoughts, Roning began to scavenge for spoils. He discovered more than a dozen packages scattered near the fallen steeds, within which he found a significant number of gold coins, alleviating his current predicament considerably. However, the most valuable items were the war horses and the armor worn by the knights. Selling just a single horse or piece of armor could ensure that Roning would not have to worry about finances for years. Yet he remained unmoved, for the risk outweighed the reward. Each warhorse and piece of armor bore identifying marks. If Roning sold them one day, he would be branded a wanted man the next. He was not foolish enough to jeopardize himself for a mere few hundred gold coins. After meticulously clearing the scene of any incriminating evidence and ensuring no glaring traces were left behind, Roning steered his carriage towards the direction of Zumanching. That night, Harrington was to await Corkle at some abandoned castle outside the city, and Roning felt a tinge of reluctance to simply let it be. Thus he resolved to pay him a visit. Harrington, however, did not encounter Captain Corkle. Instead, he was met by Roning, despite Roning's initial advantage of a surprise attack. With Harrington's subordinates fiercely protecting him, Roning ultimately could not capture Harrington. Nonetheless, although Harrington managed to escape, he sustained severe injuries, and Roning observed him being assisted away by a mage, blood streaming from his lower body. It appeared he had been grazed by his own rock cannonball, though the exact nature of the injury remained unknown. Failing in his attempt, Roning promptly withdrew. He would not afford Master Morrison a single opportunity. Upon returning to his residence within the city, Harrington immediately summoned a priest. Under the radiance of the holy light spell, the damaged gill gradually began to mend. The elderly priest, clad in a platinum robe, appraised the situation and then nodded to Harrington's father, indicating that all was well. The steward then presented a pouch of gold coins, which the old priest weighed with satisfaction before departing the bedroom under the steward's escort. Once the room fell into silence, Harrington found himself unable to sleep. Vivid images of Roning's audacious assassination attempt and his own frantic escape haunted his mind. Damnable low-born! How dare you? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and just then, the maid arrived with medicine. Harrington rose and violently yanked the maid by her hair, throwing her to the ground. Not satisfied with the initial act, he kicked his personal maid several times. Harrington's body, already drained by excessive indulgence, grew weary from the exertion of violence. When he finally ceased, the maid staggered to her feet, her expression vacant as she began to clean up the shattered porcelain on the floor. The ongoing assault on the maid evidently did not grant Harrington the sense of vengeance he craved. He felt compelled to take further action. He initially intended to seek out Anna, but then recalled that his brother, with whom he had been estranged, had recently married a second-rate actress. Much to the ridicule of their circle, the actress, while not unappealing, was rumored to be rather promiscuous, as the memories of the actress surfaced in his mind. Harrington's lips slowly curled into a smirk that bore a hint of malice. The following day, having declined the actress's invitation for breakfast, Harrington hastily prepared himself and rushed off to school. Today marked the announcement of the trial results, coinciding with the enrollment day for the Intermediate Magic Academy. The apprentices' 3 years of arduous effort would culminate in the revelation of whether they would return home to inherit their family estates or continue their pursuit of magical knowledge. Harrington harbored grand ambitions. His goal was the Irixie Royal Magic Academy, the premier institution in the southern region to meet the admission standards. He had thoroughly prepared himself, possessing ample confidence in both the theoretical evaluations and practical tests. Amid the awed gazes of his peers, Harrington arrived at his classroom. Upon entering, a friend, eager to maintain appearances, lamented the difficulty of the recent trials and predicted poor results, while outwardly agreeing with his friend. Harrington's heart brimmed with disdain at a lowly sycophant who trailed after women, oblivious to his own worth. Had he audacity to complain that it was far more fitting for him to return to chopping wood and quarrying stone than to dabble in the noble pursuit of magic, a privilege reserved for the upper echelons of society. Once he ascended to a position of authority within the academy, he vowed to expunge every last one of these loathsome commoners. As Harrington indulged in fantasies of his illustrious future, Mentor Marion entered, holding a scroll that he was a traditional old mage, perpetually wearing a stern expression. Though he perfectly embodied the mysterious and imposing image of a wizard in Harrington's mind, Harrington disliked him because he was the only one who had ignored him after he penned my Tower Master as brother-in-law. Following that masterful composition, other mentors had extended favors to him, yet Marion had not deigned to acknowledge him even once. This infuriated Harrington. Why should a failed mage, relegated to teaching at a junior academy, presume to look down upon Harrington, a lord and the brother-in-law of a Tower Master? The astonished gasps of his classmates jolted Harrington from his self-absorbed musings. Following their gaze, he spotted his name at the top of the scroll. Let us congratulate Apprentice Harrington, who, through his unwavering efforts, has achieved first place in this trial with a significant lead, Mentor Marion stated, though Harrington could not shake the sensation that there was a subtle hint of disdain and mockery woven into the mention of unwavering efforts. Having attained his desired outcome, Harrington graciously chose not to quibble with Marion. As he exited the classroom amidst the praises of his classmates, he was accompanied by over 10 other high-achieving students, including that friend who had complained about the trial's difficulty. This presence cast a shadow over Harrington's previously joyous mood. How could a worthless low-born, consumed by thoughts of women, possibly pass the trial? What right did he have to claim the glory that Harrington had toiled so hard to earn? From an angle unseen by others, Harrington's face contorted into a mask of rage. upon arriving at the enrollment venue. The mentors of various academies were already prepared with theoretical examination papers. Without any pleasantries, the mentors distributed the papers, and the students entered a state of quiet contemplation. A first glance at the paper. The classroom erupted in the wails of apprentices. The theoretical examination at the junior academy largely consisted of knowledge from magic tomes. Had it focused solely on memorization, all apprentices would have been confident. Yet the intermediate academy's examination was devoid of any questions that could be answered through rote memorization. Every question on the paper delved into the realm of magical innovation. One of the simpler questions asked how to enhance the power of a fireball spell without compromising casting speed. Such a question seemed manageable, as it at least provided a clear objective. However, the more challenging questions left Harrington and his contemporaries utterly baffled. For instance, is mimetic magic feasible? Please expound upon your perspective. Though Harrington recognized the individual words, when pieced together, the phrase failed to make sense. What was mimetic magic? He had never encountered the term before. Most apprentices in the classroom were visibly distressed, with a significant portion exhibiting conspicuous signs of affluence in their attire. Conversely, the few who actually began to write were mostly clad in simple garb, including that worthless lowborn who was preoccupied with women. Harrington inadvertently caught sight of the other student, fervently writing at his desk, which only fueled his jealousy further. How could a lowly wretch outperform him? The envious glares were far too piercing, and Harrington received a reprimand from the supervising teacher. After enduring the excruciating theoretical examination, he swiftly transitioned to the practical test, a segment he relished and excelled in. Armed with an officially sanctioned wand and a collection of exquisite apprentice-level magical artifacts bestowed by his brother-in-law, Harrington shone brilliantly in the combat trials. An apprentice could withstand more than 3 moves against him, and even the other second-generation contenders, who were not without merit, faltered under his prowess by merely activating the consistent runes within the premium magical artifacts. His opponents either collapsed in explosive defeat or were sent hurtling out of the arena, bloodied and dazed. This overwhelming victory restored Harrington's confidence. He began to commend his adversaries for their resilience. Frequently smiling and waving to the audience, he anticipated a cacophony of applause. Yet to his surprise, both the families of the observing apprentices and the senior students present for recruitment responded with chilling indifference. This left Harrington perplexed. Could it be that the grandeur of Lord Harrington had left them in awe? The practical test unfolded in a monotonous, steady manner, culminating in the announcement of the results. Harrington, due to his abysmal scores in the theoretical examination, failed to gain admission to the Eric Royal Academy of Magic. This delivered an unfathomable blow to him. He had already reserved the most lavish restaurant in Zumanching, eagerly awaiting the results to celebrate with an array of guests, only to find himself disqualified. His face burned with humiliation as he sensed the mocking gazes of those around him. Most infuriating to Harrington were the patronizing words from those of lower status. Harrington, do not lose heart. One failure does not signify eternal defeat. I believe you will surely recover. Harrington forced a smile, turned, and swiftly exited the recruitment venue that he could not surrender so easily. He still had a chance. Unlike those of lesser standing, he had a brother-in-law who was a tower master. Hastening to the Swirl Grand Sorcerer's Tower, Harrington found his brother-in-law in the reception room. The latter appeared to be in a foul mood. Not bothering to greet Harrington, instead casting a cold stare in his direction, the brother-in-law, Harrington called softly, "Why did you perform so poorly in the magical theory exam? Did I not provide you with a magical manuscript? Even if the questions differed, you could have borrowed a thought process. Your score should not have been so low." Morrison's tone was frigid. Harrington could not respond, for he could hardly admit that he had not even glanced at the manuscript after receiving it. The only answer he could muster was silence. Rise above countless competitors and become a tower master. One could not be foolish. With a mere gesture, Morrison understood Harrington had not valued his own hard work. The invaluable magical manuscript, which could fetch a fortune outside, was so disparaged by someone he trusted, leaving Morrison with an indescribable sense of disappointment. He attempted to empathize with his brother-in-law, considering his early success and privileged upbringing, which could lead to inevitable arrogance. However, Morrison could not convince himself. Everything Harrington experienced Morrison had once endured, he believed his brother-in-law would emerge from this phase. Hence he had not imposed strict oversight, yet the outcome revealed Harrington ensnared in the cage of desire. The more Morrison contemplated, the more his ire swelled. He yearned to lash out at Harrington with shadow magic, punishing him as he had his two sisters. Grand sorcerers are masters of emotional control. And Morrison swiftly quelled his anger, redirecting the conversation. "How have you managed the tasks I entrusted to you?" Harrington hesitated, reluctant to speak. The failure to silence his target and subsequently being bested was hardly a proud tale, and he was disinclined to recount it. Morrison shook his head in disappointment, then produced a note from beneath the desk, placing it before his brother-in-law. Harrington picked it up, and upon reading, his face paled instantly. The note detailed his actions over the past 2 days, including his visit to his new sister-in-law's home and the near-fatal encounter he had faced. "What do you intend to do next?" Morrison inquired coolly to brother-in-law. This was merely an accident. I never anticipated that wretched dog would conceal such strength, and thus I was caught off guard. But fear not, he has revealed himself. Next time I shall send more people, ensuring he does not have a chance to retaliate." Harrington's face remained ashen as he defended himself. In his fervent attempt to explain, Harrington failed to notice the growing disdain in Morrison's expression. He was oblivious to how his loss of composure had already begun to irk his brother-in-law. For a sorcerer, maintaining composure at all times is a paramount skill. Morrison could overlook Harrington's lack of talent and poor learning abilities, but he could not abide by his brother-in-law's flustered demeanor in the face of adversity. This was a point that no legitimate sorcerer could accept. After a moment of silence, Morrison spoke in a detached tone. "I will arrange for you to secure a spot at the Eric Academy of Magic. If there is nothing else, you may leave." Harrington transformed his despair into joy, exclaiming his gratitude to his brother-in-law before departing the magical tower under the guidance of a servant. Once Harrington had exited, Morrison summoned his butler with a wave of his hand. Will not allow him entry next time, and informed the family to withdraw their support for him. The silver-haired butler bowed slightly before departing with deliberate care. Ronan's destination was the Dragon Fortress, situated in the northern reaches. The Dragon Fortress serves as the farthest stronghold city established by the Eric Kingdom in the north, beyond which lies the perilous Monster Mountains. The Monster Mountains are classified by the Adventurers Guild as one of the world's 10 most dangerous locales. All races recognize its inherent dangers, yet countless adventurers still venture forth, driven by dreams. Daily, adventurers enact tales of overnight riches. Though more often, they set out with high hopes, only to return home to lively feasts. Ronan chose this location because of the abundant opportunities for profit. He calculated the expenses required for his studies. A 4-year term at the Royal Academy of Magic would cost approximately 300 gold coins per year, totaling 1,200 gold coins, and this was merely the basic expenditure. Should he choose to study alchemy, potion making, or other courses along the way, the consumption of gold would become an insatiable abyss. Many families have gone bankrupt due to heirs' obsessions with potions and alchemy. In Arnold's world, there exists a saying that potions mislead and alchemy ruins lives. Thus, training a sorcerer is arduous, and cultivating a formidable sorcerer is even more challenging. Recently, a colossal underground labyrinth was discovered within the Monster Mountains, and Ronan's goal lay therein. Rather than aimlessly wandering the mountains in search of luck, delving into the labyrinth was more suited to Ronan's strengths. Although fraught with traps, most within the labyrinth were magical in nature, granting sorcerers a natural advantage. Moreover, the primary reason for Ronan's choice was the potential for maximal profit from exploring the labyrinth. Besides acquiring materials from vanquished monsters, the strategies and maps documented along the way could also be monetized. A prospect that deeply enticed Ronan, that if he were to undertake standard adventuring tasks to amass the 1,200 gold coins for tuition, Ronan would need to work tirelessly for 2 consecutive years. Conversely, should he opt for the labyrinth, with a stroke of luck, he might gather the necessary funds in less than 6 months. From a personal standpoint, it was undeniably preferable to enter the Royal Academy of Magic as early as possible. For the life of an adventurer is steeped in decay. The daily routine of most adventurers consists of completing tasks by day and frequenting brothels by night. This cycle of life, day in and day out, eventually ensnares even the most talented geniuses, reducing them to the ranks of the ordinary. Ronan underestimated the challenges of traveling in the medieval era on the first day. He still held his head high, humming a tune while practicing his spells. By the fifth day, however, he was confronted with the harshness of reality. First came the agonizing pain in his tailbone, making it impossible to sit, followed by the relentless inquiries along the way. Soldiers questioned him, villagers interrogated him, merchants pressed him for answers, and innkeepers scrutinized him. Throughout the day, Ronan was met with one persistent query. "Where is your master?" Certainly, in addition to the well-meaning advice urging Ronan to hasten his return home. There were also those with malicious intent. During a previous stay at an inn in a quaint village, he encountered a nefarious individual who, captivated by Ronan's handsome features, attempted to abduct him. The outcome, however, was rather grim for the assailant, as Ronan employed the spell Mage Hand to gruesomely crush his skull, while for other mages, the Mage Hand served merely as a convenient auxiliary spell for daily tasks or experiments. For Ronan, it was an unerring instrument of death that he meticulously restructured the runes of the Mage Hand, eliminating its subtlety during casting and amplifying both its power and range. What was once a mere spell for holding a book or moving a chair had transformed into a deadly force capable of crushing a skull from several meters away. Moreover, the Mage Hand was not limited to this singular application. Ronan also innovated a technique inspired by a certain movie from his past life, reminiscent of a whistle arrow that he vividly recalled its formidable power. Whether in a frontal assault or a stealthy ambush, it excelled and executed with precision. More than once, Ronan had fantasized about possessing his own whistle arrow, yet it was only in this fantastical realm of swords and sorcery that such a dream could manifest. The journey to develop the flying sword technique was fraught with challenges. Even for a prodigy like Ronan, who had magic coursing through his veins, the path to mastery was riddled with moments of doubt and the temptation to abandon his quest due to the plethora of obstacles he faced. Issues such as insufficient power, reduced sensitivity over distances, minimizing the Mage Hand's penetration area, and quickly reconnecting it after disconnection loomed large. Each problem was more daunting than the last, yet Ronan persevered through sheer determination. After overcoming countless hurdles, he barely completed the rudimentary flying sword technique. The whistle arrow itself was a concealed weapon confiscated from a peak-level apprentice knight. It was a short dagger infused with a hint of mithril, a rare and precious material. Silver-white in appearance, significantly stronger than steel, yet remarkably lightweight, endowed with exceptional anti-magic properties. Weapons forged from mithril could effortlessly pierce through magical defenses set by mages. The knight who contributed this short sword was likely oblivious to its true worth. The dagger in Ronan's possession could easily arm 100 heavy cavalrymen if sold. This valuation held true under normal supply and demand conditions. In a market where demand exceeded supply, the price would only rise. Selling it would ensure Ronan's resources were secure until he attained formal rank. Unfortunately, he could not afford to part with it, as his abilities and wealth were mismatched should he display it at the auction house. He would undoubtedly be besieged by a throng of adversaries. Despite his formidable talent, capable of easily defeating high-ranking apprentices at lower levels, it did not imply he could contend with dozens or even hundreds of foes simultaneously. The adage "a multitude of ants can bring down an elephant" was not mere rhetoric. Until he achieved a qualitative leap in strength, Ronan had no choice but to flee when outnumbered. Thus, for an ordinary individual, the most prudent course of action was to wait until their prowess was sufficient before revealing such a potent weapon. For someone like Ronan, who aimed to integrate it into his own power, it was a different matter altogether. After all, if all witnesses to its existence were eliminated, trouble would naturally cease to follow him. After a month of intermittent travel, Ronan finally arrived in the Northern Territory. This extended journey afforded him a new perspective on the fantastical realm. The richness of this world exceeded his wildest imaginations. Beyond the captivating, extraordinary powers, the various races inhabiting this realm were equally remarkable. Nearly every creature he had encountered in Western fantasy films was represented here. The more commonplace beings included catfolk, rabbitfolk, foxfolk, merefolk, and elves, while the more exotic included liches, vampires, giants, and centaurs. In summary, this was a world where even a grassroots hero would likely feel daunted. As he set foot on the solid earthen road leading to Dragonspire Castle, The number of travelers increased significantly, ranging from grand caravans of hundreds to small groups of 2 or 3. All with their sights set on the imposing edifice on the horizon. As the distance shortened, the contours of the castle became increasingly distinct. Towering high into the clouds, it rested atop a solitary mountain, encircled by 2 towering and lengthy walls. The outer wall was approximately 10 stories high, while the inner wall loomed at least a third taller. Such a monumental construction would be unremarkable in modern times. Yet in the productivity-limited medieval era, it was nothing short of miraculous. Roning gazed in rapture as a passing merchant proudly declared, "This is Dragonspire Castle, built to fend off foreign invasions, standing for 300 years without ever falling." Almost as if in response to his words, a beam of light pierced through the clouds, illuminating the highest tower, rendering the cream-colored castle ethereal, akin to a divine realm. Observing the awe-stricken expression on Roning's face, the portly merchant swelled with pride, gesturing toward the city as he intoned, "Dragonspire is the nexus of human and foreign races, a place replete with danger, yet brimming with wealth. Here, the delectable fruits of the south, the formidable steeds of the north, the luminous pearls and exquisite seafood of the sea folk, along with the fine wines of elves and the sharp weapons of dwarves, all converge, creating a ceaselessly vibrant hub. Form a line, each must undergo inspection. No one is permitted to cut ahead," shouted the soldiers at the city gates, gesticulating animatedly at the crowd. Travelers, merchant caravans, and adventurers coalesced into a lengthy queue under the soldiers' direction. When it was finally Roning's turn to enter the city, he braced himself for yet another bout of extortion, reminiscent of his previous experiences. To his surprise, however, the soldiers did not trouble him. Instead, they kindly advised him that he could seek assistance from the Lord's manor should any issues arise. This marked the first encounter with a genuinely benevolent soldier during his travels. Previously, the city guards he had encountered were either deceitful and lazy or brutishly domineering, and due to his youth and solitary status, he had often been extorted. Encountering a kind soul lifted Roning's spirits significantly, making the city appear far more inviting. Upon exiting the city walls, he followed the flow of people into the town. After walking a short distance along the streets, the initial charm quickly faded. The city's exterior was appealing, yet its interior was as filthy as any other urban area. Although the streets were paved with smooth white stones, they were far from clean, with puddles and mud scattered about, and unsightly corners occasionally revealing excrement. The air was unpleasant, infused with the lang of fishy odors, the stench of waste, and the acrid sweat of various creatures. After a brief stroll, Roning encountered a number of foreign beings. There were dog-headed creatures panting with their tongues out, blood-red-eyed wolfmen, and even bald white tiger folk. "Little master," he mused, "this chapter has more to unfold. Please turn to the next page to continue reading." What follows is even more thrilling. The existence of bald individuals in this fantastical realm almost made Roning chuckle aloud. Additionally, there were many half-orcs adorned with collars, all of whom shared a common trait. They were led by someone, and most bore strikingly beautiful appearances. Slaves? A highly profitable enterprise, Roning murmured under his breath, audible only to himself. Dragonspire Castle comprised 6 districts, and Roning found himself in the commercial area. After approximately 2 hours of exploration, he finally discovered a street that offered lodging, refreshments, and wellness services all in one. He casually selected an unnamed adventurer's haven. But as he was about to step inside, a boldly dressed woman at the entrance halted him. "Hello, handsome. What brings you out alone? Care to join me for some fun?" As she spoke, she playfully pinched Roning's rear, prompting him to flee into the inn as if chased by a dog. Behind him, the disgruntled shouts of the woman echoed, while nearby adventurers exchanged knowing smiles, the kind that men universally understand. The inn's exterior appeared unremarkable, yet the interior was surprisingly orderly. The air was free from the acrid smell of mingled odors, and the adventurers spoke quietly, sipping their drinks, with laughter erupting only occasionally in bursts of mirth. Roning's initial impression of the establishment was quite favorable. Making his way to the front desk, Roning immediately understood the source of the inn's orderliness. Behind the counter stood a formidable middle-aged woman. Resembling a muscular Barbie, towering at least 2 meters tall, her arms nearly as thick as Roning's thighs, As he gazed at the well-defined, muscular contours of his exposed arms, Roning struggled to swallow. It was no wonder that the adventurers drinking in the hall exhibited such decorum. If that slap were to land, it would likely splatter brains everywhere. The proprietress, one hand clutching a ledger and the other cradling a can of beer, bellowed at a rabbit-eared girl clad in a bartender's attire. "You little brat, stop eavesdropping and hurry over here to serve the drinks." Once the rabbit girl took the beer away, the proprietress turned her attention to Roning. Her voice gruff as she inquired, "What'll it be, little one? Lodging or meal? By the way, where's your family? How could they let you come here alone? Lodging, please. Prepare a barrel of hot water and a dinner." Roning automatically disregarded the latter part of her statement. For lodging, hot water, and dinner, that'll be 3 silver coins for the night. Roning handed over the coins and accepted the key from the proprietress before following the bartender to his room. With her chin resting on one hand, the proprietress leaned to the side, watching Roning's retreating figure with an alluring pose that seemed oddly misplaced for someone in her position. That a one-eyed adventurer near the counter observed the entire exchange and, recognizing the proprietress, jested, "Barbara, what is this? Have you taken a liking to that boy? Night owl, don't spew nonsense. I simply find this little fellow quite intriguing." With that, the proprietress playfully punched the one-eyed man, nearly knocking him under the table. Intriguing. How can we not see through that? Likely just another brooding child, no different from those young fools rushing to their doom. It was surprising to discover that the renowned berserk sword master, Barbara, had such a taste. Other regulars who also had good relations with the proprietress chimed in with their opinions. Yet to everyone's astonishment, the usually fiery Barbara refrained from erupting in anger this time, quietly observing Roning as he departed down the corridor. Her thoughts shrouded in mystery. After washing off the grime of travel with hot water, Roning, his hair still damp, made his way back to the hall as the last vestiges of twilight faded from the horizon. The Dragon's Roost entered its bustling nightlife, with patrons streaming in and the tavern growing lively. Roning's arrival prompted a few jesting remarks. "Look at this kid. What brings him here alone? This pale-skinned lad has even overshadowed the lady at the entrance. Dressed in a skirt, he'd surely captivate a multitude. Little one, here for some fun? Buy me a drink, and I'll tell you which lady has the best skills." Roning had long since grown accustomed to such banter. It was peculiar, however, that he often operated with the mindset of an adult while neglecting the fact that he was merely 15 years old at that age. Venturing alone to a full service inn was hardly something to be mocked by seasoned veterans. The warm glow of the wall sconces illuminated the faces of the mercenaries, the steam from the food rendering their features somewhat indistinct. Navigating through the noisy, flirtatious atmosphere infused with the scent of alcohol and cheap perfume, Roning found a corner to settle down for his meal. As a newcomer, he had no intention of immediately delving into the underground labyrinth. He preferred to gather more intelligence before proceeding. The tavern, without a doubt, was the best place to eavesdrop on information, as intoxicated adventurers often regaled tales that could range from their youthful escapades to more fantastical exploits. However, things did not unfold as smoothly as Roning had hoped. Under the influence of alcohol, some individuals' hidden desires transformed into overt malice. Bang! A loud crash resounded as a platter of meat landed on the table before Roning, accompanied by 3 flamboyantly dressed young men who appeared in his line of sight. Laughing boisterously, "Hey, pretty boy, mind if we sit here?" Although they asked, their bodies had already settled into the seats. Observing this, Roning furrowed his brow and set down his utensils. The ostentatiously dressed youths did not bother to conceal their intentions. And as they approached Roning, the raucous noise of the tavern diminished significantly. Onlookers, intrigued by the unfolding scene, turned their gazes toward him, eager to see how he would respond. In this unfamiliar territory, Roning was genuinely reluctant to stir up trouble. Being a stranger, who could say whether these ostentatious youths had connections? He could easily imagine that should he drop one of them, they might summon a throng to retaliate against him, leading to an endless cycle of violence. After much deliberation, Roning chose to take a step back and report the matter. "Proprietress, do you allow these ruffians to harass guests in your establishment?" Roning called out to the burly proprietress behind the counter. The sudden outburst stunned everyone present, as if the air had been sucked out of the room. silence enveloping the tavern for several seconds until the proprietress burst into hearty laughter, restoring the ruckus. Ah, the little one is quite clever. Just a moment of wit. He can't hide in the tavern forever. Hey, don't say that. Barbara might indeed find this amusing. A whisper circulated. A barbarian female warrior emerged from behind the counter. Towering over most warriors, she resembled a standing brown bear. As she approached the trio of young men, they instantly sobered up. Jim, the Adventurers Guild welcomes any traveler to drink, but we do not welcome troublemakers. If you wish to avoid leaving your newlywed wife a widow, I suggest you vanish from my sight this instant. The three flamboyant youths turned pale, contemplating retorts to salvage their pride, but upon glimpsing Barbara's massive hands, they opted for a hasty retreat, muttering to Ronin, "I'll remember you," before slinking away. Once the troublemakers were driven off, the proprietress, amidst the cheers of the crowd, took a seat across from Ronin with a beer in hand. "Here, this is for you, as an apology for the disruption you've faced in my establishment." Ronin stood, respectfully bowing to her and expressing gratitude for her assistance. His serious demeanor elicited laughter from those around, with some adventurous spirits calling for them to join forces. Yet the two principal figures did not engage in the flirtation the onlookers imagined. "You seem quite intrigued by the labyrinth. Every time mercenaries mention it, you pause to listen intently. I suspect you have questions for me. But before we converse, allow me to guess your background. Your demeanor and behavior suggest you do not hail from a destitute family. Your background must be respectable. Moreover, your physique lacks the marks of rigorous training, so you're not a knight. Your eyes are well proportioned, and your fingers are more delicate than a woman's, indicating you are not an archer. After considering all this, the only identity that fits you is that of a noble descendant. So, young noble, what brings you here?" One could not help but admire the keen insight of the retired female warrior, who had nearly discerned Ronin's essence. However, she had only hit upon part of the truth. Ronin was not a wandering young aristocrat. He was merely a rogue mage, expelled from school and preparing to fend for himself. Yet, he had no intention of clarifying this, as this misunderstanding might help him avoid certain troubles, such as those flamboyant youths who had just been dealt with. "How long has the Adventurers Guild been operating here in the Dragon's Roost?" Ronin inquired casually, his air of confidence seemingly captivating Barbara's attention. "The Adventurers Guild is as old as the Dragon's Roost itself, but I have managed it for 7 years, Barbara replied, unconsciously adjusting her stance to be more formal. 7 years, then you must know the area intimately. I require information regarding the underground labyrinth. Name your price." Ronin spoke without lowering his voice, ensuring that nearby tables of adventurers overheard, before Barbara could respond. The surrounding mercenaries erupted in derisive laughter. Another one courting death. "Every year, we see youths like him who seem to have a death wish. Little one, my advice is simple. Return home before your curiosity costs you your life." Currently, 3 officially confirmed mages are already deceased, and the number of mage apprentices is beyond count. Once the surrounding adventurers finished their discourse, Barbara turned to Ronin and gently inquired, "You have heard this. So do you still wish to acquire knowledge about the labyrinth?" Did Ronin have a choice? Certainly, but it came at the cost of dedicating multiple times the effort. This was a bitter pill for Ronin to swallow. Lacking a sense of security, he yearned more than anyone else for immense power, leading him to nod without hesitation. His resolute demeanor resembled that of those noble scions who recklessly pursued their curiosity. Discontented murmurs arose around him. What a hopeless fool! Another pitiful soul brainwashed by chivalric tales. Let him be. After all, it's not our lives at stake. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the adventurers eyeing the corpses, Ronin completed this transaction of information. After paying with gold coins, his purse was left barely containing a few silver pieces that a penny can thwart a hero. He thought to avoid finding himself sleeping beneath a bridge. Ronin set off early the next morning towards the underground labyrinth. However, despite his early departure, trouble was unavoidable. Upon exiting the inn, Ronin sensed he was being watched. His pursuers believed they were being discreet. Yet they underestimated the vigilance of someone with paranoia. After leading them in circles, Ronin discerned their numbers and strength. It was the same trio from the previous night. They were accompanied by 12 others, 2 of whom were apprentice-level professionals. while the rest were merely brutish commoners. Realizing they had no intention of confronting him in the city, Ronan proceeded towards the outskirts. Shortly after departing for Dragon Roost, he halted. A gaunt man, brandishing a dagger, sprang forth from the roadside, blocking his path. Not long after his appearance, the sound of hooves echoed behind, and as the fog dissipated, Ronan found himself surrounded by a group of otherworldly thugs. He paused, furrowing his brow at the gathering, while simultaneously keeping a fragment of his mind focused on a magical trap left behind. A thug with purple eyeshadow pushed past his subordinates, scrutinizing Ronan as if assessing merchandise. After a moment, he nodded and proclaimed, "You look promising, just the type that the Lords favor." Pausing for effect, he added, "Kid, why not join me? Just learn to flaunt and pout, and in a few years, you'll live a life surrounded by a horde of maids." Ronan's expression darkened. The notion of selling himself, irrespective of the gender of the clientele, was utterly unacceptable to him. Just as he prepared to refuse, an icy chill surged through him, causing a shiver to ripple down his spine. Without hesitation, Ronan crouched down. A shadowy projectile zipped past him, shattering the oblique standing spell and landing in the yellow earth to his right. It was a near miss, just a hair's breadth away from being shot in the head by a hidden archer. Observing the quivering tail of the arrow not far off, Ronan's pupils constricted. The projectile was a demon-slaying arrow, crafted specifically to target mages. The most terrifying aspect of such arrows lay in the toxin within the tip, a lethal concoction that would trigger a violent surge of magical energy within a mage's body, causing them to explode like an overinflated balloon. They had long been fixated on him. Gathering subordinates was merely a facade. They intended to kill him. Drawing the short sword strapped to his waist, Ronan held it defensively while summoning his mental energy, preparing to unleash a spell upon the brutish thug before him. In that instant, as Ronan assumed a defensive stance, the sound of bowstrings snapping echoed once more through the misty woods. Simultaneously, several shadows burst forth from the fog, clad in tight-fitting gear that concealed their identities, revealing only their eyes glowing with an eerie green light. That a sense of urgency gripped Ronan's heart as he hastened his retreat while launching his spell. Multiple spinning shards of stone coalesced in mid-air, producing a resounding explosion as they struck the nearest assailants, sending them tumbling backward as if struck by a massive hammer. Ronan's greatest strength lay in his ability to cast spells without incantation, meaning there was no cooldown period until his magical energy was depleted. Channeling his focus, over a dozen azure crescent moons swiftly manifested in the air. With a sweep of his hand, he directed the crescent blades to intersect amidst the densest cluster of foes. The sound of heavy impacts filled the air as Ronan's gaze swept across the scene, where no standing beings remained. Severed limbs and groaning figures crawled on the ground, and it appeared as though Ronan had emerged victorious. Yet, he remained acutely aware of the lurking danger. Dear Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It only gets more thrilling, setting aside the hidden archer who had yet to reveal themselves. The remaining black-clad figures proved challenging to contend with. Despite suffering grievous injuries, some even with their limbs severed, they still persisted in their struggle for life. These monstrosities crawled upright, their mouths and noses spewing forth dark blood, which hissed as it splattered onto the ground. Watching as the black-clad figures clutched their severed lower halves and began to reattach them, Ronan found himself genuinely alarmed. He rapidly summoned a lightness spell, enhancing his senses, clarity, and agility. Elemental brilliance flickered erratically as gasps of astonishment erupted from the mist. The adversaries were clearly taken aback by Ronan's casting speed. Within mere seconds, he had granted himself over a dozen supportive spells, a speed of casting reserved for fully fledged mages. As the creatures continued to rise, Ronan had already retreated several meters. Assessing that he was at a sufficient distance, he extended his hand towards the creatures, gathering a terrifying heat within his palm. A piercing shriek filled the air as a narrow opening tore through the fog, unleashing a more potent beam of eerie light. The archer chose their moment impeccably, striking just as Ronan was about to release his spell. This was indeed the moment when a mage was most vulnerable. As the spell model required mental energy to maintain, Ronan's perception of the external world diminished. rendering him particularly susceptible to attack. A competent archer would never let such an opportunity pass, and indeed, the assailant made their move. Under normal circumstances, the archer would have already sheathed their bow, confident that this shot would spell the end for the mage. However, the archer faced an anomaly. Ronan, being the spellcaster, was acutely aware of this vulnerability. He feigned urgency to dispatch the cloaked figures, all the while seeking to pinpoint the archer's location, to put it brazenly. Among this wave of attackers, Ronan feared not the gang members used as bait, nor the seemingly indestructible black-clad creatures, but rather the archer who had yet to reveal their presence. The demon-slaying arrows in their possession were genuine weapons capable of ending Ronan's life. Faced with a weapon specifically designed to eliminate mages, Ronan dared not let his guard down. For any lapse in vigilance would spell his doom. He could not allow such a threat to persist. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to eradicate them entirely. His elemental affinity did not solely manifest in multi-elemental casting. It also signified his absolute mastery over the elements. The attack that should have guaranteed the assailant's survival was deftly evaded by Ronan, who not only anticipated their moves, but also maintained control over the blue-white fireball in his hand, refusing to let it spiral out of control. This spectacle left the hidden archer in shock. After years of executing missions and encountering numerous mages, many of whom were formally trained, she had never encountered a mage like Ronan, an apprentice possessing nearly instantaneous casting abilities and an alarming level of control over magic. Managing to maintain a volatile spell while multitasking it was utterly unfathomable. Diverting one's attention during battle was an outrageous feat, and the archer had paid dearly for it. Ronan's lips moved rapidly, feigning a spell-casting motion while silently directing a mithril dagger through the fog. The dagger, being diminutive in size, passed through the mist without dispersing it, thus evading detection by the archer. As Ronan pinpointed their location and the dagger surged towards him, the distance between them had dwindled to less than 10 meters. His heart raced, as if gripped tightly. Something was approaching. Austin raised her wrist, poised to block. Adorning her hand was an exquisite wind element magical artifact crafted by the fairies, capable of conjuring a wind shield to defend its owner in times of peril. In the blink of an eye, a colossal shield formed before Austin, composed entirely of swirling azure elements. Gripping the shield's handles tightly, she braced herself for the impending impact, the silver glint magnified in her eyes. A short dagger. The wind element shield appeared robust, and this ambush seemed far from perilous. Just a moment ago, she had entertained a flicker of hope. Now, terror washed over her visage. The flying sword veered like a darting fish, circumventing the giant shield and piercing through her left temple, before erupting from the right, accompanied by a spray of blood and brain matter. In the eyes of the black-clad assailants, the silver light dashed past with blinding speed, causing the archer Austin to stiffen before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Witnessing this, the leader of the black-clad men, rushing to the scene, howled in fury as if he had lost his very kin. "You bastard, I will kill you." The moment the words left his lips, a flurry of wind blades surged forth. Silenced by shock, the leader of the black-clad men leapt desperately to the side, curling his body mid-air to minimize his profile. Though his reflexes were commendable, the sheer breadth of the wind blade attack was overwhelming. Upon landing, he found himself missing a substantial portion of his thigh. His companions fared even worse, just as one managed to rise. He was reduced to a mere heap of dismembered remains. Yet even in the face of such devastating injuries, they did not succumb. They writhed on the ground, gathering their severed limbs and attempting to reassemble themselves. The ferocity of Ronan's assault seemed to awaken a savage instinct within the black-clad men, as they charged recklessly towards him, abandoning any thoughts of evasion against his spells, clearly intent on engaging in close combat. Undeterred by their grievous wounds. But does true immortality exist in this world? Ronan was uncertain. What he knew for certain was that if it did exist, it would not manifest in these mere rabble. With a flick of his wrist, he cast the intermediate apprentice spell, Mud Trap. The ground beneath them rapidly softened, ensnaring all but the leader of the black-clad men, whose limbs had yet to be reattached. The black-clad men flailed in a frenzy, striving to free themselves from the mire, But the law of the swamp dictated that the more one struggled, the deeper one sank, as the mud engulfed their knees. Ronin unleashed a sequence of follow-up spells. Intermediate apprentice spell, marsh solidification. Intermediate apprentice spell, fire veil. The two spells intertwined flawlessly. Before the black-clad men could react, flames erupted skyward. Those who had earlier withstood the onslaught of wind blades now let out piercing wails as their flesh rapidly carbonized in the oppressive heat. When the fire veil dissipated, the black-clad men trapped in the mire had been reduced to immobile skeletal frames. The leader of the black-clad men, witnessing this horror, glared at Ronin with eyes gleaming green with rage. His voice hoarse as he bellowed, "I will kill you! I will kill you!" No sooner had he spoken than a rock cannonball was thrust into his mouth, shattering his entire oral cavity. Exposed gums dripped blood, and ragged flesh dangled from his chin like a grotesque beard. Such an injury was trivial for the leader. He merely pushed his jaw, and the flesh around the wound writhed, healing remarkably in mere moments. However, by the time he regained his composure, Ronin was readying his next barrage of magic. Light burst, the blinding white light erupted before the leader of the black-clad men. Caught unawares, his vision was consumed by brightness, and as he roared in confusion, he swung his blade wildly. Anyone familiar with third-person shooter games knows that when an enemy is blinded by a flashbang, it's the perfect moment for a swift strike. Seizing the opportunity, Ronin began to summon his arcane energy that a dozen blue and white fireballs manifested before his palm. The intense heat caused the surrounding vegetation to wilt, and the powerful elemental fluctuations dispersed the lingering mist. My lord, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more thrilling. The leader of the black-clad men sensed danger, instinctively urging him to flee. Yet, how could a mere mortal outrun magic? The blue and white fireballs swiftly closed the distance, resulting in a series of thunderous explosions. As the tumult subsided, Ronin emerged from behind the earth embankment. A pungent odor of charred flesh mingled with an odd meatiness filled the air. Stifling the urge to dispel the noxious scent, he pinched his nose and began to survey the battlefield. Ronin's modified fireball spell was his most formidable magic. The combined might of the dozen fireballs was immense, creating a crater over 3 meters deep at the epicenter of the explosion. After a thorough search, he uncovered a twisted blade fragment. This was the weapon once wielded by the leader of the black-clad men. The skeletal remains in the mire offered little of value, and Ronin swiftly made his way to the spot where the archer lay lifeless. He lifted the archer's scarf. He was taken aback to discover that she was an exceptionally attractive woman. The gory wounds on either side of her head could not conceal her beauty. She lay quietly on the ground, like a slumbering princess from a fairy tale. In a previous life, suitors would have surely gathered in droves to vie for her affection. She could effortlessly lead a life of affluence beyond the wildest imagination of Ronin. Yet in this foreign realm, she found herself relegated to the status of a thief, enduring a precarious existence that ultimately led to her demise in an obscure corner, unnoticed by all. The plight of the female archer stirred profound reflections within Ronin, simultaneously intensifying his pursuit of magic. In an era where morality hinges solely on the compassion of the powerful, the mastery of strength is the only means to avoid being treated as mere fodder. After another encounter with the dead, Ronin set forth once more, his purse filled to the brim. The spoils of this battle were plentiful, with approximately 60 gold coins, the majority of which had been contributed by that unfortunate band of ruffians. These gangsters had indeed drawn the short straw, being exploited and ultimately paying with their lives. As for the cloaked figures, they exhibited a level of professionalism that left Ronin searching in vain for any clues among them. Yet, despite the absence of tangible evidence, Ronin had a strong inkling as to the identities of those behind the recent attempts on his life. Given the timing of the pursuit, it was difficult not to associate it with the earlier ambush, leading him to suspect either Harrington or the Tower Master, Morrison. The condition of the battlefield had become irrelevant. His movements had already been compromised, and the precision with which he was intercepted indicated that there were undoubtedly eyes within Dragon Fortress watching his every move. Furthermore, word of his impending venture into the labyrinth had likely spread. It was probable that they would dispatch agents to intercept him at the entrance of the maze, compelling him to enter before their preparations were complete. Although the labyrinth boasted a singular entrance, its exits were random. Once an adventurer defeated a level boss, they could choose to leave, at which point the maze would teleport them away. This teleportation was selective. Within a certain radius, adventurers could freely choose their destination, and the labyrinth even kindly marked the locations of nearby creatures, as had been detailed in the labyrinth's intel, boasting remarkable accuracy. Thus, as soon as he entered the labyrinth, Ronan would gain the upper hand, allowing him to dictate whether to engage or escape at his leisure. The midday sun bathed the expansive grasslands, the intense heat creating a distortion in the light. After resting for several hours to replenish the magical energy expended in the earlier battle, Ronan set out for the labyrinth, now standing before its grand entrance. The entrance appeared as a silver vortex suspended in midair. At the first sight of this phenomenon, the name Rosen Bridge flashed through Ronan's mind. While he felt an overwhelming sense of novelty, he could not shake a feeling of reverence towards the labyrinth. Indeed, whether it was the considerate marking of creature locations upon exit or the portal before him, they both attested to the advanced technological prowess of the race that constructed the labyrinth, surpassing even the civilization of Ronan's previous life in certain aspects. The intentions behind the labyrinth's creation remained shrouded in mystery, and faced with such a highly advanced yet morally ambiguous race, Ronan felt a chill creep into his heart. He sensed that he, along with all adventurers, resembled curious kittens stepping into a cage prepared by giants for their pets, an enticing cage that no kitten could refuse. Tightening his hood, Ronan stepped toward the silver vortex. While other teams typically comprised at least 6 members, Ronan ventured forth alone, rendering him the most conspicuous figure among the crowd, with surrounding adventurers casting both intentional and unintentional glances in his direction. Ronan, in turn, scrutinized the others, noting a peculiar group of mercenaries at the entrance who stood idly by, weapons in hand, their predatory gazes fixated on each adventurer passing by. Such swift reactions? Ronan instinctively pondered. However, an explanation soon followed. They're the Skinner mercenary group. Do not be deceived by their appearance. These fellows are once again on the hunt. One can only wonder who the next unfortunate victim will be. The speaker was an adventurer who had fallen in line behind Ronan, voicing his grievances in hushed tones with his companion. From snippets of their conversation, Ronan deduced that this group posed no threat, prompting him to discreetly extinguish the elemental energy gathering in his palm. Before long, it was Ronan's turn, and just as he prepared to step into the silver vortex, a voice called out to him from behind. "Hey friend, what's your situation? Why are you entering the labyrinth all alone?" A brown-haired female warrior shouted at him, but Ronan's heart raced, and he instinctively summoned the power of his mithril short sword concealed beneath his cloak. The voice belonged to the leader of the adventurers behind him, a woman named Lagrin, known for her strong sense of justice. Upon noticing Ronan's solitary state, she felt compelled to intervene, unwilling to let him face certain doom alone. "Are you speaking to me?" Ronan turned to inquire. "Who else could I be addressing? By the way, why are you entering the labyrinth alone? Where is your team?" Lagrin's demeanor was as straightforward as her appearance. Ronan found himself at a loss for how to respond to such an unreservedly kind-hearted individual, opting instead for silence to convey his disinterest in answering. However, Ronan underestimated Lagrin's inherent compassion. His silence did not deter her, but rather reinforced her perception of him as a pitiful soul abandoned by his companions, evoking even greater sympathy within her. "Entering the labyrinth alone is far too perilous. Would you care to join our team? Judging by your attire, you must be a rogue, and our group is in need of a scout. You would fit in perfectly." Lagrin, with her long ponytail swaying, extended another invitation. Ronan felt a wave of frustration wash over him at her unsolicited kindness. If she were merely a facade of concern hiding ulterior motives, he could play along, as a subsequent financial windfall would indeed be welcomed. After all, navigating the labyrinth was far more lucrative than scavenging corpses, and Ronan secretly hoped she was a villain, as this would relieve him of any moral burdens no matter what actions he took. After slightly bowing in gratitude, Ronan turned to depart. Their brief exchange had already drawn the attention of many, and it appeared that the so-called Skinner mercenaries had set their sights on him, seemingly preparing to make a move. Just as he took a couple of steps forward, a golden-haired girl armed with a longbow intercepted him. "Hey, Lagrin, the kind-hearted sister, has invited you, and you refuse her kindness yet again? That's rather ungrateful, don't you think?" The girl, with hands on her hips, glared at Ronan. She appeared to be merely 16 or 17, sporting a few lingering freckles on her nose, and flanked by two companions, a boy with a long sword at his waist and a purple-haired girl clad in a priest's robe. The boy bore a fierce expression, even resting his palm on the hilt of his knight's sword, while the purple-haired priestess tugged at the golden-haired girl's sleeve, attempting to counsel her. The situation grew tense, with surrounding adventurers beginning to whistle, and a few troublemakers suggested the boy draw his sword to expose Ronan, eager to see what secrets lay hidden under his cloak. The cacophony of whistles seemed to intoxicate the boy, who relished the attention of his peers. Amidst the rising clamor, the veins in the back of his hand began to bulge with tension as he contemplated drawing his sword under such pretense. However, before he could act, a hand struck the back of his head, causing him to stumble. "My apologies. This fellow is simply a bit reckless. He means you no harm," Lagrin said with an apologetic expression. Then, as if remembering something, she added, "By the way, my name is Lagrin. What is yours?" Meeting Lagrin's clear blue eyes, Ronan hesitated for a moment before slowly responding. "Ronan, my name is Ronan." As soon as he spoke, he regretted it, for Lagrin immediately threw an arm around his shoulder, exuberantly announcing to her companions, "Brothers and sisters, let us welcome our new member, Ronan." A mere handful of individuals offered applause, while the majority of the members remained aloof, casting indifferent glances. Those who harbored a particularly poor impression of Ronan, such as the boy adorned with a knight's sword, merely scoffed and turned away in silence. The regret of not being in the spotlight intensified his animosity towards Ronan. However, animosity aside, he could not alter the reality that Ronan had become a member of the Blazing Rose Adventurers team. After Captain Lagrin spoke, the team members dutifully introduced themselves. The girl with golden short hair, known as Belinda, was the team's archer, while the boy trailing closely behind her was Tommy, the captain's deputy. Additionally, there was the dwarf shield warrior Manhammer, the female knight Myaf, the priest Carol, the rogue Agatha, and the wizard Anderson. The team's configuration was impressively comprehensive, with both frontline and backline roles represented, indicating that the captain had not assembled this team for mere amusement. What struck Ronan as somewhat incongruous was the notably high proportion of attractive female members within the group. Generally, encountering even one or two women in a team was akin to striking gold, especially without considering their looks. In typical circumstances, most adventuring parties were devoid of female presence, as the adventurer's life was far from the idyllic tales spun in taverns. Enduring harsh conditions and the unpredictability of hunger were commonplace, making it rare for women, particularly young and beautiful ones, to endure such a lifestyle. Ultimately, the presence of a wizard in the team surprised Ronan as well. Although many adventurers displayed disdain towards lower-tier apprentice wizards, the importance of a wizard to a team was unmatched by their peers. While lower-level wizards might lack offensive capabilities, their skills in support and crisis management were commendable. Thanks in large part to the rigorous training provided by the magic academies, that it is well known that becoming a wizard is one of the most challenging paths among all professions to prevent any gifted apprentices from straying from their path early on. Mentors primarily focused on imparting theoretical knowledge during the low-level apprentice stage, seldom teaching the intricately complex offensive spells. For apprentices eager to learn such spells, self-discovery or seeking guidance from wizards privately were the only options. Naturally, not everyone could manage dual paths. For the average individual, such attempts would lead to failure in both pursuits. Only those with exceptional talent and background could master one or two offensive spells during the apprentice stage, earning them a place among the wizard elite. Anderson, the wizard in the team, appeared to embody such a prodigious figure. He exuded an air of intellectual sophistication coupled with the unique arrogance characteristic of youthful geniuses. When greeting Ronan, the slight elevation of his chin revealed an unparalleled confidence. This demeanor was reminiscent of someone he had encountered numerous times before, a prodigy hailed as a rare talent in the Magic Academy. Such a character should not find himself within an obscure team like the Iron Blood Roses, but rather at noble banquets or among the core training factions of the major legions. However, upon witnessing Anderson's attentive demeanor towards the priest Carol, Ronan began to find clarity in the situation, but Ronan's inclusion did not stir much commotion, and soon the team had relegated the peculiar figure cloaked in a mantle to the recesses of their minds. As Ronan walked at the rear of the group, the dwarf shield warrior regaled Tommy with tales of his splendid experiences at the Elven House. Ronan had heard of the Elven House, particularly due to its recent attack, which had sparked widespread discussion throughout the streets. The convergence of the Dragon Fortress and the Beast Mountain Range attracted a majority of adventurers from the northern territories. With an influx of people, the entertainment industry within the city flourished. The Elven House stood as one of the flagship establishments of the Dragon Fortress's entertainment sector. Within its walls, an array of gambling enterprises thrived, alongside adrenaline-pumping performances. Essentially, as long as one was willing to spend, they could procure any desired service, including escorting exotic female dancers or croupiers from the establishment. However, mere offerings were insufficient to elevate the Elven House above its competitors. It was the establishment's crown jewel, the elves, that truly set it apart. 3 elves performed there year-round, and each of their appearances drew throngs of admirers. Nobles from inland territories frequently journeyed to witness their performances, often leaving behind humorous anecdotes that became the talk of the town that moment. The dwarf shield warrior Manhammer was boasting to Tommy about his close encounters with the 3 elves, claiming to have glimpsed their beauty. The semi-literate dwarf struggled to articulate the elves' allure, repetitively describing their fair skin, tall stature, and ample bosoms. Young Tommy flushed crimson, a clear sign of his inability to contain his excitement. Just as Manhammer was bragging about taking the lad to witness the grand spectacle of the world, the wizard Anderson, walking in the midst of the group, let out a derisive laugh. With that meager amount of coin in your pocket, you wouldn't even make it past the Elven House's threshold. The dwarf's temper flared at Anderson's mockery. Unable to tolerate the insult, Manhammer dropped the heavy hammer slung over his shoulder and pointed it menacingly at Anderson, retorting, "You effeminate fool. While I'm engaging in delightful banter with the elves, you were still a mere thought in your mother's mind." Unintentionally, Manhammer had struck a sensitive chord with Anderson, for his background had always been a taboo subject. Anderson's expression swiftly soured, and he silently produced his staff. Observing the imminent clash, the surrounding members rushed to intervene. With gentle persuasion from Priest Carol, the two exchanged a few sharp words before the farce drew to a close. As the commotion subsided, the formidable leader Lagran approached Ronan with interest, inquiring, "Why do you appear so disinterested? Aren't you men typically fascinated by pointed ears?" Ronan discreetly rolled his eyes beneath his cloak. With a hint of annoyance, he replied, "How long have those 3 elves been performing?" The seemingly nonsensical question left Lagran perplexed. She furrowed her brows in concentration before responding uncertainly, "I believe it has been over a century. I heard they were already performing during the last beast uprising. Does your house have a heated bed?" Ronan tossed out an even more absurd question. Lagran was thoroughly bewildered, mechanically replying, "Are you referring to the underfloor heating used for warmth?" In Arnold's world, heated beds were indeed known, though the term used by the inhabitants differed. Something akin to that if you recall this concept, you must know that the area surrounding the heating ducts is often filthy and dark. Now, picture inserting a slender twig into the pitch-black opening of those ducts. Lagran clearly failed to grasp the humor, asking, "Why would one use such a thin twig? It should be firewood. That would provide warmth." Ronan felt a twinge of embarrassment at what he was about to say, as it ventured into inappropriate territory. Yet, the discomfort of holding it in was unbearable. The sense of defeat, akin to being trampled while the oblivious party remained unaware, was profoundly disheartening. Striving to maintain a serious tone, Ronan continued, "What I mean is that over the course of a century, they must have encountered countless exceptional talents, and their hearts have likely molded to resemble those of others. For an inconspicuous character like myself, it is best not to harbor such foolish comparisons." Initially, Lagran had yet to discern the true meaning of Ronan's words, merely perceiving him as a self-effacing individual and wishing to offer some consolation to the new member. However, upon reflecting on the earlier conversation, her experience as a veteran immediately illuminated the essence of Ronan's remarks. The bold Lagrin erupted into a hearty laugh, akin to a gorilla, as she exuberantly patted Ronin's shoulder while clutching her stomach. Her laughter intermingled with snorts reminiscent of a pig. The members ahead turned to glance at their captain, perplexed by her unrestrained mirth, nearly gasping for breath. Lagrin recounted Ronin's words, which incited a wave of laughter throughout the entire team. The female members blushed and smiled shyly, while the forthright dwarf eagerly joined in the shoulder dash patting. In stark contrast, the previously smug magician Anderson wore a sour expression. Ronin noted this, and, recalling Anderson's earlier jibes at the dwarf, surmised that he might have once been a guest of some elf. Ronin speculated that Anderson's foul mood was likely triggered by memories of his question regarding the prowess of elves, to which the elf had responded with the image of him being the most exceptional. This recollection, combined with Ronin's mention of the black fire pit burning fine wood, created a dramatically humorous tableau that even Ronin couldn't suppress a chuckle. Following this amusing interlude, Ronin's rapport with the team members significantly improved, except for Anderson, who remained aloof towards any male. Even Tommy, the young swordsman who had previously harbored animosity towards Ronin, approached him amicably. Nevertheless, while relations had thawed, Ronin encountered a new dilemma. The team members became increasingly intrigued by the features concealed beneath his cloak. That it was unclear who instigated the uproar, but soon all the female members insisted that he remove his cloak so they could behold his visage. The excuses were as varied as they were imaginative, ranging from accusations of not considering them allies to the pretext of fostering camaraderie. In any case, it was evident that when women gathered, even the gentlest among them could induce a sense of vexation. Regardless of the bold provocations from the female members, Ronin remained resolute. He was acutely aware that revealing his appearance would yield nothing but disadvantage. Although he had escaped to the northern territories, it did not imply he was free from danger. The shadowy puppeteer behind the quest for his staff was undoubtedly still lurking, ever watchful. It was improbable that they would repeatedly send expendable minions to their demise. The last encounter had been with a necromancer's knight, so who might come next? A fully fledged professional. In a situation where he lacked the strength for self-preservation, it would be utterly foolish to expose his appearance and whereabouts to please the girls. There was an adage from his past life: the more beautiful the woman, the more deceitful she could be. Ronin had already suffered at the hands of enchanting women. He vowed never to make the same mistake again. His steadfast refusal to comply left some team members feeling embarrassed, causing the previously burgeoning camaraderie to revert to its former state. After the crowd dispersed, Captain Lagrin approached Ronin once more, the valiant warrior. With her long ponytail, tilted her head and inquired with genuine curiosity, "Why are you so concerned about revealing your appearance? Is there a blemish upon your face?" Lagrin's inquiry was delicately phrased. She suspected that Ronin's reluctance to unveil his visage stemmed from the presence of slave brand or some similar mark. Though their acquaintance was brief, Ronin sensed that she was not of ill intent. Her demeanor, while commendable for its strong sense of justice and willingness to assist, could also be construed as a touch overly sanctimonious. Teaming up with someone like her meant he could trust she wouldn't betray him. Yet he also had to be prepared for the frequent trouble she might attract, under different circumstances. Ronin would have preferred not to associate with Lagrin, but the compelling reason that persuaded him to tacitly join the group was their evident familiarity with the labyrinth, apart from the superficial data at his disposal. He was entirely ignorant of the labyrinth's inner workings. While the team appeared somewhat mismatched, their combat prowess was not to be underestimated, and Ronin saw the opportunity to accompany them on a few expeditions. Familiarizing himself with the labyrinth's dynamics before venturing forth on his own. After a moment of contemplation, Ronin decided to divulge a fraction of information, which would not only quell the women's curiosity about his appearance, but also effectively ease the tension between them, preventing any deliberate aggravation on their part. Although he had no intention of forging deep ties with these individuals, he did not wish to become their target either, if he could maintain a cooperative relationship under the guise of indifference. "It would be most advantageous. I have stirred up significant trouble, and your goodwill in assisting me cannot be a burden upon you. Thus, the current mode of coexistence seems most fitting. I will arrive silently and depart without a trace." Ronin articulated these harsh truths in a tone devoid of emotion. His words clarified Lagran's vague suspicions. She conjectured that Ronan might be an escaped slave, thus his inherent wariness towards others. This speculation only served to deepen Lagran's compassion for the new member before her. Noticing the burgeoning sympathy in Lagran's eyes, Ronan realized he had successfully swayed her. Subsequently, the team members indeed ceased their fixation on Ronan's appearance. With an unspoken understanding, they ventured into the first layer of the labyrinth. Upon entering the silvery vortex, they found themselves in an extensive subterranean corridor. The adventuring party reached the entrance to the first layer of the labyrinth, marked by a vibrant, swirling membrane of light. Crossing into this distorted and ever-shifting luminescence unveiled a magnified world before them. Raindrops cascaded from the umbrella-like canopies, splattering upon a bird seeking refuge from the rain, which instinctively shook its body in an attempt to rid itself of the droplets. Yet in the next moment, a massive serpent adorned with golden and silver patterns emerged from below, seizing the bird in its jaws. The unknown avian struggled desperately as it tumbled down from the treetops, entwined with the colossal serpent. Observing the entangled beasts, Ronan swiftly gauged their sizes and turned to compare them to the tallest female knight in the team, Maiev. After a moment's contemplation, Ronan's mouth slowly opened in astonishment, seeing Ronan's shocked expression. Lagran spread her arms wide and introduced, "Welcome to the first layer of the labyrinth, the world of giants. As you can see, all flora and fauna here possess a singular characteristic. They are colossal. From the tiniest insects to the most ferocious beasts, without exception, they grow into titanic forms, just like the enormous python you just witnessed. This creature is known as the Westenara golden silver serpent. Outside, its maximum size barely exceeds 1 meter. Yet here it can reach lengths of over 10 meters. Over 10 meters. That must be the size of a professional-grade beast," Ronan murmured, his voice lowered. Lagran seemed to perceive Ronan's apprehension and smiled reassuringly. Explaining, "Do not worry. Although these creatures are enlarged, they do not possess strength commensurate with their size. Take the Westenara golden silver serpent, for instance. As long as one avoids being ensnared, even an apprentice can easily handle it. Belinda, you may take care of it." With that, the blonde girl stationed at the edge drew her longbow, releasing an arrow without even glancing. The giant python, which had tilted its head to consume the bird, emitted a pained hiss before collapsing to the ground. The entire sequence transpired so swiftly that Ronan was left speechless. Do not be intimidated by their size. The majority of creatures in the first layer are of this ilk. A well-placed strike to a vital point can dispatch even the largest of them in an instant, Tommy remarked, producing a skinning knife as he approached the fallen serpent, after Tommy collected the valuable materials. The party resumed their journey to A.T. just 15 years old and still physically undeveloped. Ronan appeared quite diminutive, leading all the members of the adventuring party to mistakenly assume he was a dexterous rogue, prompting them to assign Agatha to guide him. Ronan did not correct this misunderstanding, as playing the role of a rogue was not particularly challenging for him. With his abilities in light-footedness and seamless movement, he could outrun even the most agile of thieves. Moreover, by continuously unleashing gusts of wind, Ronan could demonstrate his capacity to soar effortlessly above the ground. Agatha evidently showed little interest in caring for the newcomers. Although she ostensibly acquiesced to Lagran, as soon as she left the group, she set off on her own exploratory path, utterly disregarding whether Ronan could keep pace. Stirring her senses, she swiftly enveloped herself in 2 enhancement spells before pursuing the direction in which Agatha had departed. Upon locating her, Ronan found Agatha crouched low at the crest of a slope. Noticing him feigning breathlessness behind her, she gestured towards the ground below and then made a shushing motion. Ronan joined her at the edge. Peering downwards, 2 groups of individuals were locked in a standoff below. One comprised of burly mercenaries resembling bears, and the other consisting of a cloaked woman. The situation was decidedly unfavorable for the cloaked figure, as the mercenaries, bolstered by their numbers, had encircled her completely. The cloaked woman attempted to break free, but was intercepted by the mercenaries' archers. After several attempts, she bore numerous injuries, with crimson blood seeping from various wounds. Notably, however, her swordsmanship was exceptionally sharp, showcasing both explosive power and agility. No mercenary could endure more than a few strikes at her hands. This was precisely why the mercenaries dared not engage her directly. Ronan witnessed a heavily armored man charging with a spiked club, only to fall lifelessly to the ground in the next instant. In a fleeting moment, the cloaked woman spun aside to evade the swing of the club, seamlessly countering with a lethal strike to the mercenary's throat. From her evasive maneuvers to her lethal action, the cloaked woman needed only a slight adjustment, her movements flowing with the grace of a river. The mercenaries, evidently aware of her formidable prowess, refrained from close combat, opting instead for a strategy akin to kite flying. They surrounded her to prevent her escape while relentlessly bombarding her with ranged attacks. Under such unscrupulous assault, the cloaked woman's stamina rapidly dwindled. Her movements grew stiff, and her once nimble steps became sluggish, with blood spurting forth increasingly from her wounds. Sensing victory within reach, the mercenaries began to taunt her. "Little beauty, I advise you to conserve your strength and surrender quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for the consequences later, that I swear. You're the most exquisite woman I have ever seen. Even the noble ladies of Dragonfly Fortress pale in comparison. Your skin is as smooth and lustrous as jade. I can hardly wait to seize you." Listening to the escalating vulgarities below, Agatha's expression turned as frigid as the bone-chilling frost of a northern winter. The female thief signaled Ronan to retreat and seek assistance before transforming her fury into a shadowy form, darting into the fray with a speed that left Ronan no time to utter a word. After Agatha decapitated one of the mercenaries, the others soon took notice of her presence. "That little wench has help. Capture her!" With a thunderous roar, Ronan saw a faction of mercenaries break off to pursue Agatha. Although she possessed the strength of a high-tier apprentice, allowing her to best any single mercenary in a one-on-one encounter, her opponents were clearly no gentlemen. They provided her no opportunity to initiate stealth, rushing in with a flurry of indiscriminate strikes. The natural advantage of the thief's agility over the swordsman was insufficient, and Agatha found herself struggling to withstand the onslaught, akin to a frail boat amidst a tempest, ready to capsize at any moment. Observing the perilous situation of his comrade below, Ronan let out a resigned sigh. Focusing his mind, a sphere of light rapidly coalesced in his palm, and as it grew to the size of a basketball, he launched it skyward. The luminous orb, trailing flames, ascended and, upon reaching its zenith, erupted to reveal Agatha's name in dazzling colors. This was Ronan's latest mastery of elemental manipulation, merely a minor skill requiring the construction of a chamber within the warning orb to solidify and bond the elements within, resulting in the desired shape upon detonation. While he found little sense of accomplishment in this technique, it appeared as an unimaginable miracle to those around him. All nearby parties turned their gazes skyward as the light display unfolded. The mages among them were particularly awestruck, repeatedly exclaiming, "How is this possible?" The members of the Flaming Rose team also beheld the spectacle blooming in the sky. The physical combatants assumed someone had merely set off a flashy firework, while the elemental mages understood the immense difficulty involved in achieving such a feat. The typically arrogant Anderson wore a look of utter despondency. Truth be told, he would have preferred to remain as oblivious to magic as the commoners around him, as it would spare him from feeling inadequate. Anderson recognized this as a basic first-tier warning spell, yet he could not fathom why the explosion of the orb would manifest 3 elemental letters. Such a usage was unrecorded in any spell book, nor had any instructor at the academy ever elucidated a similar modification. Who had enhanced this spell? A deep curiosity took root in Anderson's mind. He yearned for an encounter with the individual responsible, hoping to procure this knowledge for himself. As Agatha's name illuminated the sky, Lagrin led his team toward the source of the light, to be by the time the Flaming Rose team arrived. The battle was nearing its conclusion. The mercenaries that posed a considerable challenge to Agatha appeared to Ronan as mere beasts, requiring little effort to dispatch. He needed not summon his silver flying sword. With a combination of a whispering spell and the ability to traverse as if on solid ground, he could easily outmaneuver a group of frenzied mercenaries. After selecting a solitary target, he cast a light spell to obscure the mercenary's face before swiftly severing his throat with his decorative short sword, eliminating the mercenary with ease. After dispatching several mercenaries without difficulty, Their leader began to lose heart. By the time the other team members arrived, there was no need for the leader to issue a command. The mercenaries fled in a disorganized retreat. Such is the nature of mercenaries. When the winds favor them, they are reckless and unrestrained. Yet when adversity strikes, they flee with unparalleled speed, an instinct etched into their very bones. My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The excitement is yet to unfold. As the group regrouped, Ronan feigned a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground while ignoring Agatha's complex expression entirely. The archer Belinda felled the slowest mercenary with her longbow, then drew her dagger in preparation to pursue, only to be halted by Captain Lagrin. The captain hurriedly approached the priest Carol to assess Agatha's injuries. Although the entire skirmish lasted less than 5 minutes, it had been a harrowing experience for Agatha, who had come perilously close to paying dearly for her recklessness. Had it not been for the newly joined member's timely assistance, she might very well have met her demise. Contemplating this, Agatha cast a complex glance at Ronan. As Priest Carol cast healing spells upon Agatha, the lagging Anderson finally rejoined the team. He paid little heed to his comrade's injuries. While Agatha possessed an appealing figure, she was not to Anderson's taste in the realm of women. Her skin was too coarse, her hands calloused. Should she serve as a subordinate, he might consider it, but as a lover, he would pass. Lacking any inclination towards Agatha, Anderson did not bother to disguise his intentions. He approached her directly, inquiring about the earlier spell. Agatha, perplexed, could only shake her head in confusion. Anderson had already come to view the modified warning spell as his own. Envisioning himself gracing the magical bulletin and becoming the envy of nobles vying for his attention. However, the very individual responsible for the spell now claimed ignorance, shattering his dream. Frustrated, Anderson abandoned any pretense and seized Agatha by the shoulders, urgently exclaiming, "It was the spell used to warn us earlier. The warning spell." Anderson overlooked Agatha, who was still injured, and thus lacked the strength to hold on. It was only when he heard Agatha's painful groan that he belatedly released his grip. Witnessing this scene, Captain Lagrin's expression soured. Deep down, she harbored an aversion towards Anderson. As a seasoned adventurer with years of experience, Lagrin could easily discern that Anderson was not as gentlemanly as he appeared. Her previous tolerance towards him was due to the scarcity of powerful mages. It was difficult to recruit another of equal caliber should Anderson leave the team. However, the fact that Anderson had laid hands on an injured comrade had crossed a line for Lagrin, prompting her to decide to teach him a lesson. Lagrin stepped forward, forcefully pushing Anderson aside, and coldly fixed her gaze upon him, saying, "Have you lost your senses under the influence of some intoxicating smoke? Did you not see that Agatha is gravely injured? Whatever needs to be said can wait until we return. Please calm down, Captain." Lord Anderson was merely acting out of concern. He likely believed that this spell could aid the team. Interjected the ranger, Meef, in an attempt to mediate. Despite the intervention, the other female members of the team clearly remained dissatisfied with Anderson's earlier conduct. Observing the silence among his peers, Anderson recognized his misstep and understood he must take action to restore his image. Shadows loomed within his downcast eyes, but he quickly masked them. He slapped his own face to regain composure and approached Agatha with an expression of genuine remorse, saying, "I sincerely apologize for neglecting your injury. I humbly ask for your forgiveness, Miss Agatha, and hope you can grant me the opportunity to redeem myself." For a girl hailing from the impoverished slums, having a noble mage bow and apologize was an utterly unprecedented experience. Agatha, taken aback, shyly waved her hands in denial and managed to stammer, "Thank you." The onlookers regarded her with peculiar expressions. Realizing her own words, Agatha's face flushed crimson, akin to a monkey's backside, wishing she could vanish into thin air. Captain Lagrin remained unfazed, delivering a chilling warning to Anderson. "Regardless of your intentions, I do not wish to see a repeat of this. Should you err again, I will expel you from the team." Anderson earnestly vowed never to repeat his mistake and offered to compensate Agatha with a share of the spoils from their labyrinth exploration. Afterward, he flashed a contrite smile at Agatha. His dazzling white teeth, paired with his flowing golden hair and handsome features, rendered him a veritable Adonis. Ronan, observing quietly from the sidelines, noted the varied expressions around him. Captain Legren's wariness, Agatha, the thief's embarrassment, Meath, the ranger's jealousy, and the contempt simmering in the depths of Anderson's gaze. While Ronan could not ascertain the thoughts of others, he was certain of Anderson's inner turmoil, for he had witnessed similar looks from his own kin in a past life. It must be said that when a striking individual chooses to put effort into deception, they can easily fool many. Under Anderson's reparative actions, the team's atmosphere gradually softened, sensing a lack of further entertainment. Ronan quietly slipped away from the scene. After circling around, Ronan found the other party involved beneath a tree stump. It was evident she was attempting to tend to her wounds, but neglecting her own stamina. She fainted mid-task. Ronan lifted her cloak, revealing a cascade of silken silver hair that flowed like a waterfall. Beneath the cloak lay an elf, a breathtakingly beautiful female elf. Her delicate, heart-shaped face gleamed like jade, and her flawless skin shimmered with an enchanting radiance, with gently arched brows, a perfectly sculpted nose, and rosy cheeks that resembled ripe cherries. She embodied the Creator's favoritism towards her kind, bestowing them with not only extended lifespans, but also unparalleled beauty. In a previous life, Ronan was certain she would have been the happiest woman in the world, for males, regardless of age, would sell their possessions to pursue her, eager to win her favor. It was a pity he lacked a camera. Capturing a video of this enchanting elf would surely leave many yearning. Just as Ronan lamented this missed opportunity, the elf emitted a soft whimper and gradually regained consciousness. "Hello." Ronan believed his tone was gentle. Yet he momentarily forgot his current appearance. Exposing himself was not a favorable impression to make, so the silver-haired elf, upon focusing her gaze, immediately summoned a frost-laden transparent sword and aimed a downward slash at Ronan. The blade cleaved through the air, creating a wide arc. It was clear the elf was not holding back. Had it been any other mage, this strike would have surely cost them a limb or two. However, Ronan was no ordinary individual. Channeling his focus, a tempestuous gale erupted before him, repelling the silver-haired elf while simultaneously propelling Ronan several meters away. The silver-haired elf steadied herself with her magical sword, regaining her stance once the shockwave subsided. Ronan watched as she withdrew a cloak from the void before wrapping it around herself, then raised her sword in his direction, gazing at the elf. Radiating a chilling aura, Ronan hesitated momentarily, setting aside the fact that he had no reason to engage in battle. Her visage was simply too captivating, exuding an allure that sparkled even through her icy demeanor. The commotion from their scuffle quickly attracted the attention of the members of the Flaming Rose. The first to arrive was Lagrin, her face set in a fierce expression as she wielded a two-handed sword. Upon realizing that the mage had companions, the silver-haired elf, Lucian Tinevere, instinctively sought to flee. Yet, after taking but 2 steps, Lucian felt darkness envelop her vision, her body growing weak, believing she had been ensnared by some enchantment. Highsway prepared to retrieve an antidote from her hidden pouch, but as her hand reached halfway, she too crumpled to the ground. Highsway's final memory lingered in her mind as the humans approached. When she awoke once more, it was already evening. The adventurers had set up a temporary camp beside a small lake. The rose-hued twilight illuminated the water's surface, creating ripples of red that danced across the lake. Highsway, awakening to such a picturesque scene, momentarily forgot her predicament, lost in the beauty before her. However, her reverie was abruptly shattered as the insufferable humans dragged her back to reality. "You're awake." A melodious sound reached her ears, prompting Heather to glance over cautiously. Her gaze fell upon a young woman clad in a priest's robe. Despite the loose-fitting attire, her commanding figure exuded an undeniable allure. The newcomer was none other than Carol, whom Ronan affectionately referred to as the Cow in private. She served as the team's priestess, primarily responsible for tending to the wounded. After Heather fainted, Carol was collectively chosen by the team members to be the liaison. Given the existence of slaver groups, most elves harbored a profound disdain for humans. Had anyone else been tasked with the interaction, it would likely have only deepened misunderstandings. However, the presence of a priestess from the Life Goddess Church, known for her benevolence, significantly mitigated any hostility from the elves. After all, many other races had heard of the Church's virtuous reputation. Indeed, Upon noticing the life goddess emblem on Carol's robe, the elves' animosity diminished considerably. Allowing Carol to seize the opportunity to clarify the entire situation, as Heather realized the folly of her actions. Her face flushed with embarrassment, akin to that of a perfectly roasted fruit. She murmured unintelligible elvish phrases while retreating into her blanket. The elven race is notoriously reclusive, with the vast majority of individuals never having left the adventure continent throughout their lives. Aside from a few gilded cages within noble castles, or the upscale Nightingale houses under various slave factions, it is exceedingly difficult for ordinary folk to encounter elves. Therefore, it is no surprise that elves find the lower classes quite intriguing. When Lagruin and the others discovered that they had inadvertently saved an elf, their curiosity was palpable, barely concealed beneath their expressions, as someone tended to the elf's wounds. A minor quarrel erupted among the group, each eager to be the one to interact closely with the ethereal being. Ultimately, it was the rarely irate priestess Carol who managed to quell the commotion. After much coaxing from Carol, Heather finally emerged from her overwhelming sense of shame as the aroma of food began to waft through the air. Heather, supported by Carol, made her way to the campfire. The arrival of the elf was met with enthusiastic applause from the group. The it was inevitable, for Heather was strikingly beautiful. The previously scowling Lagruin, who had once threatened to strike Heather, now wore a foolish grin, and the other men were equally entranced, nearly drooling in admiration. There were exceptions, however. Ronan and the dwarf hammer displayed a more composed demeanor. The former understood that even fairies had their mundane needs, while the latter simply had a different aesthetic appreciation in the eyes of the seasoned dwarf warrior. Only those dwarf women with longer beards and a greater capacity for drink could be deemed true beauties. Heather was an elf unafraid to admit her mistakes. Approaching the campfire, she surveyed the group, and once their gazes converged upon her, the silver-haired beauty solemnly declared, "I am Heather, and I feel immense regret for what transpired earlier. If there is anything I can do to assist you, please do not hesitate to let me know." With that, Heather offered a deep bow to the assembly. Her voice possessed a unique quality. The lower tones were soft as winter sunlight, while the higher notes rang clear and crisp like steel balls striking ice. She gazed at the enchanting silver-haired beauty not far away. Lagruin felt her previous frustrations evaporate. Just as she was about to step forward to offer her support, an unexpected figure jostled her aside. Unable to contain his desire to showcase his prowess, Anderson pushed past the leader and approached Heather with grandiosity. "Beautiful Miss Heather, please do not take it too much to heart. Why Minner has always taught me that aiding the weak is a quality every mage should possess. Had it been anyone else in your position, we would have extended our help. So please do not dwell on it." That Anderson's eagerness was not without reason. Besides his strong possessiveness towards beauty, he sensed an elusive elemental resonance emanating from Heather. It was said that human magic originated from elven magic, which made it entirely reasonable to deduce that an elf, possessing the source of magic, would naturally be more adept at manipulating elements. Anderson felt he had identified the true source of the magical warning light, and thus he could not let the opportunity to engage with her slip away. He believed his performance was impeccable, devoid of any greed or undue desire, and even the most fastidious of etiquette masters would struggle to find fault in his final display of courtesy, though Anderson felt quite pleased with himself. In the eyes of the ageless elf, his demeanor was riddled with flaws. While many elves, due to their insular environment, tended to be straightforward and non-confrontational, it did not imply they were naive, that on the contrary, their extended lifespans rendered them masters of psychology. Though Heather was only 65 years old and not yet considered an adult, she was not unfamiliar with humans, having been educated by her family on the subject. From the earnest-looking mage before her, she sensed insincerity and malice. The young silver-haired elf was tempted to unleash her soul whip and deliver a swift blow to the head of the human mage. But given that he had not directly offended her, she suppressed her impatience and replied, "I appreciate your kindness, but as the recipient of your aid, I cannot overlook the fact that your income has been adversely affected by my rescue. I would love to offer you compensation right now, but regrettably, I possess no human currency. However, I can join your team. I am a magic swordsman skilled in nature magic and elven combat techniques, and I believe I can be of assistance to you." Ronan nearly burst into laughter upon hearing Heather's proud declaration of her financial status. It was a sentiment uniquely attributable to elves. Anderson wished to interject, but Heather would not grant him the opportunity. After making her statement, she approached Agatha. "Great nature goddess, please grant me." Accompanied by the rhythmic cadences of Elvish, a luminous disk resembling a suction cup materialized before Heather. The silver-haired elf reached inside and produced a vial of shimmering green potion. "Elven life potion," Anderson gasped softly. Compared to the mysterious potion, Ronan was far more intrigued by the disc resembling a suction cup on Heather's chest. "Is this elven magic?" he pondered. "What is its principle? What are its effects?" Suddenly captivated, Ronan turned to exchange information with Anderson, only to find the latter's eyes betraying unmasked desire. Those who excel at performance often despise others discovering their true selves. Ronan, unwilling to invite trouble, shifted his focus back to Heather, recognizing her as a potential source of answers, albeit a challenging one. After Heather administered the life potion to the thief Agatha, a miraculous scene unfolded. Her wounds began to heal slowly, quickly forming scabs. The members of the Blazing Rose stood in stunned silence, a portion of them casting heated glances at the life potion. Ronan recalled the rumors of the elves' remarkable aptitude for healing magic, and it seemed those claims were not unfounded. Just as Ronan contemplated how to glean the secrets of elven magic from the pointed-eared maiden, Heather slowly approached him, observing the hooded figure before her. She furrowed her brow slightly. The young elf attempted to convince herself that this cloaked individual, like Agatha, was one of her saviors. Yet after multiple attempts, she still found herself disliking him. What a haughty human. She thought to stand before a royal elf and not even lower his hood. How utterly rude. Though her inner thoughts were scathing, her exterior remained composed. As Heather recognized her own prior rudeness, the individual had kindly saved her. Yet she had unceremoniously attacked him upon awakening. It was likely no one would have reacted favorably. Heather pursed her lips and stood before Ronan for a moment, but upon realizing he had no intention of rising, she crouched down. Despite her slender frame, even in a crouched position, Heather remained taller than Ronan. "I apologize for my earlier attack. I had just awoken and was still somewhat disoriented. I understand. I forgive you," Ronan replied straightforwardly. Heather gasped in surprise, her eyes wide with disbelief. "You forgive me?" "Yes, I forgive you," he affirmed. Upon further confirmation, Heather was notably more agreeable towards Ronan. The elven maiden even entertained the thought that Ronan's concealment beneath his cloak might stem from some compelling reason. However, this notion was swiftly interrupted as Ronan shifted his tone. Miss Heather would surely not wish to tarnish the reputation of the elven race, would she? Therefore, perhaps Miss Heather could assist me with a small favor. The moment these words exited Ronan's lips, the onlookers were left astounded, their eyes widening in disbelief. Such audacity! They had witnessed adventurers and nobles issue threats before, but never had they encountered such a uniquely crafted form of coercion. It was as if he had elevated words to an art form. Anderson took a moment to savor the statement, deriving an unimaginable thrill from it. He had not anticipated that the newly recruited cannon fodder would possess such a skill. Turning to Ronan, he began to assess whether the latter was worthy of being taken under his wing. Reactions from the others varied. The dwarf warrior, Munch, pulled a crumpled scroll from his pocket and began scribbling on it, evidently treating Ronan's words as a golden quote. The archer, Belinda, flushed with indignation, spat on the ground, her disdain for Ronan's conduct palpable. Meanwhile, the ranger, Myaf, regarded Ronan with a gaze reserved for criminals, her infatuation with the radiant Anderson rendering all other males beneath her notice. The priestess, Carol, wore a worried expression, fearful that Ronan might provoke the elf's ire. Captain Lagrin, however, discreetly gave Ronan a thumbs up. Ronan patiently awaited Heather's response. The silver-haired elf exhibited a notable reaction. Her remorseful demeanor quickly shifted to one of vigilance as she regarded Ronan, asking, "What do you intend to do?" Ignoring the peculiar stares from those around him, Ronan bluntly inquired about the magic he had witnessed earlier, specifically the act of retrieving items from the luminous portal. Upon hearing this question, murmurs of disappointment rippled through the crowd. Their high expectations had led to an equally profound sense of disillusionment. Initially, Ronan's menacing declaration had seemed explosive, with many, including Heather herself, believing he intended to exploit his favor for nefarious purposes. Yet, after much ado, it turned out he was merely a brutish warrior curious about magic. This revelation deeply disappointed the onlookers, particularly Anderson, who lamented the lost opportunity that could have benefited him immensely. Elven promises were rare, and the chance to procure something valuable from them would have offered Anderson a long-lasting advantage. Such a precious opportunity, squandered on this ignorant thief, felt like an egregious waste. Anderson, not one to conceal his feelings, displayed his vexation openly. What business does a thief have with magic? The mysteries of the elements are beyond your brutish comprehension. I suggest you refrain from courting disaster. Anderson reprimanded with unambiguous severity, launching a verbal assault without regard for the potential offense to his fellow warriors. The dwarf shield-bearer rolled his eyes and muttered an insult in Dwarvish, turning away to ignore the unfolding drama. Although the expressions of the other warriors darkened, no one dared to speak up, fully aware that Anderson's audacity was bolstered by his irreplaceable status. High-tier apprentice mages were a scarce commodity compared to other physical roles. Ensuring that Anderson would never struggle to find a party, he had numerous alternatives aside from the Blazing Rose team, while they would find it exceedingly difficult to replace him with another mage of equal caliber. Understanding this dynamic, Anderson felt emboldened to act without restraint. His decisions were his own, and others should mind their business. Captain Lagrin shot back unapologetically. Myaf, the ranger, cast a pleading glance at Lagrin, hoping to prevent any discord between the captain and the only mage in the group, fearing it would erode their cohesion. Personally, she was even more reluctant to see Anderson expelled from the party. What reason would she have to continue following him then? Anderson attempted to retort, but Heather's subsequent reaction caught everyone off guard. Contrary to their expectations, she did not coldly dismiss him. The silver-haired elf beckoned Ronan closer, employing a spell of telepathy to convey a message. Ronan was startled by the voice echoing in his mind, and upon realizing the source, he looked at Heather with astonishment, never anticipating that she could see through his disguise, something even Agatha had failed to do. Heather gestured towards the camp's perimeter, and after a moment's contemplation, Ronan chose to follow. He was intensely curious about the talents of the pointed-eared beings. If elven magic truly possessed such prowess, how would it manifest? The two departed the camp, and this scene left all the humans present in utter shock. Anderson could hardly contain his jealousy and stood, declaring, "Miss Heather, this thief before you only joined our ranks yesterday. We know nothing of his past deeds, and for your safety, I implore you to allow me to accompany you." As if we were privy to your past actions, the dwarf retorted with a fiery temper. Ignoring the dwarf's remark, Anderson prepared to take on the role of a gallant protector. However, just as he straightened up, Heather's cold voice interjected, "There is no need. I trust my judgment. Miss Heather, you cannot jeopardize your own safety. If you're concerned about the confidentiality of your conversation, I can cast a soundproof barrier for you." Anderson was resolute in his desire to prevent the two from being alone together. "Indeed, Miss Heather, it is not that we wish to meddle. We are merely considering your safety. After all, Ronan's time with the team has been brief, and we know nothing about him." Myaf echoed in agreement. The individual in question, Ronan, silently observed the back and forth between the two, feeling no emotional disturbance, even stifling a chuckle. His decision to remain detached from the group had proven to be remarkably astute. With so many conflicting thoughts among them, the endeavor hardly warranted his investment of time. Elves are notoriously obstinate creatures. Once they have made a decision, it is exceedingly difficult for others to sway them with mere words. Moreover, Heather was growing weary of Anderson's overly friendly demeanor. "I shall not repeat myself," Heather stated coldly before striding away. Anderson raised a hand, wishing to call her back, but seeing her unwavering pace, he was ultimately forced to relent with reluctance. After traversing a dense thicket for some time, Heather led Ronan to the edge of a waterfall. Under Ronan's watchful gaze, Heather conjured a soundproof barrier. As the translucent bubble enveloped them, Heather circled Ronan twice. Inquiring with curiosity, "You are clearly a mage. Why do you masquerade as a thief?" Despite having braced himself for this question, Ronan felt a jolt of alarm when it was voiced again. The spells he had meticulously refined possessed concealing properties. And even the fellow thief, Agatha, had not detected his true nature. Could elven magic truly be so formidable? How did you discern that? Ronan countered, his tone deflective. Come now, has no one ever told you that your thieving skills are woefully inadequate? Heather sighed, an amused lilt in her voice as she rested her hand on her forehead. Ronan had not anticipated being so easily exposed, prompting him to ask, is it really that obvious? Quite obvious. You should be grateful that only I and that half-baked thief witnessed this. Otherwise, you would be facing expulsion from the team. O Group would welcome someone who conceals everything from their companions. With that, Heather rolled her eyes at Ronan. Very well, Ronan shrugged, adopting a gesture of resignation. Might I inquire about your reasoning for this inquiry? Heather's tone turned serious. Your answer will determine whether I divulge the secrets of the storage magic. That magic is storage magic? How expansive is the space? Can it contain living beings? Ronan began to barrage her with questions. Heather remained silent, merely narrowing her eyes at him. Sensing her impatience, Ronan ultimately confessed. Captain Lagrin is a wonderful person, and I consider myself fortunate to have encountered her, so I do not wish to burden her. Yes, that all? Heather replied, her dissatisfaction evident in her voice. What else would you expect? Luo Ning cast a sidelong glance at Heatherway. If you require, I can also intersperse the plot from epic biographies, such as tales of love between humans and beasts, all arranged for you. All right, I shall tentatively place my trust in you. Her serious demeanor was met with Heatherway's evident skepticism. If she were to adopt a tone that was both teasing and playful, Heatherway would be more inclined to believe her. So, may I now pose my question? After all, you wouldn't want the elven race to acquire a tarnished reputation. For instance, being untrustworthy or repaying kindness with malice. Upon hearing this, Heatherway's brows furrowed in displeasure as she fixed her gaze on Luo Ning. Enunciating each word, if you threaten me with such peculiar tones again, I shall deliver a punch that will leave your nose askew. Luo Ning hastily gestured to indicate he would refrain from speaking further. He was acutely aware of the martial prowess of the elves and had no doubt that, without magic, 100 of him would be no match for Heatherway. This was a sentiment undoubtedly shared by the mercenaries who had previously besieged her. A band of several dozen mercenaries, capable of taking on officially ranked magical beasts, had struggled for half a day to subdue a severely injured elf. Luo Ning's display of submissiveness lightened Heatherway's mood considerably. Though her irritation remained unquenched as she gazed at the cloaked figure before her, an idea suddenly dawned on her. You inquire about storage magic, presumably desiring to learn it. I can impart this knowledge to you. But you must lower your hood so that I may see your true visage. I do not wish to teach someone without knowing what they look like. With that, Heatherway revealed a cunning smile. Her request plunged Luo Ning into silence. He had not anticipated that the prerequisites for learning elven magic would be so frivolous. Numerous epic tales chronicled the elves' extreme reluctance to share their magical knowledge. Throughout history, apart from a handful of renowned individuals who had rendered significant favors to the elven race, there had been no instances of the elves teaching their magic to anyone else. Luo Ning had steeled himself for a rejection, yet he was taken aback when the other party agreed so readily. This rendered his meticulously prepared array of coercive tactics utterly useless. After a moment of contemplation, his yearning for magical knowledge outweighed his caution. If I remove my hood, will you teach me elven magic? Luo Ning inquired softly. Certainly. Elves never tell lies. Heatherway replied earnestly, though she left unsaid an additional caveat. If one could not learn it, that would be of no concern or... As soon as Heatherway's words fell, Luo Ning removed his hood, and her smile instantly froze at I expected you to be someone of great significance, but you are merely a child. Heatherway instinctively voiced her most honest thoughts. Luo Ning's expression darkened, and he quickly retorted, Miss Heatherway has no right to call anyone a child, considering you do not appear much older yourself. The tables turned, and Heatherway found herself wearing a similarly displeased expression. Thus, the scene devolved into a mutual stare-down between the two. Revealing his true identity fostered a foundation of trust between Heatherway and Luo Ning, leading to a much smoother exchange thereafter. Heatherway began with a brief introduction to the history of elven magic, providing Luo Ning with a general understanding before she commenced teaching him the storage magic he had inquired about. This spell, properly named spatial storage, is a unique elven magic. The storage belts and rings found in the human realm were developed based on this magic. However, compared to the elven spatial storage, the items crafted by humans possess significantly diminished capabilities. The most conspicuous difference lies in the spatial capacity and personal password settings. The storage devices created by human spatial mages are closely tied to the materials used, the rarer the material. The greater the storage capacity, in stark contrast, the elves do not require costly materials in the initial stages, and their spatial capacities can expand alongside their own strength over time. Furthermore, the issue of personal password settings also arises. Human-made storage devices do not incorporate opening passwords. As long as one can input the magic, the device will activate. It can be said that whoever finds a storage device inherits a great fortune. Conversely, the otherworldly spaces created by elven storage magic are extremely difficult for outsiders to access unless they possess a profound understanding of spatial magic or can overpower the individual in question. Otherwise, it is best to abandon hope. It is worth noting that the elven password system has its drawbacks. If an elven mage perishes, the otherworldly space they created will inevitably collapse within a certain time frame, causing all treasures contained therein to be obliterated by the spatial rift, a concern that does not plague human magical devices. It cannot be definitively stated that one is superior to the other. Rather, each has its own merits and demerits. Nonetheless, learning elven storage magic would undoubtedly benefit Luo Ning more than it would harm him. The primary reason being that storage devices are exceedingly expensive. A typical noble lord might expend a lifetime without ever acquiring one. And for someone like Luo Ning, who lacks familial support, it is nothing short of a daydream. Given the rare opportunity to obtain storage magic free of charge, Luo Ning would not let it slip away. He would willingly become a sycophant if necessary, just to grasp this magic. Heatherway meticulously analyzed the runic structure of the storage magic and addressed all of Luo Ning's inquiries regarding it. Luo Ning's performance astonished Heatherway. Initially, he indeed fit the mold of a novice, utterly oblivious to the subject at hand. However, as Heatherway imparted her teachings, Luo Ning rapidly grasped the key points of the storage magic and was able to articulate his own thoughts. As a member of the elven royal family, Heatherway had encountered many exceptionally talented individuals, yet none had comprehended this spell as swiftly as Luo Ning. The quickest learner among the elves had been her, and even she had taken nearly half a year to fully understand the spatial storage spell. In her heart, Heatherway mused that if Luo Ning were an elf, his talents would shine brilliantly. Alas, he was but a human, destined never to master elven magic. Luo Ning and Heatherway conversed until dawn broke before returning to the camp. The dwarf shield warrior assigned to guard during the latter half of the night greeted them with a broad grin, gesturing to Luo Ning with a sign of admiration. Luo Ning, no longer a naive youth, did not blush at the jest but calmly acknowledged the dwarf's greeting. Subsequently, he offered his tent to the elven Heatherway, while he himself curled up next to the campfire with a thin blanket. Accepting the kindness of a disciple was a perfectly natural occurrence, and Heatherway graciously accepted Luo Ning's gesture. However, not everyone viewed this as a given. The early rising captain, Lagrin, and the dwarf exchanged knowing glances. Ignoring the dwarf's inquiries about their earlier activities, Luo Ning closed his eyes to absorb the knowledge he had gained during the sleepless night. To the conclusion of the lesson, Heatherway had cautioned Luo Ning that elven magic was notoriously difficult to master and advised him not to invest all his energy into it. At that time, Luo Ning had paid little heed to her words, but as he attempted to coalesce the runes, he realized that creating an otherworldly space was far more challenging than he had anticipated. Exhausting his mental energy yielded no results in forming the runes. Everything appeared to be in order. His sequence was correct, and no steps were overlooked. Where could the issue lie? Upon Heather's awakening, Ronan conveyed his perplexities to her. He had anticipated deriving answers from the elven beings, only to find them adopting an air of nonchalance, leaving Ronan with no choice but to continue his own explorations due to Agatha's injury. The team remained stationary for a week. During this time, Ronan diligently endeavored to construct storage magic runes, his mental energy oscillating between fullness and emptiness over the course of 7 continuous days. Although he failed to master the storage magic, he successfully ascended to the rank of a level 3 apprentice. The augmentation in his abilities due to this advancement was markedly evident. Ronin's mental reservoir had expanded significantly. His magical prowess greatly enhanced, and he had begun to wield area of effect spells. While Ronin was familiarizing himself with the area of spells typical of an apprentice, Heather observed his ability to cast spells without the use of a wand or incantation. The capacity to release apprentice-level spells without chanting signified the hallmark of a formal mage. Heather speculated that Ronin might be a prodigious student from a renowned magical academy. This conjecture arose purely from Ronin's strikingly fitting demeanor, his extraordinary talent juxtaposed with a glaring lack of everyday knowledge. Such an image easily conjured in Heather's mind the legendary human mages who had left their indelible marks in epic chronicles. Their early lives mirrored Ronin's, as they too were meticulously confined by their mentors within magical towers. Only released to traverse the world once they had acquired a modicum of self-preservation skills. The realization that she had taken under her wing a future human archmage stirred a sense of exhilaration within Heather. Driven by intense curiosity, Heather employed special means to ascertain Ronin's rank. When she discovered he was merely a low-level mage apprentice, disbelief washed over her. She initially suspected a malfunction in her magical device, prompting her to investigate the ranks of several female members of the Blazing Rose team and subsequently validate the results, which all proved accurate. Heather was flabbergasted. If the magical device was functioning correctly, then the anomaly must reside within Ronin. She surmised that Ronin possessed a magical device capable of shielding him from detection, a rarity far more precious than mere detection devices, generally unattainable by ordinary factions. Heather's curiosity about Ronin deepened, resulting in an increasing closeness between the two. Occasionally, Heather would share unique elven delicacies with Ronin, a privilege not extended to the other female members of the team. However, this camaraderie was not without its frustrations. While Ronin appreciated Heather's culinary offerings, he found her prideful demeanor regarding elven dietary superiority difficult to endure. As a citizen of a gluttonous nation, Ronin harbored his own sense of pride. He could humble himself for the sake of knowledge, but would never indulge in unreciprocated flattery of a tea present. The two engaged in a heated debate over which diet was healthier. The elven race had existed for millennia, their dietary practices honed over countless generations. The combination of apples and honey was deemed the optimal pairing through relentless refinement by their ancestors. On what grounds do you assert that this diet is unhealthy? Heather exclaimed, resembling a cat whose fur had been ruffled. Ronin, equally vexed, retorted, longevity does not equate to correctness. Are you aware of the concept of an information bubble? It is when everyone around you echoes what you desire to hear, leading you to believe it is true, while in reality, you are confined within a meticulously constructed cage of misinformation. Take my advice. You should genuinely explore other culinary options, for you will soon realize how embarrassing it is to be proven wrong. The elven obstinacy manifested vividly in their quarrel. Heather lifted her chin, coldly declaring, I fail to comprehend your argument. Regardless, apples with fried fish and honey are the most delectable and healthiest foods in the world. At some point, the team's mage, Anderson, had approached them, glancing at the untouched honey-glazed fish on Ronin's plate with a look of wistfulness. Miss Heather, I have a keen interest in the dietary practices of the elven race. Might I be fortunate enough to receive a share of your culinary delights? Anderson inquired politely, executing a noble gesture he had practiced extensively, effective in charming women. Yet there are always occasions when charm fails. Today, Anderson faced his first rejection. Sir Mage, please refrain from interrupting our meal, Heather coldly responded. For days, Anderson had flaunted his gentlemanly demeanor before Heather, who had grown thoroughly weary of him. Moreover, having recognized who had genuinely aided her, she harbored no desire to engage with Anderson. Regardless of his striking appearance that typically attracted women, Anderson's expression shifted dramatically. Due to his profession, he was accustomed to being treated with deference wherever he went, as others feared inciting his displeasure. But a capable mage was always in demand, and people tended to indulge him. Regarding noble status, only formal-level mages were granted honorary noble titles, while Anderson, currently only an advanced apprentice, fell far short of the requirements. Yet, he had always considered himself a noble, and his teammates were aware of this, though none dared to expose the truth. coupled with frequent adoration from female adventurers, such as Meet Sai. Anderson had developed a misguided belief that women would not refuse him with a mere wave of his hand. Thus, when Heather delivered her unflinching denial, it shattered Anderson's expectations that he could hardly believe his ears. He had never anticipated Heather would refuse him over such a trivial matter. Had they not become friends? Anderson incredulously turned to Heather, only to be met with her frigid gaze. He opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. Utterly stunned by Heather's rejection, to the point of forgetting to maintain even the most basic decorum. Despite Anderson's repeated verbal jabs at Ronan, the latter harbored little animosity toward him, fully aware that Anderson's behavior stemmed from a male's clumsy attempts at courtship. Ronan was intrigued by elven magic, yet held little interest in Heather herself, for he understood a profound truth. The more beautiful a woman, the greater the trouble she brings. Ronan was already entangled in a multitude of issues, and he had no desire to provoke further complications that he was ill-equipped to handle at this stage. Thus, the wisest course of action was to maintain a prudent distance, not to mention his disdain for the self-important demeanor of the noble class. The other team members noticed the escalating tension among the trio and rushed to intervene. Not wishing for the situation to escalate, Ronan extended an olive branch to Anderson. "Mr. Anderson, I believe it would be wise for you to take a moment to calm down." A perceptive individual would have taken the hint, but Anderson had been indulged to the point of developing a princess-like demeanor. Ronan's goodwill was misinterpreted as a declaration of victory, and thus he became the target for Anderson's pent-up frustration. "What do you think you are? Do I need your guidance for anything I do?" Anderson sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Ronan. Ronan felt a wave of irritation wash over him. He was about to retort with an insult regarding Anderson's mother when Heather's frigid voice interjected beside him. "And what are you?" A mage apprentice forcefully elevated to an advanced level through magical devices is hardly remarkable. You understand the consequences of such forced advancement, do you not? You will forever remain at this rank, with no hope of further progress. If I were you, I would immediately seek connections to secure a position in the City Hall or the Mage Guild's logistics department, or else you will undoubtedly face dire repercussions in the future. The onlookers gasped at Heather's words. Anderson had always claimed to be a student seeking breakthroughs through his travels, and none had questioned this, given the plethora of evidence supporting his claims, including student badges. He frequently boasted about his esteemed status within the Mage Academy. However, upon witnessing the sheer terror etched across Anderson's face, they began to comprehend the veracity of Heather's words. The notion of seeking a breakthrough was likely a ruse. After all, a mage who had artificially enhanced their rank could no longer progress. Anderson's haughty demeanor evaporated, replaced by sheer disbelief. "You, what are you saying? I could never do such a thing. I am one of the top 10 star students of the Tina's Magic Academy." Anderson stammered, his defense faltering, unaware that his pale complexion had betrayed his true self. "You know whether you did it or not," Heather replied coldly. "Furthermore, allow me to remind you once more, do not provoke me. I'm not an ordinary girl. No amount of charming poses or cliché sweet nothings will sway me into compliance, but if you wish to avoid further embarrassment, I suggest you refrain from disturbing me." As her words echoed in the air, the expressions of those present became complex. The female team members, often entangled in such affairs, pondered deeply and realized that Anderson indeed seemed to embody such a demeanor. Instantly, the aura surrounding Anderson diminished significantly, and his image no longer held the noble stature it once did. However, not all women shared this clarity. In other words, behind every handsome man or beautiful woman, there are always one or two hopelessly devoted admirers. Witnessing the pallor on her beloved Anderson's face, could not help but exclaim, "How can you speak of Lord Anderson in such a manner? He has treated you with such kindness, always thinking of you first when there is something delicious to share. If you do not appreciate his gestures, so be it, but to slander Lord Anderson is truly shameless. Is this how your elven kin treat their benefactors?" Heather, not one to suffer insults in silence, retorted immediately, "I do not require his kindness, and you should manage your little suitor better. Do not let him prance around like a male goblin in heat." Her feelings exposed, felt an intense fury rise within her. She raised her lance, pointing it threateningly at Heather, ready to strike at the slightest provocation. In response, Heather summoned a magical sword crackling with electric energy from the void. The blade, inscribed with intricate elven runes, was unmistakably extraordinary. As the tension between the two parties escalated, Lagrin and the others lost their interest in mere spectatorship and swiftly moved to mediate. Under the calming influence of the leader, the confrontation was momentarily defused. Ronin observed the scene silently, fully aware that although the two factions had not clashed physically, the underlying discord would linger indefinitely. Following the exposure of his true nature, Anderson became notably more subdued. Forcing an advancement through magical devices not only signified the loss of hope for progression, but also indicated a diminishment of his status, before the path ahead was irrevocably severed. Anderson had been a coveted figure, sought after by countless minor nobles wishing to marry their daughters to him. Now, with the prospects of advancement dashed, one could only wonder if the nobility would still consider him a suitable match. The answer was undoubtedly negative. Anderson was acutely aware of this reality, which prompted him to leave the city where the academy was located and venture into the unfamiliar territory of Dragon's Fortress in the north. His plan was to seek out a noblewoman within the fortress to wed, thereby securing a noble status and a life of privilege. Initially, his sights were set on the priestess Carol, although Carol concealed her identity well. The perceptive Anderson discerned her noble lineage through her everyday habits. He exerted considerable effort to win her affection, even joining the Blazing Rose team to create more opportunities for interaction. He had anticipated that his handsome visage would soon captivate her. Yet the outcome was far from favorable. Carol's demeanor towards him was no different from that of the other team members, neither overly friendly nor excessively distant. This left Anderson feeling somewhat disheartened. Just as he contemplated shifting his focus, an unprecedented modified spell came to his attention, wielded by an elven sorceress. Elves are highly esteemed in human realms. Their extraordinarily long lifespans enable them to serve multiple generations of humans, making it a point of pride for the influential figures in the imperial capital to possess an elf. The moment Anderson confirmed that Heather was indeed an elven mage, he immediately cast aside his pursuit of Carol. A lesser noble with an unclear background could never compete with a revered elven sorceress, as long as he could forge a connection with Heather. Not only would he attain noble status, but he could likely gain unrestricted access to the royal palace. Thus, without hesitation, Anderson embarked on his pursuit of Heather. However, things did not unfold as smoothly as he had envisioned. The charming tactics that had served him well at the academy met with repeated failures in the small town of Dragon's Fortress. Anderson found himself in despair, as it seemed that ever since he had been expelled from the academy for an indiscretion involving a female student, misfortune had dogged him relentlessly. Not only had his relationships with the wealthy soured, but the gazes of his fellow team members had also shifted. Yet, out of necessity for a mage's presence in their ranks, they refrained from overt displays of disdain, though the respect they once held for him had evaporated. The group lingered for a week until Agatha's injuries had sufficiently healed, at which point Captain Lagrin decided to continue the exploration of the labyrinth. Lagrin made this decision without consulting Anderson, who, in the past, would have undoubtedly expressed his displeasure and possibly stormed away. However, following the exposure of his true nature, Anderson could no longer afford such reckless behavior. After all, he was merely a high-level mage apprentice without hope for advancement. Thus, even though he recognized Lagrin's actions as a form of retaliation for his previous overstepping, Anderson did not display any signs of dissatisfaction. Instead, he feigned ignorance. Yet, what Anderson truly felt within remained a mystery. After stoking the campfire, the group approached the labyrinth's entrance, entering the swirling passage one by one as the last member stepped into the vortex. A rustling sound emanated from a nearby thicket. After experiencing the familiar sensation of weightlessness, the group found themselves on the first level of the labyrinth's teleportation platform. Following the corridor inward, they entered a silver vortex at the end, once again transporting the team into an enlarged world. After dispatching several waves of minor foes, the team arrived at the entrance to the first-level boss. Pushing open the bronze door adorned with fearsome relief sculptures, they beheld a vast circular hall. Once the final member crossed the threshold, the bronze door slammed shut with a resounding thud. A magical circle materialized on the alabaster floor, and from within it, a majestic white tiger began to materialize. The great beast bore a resemblance to an ordinary white tiger, yet its size was extraordinarily colossal, standing approximately 2 stories tall, far surpassing even the elephants of Earth. Before such a creature, humans appeared as minuscule as ants. The tiger's snow-white fur possessed an unparalleled texture, shimmering with a glass-like luminescence under the sun's rays. Once fully emerged from the magical circle, the great tiger turned its gaze towards the group, and upon spotting the humans, let out a thunderous roar. The fetid stench of saliva surged towards the crowd, carried by the gusts of air. The Flame Rose team swiftly formed a battle formation, while Ronan concealed himself behind a stone pillar, emulating Agatha's stealth. The first floor of the labyrinth hosted a random boss, which could manifest as a colossal python or a giant wolf. This time, fortune did not favor the team, for they encountered one of the 3 titans, the Golden Flame White Tiger. The massive feline prowled around the Flame Rose team, its gaze fixated on the humans. Glistening with hunger, yet it remained cautious, refraining from an immediate assault. After circling the formation a few times, the white tiger feigned a leap forward. Although the archer Belinda possessed commendable skills, her lack of experience proved detrimental. She failed to discern the tiger's ruse and hastily unleashed the team's sole explosive arrow. The tiger, surprisingly agile for its size, effortlessly evaded Belinda's strongest strike with a graceful leap. The fiery projectile crashed against the stone wall, sending a shower of debris into the air. The tiger's gaze shifted from the wall back to the humans, a glint of cunning flashing in its eyes, hidden in the shadow of the pillar. Ronan felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, inwardly lamenting the difficulty of this battle. The fundamental distinction between humans and magical beasts lay in intelligence. Humans could hunt creatures far more powerful than themselves because beasts acted solely on instinct, devoid of cunning, while humans cleverly utilized various traps and tools to weaken their foes before delivering the final blow. However, the tiger before them exhibited a formidable intellect, rendering the team's usual tactics against mere beasts ineffective. As anticipated, after the team lost their most threatening attack, the tiger began to encroach upon their space. The IT circled the defensive formation, probing for weaknesses. The moment the team faltered, the tiger seized the opportunity. Leaping onto a stone pillar and launching itself at the frontline dwarf shield warrior, Manhammer. The dwarf warrior roared in defiance, his body enveloped in an orange-red aura, raising his shield to meet the charge. The dwarf activated his shield slam ability, a skill capable of stunning a colossal dragon at its peak. However, Manhammer was far from reaching such heights, being only in his 50s and merely at the cusp of adulthood. With his best record being the stunning of a young earth giant bear, Manhammer closed the distance. With only a few strides remaining, the armored warrior raised his dwarven tower shield, aiming for the tiger's jaw with a powerful strike. Yet, the familiar recoil he anticipated never came. Instead, he met the sensation of a dull void as the tiger abruptly dodged the shield strike, using its momentum to whip its tail, delivering a devastating blow that rendered the dwarf warrior unconscious. In an instant, the dwarf was sent flying, crashing against the edge of a stone pillar, unable to rise for a significant time that a single strike had felled him. The members of the Flame Rose team stood in stunned silence, a sense of dread washing over them at the tiger's displayed intelligence. There was nothing amiss with the dwarf's attack. His strike was swift and powerful, and his stance as steady as an ancient pine. Even the harshest of mentors could find no fault in that blow, for the dwarf's assault was textbook exemplary. Yet his opponent was a master manipulator of the mind and could see the moment of the final collision. The tiger had executed a sudden retreat, evading the shield strike, then used its momentum to lash out with its tail, the steel-like appendage knocking the dwarf into unconsciousness, positioned in the middle of the formation. Anderson began to withdraw quietly. The tiger's strength far exceeded the intelligence reports. "How can we possibly defeat it?" exclaimed the heavily armored Maiev in terror. "Even if we cannot win, we must fight," commanded Lagrin. "All members, focus on me. Form a triangular formation. This creature is intelligent. Do not leave any gaps." As the captain, Lagrin understood the necessity of maintaining order, for any disruption in formation would lead to a one-sided massacre. Ronan had no intention of facing such a cunning beast alone, so he prepared to act. The faint elemental fluctuations, and his frail physique provided excellent cover as the tiger's attention remained fixated on the elf. Heather, a wisp of shadow, glided silently along the ground towards the tiger. Roar! A chilling cry echoed through the hall. The violent sound wave dislodging clouds of dust, startling the enormous white tiger into a frenzied leap. Ronan manipulated the mithril dagger to pierce into the tiger's flank, wreaking havoc within its body. Though the tiger's exterior boasted a metal-like hardness, its internal organs remained flesh and blood. After merely a few seconds of control, blood began to spurt from the tiger's wounds. At this point, the tiger could no longer focus on the humans. It writhed in agony, sometimes even turning to bite at its own back. An opportunity. Although Lagrin was unsure why the tiger had lost control, she recognized this as a once-in-a-lifetime chance for the team. Anderson, unleash your strongest spell. Belinda, shoot it in the eyes with poisoned arrows. Agatha, you and Ronan find a moment to sever its tendons. After swiftly devising a battle plan, Lagrin charged forward with his swordsman Tommy. The heavily armored Maya remained behind, guarding Anderson. She too should have advanced, as she belonged to the front line. However, the situation was too dire for anyone to hold it against her. Lagrin activated the swordsman's charge skill, transforming into a blur as she darted toward the tiger and plunged her sword into its ribs. That Lagrin's knightly sword was likely a magical weapon, inscribed with runes of sharpness and armor-piercing. Thus, her strike penetrated deep, with only the hilt remaining visible. The golden flame white tiger emitted a piercing roar before pivoting to bite at Lagrin, a seasoned warrior. Lagrin excelled in quick strikes and retreats. After landing her blow, she swiftly exited the fray. The tiger's jaws snapped at empty air, while swordsman Tommy took advantage of the distraction to inflict a wound on the tiger's left hind leg. Tommy's impulsive nature reflected in his combat style. After successfully landing a hit, he sought to strike again, nearly falling victim to the tiger's retaliatory swipe. The critical moment. Ronan intervened with a mage's hand. Pulling him back, in the rear, Anderson completed his incantation just in time. Great fire spirit, heed my call. Bestow your power upon my hands. Let the trees burn, let the rocks ignite. Let all be enveloped in flames. Apprentice high-level magic. Chaotic fire rain. After an elongated chant, the fire rain, shrouded in negative energy, descended from the heavens, engulfing the unsteady tiger. From within the black smoke came the tiger's frenzied roars, accompanied by the acrid scent of charred fur. The chaotic fire rain persisted for over 10 seconds, and the tiger failed to escape its wrath, hindered by the magical sword embedded in its lower back. That Lagrin's strike had inflicted unimaginable damage. The tiger struggled even to move. The peculiar scent pervaded the air, reminiscent of a blend of sulfur and singed flesh. It was evident that the chaotic fire rain had taken a toll on Anderson. Having cast the spell, he needed to lean on his staff to remain upright. However, despite the visible fatigue, Anderson felt a surge of exhilaration. As expected, it comes down to me. With a single strike, I can crush any monster like an ant. The infatuated Maiev chimed in with timely praise. Lord Anderson, you are truly remarkable. You vanquished the creature with just one spell, unlike certain individuals who can only cower in the shadows, though Miaifu did not explicitly state it. Everyone present was acutely aware that she was alluding to Ronan and Heatherway. Ronan refrained from providing an explanation. A lion has no need to boast of its might to wild dogs. In a recent skirmish, Ronan was, in fact, the one who inflicted the greatest damage, but he chose to conceal his prowess by employing modified spells that produced elemental fluctuations close to zero. That had a formal level mage been present, they would have undoubtedly detected Ronan's anomaly. Alas, none were, and thus, to the members of the Flame Squad, Ronan appeared as a coward, lurking in the background and idling away the time. In stark contrast, Heatherway exhibited a commendable performance. She did not refrain from action, but her targets were the wounded. Following the eruption of battle, Heatherway was the first to rush to the aid of the dwarf shield warrior, dragging the shield-bearer's hammer to a corner to administer healing. Miaifu held little genuine malice towards Ronan. Her targeting of him stemmed purely from her association with Anderson. Recently, Anderson had been at odds with the squad, leading to a palpable rift between them. In order to reintegrate Anderson into the team, it was essential for the members to recognize his significance, while simultaneously providing a scapegoat to divert attention that Ronin's demeanor presented Miaifu with an opportunity. Thus, she unhesitatingly directed her ire towards him, hoping to incite new discord and distract the team from their previous grievances with Anderson. Miaifu's strategy was astutely devised, yet she overlooked one crucial detail. Anderson's performance had to be sufficiently formidable. The ideal scenario would have Anderson delivering a decisive blow to the giant tiger, thereby contrasting him with the timid Ronin and sowing doubt among the members regarding Ronin's capabilities. However, the situation was evidently not unfolding as intended. From within the smoke, a thunderous roar erupted. The furious sound dispelled the thick haze, revealing a colossal figure. The giant tiger that came into view before the members of the Flame Rose squad no longer exuded its former majesty. Its once formidable fur appeared charred. With embers flickering in several places, the magnificent and imposing body was riddled with wounds, with blood gushing from numerous gashes. Most grievous of all was the injury to its eye. The left eye had been corroded by the negative elements of the fire rain, creating a deep crater in its face, from which a dark red fluid continuously oozed. Upon witnessing this wound, Ronin felt a sense of relief. Even a creature of the giant tiger-esque stature would find such injuries exceedingly challenging. Despite its seemingly unyielding exterior, its combat effectiveness had undoubtedly diminished significantly. Furthermore, Ronin gained a deeper understanding of his fellow mages. Once a mage apprentice reaches this advanced level, they can wield powers beyond the imagination of ordinary practitioners. The wounds upon the giant tiger, under normal circumstances, would require the coordinated efforts of 12 seasoned adventurers, potentially necessitating a sacrifice from Shield Warrior. Yet Anderson achieved such results with a single advanced apprentice spell, although it appeared somewhat strained. The ability to decisively alter the course of battle in critical moments was truly exceptional. Ronin felt a genuine sense of gratitude for his own mastery of such power. However, with advantages come disadvantages. Ronin also discerned the flaws in Anderson's casting. Firstly, the casting time was excessively prolonged. The incantation alone approached 20 seconds, ample time for even a shovel-wielding brute to dispatch him several times over. Additionally, the mana expenditure was alarmingly severe, with one spell consuming 2/3 of a similarly ranked caster's total mana, an anomaly indeed. As a fellow mage, Ronin possessed a keen sensitivity to the elements, and he gleaned much inspiration from Anderson's casting. The Chaotic Fire Rain spell, leaning towards the Chaotic Fire element, was straightforward and brute force in application. One merely needed to exert force to achieve the desired outcome. However, Anderson seemed overly fixated on the visual effects of his magic, deliberately channeling the elements to create a dazzling fiery aura around him. This was an entirely unnecessary maneuver, leading to significant elemental dissipation. Much of Anderson's mana was squandered in this manner. Had Ronin been in his position, he would have eliminated the superfluous steps that wasted mana, and instead added a grease spell to enhance the ferocity of the fire rain or infused it with the properties of hellfire, ensuring that the flames would persist until the very bones were incinerated. For the labyrinth's first-level sovereign, the golden flame white tiger, the nightmare was merely beginning. Before the giant tiger could make a move, Lagrin stomped forcefully upon the ground, activating the swordsman's assault skill. With a piercing whistle, Lagrin surged towards the giant tiger, her short sword aimed swiftly at its right eye. The giant tiger swiped its paw in an attempt to crush the diminutive intruder. Yet due to its grievous injuries, its speed was significantly hampered. Seizing the opportunity, Lagrin decisively abandoned the eye and struck fiercely at the fleshy pad of the tiger's paw. With a splatter, blood erupted, a gaping wound appeared on the giant tiger's front paw, and as it landed, it let out a pained howl, slowly retreating, seemingly stricken with fear. Lagrin pressed forward with her sword, intent on exploiting this moment to slay the white tiger. However, Lagrin underestimated the cunning of the labyrinth's guardian. She charged towards the giant tiger once more. It opened its massive maw and unleashed a deafening roar. This was no ordinary roar. It was a sound imbued with a psychic shockwave. Lagrin, caught in proximity, staggered, her form wobbling as if inebriated. The other squad members, though slightly better off, also covered their ears, displaying expressions of agony. Even Ronin, who lurked in the shadows, was affected, losing connection with the mithril short sword embedded within the giant tiger. Free from the constraints of the unknown attack, the giant tiger's aura surged once more. The white tiger harbored profound hatred for Lagran, who dared to challenge its authority. Disregarding Anderson, who posed a greater threat and had blinded one of its eyes, it lunged directly at Lagran. Still reeling from the tiger's roar, Lagran's mind was clouded, her body unable to regain its equilibrium. The giant tiger's gaping maw lunged menacingly towards her waist, its gleaming fangs glinting like metal. Should Lagran fall victim to its bite, the consequences would be unimaginably dire. Just as it seemed Lagran was destined to perish at the jaws of the tiger, a slender, elongated hand of magic emerged from behind a stone pillar, grasping her belt and swiftly dragging her backward. The giant tiger, eager to satiate its thirst for human flesh, yearned to rend the audacious ant who dared defy its supremacy into minuscule fragments. The saber-toothed beast's jaws snapped shut, emitting a dull, crunching sound. There was no sweet scent of human flesh between its teeth. The colossal tiger gazed in confusion, realizing it had bitten nothing but air, while its prey swiftly retreated. The white tiger let out an enraged roar. And just as the giant tiger crouched low, preparing to pursue, the pristine white marble floor shattered, and fearsome, grotesque vines erupted from below, rapidly ensnaring the massive feline. The elven sorceress, Heatherwine, had made her move, unleashing an untraceable spell of elven origin. The floor, impervious to the chaotic rain of fire, was violently uprooted by the vines, leaving the ferocious golden flame white tiger trapped as helplessly as a mere house cat. The vines summoned by Heatherwine were incredibly vicious. After ensnaring the giant tiger, they constricted relentlessly, their surfaces adorned with dark green spikes that pierced the tiger's flesh with each tightening twist. Blood sprayed forth as the giant tiger emitted a painful roar. Following Maev's scathing remarks, Roning realized he could no longer afford to remain idle. Although he was indifferent to others' opinions of him, he did not wish to be used as a pawn. Seizing the opportunity, Roning leaped from behind a stone pillar, launching himself toward the golden flame white tiger ensnared by the vines. The enhancements provided by his support magic were formidable, allowing Roning to effortlessly match the speed of Lagran when she employed her charge skill. To the other members of the team, Roning appeared as a swift black streak. The black streak zipped past the tiger's forepaw, slicing through it with a metallic gleam and then severing its right paw. Hind legs and tail in succession. The sound of swift slashes filled the air as blood sprayed in all directions. The members of the Blazing Rose team were left in stunned disbelief, aside from Agatha, who had a vague understanding of Roning's prowess. The others were convinced he was merely an inexperienced nobleman with no real adventuring experience. Every year, many such noble youths, fueled by tales of adventure, ventured into dungeons, well-versed in leisure but woefully inadequate in combat, often even less capable than novice warriors from knight academies. Thus, when Roning charged forth, no one held any optimism for him. Lagran and the others thought Roning was being reckless, and they were mentally preparing to provide support at a moment's notice. Yet, in a mere 10 seconds, the events that unfolded shattered their perceptions. The first-level boss, which had eluded their team's efforts for an extended period, was reduced to a mere plaything at Roning's hands in under 10 seconds. Gazing at the white tiger writhing on the ground like a butchered worm, Lagran and the others remained in a state of shock, unable to come to terms with the astonishing scene before them. Who could have anticipated that the burden, universally regarded as having negligible combat capability, would possess such immense strength? Is this what you call having the ability to protect oneself? Lagran directed her gaze toward Agatha. Sensing her captain's confusion, offered a strained smile and shook her head, indicating her own uncertainty. The archer, Belinda, huffed disdainfully, muttering that it was nothing special. Tommy, her childhood friend, nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. The dwarven shield warrior leaned against the fractured stone pillar, his face filled with admiration for Roning's remarkable display. The team's priestess, Carol, also turned her gaze toward Roning, her lake blue eyes as clear as the sky, fixated upon him, lost in thought. However, not everyone could readily accept Roning's extraordinary performance. The individuals most unable to digest the scene were Anderson and Maiev. The former remained composed, and their relationship had not reached the point of open conflict. Conversely, Maiev felt deeply unsettled. Just moments ago, she had criticized Roning for his perceived inaction. Now, in the blink of an eye, she had been publicly reprimanded by the very person she had derided, leaving her feeling utterly humiliated. Maiev was acutely aware of her image in Anderson's eyes, and Roning's actions had placed her on a metaphorical pyre, making her acutely aware of the disappointment that radiated from Anderson's gaze. Maiev yearned to explain herself, but Anderson had already turned away, his back to her in cold indifference as she stared at his distant silhouette. A wave of frustration washed over Maiev as she pondered how events had spiraled out of control. All she had done was speak the truth. Who could have anticipated that Roning would be so cunning, deliberately concealing his strength to embarrass her? If only Roning and Heatherwine had not intervened, Anderson would not have found himself at odds with the team, nor would he feel disappointment toward her, refusing even to look in her direction. A deep-seated resentment welled up from within Maiev. Blood soaked the ground. With such a volume of blood loss, the team need not attack. They merely had to encircle the beast to prevent its escape, and soon the golden flame white tiger would succumb to its injuries. The remaining right eye of the white tiger had lost its previous predatory glint, no longer perceiving humans as mere prey. The instinct to pursue advantage and evade danger is not solely a human trait, but one shared by animals as well. The white tiger possessed a high level of intelligence, and after sustaining such grievous injuries, the thought of retreat had begun to take root in its mind. Roning and Heatherwine recognized the white tiger's growing cowardice. And in perfect unison, they blocked the only exit behind it. The exit was a bronze door. Roning was uncertain if it could be opened, but blocking it was imperative. After all that had transpired, Roning could not allow the white tiger to escape. The materials it possessed could fetch a handsome sum of gold coins. The white tiger panted heavily, its mangled limbs resting upon the white marble floor. The sight of its severed limbs pressing against the stone left many in attendance wide-eyed with shock. For a human to endure such injuries without crying out in agony was remarkable, let alone standing upright. Yet, astonishingly, in less than half a minute, the white tiger adapted to its dismembered state, prompting Roning to reflect on the undeniable truth. It was no coincidence that magical beasts of the same rank could overpower their human counterparts. The remaining members of the Blazing Rose team rallied in unison, encircling the beleaguered beast. As they gradually closed in, the white tiger released an enraged roar. The first to strike was Lagrin, the seasoned leader, who, despite having just faced life-threatening danger, quickly regained her composure and attacked without hesitation. Utilizing the same ambush skill, Lagrin inflicted a gaping wound deep enough to expose bone on the giant tiger's flank. The white tiger, now devoid of its paw, struggled to walk steadily and unleashed chaotic, ineffective attacks that lacked any semblance of counteroffensive when the white tiger attempted to charge at the bronze door once more. Roning regained control of his mithril short sword. Manipulating the blade with the magically enhanced mage's hand, Roning could vividly sense the internal damage occurring within the beast. The mithril short sword continued to navigate through the giant tiger's body, its streamlined form slicing through intestines and piercing vital organs, spewing forth a grotesque mixture of yellow and green innards from the tiger's lower abdomen. The gruesome scene of blood and shattered organs erupting outward proved too much for the team's priestess, Carol, who turned her gaze away in horror. The mithril short sword returned to Roning, hovering silently behind him, as he caught a whiff of the pungent scent of iron, with its belly torn open and dragging a trail of shattered entrails. The white tiger had seemingly forfeited any chance of escape. Having reigned as the sovereign of the first level for over 2 years, the white tiger had claimed the lives of many bipeds. Yet today, it would meet its fateful end. Wait, I possess a beast contract. Perhaps I can tame it. This white tiger is unlike ordinary magical beasts. If I can subdue it, it would be of immense benefit to us. Just as the situation appeared to be resolved, Anderson suddenly interjected. Lord Anderson is correct. Maiev chimed in eagerly. If we can tame the giant tiger, our team would gain a formidable front line, alleviating the pressure on our tank, while providing more effective protection for our backline. Most importantly, the white tiger could serve as both a mount and a means of transportation. What Anderson and Maya suggested certainly held merit, if taming the white tiger could yield such significant advantages for the team. It was worth considering. Yet, an uneasy feeling nagged at Lagrin, causing her to hesitate. Observing Lagrin's conflicted expression, Anderson pressed on. "Captain, time is of the essence. The longer we delay, the more challenging it will be for the white tiger to recover from its injuries. If we act quickly, a vial of restoration water can suffice. Otherwise, we may have to resort to holy water. Restoration water can be crafted by high-level mage apprentices, typically priced around 3 gold coins. While holy water can only be produced by senior priests of the goddess of life, making it exceedingly rare and capable of fetching hundreds of gold coins at auction. The Blazing Rose team happened to possess a vial of holy water, purchased with their collective savings over the years. Lagrin had been reluctant to use it even when her own life was at stake, and she would certainly be unwilling to use it to heal a magical beast. Lagrin felt herself being swayed by Anderson's words, poised to agree, when Roning interjected with a hint of curiosity. "May I ask who the contract holder would be? Is that even a question?" "Of course. It would be Lord Anderson. He severely injured the white tiger with his magic, and then willingly provided the contract scroll." "Who else could the contract holder possibly be?" Maifu swiftly retorted, after harboring resentment in her heart. Maifu seized every opportunity to confront Roning. Upon hearing her words, Roning felt an urge to laugh. She incessantly invoked the name of Lord Anderson, as if the hunt for the white tiger depended solely on him. When it came to his own interests, Roning would not yield. This magical beast was the result of everyone's collective effort. The contract should belong to the entire team, that if you wish to inscribe your name on the contract. It was not impossible, but you must concede part of the benefits to your teammates. Otherwise, no matter how sweetly you spoke, it could not obscure the reality that the contract beast belonged to an individual. Roning articulated the matter plainly, and Captain Ligurin, who was subtly swayed by Anderson, wore an expression of sudden comprehension. "What do you mean? Are you accusing Lord Anderson of encroaching on the team's interests? Lord Anderson is acting out of goodwill for the team, yet you slander him so. Are you even human? It seems you're the one looking to usurp the team's benefits, obsessively nitpicking over the first harvest. I've never seen anyone so materialistic, akin to a Maxian. The Maxians are known for selling anything for money." Maifu derisively insinuated that Roning was solely motivated by wealth. "I believe you should never have been allowed to join the team. Since your arrival, the team's strength has not increased, but rather, internal conflicts have proliferated." Roning did not interrupt Maifu's personal attack. The more fervently she spoke, the more pitiable Roning found her, for the excessive self-satisfaction of a sycophant was truly amusing. Maifu remained oblivious to the fact that Anderson, who had instigated the conversation, was now silent, appearing as an outsider. When Maifu finally ran out of breath, Roning leisurely countered, "You ought to look in the mirror and see your current self. Blind adoration will not make the one you admire glance your way, but will instead render your visage grotesque. As a kind-hearted individual, I kindly remind you that no man will appreciate your current shrewish demeanor, especially not a mage whose vision far surpasses that of his peers." This statement was quite direct, and most present grasped its meaning. Several female members cast their gazes toward Maifu and the team's sole mage. Anderson, perceiving the peculiar disdain in the eyes of the crowd, Anderson's face turned a shade of pale. He had not anticipated being embroiled in this. Initially, he intended to exploit Maifu, hoping she would charge in a battle on his behalf, with the ideal outcome being the signing of the contract with the Jin Yin White Tiger, a free acquisition of a beast with a mutated bloodline. However, he did not foresee Roning as a variable who would expose his scheme with a few words and clarify his relationship with Maifu, which infuriated Anderson. Although Anderson held a degree of disdain for the female adventurers in the team, he had internally accepted them as his own possessions. The mages under his command always had combat followers. While he would not marry Maifu and the others, he intended for them to become his followers. In everyday interactions, Anderson employed the airs of a noble gentleman to garner favor with the female team members. Before Roning joined the team, the women had a fairly positive perception of him, and someone as naive as Maifu had directly become his admirer. Anderson's next target was Agatha, having come from slum. She had never experienced the opulence of the upper class, but he had planned to introduce her to this world after their mission concluded. intending to claim her that very day. However, before he could execute his plan, it was thwarted by the elves and Roning. Hathaway exposed the hypocrisy of Anderson, while Roning unveiled Anderson's treachery. Although the Middle-earth realm was culturally distinct from modern civilization, there were commonalities, particularly in the disdain for men who lurked in the shadows. Forcing women to take the front lines, the gazes of Ligurin, Belinda, and others towards Anderson were tinged with subtle contempt. Standing at the back of the crowd, Hathaway stifled a laugh, finding her apprentice utterly amusing. With not a hair on his chin, he pretended to admonish an adult. The scene would be all the more entertaining if these onlookers knew that the figure cloaked in mystery was merely a child. Ignoring Maifu's reaction, Roning turned to Ligurin and said, "If a contract is to be signed, we may consider a fair and equitable team contract. This would address the issue of uneven distribution and ensure that the magical beast genuinely assists us." Ligurin's gaze swept across the dwarf shield warrior, who had managed to stand, and her expression gradually solidified. She nodded at Roning. Anderson, feeling overlooked, fluctuated between shades of green and white. Roning paid no heed to the clownish Anderson. Upon receiving the captain's affirmation, he strode towards the white tiger leaning against the bronze door. The battered Jin Yin white tiger emitted a feeble roar directed at Roning as he approached. The beast was highly intelligent. It understood human speech. The thought of being subdued as a contract beast was intolerable to the Jin Yin white tiger, who, as a creature with a mutated bloodline, possessed the dignity of a beast king and would never submit to humanity. Not only would he refuse to sign a slave contract, but he would also reject a team contract. Roning discerned the beast's resolute determination from its elevated head. He turned to Ligurin and suggested, dissecting it for materials afterward might not be a bad idea, and then prepared to intimidate the white tiger with his mithril short sword. Just as he was about to make his move, Hathaway's melodious voice rang out from behind him. "Allow me to give it a try." Roning glanced back at Hathaway, and after confirming their understanding with a shared look, he stepped aside. He was exceedingly curious about Hathaway. She seemed to be enveloped in a veil of mystery, making it difficult to discern her true nature. However, through their time together, Roning had made some discoveries. His teacher was far more enigmatic than he had initially perceived. After Hathaway recovered from her injuries, Roning and Hathaway practiced spells daily, where one would use low-level apprentice magic to attack the other, who would then dismantle it. Through these exchanges, Roning's understanding of magic, control over elements, and the connection of spells saw significant improvement. Now, when he encountered the knights who had previously pursued him, he could easily dispatch them. Yet, despite this progress, Roning had yet to triumph over Hathaway in their duels. Her grasp and application of magic far exceeded his own. Although he had never inquired about Hathaway's level, he had an inkling. The formidable aura she occasionally exhibited during their practice suggested that all the members of his team combined would likely not be her match. As for why someone so powerful would be injured and subsequently rescued by the team, that was beyond Roning's comprehension. But he did not concern himself with Hathaway's background. He merely wished to cherish this experience. For under her tutelage, he was gradually solidifying his magical foundation. For a mage, having a solid foundation was crucial as it pertained to future advancement. Any mage aspiring to traverse the path of magic would place immense emphasis on this. While the original owner had left behind many fragmented memories related to magic, they were often disjointed and difficult to piece together, making Roning's studies arduous. Hathaway's arrival filled this gap, and even surpassed it. The wonders of elven magic greatly broadened Roning's horizons, freeing his thoughts from rigid confines. In the astonished gaze of the team members, Hathaway slowly approached the white tiger and squatted down before it. It was hard to fathom that a cornered beast would allow an enemy to come close. Yet Hathaway accomplished just that, leaving the onlookers in awe. Roning pondered what method Hathaway had employed. He noticed a fleeting moment of dazedness in the white tiger's pupils, reminiscent of a cat high on catnip, that he speculated that Hathaway might have utilized a skill related to animal affinity. A classic elven specialty. As Hathaway neared the white tiger, she first reached out to stroke its massive head. Once the tiger's tense body relaxed, she cast a healing spell upon it. Green luminescence gathered on the tiger's surface, and its wounds quickly stopped bleeding and healed. Subsequently, Hathaway retrieved the tiger's severed limb and reattached it. Hathaway's healing magic was even more miraculous than the holy water of the goddess of life. While holy water was reputed to heal any injury, it could not achieve rapid wound closure, whereas Hathaway's healing magic did just that. This was utterly extraordinary. Although Roning had never witnessed the advanced healing divine arts of the Goddess of Life Church, he speculated that such invaluable high-level healing spells would likely have similar effects. The wonders of elven magic truly astounded him. He mused. The members of the party also took note of this scene. Hazeway's healing spells were akin to a safeguard against fatal blows for the adventurers, allowing them to engage in battle without fear of sustaining injuries that could impede their progress. A palpable sense of anticipation filled the gazes directed at Hazeway, their expressions reminiscent of novice players encountering a seasoned veteran in a game, almost as if the words "Big Brother, take me along" were written across their faces. Anderson, the mage of the group, felt a surge of fervor as well. Him. Hazeway represented a veritable treasure trove of knowledge, from the enhanced warning spells to her current healing magic. Either of these spellcrafts, if sold, could yield wealth beyond what Anderson could earn in a lifetime. The potential benefits of presenting them to the Mage Guild were beyond imagination. As he envisioned his name gracing the center of the magical bulletin board, receiving invitations from various empires to become a royal mage, and being adored by countless noble maidens, the fire in Anderson's heart only intensified. He was determined to win Hazeway's heart. Absolutely. Though the limbs of the white tiger had been reattached, it could not immediately rise to walk. Hazeway, cradling the tiger's head, spoke something through a voice spell, and to everyone's surprise, the proud creature willingly signed a follower's contract with her. This contract represented a relationship of complete equality. The follower would protect the master, while the master would provide the resources necessary for the follower's cultivation, a mutualistic bond that stood in stark contrast to the oppressive nature of a slave contract. Hazeway's bracelet on her left hand emitted a silver vortex, drawing the massive form of the white tiger into it, causing it to shrink and vanish, a battle pet ring, an item even more precious than a spatial ring, capable of housing living beings, complete with a healing alchemical array inside, allowing injured battle pets to gradually mend their wounds. Roning had only ever seen such items in books, and for a fleeting moment, he considered banishing the white tiger and claiming it for himself. Anderson recognized the item as well, his eyes betraying a fierce longing. His resolve to win Hazeway's affection strengthened, recalling the romantic tales of elves and humans from epic biographies. A glimmer of ambition sparkled in his eyes. If he could ensnare Hazeway, his struggles would be over. Everything she possessed would eventually be his, and even after her initial allure faded, she could still generate value for him. Elves truly were magnificent beings, he mused with a malevolent admiration. "Apologies, I seem to owe you all some money," came Hazeway's melodious voice, laced with regret. "Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please turn the page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting." Money. The members of the Blazing Rose exchanged puzzled glances at Hazeway. When had she accrued debt to them? They couldn't quite recall. "Our assistance was not for monetary gain. Rather, we value your help far more than gold. Your healing spells are especially vital to us, and I implore you to become our party's second cleric," Lagrin stated, to which Belinda and Tommy fervently nodded in agreement. Although their team already had the cleric Carol, her expertise lay in enhancement healing spells, which required time to accumulate effectiveness, whereas Hazeway clearly excelled in rapid recovery magic. Such restorative spells could swiftly rejuvenate warriors, extending their combat capabilities and significantly increasing the party's exploration duration and potential earnings. Consequently, no team would refuse the presence of a rapid recovery healer. Individuals of such caliber were often more sought after than novice mages. "I accept," Hazeway affirmed Lagrin's request with an in truth. She had already intended to do so. The Morningstar Elves upheld a creed of repaying kindness, and since Lagrin and the others had aided her in a critical moment, she felt compelled to repay their goodwill. The team decided to remain in the hall to recuperate, with Hazeway attending to the injured one by one. Though the battle had been arduous, they were fortunate that the injuries were not severe. The dwarf shield warrior, seemingly gravely wounded, merely suffered from internal bleeding and unconsciousness. After Hazeway's treatment, He was soon boasting in his distinctive dwarven voice once more. Miss Hazeway wrapped up her healing efforts. Anderson approached her. Miss Hazeway, this is restorative water, designed to alleviate mental fatigue that I noticed you've been busy without a sip of water. So I brought it for you, he declared, his tone imbued with noble charm. Regrettably, Hazeway did not grace him with a warm response. With a huff, she turned away, leaving Anderson awkwardly standing alone with the teacup in hand. The dwarf shield warrior had discovered a plethora of adventurer equipment behind the stone pillars outside the hall, likely left behind by those who had failed to succeed. Among these, only the weapons remained in relatively good condition, while most armor pieces lay damaged, their shattered metal glinting dully. Although the haul was less than ideal, it still constituted an unexpected profit, and the expressions of the team members brightened considerably. During the distribution of spoils, Ronan opted for a mage's short staff. This choice drew the attention of his companions, with the dwarf shield warrior chuckling at Ronan's decision to choose a weapon suited for mages instead of selecting something more appropriate for himself. Lagrin urged Ronan to reconsider, whether for selling or personal use. A short sword would clearly be more fitting. There was no need to choose a weapon he could not wield out of mere curiosity. Anderson and Maeve also took note of this. Anderson, having momentarily forgotten his earlier humiliation at Hazeway's hands, now found renewed vigor upon seeing a rogue opt for a staff. With a mocking smile, Anderson scoffed, I suggest you save your efforts. Magic is not something a simpleton like you can master. You would do better to choose a weapon you can actually sell. The youth failed to grasp the true value of gold. To squander his savings on unattainable dreams would leave him destitute in old age, a folly of the highest order. Maeve, having given up on pretense, clearly sided with Anderson. The moment he spoke, she readily echoed his sentiments. Hazeway appeared more incensed than Ronan himself. Before he could retort, she coldly interjected, What I choose to equip is none of your concern. If you're so idle, perhaps you should venture to the second floor to scout ahead instead of lingering around us. Anderson found himself unable to assert his dominance over Hazeway. After all, he had yet to ensnare her. Looking earnestly at her, he replied, You possess restorative healing magic, so it is only natural for me to remain close to protect you. As Anderson spoke, he stood upright, and with his handsome visage, he exuded a certain charm. However, it was unfortunate that he was clad in a wizard's robe. Had he donned knightly armor and wielded a knight's sword instead of a staff, the scene would have possessed a greater authenticity. Heather was thoroughly disgusted by Anderson's shamelessness. She cast him a cold glance and fell silent. Believing he had made progress, Anderson sought to close the distance, only to have a magical sword materialize before his neck in a flash of light. It was then that he remembered Heather's exceptional combat skills. Anderson retreated in disarray, while Meef shot Heather a venomous glare. Even the most oblivious among them could discern the tension between the two factions. Clearly, Anderson and Meef were the source of the conflict, conspiring against Ronan. Women tend to possess a keen sense of observation. With a bit of contemplation, the reasons become evident. Before Heather's arrival, Anderson had been lavishing attention on the priestess, Carol, who was the most beautiful woman in the group and had an impressive background. Now that the even more alluring Heather had arrived, Anderson's visits to Carol had diminished, while his encounters with Heather had increased. This revelation made Anderson's intentions quite clear. Moreover, his motives for antagonizing Ronan were straightforward. He sought to drive Ronan away from Heather. While he made no progress on his end, Ronan was spending every day in affectionate company with the goddess, even disappearing together for periods of time. Who knew what they were up to? Any man would find this intolerable, especially someone as possessive as Anderson, which is why he seized every opportunity to target Ronan. Eventually, everyone began to see through Anderson's intentions. Meanwhile, Ronan had no interest in engaging with these two who merely talked without taking action. He found no reason to engage with someone so full of ambition yet lacking in initiative. He could easily dispatch Anderson with a mere flick of his wrist, for he was but a mere apprentice. For safety reasons, the team decided to rest for a day before entering the second layer. After dinner, Heather beckoned Ronan over. As he approached her amidst Anderson's envious glare, they stood shoulder to shoulder and departed together. The other members of the party were resting by the campfire, and the two made no effort to conceal their movements, so everyone witnessed the scene. The dwarven shield warrior, unable to tolerate Anderson, feigned mystery as he addressed Lagrin. Do you think these two might already be a couple? Their essay saying that dwarves have no secrets, for their voices are simply too loud. Even if he attempted to lower his tone, the sound of the hammer seemed no different than a shout in anyone's ear, and the entire camp was aware of what the dwarf had said. Although Lagrin presented herself with a tough exterior, she quickly reverted to her feminine nature when it came to gossip. With a tone full of curiosity, she replied, "I'm not sure, but I'm certain there is something between those two. Have you ever seen any other male-female teammates who seem to want to be glued together all day long?" This topic piqued the interest of the members of the Blazing Rose, and several female members who were preparing to rest draped blankets over themselves and joined the conversation. It seemed evident that Heather had a special connection with that fellow. Our esteemed wizard struggled even to approach her. Yet that guy was able to spend time with her daily. Gossip knows no age, and even the young Belinda chimed in with her observations. "That is not all. I even saw them sharing cup." Her childhood friend Tommy exclaimed, "This chapter is not yet complete. Please click to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. I am now exceedingly curious about what that fellow looks like." I've heard that those with pointed ears are all visual creatures, making it difficult to imagine what sort of appearance could capture an elf's heart in such a short time. Carol, rarely participating, also joined in. She should have been engaged in her evening prayers. Speaking of looks, our esteemed wizard is not lacking in that department, yet he doesn't even glance her way. Tommy, reveling in Anderson's misfortune, remarked that he was happier seeing Anderson down on his luck than he would be kissing his childhood friend Belinda. Hey, being handsome is of no use. Elves are far more cunning than you might think. The word innocence does not exist in the lexicon of immortal beings. The dwarven shield warrior chuckled that moment. A loud crash echoed from the corner, drawing everyone's attention to Anderson, who had knocked over a food container. "I can't sleep. I'm going for a walk." Struggling to maintain his composure, Anderson managed to utter a sentence before retreating with Meef to the entrance of the first layer. Upon returning to the oversized world, Anderson kicked vehemently at a 3-meter-high mushroom by the roadside. The mushroom toppled over, but Anderson was not done. He continued to kick it while hurling curses. "Damn country bumpkin, I will make you pay. You shall learn that a wizard's dignity is not to be trifled with. You wretched mudblood, daring to flirt with the woman I desire. Once I ensnare that harlot, I shall turn you into a puppet." Forcing you to witness my interactions with Heather every day, this moment, Anderson had completely abandoned his graceful demeanor. His face twisted into a snarl, resembling a malevolent specter from the abyss. Yet, despite this transformation, Meef showed no signs of disdain. Whether it was love that had clouded her judgment or a lack of alternatives, Meef stepped forward, embracing Anderson's waist and repeatedly assuring him that she would always be by his side. After venting his frustrations, Anderson remained unsatisfied. He turned to Meef and, to his surprise, noticed that after her bath, the warrior appeared less hardened without her armor, showcasing a softness unique to femininity. His gaze swept over Meef's striking eyes, her straight nose, and her full lips. An uncontrollable surge of violent impulse surged forth. Crouched down, Anderson cast a cold glance at Maeve and issued a chilling command. Roning had advanced yet again. The combination of one-on-one tutoring and high-intensity practice had propelled Roning to a new level, rendering him a level 4 apprentice. This rank was quite lackluster for a mage apprentice who had been sent to the magical academy at the tender age of 8. However, considering Roning had only been exposed to magic for less than a month, his progress was nothing short of remarkable. Half of that month had been spent in dire circumstances, fleeing for his life. He had endured poor nutrition, restless nights, and abysmal conditions for meditation, all while facing numerous life-and-death confrontations. Achieving a consecutive advancement of 3 levels under such circumstances attests to the extraordinary talent Roning possessed. Should his ascension speed become common knowledge, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entire magical community. It is worth noting that the fastest recorded ascension in the Middle-earth realm still belongs to the legendary mage Roland from several millennia ago, who took 5 years and 7 months to rise from a level 1 apprentice to a full-fledged mage, all while enjoying the comforts of his mentor's magical tower. In stark contrast, Roning accomplished his remarkable feat of advancing 3 levels within just 1 month in a perilous environment. While the absence of barriers between apprentice ranks played a role, There is no denying that Roning's innate talent is truly astonishing. Such prodigious ability, regardless of familial background, would typically be revered and meticulously nurtured. Families would go to great lengths to provide Roning with the finest conditions for training, even at the expense of their own comforts, as he embodied the hope for their resurgence and strength. Alas, fate dealt a cruel hand, for Roning was born into a family driven by self-interest. Following his mother's passing, he was forsaken by his kin, subsequently ensnared in a meticulously crafted trap that led to his expulsion from the academy, ultimately relegating him to the status of a wild mage. Most individuals would have succumbed to despair after such experiences, particularly when faced with the humiliating betrayal, which often weighs heavily on a young man. However, Roning's exposure to the absurdities of modern society, including the myriad of bizarre experiences associated with the alphabet circles, spades, and intar, prevented him from spiraling into self-pity. Instead, he became increasingly diligent in his magical studies, while other apprentices reveled in dance at the festivities. Roning immersed himself in the deconstruction of magical runes. Instead of indulging in sweet pastries at the noble women's gatherings, he devoted himself to relentless meditation. Roning dedicated every moment of leisure to the elemental spirits, who, in turn, bestowed upon him remarkable gifts: the enigmatic and unparalleled mage's hand, the ferocious and rapid rock cannon spell, and the devastatingly potent modified fireball spell. These powers were the fruits of Roning's unwavering effort, illuminating the truth that true strength does not belong to those who are innately robust, agile, or intelligent. It belongs solely to those who are passionately devoted to their craft, to the point of self-forgetfulness. The enhancement in power from his advancements was unmistakable, as evidenced by the soot-stained visage of Highsway. This marked the first occasion Roning had left his unique imprint upon her on their way back. Roning wore a grin reminiscent of a foolish air. Highsway felt a surge of anger, not due to the smudge on her face, but because she was incensed at her own negligence in being bested by a mere human child. Recalling her pre-competition bravado, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. How utterly humiliating it was to have uttered such words to him. Highsway yearned to erase those sentiments from her mind, yet they lingered as if possessing a will of their own. Echoing ceaselessly within her thoughts, "Oh, let a woman take the initiative. Are you even a man?" The naivety of youth was glaring. Roning was nothing if not insistent, lacking any semblance of endurance, with attacks that were weak and feeble. Did he intend to merely tickle her? The more she pondered, the more flustered she became, and the more she witnessed Roning's delight, the angrier she grew. Consequently, Highsway resolved to refrain from speaking to Roning for an entire day. As night fell, the hall was shrouded in silence, the only sounds being the crackling of the campfire and the intermittent snoring. The watch during the first half of the night was manned by Lagrin and Tommy. Although they shared a semi-apprentice relationship, their age difference rendered their conversations limited to swordplay, leaving an atmosphere tinged with silence. Upon her return, Highsway retreated into her tent, neglecting even to bid Roning good night. Roning, intending to invite Highsway for a warm restorative drink and to reflect on the day's practice, found his words stifled by her silence. Behind him, Lagrin's hearty laughter rang out, and at his beckoning, Roning joined him by the campfire, sitting beside Tommy, who now cradled a short sword with a hint of awkwardness. Having come to appreciate Roning's strength, Tommy felt a newfound admiration. However, due to their prior altercation, he hesitated to initiate conversation, finding himself in an uncomfortable situation. After exchanging pleasantries with Lagrin, he excused himself to patrol with his sword. Young Tommy is a decent fellow, albeit a bit too youthful, Lagrin remarked, observing the retreating figure. But once you get to know him, you'll discover he is a trustworthy companion. Roning, unfazed, responded with indifference. He held no grudge against Tommy, recognizing that every man has experienced bouts of overwhelming bravado fueled by youthful hormones. Both were intelligent individuals, and the topic of Tommy was swiftly laid to rest. The discourse then shifted to their future plans, as Lagrin expressed his intent to delve deeper into the next level. While the first layer of the labyrinth boasted a complete ecological cycle, it was beginning to lag behind the pace of human adventurers plundering. The last expedition into the first layer yielded returns more than threefold. This time, however, The distribution of spoils amounted to a mere handful of gold coins for each .my lord. This chapter has more to offer. Please turn the page to continue reading. The following sections are even more thrilling. Compared to tasks involving guards, the adventure income post-cliff plunge still proved substantial, but accustomed as they were to feasting on lavish delicacies, they found it difficult to adjust to meager fare, a flaw inherent in human nature. Anticipating a meager income from their next venture, Lagrin sought to test the limits of their team while capitalizing on their current numbers, hoping to earn a bit more in the process. Lagrin's plans coincided with Roning's aspirations, as he too was singularly focused on amassing wealth alongside his magical pursuits. He had previously contemplated that if the team decided to return, he would continue exploring with Highsway, as he had already absorbed a substantial amount of adventure-related knowledge, rendering his continued association with the group somewhat inconsequential. However, with Lagrin making decisions that aligned with Roning's interests, he was more than willing to continue their collaboration, recognizing that a duo could achieve more than an individual alone, especially when it came to ensuring safety during rest periods. Their conversation meandered through matters of teamwork until the latter half of the night watch arrived to relieve them, at which point they each retreated to their respective tents. The following morning, after a brief communal meal of stew, they set forth into the second layer. Upon pushing open the intricately carved bronze door, they were greeted by an astonishingly vast architectural complex. Each structure loomed high above them. Gazing upon the enlarged edifices, Roning immediately recalled the magnified world of the first layer. The second layer bore an intricate connection to the first, as though this realm belonged to giants. While the first served as their hunting ground, Espelinda let out an exclamation of excitement, closely followed by Tommy and then the dwarven berserker. It marked the first time the Flame Rose team ventured into the second layer, having previously wandered the first, in stark contrast to the exuberance displayed by the combat-oriented team members. Both Roning and Highsway wore grave expressions, while it is widely acknowledged that mages are learned beings across all species in the continent. Possessing extensive knowledge is not always advantageous, for Roning found it difficult to fathom the entities capable of constructing such wonders before him. The labyrinth itself, merely entering and exiting, showcased technologies such as spatial teleportation and folding. What further marvels lay hidden within? None could say. Moreover, Roning was astounded to discover that while the first layer was illuminated by daylight, the second layer was enveloped in darkness. Was this a difference in the flow of time? Or were they, in fact, traversing entirely different dimensions? Unanswered doubts linger in the AI. Avert unnecessary complications. The team refrained from igniting torches upon entering the city, opting instead for Anderson's feeble light spell. This rudimentary apprentice-level incantation is often derided as one of the 10 most useless spells, a sentiment clearly shared by Anderson himself, as evidenced by the dismal manner in which he cast it. The brightness was uncontrollable, and its duration was lamentably short, requiring a recast every 5 minutes or so. Were it Ronin in his stead, he would certainly not have made such a cumbersome choice. His cast of the light spell would endure for hours, with an impeccable control over its luminosity. The continuous release of Anderson's subpar light spell left him somewhat agitated, prompting repeated complaints about the absence of torches. The group remained silent, and Ronin held his tongue, fully aware that a few well-chosen words could resolve their predicament, yet he chose not to offer any guidance to Anderson. Ronin was no naive saint from a neon light novel, capable of forgiving even the most egregious offenses. Rather, he possessed a rather petty nature, reciprocating kindness with kindness and harboring grudges against those who wronged him, though he outwardly maintained composure towards Anderson's incessant provocations. Inwardly, he found it quite irksome. The only reason he refrained from a direct confrontation was that Anderson's actions, while distasteful, did not pose any substantial threat, were it a matter of a more malevolent adversary. Like a dark-clad assassin intent on taking his life, Ronin's approach would have been significantly more ruthless. While modern societal norms had instilled in him a reluctance to stir trouble, his increasing immersion in this otherworldly realm had begun to loosen those constraints. From a distance, the architectural ensemble appeared grand and beautiful, but upon closer inspection, one would discover a realm steeped in decay and shadow. The starlight above scarcely illuminated the streets, as Anderson's spell dimmed slightly. Corners became enveloped in impenetrable darkness, where even a hand could not be seen. Occasionally, eerie sounds echoed from the depths, causing the group to instinctively draw their swords. Aside from Highsway, Ronan was the most potent wielder of mental energy within the team. He could distinctly sense that something in the darkness was watching them, its gaze filled with a ravenous thirst for flesh, sending shivers down his spine and compelling him to grip his short staff tightly. No need for alarm. It's merely the undead and ghouls, Highsway whispered, having noticed Ronan's unease. These creatures are the most prevalent monsters in the second layer. They have been sufficiently intimidated by earlier adventurers and will not attack unless isolated. She paused, then added, "You might want to pay attention to those circular spires. They could offer unforeseen surprises." In an instant, Ronan deduced from Highsway's words that she was well acquainted with the intricacies of the second layer. However, he refrained from probing further. He understood that if Highsway had intended to share more, she would have done so without reservation. Conversely, her reticence hinted at some unspoken taboo, and Ronan was not one to intrude. Nodding, he followed Agatha as they pressed onward. As they ventured deeper, the tension among the team members escalated, for they had begun to uncover remnants of past battles. Shattered weapons, scattered bones, and bloodstains marking the ground, all indicative of a brutally violent confrontation that had transpired here. Agatha dipped her finger into a pool of blood and brought it to her nose, stating gravely, "The blood is still warm. The assailants likely haven't gone far. Everyone be cautious." With that, the group assumed battle stances, their movements becoming more deliberate, and the air thick with anticipation, as light-hearted banter fell silent, each person holding their breath in preparation for the unknown adversary. Fortunately, as the team entered the main urban area, the anticipated formidable foes did not materialize. Though they encountered several waves of attacks along the way, none posed a genuine threat. Belinda single-handedly dispatched a ghoul that appeared far more menacing than it truly was. Yet, relief was fleeting, for upon entering the main district, Highsway, who had maintained a low profile, unusually cautioned everyone to remain vigilant. In truth, the others had already sensed the shift, for as they traversed the main thoroughfare, the oppressive darkness began to lift, revealing a chilling scene behind them. The street they had entered was now besieged by a horde of creatures, towering 3 meters high, adorned with sharp horns and terrifying magical runes. Their gaping maws, lined with triangular teeth, could stretch wide enough to engulf a person whole. They stood in an orderly fashion, their icy gazes fixed upon the group. Every member of the team, including Ronan, felt an icy dread seep into their bones. The sheer multitude of these monsters was staggering. A glance revealed an overwhelming mass that was impossible to count. Even Ronan, typically brimming with confidence, felt his hands grow cold at the sight. Such numbers were far beyond what a mere black iron adventurer squad could contend with. Even a formally established team would likely falter against them. My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The excitement is far from over. A mage with flight capabilities might escape, but those without the ability to fly would undoubtedly be engulfed by the monstrous tide. Lagran's expression turned grave. This crisis was unlike any she had faced in her adventuring career. If mishandled, it could spell doom for their entire party. "What are we to do?" the archer Belinda asked. Her voice trembling. "We can only retreat further inside," Lagran replied, her tone laden with resignation. The notion of leading the team back the way they had come was fleetingly entertained but quickly dismissed. As a veteran, Lagran understood all too well that making such a choice would place Carol and Anderson in the line of fire as the first sacrifices. Once the team fell into a siege, each member would be too consumed with their own survival to effectively protect the spellcasters, who were notoriously fragile despite their high offensive capabilities. The outcome was painfully clear. Moreover, the peculiar nature of the monsters gave Lagran pause. Despite their cold, emotionless appearances, they bore an unsettling semblance to a disciplined army, as if they were following orders with unwavering precision. The prospect of battling an army was beyond Lagran's wildest imaginings. She gestured for the group to retreat slowly into the main district. Highsway stealthily advanced a couple of steps, positioning herself protectively behind Ronan, while Anderson, who had boasted about safeguarding Highsway, now scurried to stand beside the formally trained swordswoman Lagran. Ronan, proud and self-assured, took a few steps forward to stand alongside Highsway, a moment that did not go unnoticed by the archer Belinda. Highsway regarded Ronan with a serious expression, yet refrained from reprimanding him for his boldness. This unforeseen turn of events had caught even her off guard. The intelligence provided by her clan had not indicated the presence of ghoul warriors within the ruins. Where had these abyssal creatures emerged from? Why had they not encountered them earlier? As she gazed at the ghoul warriors coldly staring at them from the street entrance, Highsway fell deep into contemplation, though the 3-meter-tall monsters had effectively sealed their path of retreat. They had yet to launch an attack. The curious dwarven shield warrior, observing the creatures in action, picked up a stone and hurled it with all his might. Renowned for their prowess in throwing, the dwarves had little trouble hitting a target. The stone struck one of the monsters squarely on the head, causing it to stagger backward. Regaining its senses, the creature unleashed a furious roar at the dwarf, its jaws stretching impossibly wide, revealing a mouth full of triangular teeth capable of devouring half of a dwarf whole. The sight of such a cavernous abyss made the dwarf shrink back, muttering a curse in their native tongue, fearing that even their heavy armor might not withstand a single bite. Yet, despite the creature's enraged response, it did not advance into the main district. The threshold separating the entrance seemed to function as a barrier, placing both parties in different realms of existence. "It seems they cannot enter," Tommy exclaimed, his tone imbued with a sense of discovery. "But we cannot leave," Belinda retorted, dousing his enthusiasm with stark realism. Just as the two exchanged incredulous glances, the horde exhibited a new behavior. A roar erupted from within, and countless monsters turned to glance behind them. What was transpiring among them? The creature's bizarre actions ignited a sense of unease within Ronan, compelling him to lean closer to Highsway and inquire softly. "What are they waiting for?" "For their leader," Highsway replied. Heather did not conceal her volume. Her words were heard by all members present. Just as Anderson felt an irresistible urge to inquire further, Heather continued in a low voice. "You are aware of the Eastern Wolves, are you not? The Eastern Wolves are highly disciplined social creatures. After a pack of wolves hunts down their prey, they cannot eat immediately. They must wait for the alpha wolf to feast first before the others may partake." Heather's words caused the faces of those present to pale. The monstrous figure towering 3 meters before them was already formidable, and the prospect of an additional boss only heightened the perilous situation. The leader capable of commanding such a vast horde would undoubtedly be an even more formidable adversary. Would it be at the formal level? Or perhaps even beyond? All anyone could do was pray that this entity was unable to enter the main city, just like other monsters. Furthermore, this creature is known as a malign spirit, a denizen of the abyss. They are born warriors, possessing the strength equivalent to that of a quasi-formal swordsman upon reaching maturity. Despite being unable to cultivate any martial energy, after some hesitation, Heather ultimately decided to divulge information about the monster. The crowd listened in stunned silence. The intelligence provided by Heather was utterly outrageous. If what Heather said was true, then the Blazing Rose Squad was facing thousands of quasi-formal swordsmen. This force could easily obliterate any nation on the continent hadn't the Abyssal Passage been completely sealed after the Second Continental Defense War. Where had these malign spirits come from? Anderson, having approached unnoticed, awkwardly addressed Heather. Before Heather could respond, someone interjected sharply, "Aren't you a learned mage?" How could you not know? It was Belinda, a young girl of strong convictions. Who could not tolerate Anderson's hypocrisy, claiming to protect women, yet hiding behind them in times of crisis? She had been seeking an opportunity to confront him, and now she had found it. Upon realizing that Belinda's words were directed at him, Anderson's expression turned incredulous. He felt as though the world had gone mad. When had a mere archer gained the audacity to challenge a quasi-formal mage? Anderson longed to deliver a mental lash across Belinda's face, but due to his persona, he could not afford to act recklessly. His face twitched in anger, just as Belinda prepared to press her advantage. Tommy nervously nudged her and pointed into the distance, stammering. Could that be the leader of those creatures? Typically the bold one. Tommy's face was now more sorrowful than a cry, his eyes filled with terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. The group turned their heads, and before them stood a colossal creature, towering over 10 meters, clad in jet black bone armor, the Flame Demon. Heather's face paled. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. The notorious reputation of the flame demon was known even to children as a means to silence their cries. If there were a ranking of the most despised creatures among humans, the flame demon would surely feature prominently. The appearance of a flame demon heralded catastrophe. Its environmental destruction was catastrophic, leaving regions ravaged for millennia. Moreover, human mothers often invoked the name of the flame demon to scare children into obedience at night. Many renowned human champions bore psychological scars from tales of the flame demon-esque carnage during their childhood. The flame demon is a high-ranking abyssal creature with a voracious appetite not only for flesh but also for souls. Furthermore, while various races emphasized the terrifying appearance of the flame demon in their narratives, they often downplayed its immense power. During the Second Abyssal Invasion War, the Flame Demon Legion unleashed unparalleled slaughter upon the mortal realm. The invincible Orc Mammoth Legion, the unstoppable heavy cavalry of humans. The mountain troops of dwarves, the mage corps of elves, all elite forces were soundly defeated by the Flame Demon Legion, with some even annihilated entirely, if one were to overlook the grotesque and terrifying form of the Flame Demon. They would find its innate talents rivaling those of high-ranking Morningstar elves. The Flame Demon possesses no discernible weaknesses. Upon birth, its physique is akin to that of a robust adult human, and upon maturity, it can attain formal-level prowess. The growth trajectory of the Flame Demon is entirely distinct from that of humans. They require neither meditation nor rigorous training, as their abilities stem from the magical runes they possess. Typically, the greater the number of runes, the more formidable the Flame Demon becomes. Runes of different attributes bestow various skills upon the Flame Demon, along with exceptional magical resistance, despite its towering height of over 10 meters. The Flame Demon is by no means slow-witted. Its agility surpasses that of Orc cavalry, leaving any terrestrial soldiers with no recourse but to engage in direct confrontation. Additionally, the Flame Demon can assume any role on the battlefield. It can act as a mage, wielding exceptional fire-based spells due to its inherent attribute damage bonus. Simultaneously, it can serve as cavalry, for the absence of a mount is inconsequential, as few creatures can match its speed on land. The Flame Demon can also take on the role of a swordsman. Clad in infernal heavy armor, it becomes the nightmare of all city defenders, rendering any armor or magical artifact as fragile as paper before its massive blade. Upon the emergence of this Flame Demon, the horde of malign spirits fell into silence, crouching low in submission. The squad of malign spirits could hardly withstand the threat, and the arrival of a boss Flame Demon rendered the crowd's expressions utterly grim. With a despondent look of despair evident on Anderson's face, the Flame Demon halted at the boundary line, its massive form resembling a small mountain, in stark contrast to the malevolent, bloodthirsty gaze of the malign spirits. The Flame Demon's eyes were lively, exuding a hint of cunning. It is often said that the stronger an abyssal creature, the lower its intelligence. However, this did not appear to be the case. Perhaps due to Roning's overly curious gaze, the Flame Demon turned to regard him. In a mere instant of eye contact, Roning felt a shiver run down his spine. Since venturing into this otherworldly realm, Roning had never encountered a being whose mere gaze could evoke such dread. Undoubtedly, this creature surpassed Roning's imagination and power. He had previously encountered the highest-ranking individual, the master of the Great Mage Tower, Morrison Hall, who had conspired with his uncle against him, yet even this great mage lacked the chilling aura that this Flame Demon exuded. Damn it, why is there a Flame Demon, a high-ranking demon? Here, was it not said that these creatures could no longer be summoned? Why are they still present on the continent? Has the interdimensional passage reopened? Lagrin murmured, the seasoned elder, who was just a step away from becoming a formal-level swordsman, felt a long-lost sense of fear at that moment. The mortal enemies of abyssal demons. Elves understood the horror of flame demons better than any other race on the continent. A second-tier flame demon could effortlessly annihilate a 100-strong heavy cavalry unit. And the one before them seemed to be nearly filled with magical runes, indicating it was clearly beyond the second tier, perhaps third tier or even higher. The entire Blazing Rose squad, including Heather, stood no chance against this flame demon. Even without employing its innate magical abilities, it could easily extinguish them with sheer martial prowess. rendering Roning's proudly modified spells akin to mere tricks in comparison. The handsome Anderson, the most emotionally volatile among them, shouted in a voice filled with despair, "We must flee inside. It surely cannot enter, just like the malign spirits." With that, the crowd cautiously retreated, halting their steps while casting incredulous glances at Anderson, perhaps influenced by the predatory psychology of toying with prey. After Anderson spoke, the flame demon took 2 steps forward, directly crossing into the streets of the main city. The boundary line that had held back countless malign spirits seemed non-existent to the flame demon. It has entered," Anderson screamed in terror. This unexpected turn of events left the crowd frozen in place, too afraid to move, lest they provoke the flame demon's wrath. The lovesick Miayev noticed Anderson's pale expression and bit her lip. Proposing, "Let us scatter. Let each of us run for our lives at first glance. My Fu's proposal seems enticing, yet conceals a malevolent intent. As a ranger, my Fu possesses a steed, and even with Anderson in tow, she remains the swiftest among those present. Deep down, my Fu knows that outpacing the infernal beast is not her primary concern. Surpassing her companion suffices. After all, the ruined central district is replete with structures, and once dispersed, finding a hiding spot offers a greater chance of survival than foolishly remaining stationary." Anderson, catching my Fu's glance, promptly engaged, urging, "What shall we do? Should we not flee? Everyone, do not just stand there. Think of a way out." This prompted Ronan to roll his eyes discreetly. Such words might deceive dwarves or his former self upon arriving in this other world, but to attempt to fool the likes of Lagrin and Hester Way, individuals with 100 keen insights, is sheer folly. As expected, Ronan observed several team members smirking coldly. Unbeknownst to Anderson and my Fu, their supposed discretion had been unraveled long ago by their peers, who chose to remain silent only out of a lack of desire to expose their ruse in this life-or-death scenario. Although unspoken, the seeds of distrust had been sown in everyone's hearts, awaiting the moment to erupt, most likely when someone took the lead. Lagrin, a remarkably steadfast captain, despite harboring disdain for both Anderson and my Fu, refrained from unveiling their duplicity, instead sighing and explaining, "Escape is futile. Abyssal creatures possess a remarkably acute sense of smell. Even if you were to cover yourself in filth and hide in a privy, you would still be discovered. Employing a mage's barrier to obscure your scent is equally ineffective, for the infernal beast is, to some extent, an elemental creature, and it can easily detect the elemental fluctuations produced by such barriers." At this juncture, Priestess Carol interjected, "The temple murals document that the infernal beast is a master of the hunt. Once it has set its sights on a creature, escape becomes nearly impossible. That it will not kill you swiftly. Instead, it will toy with you, relishing your despair before delivering the final blow. For the souls produced in such a manner are considered exquisite delicacies by the infernal beast." Anderson's handsome visage paled. "What shall we do? Are we to merely stand here and await our demise, one by one? Perhaps we should seek refuge in the sewers. In a city of this magnitude, the sewer system must be quite extensive. If we hide within, we might evade capture. For the time being, this was the only option." Lagrin, however, remained skeptical of the sewer as a viable sanctuary, having learned from past experiences that one should avoid subterranean paths unless absolutely necessary. Whether it be sewers or monster dens, entering such places is ill-advised, for one can never ascertain what lurks below. Lagrin had once encountered grave danger in such a scenario in the northern Dragonspine Mountains, where her team discovered a target's lair. The mission involved capturing a small raccoon for a nobleman, who intended to use it to win the favor of a renowned songstress. All signs indicated a charming raccoon-esque den. But upon entry, Lagrin realized it was merely an entrance to the goblin underground kingdom. Except for Lagrin, the entire team perished at the hands of the goblins. Since that incident, she developed an aversion to narrow underground passages, opting to steer clear of such locations during missions. Yet despite her best efforts, she found herself unable to escape this predicament. The infernal beast, having not encountered elves in quite some time, exhibited no urgency in devouring the delightful beings before it, allowing them to congregate and whisper among themselves, fully confident that none could outrun its long strides. Recently, The infernal beast had also discovered amusement in tormenting ants. It relished the transition of their expressions from joy to despair. And before consuming an ant, it would declare, "This is not a treasure trove, merely a grave." Some ants, possessing remarkable willpower, refused to submit, regardless of the infernal beast's intimidation and torment. Yet upon uttering the truth, they would swiftly descend into hopelessness. The utter desolation that followed their complete degradation was a delicacy beyond compare for the infernal beast. As it pondered this tantalizing prospect, its gaze roamed over the ants beneath, starting with the plumpest priestess, then shifting to the scrawny elf Hester Way. The infernal beast's scrutiny resembled that of a connoisseur surveying a banquet, causing a palpable dread to envelop the gathering. None present were fools. The infernal beast's blatant attention signified impending doom, compelling everyone to flee. Just as Lagrin prepared to instruct her comrades to retreat while she held the rear, a sudden transparent ripple manifested in space, and everyone felt as if an invisible mountain had descended upon them, rendering even the simplest movements an arduous task. Gravitational spell, Ronan intoned, recognizing the incantation employed by the infernal beast. This second-tier earth spell, primarily supportive in nature, could pose significant challenges to foes of equal standing. However, against a group of apprentices, it proved more than sufficient. Once the gravitational spell was cast, the strength of all present diminished to a level inferior to that of ordinary individuals. Their movements reduced to a sluggish crawl. The infernal beast advanced with heavy steps, crouching before the crowd, its magma-like visage leaning closer to its prospective prey as it inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "Humans, dwarves, elves, what an intriguing combination." As they beheld the fiery, vertically slit eyes above them, a collective thought of imminent demise gripped all present. Even Hesterway, the most formidable among them, could not suppress her pallor. Hesterway had traversed numerous perilous and treacherous locales and faced countless life-threatening battles. Regardless of the danger, she had always maintained her composure. Yet, in the face of this crisis, a sense of foreboding enveloped her. Each member of the Morning Star elves harbored invaluable ancestral memories, and Hesterway sifted through the intricate tapestry of her recollections to unearth information regarding the infernal beast. The data was scant, merely noting that this infernal creature was a general under the Lord of the Abyss, active during the era of the first abyssal invasion, and had established a demon city upon the continent. Given a choice, Hesterway would have preferred to remain ignorant of the infernal beast's existence, for such knowledge extinguished any flicker of resistance within her spirit. An infernal general, a formidable third-tier entity. Such beings are on par with Earth Knights and Grand Sorcerers on the continent. What kind of monster achieves such power without traversing mountains of corpses and rivers of blood? What accolades do they not carry? Though Hesterway possessed many trump cards, she was acutely aware that even if she employed every tactic at her disposal, she could never hope to match a third-tier high demon. The disparity in rank was insurmountable. Beyond the reach of secret arts, magical devices, or scrolls, perhaps weary of the encounter or driven by gluttony, the infernal beast scoured the crowd before delicately pinching the plumpest priestess between its fingers. Though trembling in fear, Carol did not plead for mercy. She exhibited more fortitude than Anderson, the only other mage within the group. While Anderson floundered in despair, Carol boldly launched an assault against the infernal beast. The divine tome in her grasp emanated a radiant white light, and an ethereal four-winged angelic figure materialized behind her, thrusting a lance of light into the infernal beast's chest. The sacred skill inflicted enhanced damage upon the demon, creating a gaping cavity the size of a wheel in its chest, allowing Carol to seize the opportunity to escape its grasp. Witnessing this, Hesterway's eyes widened in incredulity. What had she just witnessed? An infernal high demon had been wounded by an apprentice-level spell. Hesterway's instincts ignited, and her heart began to stir with newfound resolve. The infernal beast erupted in a deafening roar, incredulous that mere ants dared to resist. "I shall roast your souls in the fires of the nether for eternity." Yet before it could finish its threat, Hesterway's assault arrived. Utilizing the second-tier transmutation spell, Rainbow Beam, which stood as the most potent single-target magic available to elves, Hesterway unleashed a devastating attack. The spell's most lethal aspect lay in its annihilation attribute. Any target struck by the magic would be disassembled into nothingness, and if the power was sufficiently great, it could even reduce a living being to mere motes of light. The kaleidoscope of colors gathered at the tip of Hesterway's staff, the brilliance intensifying with each incantation. The scattering rays of vibrant light, accompanied by an intense heat, caused the nearby vegetation to exhibit varying degrees of charring. The anomalous elemental fluctuations captured the attention of the fire demon, which turned to Heatherway and unleashed a furious roar. The acrid scent of sulfur emanating from its maw, causing Heatherway to grimace repeatedly. A rich crimson glow surged forth from the demon's abdomen. The splash of lava, a talent spell known to every fire demon, possessed a power rivaling the breath of an adult dragon. As the energy of the fire element escalated, the demon's throat began to glow more intensely, as if it had swallowed a lamp of immense wattage. Blinding white light piercing through its rugged skin, illuminating the surroundings in a translucent brilliance. Just as the fire demon gaped to unleash its attack, the final note of Heatherway's incantation resonated through the air. The gilded staff trembled violently, nearly slipping from Heatherway's grasp. However, her profound understanding of the spell ensured that, despite a slight deviation in the trajectory of the rainbow ray, it ultimately found its mark. Throughout, Heatherway maintained her composure. A misfire would have likely led to the demise of the members of the Blazing Rose squad before the demon could even meet its end point. One half of the demon's shoulder swiftly transformed into a translucent hue, before dissipating into motes of light scattered through the air. Witnessing this, Ronan, with a lingering sense of dread, retreated while simultaneously unleashing a spell he had long contemplated. Unlike Heatherway's grandiose rainbow projection, Ronan's magic was silent and subtle. A frosty mist emerged silently, enveloping the rugged exterior of the fire demon and swiftly spreading upward. Within moments, a thick layer of ice armor encased the creature. The sound of cracking ice echoed, a disquieting noise that was soon followed by the demon's contemptuous retort. "Little one, are you merely tickling me?" Using ice magic against a fire demon is a sound strategy, but did your mentor neglect to inform you that an adult fire demon's magical resistance can easily dismiss apprentice-level spells? The fire demon, a formidable half-elemental being of the third tier, had endured a rainbow projection yet remained unfazed. "Well then, let us see how you fare against this," as the words left its mouth. A whirlwind descended from the heavens. Before the might of nature, even the fire demon was tossed about by the fearsome pull of the tempest, despite the magma on its body nearly extinguished. The demon still held its ground. "Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please turn the page to continue reading. What follows is even more thrilling." The taunt left the demon's lips before it began to regret its mockery. For Ronan's true, deadly spell, concealed within the storm, was beginning to reveal its potency. Ronan employed a composite spell centered around the principles of thermal expansion and contraction, specifically devised to combat large, high-defense beasts. The fundamental premise of the spell involved first using ice magic to brittle the enemy's defenses, followed by fire magic to sear them. The rapid alternation between extreme temperatures rendered the object exceedingly fragile, as evidenced by the bone armor shedding from the fire demon. Moreover, Ronan was pleasantly surprised to discover that his newly developed white phosphorus flame magic could inflict damage upon the fire demon. Throughout their labyrinthine explorations, Ronan had diligently pursued the study of magic, and white phosphorus flame magic was one of his recent triumphs. The idea of replicating white phosphorus weaponry had been in Ronan's mind for quite some time. Initially aimed at countering the likes of the Swirl Grand Mage's Tower and the noble soldiers under the Hall family. The deeds of Morrison and his brother-in-law would forever be etched in Ronan's memory. He had fantasized countless times about how to exact revenge on them, envisioning the destruction of all they possessed before finally eliminating them as the perfect form of vengeance. For Morrison, the Grand Mage's Tower represented his most treasured possession. And while destroying a mage tower was theoretically a daunting task, it was not without its solutions. Meteor strikes, large-scale geological alteration spells, teleportation, disintegration spells, and gravitational magic could all utterly obliterate a mage tower. However, these options were distant for Ronan, as they were all forbidden spells requiring the rank of a mage lord to cast. By the time Ronan achieved the status of mage lord, a century would likely have passed. In 100 years, not only would Harrington, who had taken his staff, have long since passed, but even the grass on Morrison's grave would have grown 3 feet high. Ronan was a person of petty grievances. He could not bear the thought of his foes dying of natural causes. Such a fate was more intolerable than death itself. Thus, he continuously sought solutions, ultimately finding hope in composite magic. Ronan discovered that by employing different combinations, he could unleash extraordinary power from seemingly inconspicuous spells. The thermal expansion and contraction composite magic was one of Ronan's proudest creations, with the white phosphorus flame magic standing out as the most exceptional. This spell inherited all the virtues of the white phosphorus weaponry from his previous life, that it ignited at a mere 40 degrees, but could reach temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees when ablaze. And it could even burn underwater. Ronan had attempted to extinguish it using water and ice magic, but to little effect. Unless completely consumed, the white phosphorus flame would not be extinguished, incinerating its target to charred remains. In a sense, this was far more brutal than most offensive spells. The release of white phosphorus flame magic required a specific crimson powder, extracted from certain ore. Ronan utilized basic decomposition magic to break down the ore, eliminating impurities to retain the crimson powder, which he then further decomposed into a finer form, subsequently heating it to over 400 degrees before condensing it into white phosphorus. Once the white mist dissipated, Ronan obtained a semi-transparent yellow powder. This was the white phosphorus he had replicated to store this substance. Ronan borrowed a magical containment box from Heatherway. The magical containment box was specifically designed for storing magical materials, possessing excellent isolation properties to significantly delay the degradation of magical substances and effectively prevent hazardous materials from spontaneously igniting. The process of producing white phosphorus powder was intricate. Ronan devoted all his spare time to achieve a small pouch of powder. But do not underestimate this small pouch. With the addition of some accelerants and adhesives, it could turn an estate into a hell's cape. Confront the fire demon before him. Ronan employed all of his white phosphorus powder, and the results were gratifying. Under the principles of thermal expansion and contraction, the steel-glossed exoskeletal plates of the fire demon began to crack audibly, splintering as fiery shards rained down like droplets. The fire demon emitted a frenzied howl. More unbearable than the agonizing pain inflicted by the white phosphorus flame was the fact that it had been wounded by an apprentice's fire magic. It was a half-elemental being of fire. Swimming in magma was trivial. How could it possibly be hurt? In its prime, even a potent second-tier spell like Rainbow Projection was merely a tickle to the fire demon, and it had dismissed the apprentice-level magic without a second glance. Yet the damage inflicted by that which it had ignored was more outrageous than the Rainbow Projection unleashed by the pointed-eared elf. The splintering plates brought the demon back to a sensation of pain it had not experienced in ages, leading it to roll about on the ground in a frenzy, disregarding its dignity as a formidable being. Half a minute later, the fire demon had lost its once imposing demeanor, now resembling a singed pig, its exterior exoskeletal plates entirely stripped away, exposing its vibrant, raw flesh beneath. That Ronan's display left all present in awe. Had he not voluntarily revealed himself, no one would have suspected he was a mage. Anderson pointed at Ronan, stammering, "Why you? How do you wield magic?" This question echoed the sentiments of all present, as the members of the Blazing Rose squad wore expressions of incredulity. The hardest to accept was undoubtedly the rogue Agatha, who had already been disheartened by Ronan's earlier prowess. Now, he had transformed into a mage, resembling a narrative from an epic saga. Agatha pinched her thigh fiercely, hoping to awaken from this dream. The elf Heatherway was equally astonished. Although she had known from the outset that Ronan was a mage, she had not anticipated his talent to be so formidable, capable of injuring a fire demon with apprentice-level magic. While the demon-s exhibited strength did not align with its third-tier status, Ronan's combination of ice and fire spells was truly astounding. For the first time, Heatherway realized that magic could be utilized in such a manner, making her feel like a mere fool who could only output damage while standing still. "Little one, I must admit, I underestimated you." The seething whispers of the fire demon awakened all present. Although his power had evidently diminished, he remained a formidable Tier 3 sovereign creature. Prolonged confinement had severely weakened him, yet his innate talents had not vanished. In mere moments, the horrific injuries adorning his form had healed significantly. The disintegrated half of his shoulder had reformed, and his once smooth, pig-like body had regenerated a new exoskeleton. Confronted with such a tyrannical, regenerative ability, Ronan understood that this battle was unwinnable. The disparity between the two sides was insurmountable. The fire demon could absorb all damage without consequence, whereas humanity could not hope to achieve the same. The fire demon's attacks began at Tier 2, and any minor brush with them would result in either crippling injuries or a devastating defeat for the entire village, in the face of such an unequal distribution of offensive power. Persistence was utterly futile. Ignoring Anderson, who was tirelessly questioning himself about the nature of magic, Ronan signaled to Heather, and the two of them launched a second wave of assault against the fire demon in perfect synchrony. With a flourish, Ronan pointed, and a flurry of sharp, crescent-shaped projectiles shot forth, striking the demon's knees and ankles with pinpoint accuracy. With a pained grunt, the fire demon collapsed to the ground. Before the onlookers could marvel at Ronan's ability to cast spells swiftly without incantation, he raised his short staff once more. Almost instantaneously, an enormous fireball materialized before them. The air grew intensely scorching. Distorted waves of heat began to ripple through the surroundings, and the team felt as though they were standing on the brink of an erupting volcano. Surrounded by surging magma, dark volcanic ash, and an inexplicable sense of dread. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated throughout the inner city as the fire demon was engulfed by the resulting mushroom cloud. Nearby, the ghastly warriors were sent flying by the circular shockwave, while even those farther away were not spared, many being knocked to the ground. Ronan had created the perfect opportunity for Heather to unleash her full potential, just as the mushroom cloud ascended. Heather concluded her incantation, Great Nature Spirit, heed my call, sealing technique, Wrath of Nature. Her icy voice rang out as a multitude of vines erupted from the ground, surging toward the fire demon's position. Coughing and struggling to rise, Lagran and the others beheld a horrifying sight. The dark green vines, resembling living entities, sought out their target and, upon locating it, adeptly climbed, burrowed, and ensnared in the blink of an eye. The once human fire demon was transformed into a spiky mass, rapidly taking on a spherical form. It was evident that this spell had imposed a considerable strain on Heather. Upon completion, she required her gilded staff for support to remain upright. Noticing Anderson's eager gaze, Heather beckoned Ronan. Under Anderson's cold scrutiny, Ronan squatted slightly, wrapping his arms around the elf's slender, delicate knees, and hoisted Heather onto his back. The sensation against his back felt somewhat amiss. Were it not for the overpowering scent of flowers wafting from behind, Ronan might have thought he was carrying a comrade, as the flatness of her torso caused his shoulders to ache. After securing the exhausted elf, Ronan called out to his teammates to retreat. Captain Lagran intended to stay behind, but after receiving a firm kick to the rear from Ronan, he abandoned his self-sacrificial thoughts. The priestess Carol, having erupted in a moment of desperation, also succumbed to weakness, prompting Lagran to mimic Ronan and carry her as well. The others, including Tommy, Belinda, and the Hammer, were relatively unharmed, and upon Ronan's command to withdraw, they swiftly navigated through the main city streets. The fastest were Anderson and Meef. They had already bolted as soon as Ronan had lifted Heather. Despite Anderson's seemingly cowardly demeanor, akin to a noblewoman who could only scream in a crisis, he displayed the finesse expected of a high apprentice in his escape, executing his light-footed technique with textbook precision. Conversely, Ronan's group, despite being the first to shout for a retreat, found themselves lagging behind. After squeezing through a building resembling an arena, only Ronan and Heather emerged. Unbeknownst to Ronan, they had lost track of their companions, although they had been just ahead as they stepped out of the door. The others had vanished without a trace. Damn those vermin! I will find you! You cannot escape. I swear it by my true name. The fire demon's furious roar echoed ominously behind them, accompanied by the sounds of its destructive rampage against the architecture. Ronan scanned his surroundings, trying to catch a glimpse of Lagrin and the others. It was likely a result of spatial folding or teleportation magic. Mere illusions could not deceive my compass. Suddenly, he felt a warm breath near his ear, followed by Heather's cool voice. Ronan refrained from turning around, fearing that such an action might result in an unintended kiss with the elf, an experience he found perplexingly intimate. Which way now? Is there any way to contact Captain Lagrin? Ronan pondered, sensing that Heather was no stranger to this place, and rather than floundering about like a headless fly, he preferred to hear her thoughts. There's no way to communicate. The spatial anomalies here are peculiar, rendering my compass useless. After a brief pause, Heather spoke again. Although it is quite cruel, all we can do for now is pray for their safety. After all, we ourselves have yet to escape danger. This place does not feel like a maze at all. Hearing Heather's words, Ronan felt a twinge of regret for not being able to assist Captain Lagrin. But he quickly adjusted his mindset, redirecting his focus onto himself. I can sense it too. He replied, the spatial magic here is astonishing. There are no signs at all when it is triggered. This technique is simply unfathomable. As they conversed quietly, they pressed deeper into the heart of the city, encountering no allies along the way, and the formidable third-tier overlord that was rumored to possess terrifying senses seemed to have lost its effectiveness before the inexplicable spatial magic. The journey was devoid of any attacks, rendering the city eerily quiet, almost suffocating, and if not for the occasional sight of some magical devices still in operation, Ronan would have felt as though he were in a completely desolate city. After traversing a commercial street, the surrounding architecture became increasingly exquisite, with rows of bronze benches spaced 10 meters apart on either side of the road. Flower beds extended to the end of the street. And at every intersection, there stood magical fountains, their antiquated mechanisms still functioning, transforming stagnant, murky water into soaring columns before gravity pulled it down into the reservoirs below. Ronan and Heather did not recklessly charge ahead. After a brief discussion, they resolved to head towards the massive castle located in the center of the main city. The rationale for this choice was straightforward. At the castle's core stood a 9-story magical tower. The significance of a 9-story magical tower was well understood by any mage. It was a hallmark of the pinnacle of magical professions. After crossing the street and climbing over a parapet, they arrived at the base of the 9-story magical tower. From a distance, the details were unclear, but as they approached, Ronan discovered that the tower was severely damaged. Bearing the scars of battle, a large hole marred the top of the tower, exposing the 7th, 8th, and 9th floors to the elements. Gazing at the dilapidated mage's tower, Ronan exchanged a glance with Heather before cautiously advancing. Heather initially intended to take the lead, but Ronan, somewhat stubborn, insisted on standing shoulder to shoulder with her. Despite her attempts to persuade him otherwise, Heather ultimately acquiesced to his determination. However, beneath her outward annoyance, she felt a deep sense of pride, believing that her efforts in mentoring this apprentice were not in vain. It soon became evident that their cautious approach was wise. As they made their way towards the tower's entrance, they encountered over a dozen magical traps. Even with Heather's prowess as a fully fledged practitioner, she struggled significantly against these traps, and by the time they reached the entrance, they were both in disarray. With no path of retreat left to them, they pressed on without hesitation, carefully pushing open the grand door. They were greeted by a circular hall, at the center of which stood a round counter, presumably for receiving visitors. However, it was devoid of any attendants, and the floor was a chaotic mess, littered with scrolls and magical papers that lay neglected under a thick layer of dust. Ronan picked up a stack of magical papers from the ground, only to find that the writing was not in the common tongue of the continent, but rather in a more abstract script, reminiscent of oracle bone inscriptions from a past life. "Can you understand this?" he inquired, handing the paper to Heather. After examining it for a moment, Heather furrowed her brow. "It resembles the script from the First Empire, though it is not quite the same, and the design of this magical tower does not align with the opulent style recorded in historical texts." Upon hearing her observation, Ronan picked up another scroll, only to find the same abstract writing. Undeterred, he continued searching, rifling through nearly 100 scrolls before decisively abandoning this futile endeavor. Yet, despite their inability to decipher the content, they refused to let the scrolls and papers gather more dust. Instead, They swiftly collected all the documents from the first floor. Ronan lacked any storage tools. Heather reluctantly gifted him a storage belt, explaining that it was a precious heirloom from her mother. Now, by bestowing this belt upon Ronan, she considered it a token of a teacher's gift to her disciple. When handing over the belt, Heather repeatedly cautioned Ronan to take good care of it, gesturing to her delicate yet formidable fist as a warning. With the storage belt, Ronan no longer had to worry about carrying the documents, and they divided the papers evenly between them. Once they ensured that the first floor was cleaner than a rodent's nest, Ronan and Heather ascended to the second floor, where they uncovered numerous skeletons. The remains were clearly those of magic practitioners, as evidenced by the artifacts scattered on the ground. Heather approached one of the skeletons for a closer inspection and remarked softly, "The magical robes have turned to ash. It seems they died nearly 1,000 years ago." Ronan leaned in to observe, confirming Heather's assessment. The fabric of the robes had indeed disintegrated, leaving behind only some decorative gems and golden threads. It appears this magical tower has truly been abandoned. If any mages were still present, they would not allow these remains to lie discarded on the ground. Heather nodded in agreement, and they split up to explore the second floor. This level seemed to have been where the tower's master resided, and Ronan gathered an impressive assortment of materials suitable for crafting magical equipment and staffs. Refined gold, mountain copper, black crystal, ink steel, purple goldstone, serpent fangs, siren's tears, magical cores, and more. The least of these materials were second tier, while the most valuable were even third tier. If sold, these materials would not only suffice for admission to a magical university, but could also easily secure a noble title for Ronan. However, his expression did not reflect much joy, for the overwhelming majority of the materials were too advanced for his current capabilities. While discovering these resources in the 9-story magical tower was undeniably exhilarating, it was tempered by the reality that he could not yet utilize them. After properly arranging the remains of the second-floor mage, Ronan and Heather reconvened at the entrance to the third floor. Gazing at the glowing magical circle in the passageway, Ronan swallowed hard and turned to Heather with an inquisitive tone. "Should we proceed?" If he were alone, he would likely have retreated, for his understanding of magical arrays was woefully insufficient. To unravel the magical circle within the 9-story tower was far beyond his current qualifications. "Let us go," Heather declared resolutely. The resources she had gathered from merely the second floor provided her with everything she needed for her impending advancement to the second tier. She could hardly fathom what awaited them above. Upon hearing her conviction, Ronan took a deep breath and replied, "It's too dangerous. The damaged magical array at the entrance has already pushed us to our limits. The arrays inside are preserved so well that we might not make it out alive." Heather offered him a captivating smile, her flowing silver hair and charming dimples momentarily dazzling Ronan. There's a saying among human slave traders, if the target is an elf, it's worth the risk of being hunted by the elven kin. Ronan sighed softly, conceding that Heather had swayed him. The 9-story magical tower was of immense importance to both of them. Should they fortuitously gain control over the central core of the tower, they would effectively inherit everything from a grand mage, a wealth of knowledge, skills, and treasures all belonging to them to that point. Ronan would have no need for a magical university. A decade of study within the tower would transform him into a formidable entity, capable of overwhelming the likes of the great mage Svirl and the Hall family. All right, I digress. After paying their respects to the resting place of the remains, Ronan and Heather stepped forward into the passageway, side by side. Neither of them cast protective spells, as they aimed to minimize any perceived offense to the tower's master. A mage casting protective magic within their own tower would be a grave insult, akin to a slap in the face. Thus, even with the knowledge that the tower might be deserted, they refrained from invoking any defensive spells. Upon entering the passageway, they were met with a winding staircase, over a meter wide, adorned with intricate magical patterns that glowed faintly as they stepped upon them. After 10 minutes of climbing, the summit remained obscured from view. Ronan attempted to cast a spell to lighten his burden, only to discover that magic could not be utilized here. After explaining the situation to Heather, she too attempted to engage, discovering the veracity of the matter. Subsequently, she endeavored to harness her fighting spirit, only to find it ineffective. It was then that both of them realized the formidable nature of the 9-tiered magic tower. These steps were evidently designed by the tower's master to test individuals. Anyone a lower rank than the master could only ascend by foot. Ronan and Heather walked for over an hour before reaching the third tier. Heather fared relatively well, being a swordsman skilled in both martial and magical arts. She was merely slightly breathless. In contrast, Ronan struggled significantly. Although his recent adventures had somewhat bolstered his stamina, it was evidently insufficient for the current trial. Upon reaching the third tier, Ronan collapsed onto the ground. I could see it clearly now. The Tower Master was surely a mischievous old man who would create spatial magic within a mere staircase. Ronan gasped in frustration. Heather sat beside him, offering a potion for mental restoration before she closed her eyes to meditate. Knowing that greater challenges lay ahead, she needed to prepare herself in the best possible condition. After consuming the potion, Ronan also entered a deep state of meditation, and upon completing a full cycle, he found his fatigue had significantly diminished. The effects of meditation were surprisingly profound. The results he usually achieved after a dozen sessions were accomplished in just one today, which left Ronan astounded. However, recognizing that there were more pressing matters at hand, he refrained from further contemplation. As he rose, he noticed Heather was still in her meditative state, prompting him to closely examine the third tier of the magic tower. This level appeared to serve as a reception or resting area, adorned with opulent decorations. Unlike the fully enclosed lower levels, the third tier boasted numerous windows, each embedded with various crystals. Upon seeing these crystals, Ronan felt not excitement, but a sincere respect, for even a novice like him could discern the perfection of the decor. Every etched magical pattern was executed with meticulous precision, embodying the quintessence of magical glyphs. Moreover, the positioning of the windows was also deliberate, representing the 6 elements, each adorned with runes that converged elemental forces. This resulted in an astonishing concentration of elements within the third tier. To put it simply, a single day of cultivation here equated to over 10 days outside. When Heather awoke, Ronan eagerly shared his discoveries with her. She appeared unfazed as she educated him on the relevant knowledge. Each magic tower typically features such levels designed for attendants to cultivate, normally enhancing their training speed by 1 or 2 times, and in exceptional cases, 3 to 4 times. That a level that could enhance training by over 10 times was unheard of to Heather. Due to the pristine condition, they chose not to disturb anything in the third tier. Although Ronan could dismantle everything for materials, such an act would be rather inconsiderate. It was evident that preserving this level was preferable. Thus, they opted to continue their exploration upwards. Upon reaching the passage to the 4th tier, they encountered a change. Normally, there should be only one entrance, yet before them stood 6 grand doors, each corresponding to a different element. After a brief observation, Ronan voiced uncertainly, "What further test awaits us?" Mastery of the elements. Rather than randomly selecting, he preferred to choose the path aligned with his expertise. "I excel in the nature element and am well-versed in wood magic." Selecting the wood pathway would pose significantly less danger. Ronan was unconcerned, as he was proficient in all elemental magics. Any choice would be manageable as Heather approached the wood pathway, preparing to push open the door. The magical runes upon it illuminated, and Ronan lost sight of her in an instant, triggering spatial teleportation spell. Without hesitation, Ronan dashed towards the door. His reflexes were swift. He surged forward the moment Heather vanished, reasoning that the teleportation spell had likely not yet switched targets, ensuring they would arrive at the same location. However, as he collided with the door, a loud thud echoed, and Ronan stumbled back, disoriented. When he opened his eyes, he found that the wood door had transformed into a wall. The wall was a pearly white, composed of an incredibly hard material, leaving Ronan with a sizable bump on his forehead. Rising to his feet, he gazed at the remaining 5 doors, letting out a quiet sigh. So, it was indeed another trial, and it could only be undertaken solo. Standing before the 5 doors, Ronan hesitated, unable to solidify his decision. Without Heather by his side, he felt a twinge of uncertainty within. It was peculiar. When he had journeyed all the way from Snowy City to the Northern Realm, he had faced every challenge without hesitation. Yet now, after spending time with Heather, he found himself wavering in his decisions. When had he begun to rely on her? Ronan was unaware, but he recognized this was not a favorable development, for all gatherings must eventually come to an end. Loneliness is the longest companion on the path of magical studies. He needed to learn independence and embrace solitude. With clarity in mind, Ronan approached the fire attribute pathway, although proficient in all elemental magics. He excelled particularly in fire magic, both in application and modification. Upon entering the fire attribute door, Ronan lost perception of his surroundings for a few seconds. When his senses returned, he found himself in a vast hall. The hall was entirely white, devoid of any furnishings, evoking a feeling of emptiness. This scene only reinforced Ronan's conviction. He felt fortunate that the Tower Master possessed a relatively mild temperament. Analyzing their journey thus far, it was evident that the Tower Master was not a radical dark sorcerer. The trials set before them were clearly designed to challenge the next generation. He was indicating that if one could decipher the challenges, they would earn his recognition and gain entry to the Magic Tower. Failure to do so would result in eternal exclusion. Such behavior was characteristic of traditional wizards, whose methods were markedly gentler. Of course, this did not imply that the magical trials left behind were devoid of danger. Magic itself is inherently perilous. The hands of sorcerer are often deemed the 10 greatest destructive arts. Yet, does that prevent them from causing death? Not at all. Thus, failing to solve a trial and perishing within it was entirely plausible. While Ronan pondered, he detected a surge of magical energy nearby. He lifted his gaze to see an elemental force being shaped into a humanoid figure by an unknown power. In less than 2 seconds, a being of elemental life, wielding a staff and of similar stature to Ronan, was fully formed. Ronan instinctively retreated, maintaining distance until he understood the entity's intentions. Caution was always prudent, as he remained on guard. The humanoid elemental being took its first steps towards him, moving awkwardly as if still unaccustomed to walking. It then raised its staff, its mouth moving in a rhythmic motion. From a distance, Ronan could not discern the words, but as the staff pointed in his direction, he suddenly realized it was casting a spell upon him. With a whoosh, a green crescent rushed towards Ronan's waist, seemingly intent on cleaving him in two. However, Ronan was quick to react. Despite being momentarily captivated by the impressive display, he was a practitioner capable of casting spells without incantations. With a swift jab of his short staff, he conjured an invisible shield, and a wall of earth rapidly materialized. Thud. The wind blade pierced through the earthen barrier, but was halted by the invisible shield. In that brief moment, Ronan had already cast a series of enhancement spells upon himself, including agility and balance. His near-instantaneous casting speed startled even the humanoid life form, which paused to scratch its head in confusion. Ronan's combat style was fiercely aggressive. Once he entered an offensive mode, he would not relent until his enemy was reduced to rubble. Seizing the moment of the enemy's hesitation, he conjured over a dozen green blades that swiftly surged toward the elemental being. Propelled by fierce winds, perhaps due to its elemental composition, the humanoid elemental being was also quick to cast spells. Just as the wind blades neared, it unleashed a spell of ice protection, but a sphere of ice encased it. Providing solid defense, the wind blades merely shaved off a few ice fragments, failing to breach its defenses. Observing the sizable ice shards on the ground, Ronan concluded that the being was evidently of a higher rank than himself, likely surpassing him by a tier. Ronan is currently a mid-level mage apprentice, which suggests that his opponent is likely a senior apprentice, merely one rank above him. The modified spells he has crafted may well lead to a humiliating failure. Through the distorted, icy mirror, Ronan observed his adversary once again raising their staff. Although he could not comprehend the reason behind the immediate assault, it was clear that at this juncture, peaceful negotiations were no longer feasible. Only one of them would emerge standing. With his index finger tracing the staff, a sudden burst of light erupted in front of the ice sphere. It was the light spell, one of the 10 most useless spells. Yet after Ronan's modification, it bore a resemblance to a stun grenade. However, Ronan seemed to have underestimated the audacity of its original creator, as this individual appeared entirely unfazed. Were it any other apprentice mage, they might have struggled to maintain their grip on the staff, but Ronan remained unperturbed, for his combat system was so meticulously refined that extraordinary scarcely sufficed to describe it. His fingers danced across the short staff like a pianist. And soon the pristine white ground beneath the ice sphere began to undulate like waves before the sphere plummeted swiftly downwards. The elemental life form attempted to dispel the petrification into mud spell. But by the time it completed its incantation, the ground had already solidified, and a scorching white fireball, emanating an aura of terrifying heat, loomed ominously before him. Boom! A white shockwave exploded forth, a diminutive mushroom cloud rising into the sky. And moments later, the pristine hall was engulfed in flames. When the intense heat subsided and the smoke cleared, the hall resembled a scene ravaged by artillery bombardment. The once immaculate tiles were marred with charred marks. And nearby lay a deep pit over 2 meters in depth, filled only with the crystalline remnants left by the high temperature, with both the ice sphere and elemental life formed nowhere to be found. There was no place to hide within the hall, and it seemed that the opponent must have perished. Just as Roning was contemplating this, an unexpected surge of magical energy struck from above. Caught off guard, he fell victim to it. Roning felt himself ensnared within a murky realm, the elemental energy around him so dense it threatened to coalesce in his substance. His body became rigid. He could not even blink. Forced to watch helplessly as a beam of white light descended from the heavens, that it was over. Roning feared he was to be purified. The attack bore a striking resemblance to divine retribution. A column of light embodying the wrath of the gods descending upon him, rendering the blasphemer into ash. Yet when the beam finally enveloped him, Roning discovered that he was not engulfed in searing pain. Rather, a warm sensation coursed through him. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the light was composed of 6 elemental energies. The beam brought no discomfort. Instead, the continual influx of elemental power filled him with warmth. This beam felt less like a punishment and more akin to a reward for vanquishing a creation and passing the trial. Awakened to this revelation, Roning began to absorb the elemental energies with all his might. The elements surged into him like a rapid torrent, cleansing him from within. His magical meridians expanded swiftly, and his magic pool grew larger, leading him to a natural breakthrough to level 5. Even after the breakthrough, the column of light remained, and as the elements continued to flow into him, he ascended once more to level 6. But only upon reaching level 6 did the beam begin to wane, and when Roning felt the sensation of impending saturation once again. The light vanished completely, compelling him to withdraw from the gratifying feast of elemental energies. Awash with the surging power within him, Roning's heart brimmed with joy. This exploration of the labyrinth had indeed been fortuitous. Despite the numerous perils encountered, the rewards were remarkable. Not only had he advanced 2 levels, but he had also acquired a plethora of 2nd and 3rd-tier materials, and he could now rest assured about future advancement resources. For these materials would suffice to elevate him to 3rd-tier status. As the pristine hall vanished along with the light beam, familiar darkness enveloped him once more. When Roning opened his eyes, he found himself in the hall of the 4th level. With his rising strength, his perception of the surroundings sharpened. He could sense the arrangement of elements around him, flowing in intricate patterns through the space. Occasionally, active elemental particles attempted to escape the ocean of elements, but were swiftly restrained by an unseen force. Roning gazed in quiet admiration, witnessing the fury of lightning elements, the capriciousness of fire elements, the gentleness of water elements, the vitality of wood elements, and the weightiness of earth elements. The manner in which the elements moved was etched into Roning's mind, and the challenges that had once perplexed him while modifying spells suddenly became crystal clear. The magic tome served merely as a valuable teaching tool. It was the elements themselves that were the greatest teachers, imparting the essence of their reality in the most direct manner. Upon entering the 4th level, Roning found no sign of Highsway. He surmised that the Tower Master must offer different rewards for those deemed worthy, which would explain their separation. As for Highsway's chances of passing the trial, Roning felt little concern. Based on the intensity of their previous battle, Highsway had a considerable likelihood of success, especially since her strength far surpassed his own. This mysteriously enigmatic silver-haired elf was at least of 2nd-tier caliber and appeared to possess many hidden advantages. Thus, Roning felt assured that while he might be in dire straits, she would likely emerge unscathed. The fourth level resembled a potion cultivation garden, with meticulously arranged magical fields and a variety of magical plants stretching as far as the eye could see. The air was filled with an intoxicating aroma of medicinal herbs. And as Roning inhaled deeply, he felt a dizzying sensation akin to inebriation. Alarmed, he quickly conjured an invisible shield around himself. Once he filtered out the potent scent, the dizziness dissipated, and he began to survey the cultivation area. After a thorough inspection, Roning found himself at a loss, as the majority of the magical plants were beyond his comprehension. Attempting to harvest unknown magical plants without understanding their properties was an act of sheer folly. At best, he would render them ineffective, and, at worst, he could meet his own demise, a situation aptly described as a case of the chicken flying and the egg breaking. Thus, after a moment of hesitation, Roning resolved against any harvesting. After all, the plants would remain there for the time being. Following the markers ahead, he soon discovered the passage leading to the fifth level. The door to the passage was intricately inscribed with magical runes, and as Roning reached out to touch it, the familiar darkness enveloped him once more. When his senses returned, Roning found himself in an arena-like space, with him standing at the very center of a dueling platform, surrounded by tiered, circular platforms that rose higher and higher. Despite the absence of any signs of life within the structure, upon Roning's arrival, an uproarious cheer erupted from the surrounding platforms, as though the denizens of this city were heralding his presence. Having experienced the previous trial, Roning heightened his vigilance. He paid no heed to the cheers and focused intently on the opposing stone platform, awaiting the emergence of his next challenger. As Roning watched, a silvery mirror began to materialize, behind which appeared two rows of indistinct figures. Clang, boom, clang, boom. The synchronized footsteps and the clanking of armor converged to create an unstoppable momentum. Roning's skin tingled slightly. He was genuinely intimidated by such an entrance. He had anticipated that his opponent would be akin to the last, a magical creation with slightly superior strength, but not excessively. So, to his astonishment, the trial of the fifth level turned out to be a legion of 500. Although the armored beings were not human, but rather unfamiliar green-skinned orcs, facing living beings rendered Roning unable to raise a short staff. "Listen up," the command rang out, and the army swiftly formed a massive V-shaped formation. "Wait, I have a question. Why must we turn against one another?" No response came. To the more resplendent green-skinned orc stepped forward, drawing a blade from its side and pointing it skyward, bellowing, "For glory!" With that, a clarion call sounded, and the entire formation surged toward Roning as the first target. Roning felt an overwhelming force bearing down upon him, as if he stood before a tsunami, poised to be shattered by the approaching wave. The cacophony of clanking armor and thundering footsteps rendered his complexion as pale as a blank sheet of paper. The errors in casting that had long been absent now flared up in rapid succession. Roning's eyes reddened with urgency. He was infuriated with himself for losing composure, committing such a fundamental mistake at a critical moment. Truly unforgivable. The orc commander observed Roning's distress, seizing the opportunity to roar, prompting his soldiers to accelerate. The orc commander felt a twinge of relief upon realizing that his adversary was an inexperienced novice, one who had never encountered the tumult of large-scale warfare. Otherwise, he pondered, he would have no inkling of how many of his men he could return with from this trial. Ronin could distinctly perceive the orc's breath. His first spell finally manifested successfully. Lightning Chain. Faced with a tightly packed battalion clad in iron armor, the Lightning Chain was undoubtedly the most fitting spell for the moment, as it could inflict maximum damage compared to other incantations. Amidst the orc commander's furious roar, a serpentine bolt of blazing white electricity erupted from the tip of Ronin's staff, striking the orc at the forefront. Crack! An ear-splitting explosion resounded, and a significant number of orcs in the vanguard collapsed. The so-called standard iron armor, reputed to be impenetrable even to arrows, became a liability in that instant, as many of the fallen orcs were not directly slain, but rather caught in the chaotic aftermath of their comrades' demise. Although the Lightning Chain cleared a substantial area, the sheer number of orcs was overwhelming. Within a breath, the assault formation surged back into view, dense and menacing. Ronan understood that he could not allow himself to be encircled and relentlessly attacked. No matter how swift his spellcasting, he could not withstand the onslaught of hundreds. With a delicate flick of his staff, a ring of fire erupted instantaneously, propelling the unsuspecting orcs backwards. Flames laced with white phosphorus adhered to their bodies, inflicting unimaginable agony. Orc warriors, who would not flinch at the sting of blade or axe, now writhed on the ground like tortured goblins, some futilely attempting to extinguish the flames with their hands, only to ignite themselves in the process, while others resorted to dousing the fire with urine, which proved utterly ineffective against the white flames that continued to burn unabated within the orange-yellow liquid. The terror of white phosphorus lay precisely in its inability to be extinguished by ordinary means. It would consume its host like a corrosive poison until reduced to ashes. The orc's misfortune elicited a thunderous cheer from the spectators on the platform. Yet neither side paid heed to the commotion. Ronan, pressing a hand to the ground, summoned a pillar of stone that shot skyward, allowing him to evade the encroaching peril. Naturally, the orc commander would not permit Ronan to break free unchallenged. Having witnessed the terrifying prowess of human sorcery, his immediate thought was to confine Ronan's movements and then overwhelm him with sheer numbers. The orc commander seized a long spear, breaking off its rear half to fashion it into a javelin, and then, with a keen aim, hurled it directly at Ronan. The javelin, whistling through the air, sped toward Ronan with deadly intent. Before mastering the art of flight, it was universally acknowledged among practitioners of magic that maneuvering through the air was a formidable challenge. The orc commander shared this belief, convinced that his strike would not miss, envisioning Ronan plummeting like a wounded bird. For an ordinary mage, there would indeed be little recourse other than to take the hit. But Ronan was evidently an anomaly. Under the gaze of hundreds of orcs, he calmly pointed to his side, unleashing a visible stream of azure energy that effortlessly propelled him out of the javelin's path. "This is impossible!" The orc commander bellowed furiously, his soldiers behind him raising their weapons in discontented roars. Unperturbed by their cries, Ronan pressed on with his assault. He possessed an impressive adaptability, having initially been awestruck by the orc horde's imposing presence. But now, having acclimatized, he regained the composure of a master in control of his own fate. Touching down, Ronan gripped his short staff and struck the ground forcefully, unleashing a torrent of ice that spread rapidly across the arena like a swarm of red fire ants. Soon reaching the feet of the orc army, observing the cracking ice, many orcs instinctively lifted their feet, retreating in alarm. "Oh, retreat. No sign of cowardice. We cannot allow the humans to belittle our kind. Remember the honor of the orcs, warriors. Charge!" Under the orc commander's rallying cry, the orcs surged forward once more towards Ronan. However, they were woefully unaware of the consequences of their iron armor upon the icy surface. It was only when they found themselves tumbling to the ground in disarray that they realized their grave error. What spectacle would unfold when a mage faced a horde of clumsily moving armored foes? The answer was a one-sided massacre, that a thorough and unmitigated slaughter. Rain spells and blizzards descended in succession, leaving only a handful of orcs capable of movement on the battlefield, following several rounds of magically enhanced white phosphorus fireballs. Not a single orc remained standing upon the arena. Within the white flames, agonized wails echoed, yet above them resounded a deafening cheer. Amidst it all, Ronan felt a sense of disorientation. The frenzied roar drew Ronan's attention, and through the inferno emerged an orc, his lower half completely severed. Ronan recognized him. He was the commander of this battalion, adorned in finely crafted armor, always at the forefront of battle, exuding an imposing presence. However, he now appeared utterly disheveled, his lower body wholly absent, one eye blinded, and his armor tattered, revealing the shredded flesh beneath through gaping holes. The orc bore many traces of white flames upon his back, but he seemed oblivious to the agonizing effects of the corrosive fire, dragging his broken blade as he crawled toward Ronan, a grotesque trail of colorful entrails trailing behind him. Yet the orc showed no concern. His sole focus was on Ronan, as he crawled forth, emitting a desperate growl akin to a cornered beast. Ronan observed in silence, a smile creeping across his face. This was an admirable army, led by a commander worthy of respect. In the face of a one-sided slaughter, not a single warrior fled. All fought with every ounce of strength they possessed, and their commander, even in such dire straits, refused to concede. Watching the orc commander prop himself up, raising his broken blade in a final roar toward him, Ronan slowly nodded in acknowledgement. In an instant, a flicker of movement, and the warm spray of blood splattered onto the ground as the orc, with a gaping wound his forehead, collapsed, while Ronan sheathed his bloodless mithril short sword. What does it feel like to obliterate a fully armored orc battalion? To be truthful, Ronan felt nothing. Initially, he experienced a fleeting pang of reluctance at the thought of their lives. But the stark differences in structure and the varied hues of blood diminished his sympathy to naught. For Ronan, annihilating this army felt akin to squashing a horde of ants, leaving him devoid of any sense of guilt. Amidst the cacophony of jubilant cheers, a pure white beam of light descended upon the charred ruins engulfed in flames. Enveloped within the light, Ronan felt a familiar warmth as vibrant elements surged into his being, effortlessly shattering the 6th level barrier. In mere moments, he ascended to the 7th level, advancing 3 tiers into the ranks of advanced apprentices. Once a sensation of fullness tinged his body, the light and the cheers vanished. Darkness enveloped him once more, and when he opened his eyes again, Ronan found himself on the 5th layer. This level was somewhat larger than the previous one, resembling a hexagonal hall filled with rounded metallic machinery. The majority of these metallic constructs were hollow, with a few containing objects within. Approaching for closer inspection, Ronan discovered that they housed a full-body suit of armor. At a weapon forging station, Ronan softly murmured a phrase. But soon he realized something was amiss. In a corner, he stumbled upon a fully encompassing humanoid armor, its exterior stripped away to reveal intricate and densely packed mechanical structures within it. First glance, Ronan discerned that this was no medieval armor. Rather, it resembled an exoskeleton or a mecha-like magical creation. Unlike the types depicted in the films of his previous life that required human operation, this one appeared to be capable of remote control. It is often said that every man harbors a dream of piloting a mecha, and Ronan clearly belonged to this category. He approached without hesitation, disregarding any potential danger, and directly touched the magical puppet. It was as if he had encountered the goddess of his dreams, his fingers gliding over every facet and sharp edge. The technological sophistication of the mecha was astounding, and the circular platform that housed it seemed to be an automated alchemical loading and unloading station. Behind each platform stood a bronze pillar, adorned with magical runes that extended outward into 6 mechanical arms. Although the arms appeared rudimentary and shabby, Ronan discovered through testing that they were remarkably agile, capable of rotating and twisting in every direction. In the center of the hall lay a massive, circular alchemical table, strewn with magical scrolls. Ronan extracted one to glance at it, yet the script remained indecipherable. However, some scrolls depicted sketches of mechanical beings, presenting a pictorial format reminiscent of construction blueprints. Intrigued by the magical mecha, Ronan collected all the scrolls into his storage belt. He refrained from disturbing the magical mechas on the alchemical loading platforms, as their large size would severely encroach upon his storage capacity. Thus, he resolutely averted his gaze from what seemed to be the embodiment of a man's lifelong aspirations in addition to the magical mechas, Ronan also observed numerous discarded alchemical puppets, each of varied shapes, some resembling birds, others tigers, and still others serpents, encompassing the realms of land, sea, and AI. It was evident that the alchemists working on this level had a broad range of expertise. Although he had only acquired a handful of scrolls on this level, their value far exceeded the cumulative profits of the lower levels, for magic crystal stones and magic cores held tangible worth, while knowledge remained priceless. If Ronan could master this alchemical knowledge, given sufficient resources, he could even forge an army of magical beings entirely loyal to him, something unattainable in the preceding layers, where the magical materials would at most elevate him to the status of a grand sorcerer. A grand sorcerer possesses formidable strength and esteemed status, yet would not grant Ronan the freedom he sought. If he wished to live an unrestrained life, no longer subjected to the indignities of the nobility, he must acquire the alchemical knowledge found on this level. Casting a final regretful glance at the magical puppets, Ronan turned and made his way toward the passage leading to the 6th level. The higher he ascended, the more intricate and mysterious the magical runes on the door became. Ronan found it challenging to gaze at them without experiencing peculiar sounds echoing in his mind. He raised his hand to press against the door, and rather than a spatial teleportation spell manifesting, a beam of light swept over him from top to bottom, after which the passage door opened automatically, revealing a narrow staircase within. The staircase was dimly lit, prompting Ronan to cast a light spell. A floating orb illuminated the path ahead as he spiraled upward along the narrow stairway. The magic tower bore traces of spatial magic throughout. Even the mere staircase was imbued with a form of spatial enchantment, making it seem far longer than the mere 10 meters of height that each level possessed. Ronan climbed for nearly 10 minutes before nearing the end. Midway, he encountered a small trial. As he walked, a sound of footsteps abruptly emerged behind him, quickening in pace to match his speed. If he walked slowly, it would follow suit, but if he panicked and attempted to flee, it would accelerate in pursuit. Initially startled, Ronan quickly regained his composure, having grown up in a godless society that instilled little fear of such transparent tricks. He even turned to chase after the footsteps, leaving the unseen pursuer in an awkward predicament. Neither able to pursue nor retreat, it ultimately chose to vanish. In truth, the passage proved rather intriguing. The tower's master likely intended to test the courage and resolve of the seeker. Yet, the level of fright was rather lacking. With such meager attempts, one might as well return to tilling the fields. After leaving a remark that seemingly breached the composure of the unseen presence, Ronan pushed open the door to the 6th level, perhaps angered by his previous words, or perhaps due to a cosmic disapproval of his arrogance. A piercing white light surged forth the instant he opened the door, radiating an aura of lethal intent. An invisible shield surrounding Ronan expanded instantaneously, followed by a cascade of magical brilliance. Barriers of wind, earth, and various defensive spells engulfed him in a frenzy. It soon became evident that Ronan's instincts had not failed him. In the blink of an eye, the invisible shield was shredded by the white light, swiftly followed by the wind barrier and earth shield. The speed at which the white light dismantled his defenses was astonishing, rendering Ronan unable to evade or counteract, leaving him standing helplessly as he frantically unleashed defensive spells. Desperately, he clung to his last vestiges of power as spell after spell manifested before him, only to be obliterated in succession. The relentless onslaught of the white light matched the pace of Ronan's silent casting, even gaining the upper hand. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his chin as he sought the vulnerability within the white light. Yet, this attack bore an inscrutable property that showed no signs of waning. Despite having cast over 100 defensive spells, the white light persisted in its vicious assault. The reservoir of his magic rapidly depleted. Ronan began to feel a wave of dizziness, a consequence of the rapid exhaustion of his magical energy, that he could not afford to continue in this manner. He needed a way to avoid the impending strike. Otherwise, his magic pool would be drained entirely. With his mind racing, an idea swiftly took shape. Ronan, driven by his fierce determination, prepared to unleash a gust of wind to propel himself back into the staircase during the gap between his spells. However, the white light seemed to anticipate his intent, instantly accelerating its lethal assault. The overwhelming threat of death constricted Ronan's breath, leaving him unable to think. He could only rely on his survival instincts. Continuously casting defensive spells, 165, 166, 167, a sharp pain pierced his head, a sign that his magic pool was nearing exhaustion. After casting his 189th spell, Ronan's body swayed. His magic pool had run dry. He was now forcing his magical veins to cast spells, a hazardous practice that would leave severe consequences on his body, yet he could not afford to dwell on that now. If he failed to defend himself, death awaited him, rendering any potential injuries or disabilities irrelevant. As the 190th defensive spell, a fire shield, shattered, Ronan found himself utterly devoid of magical energy. Watching the relentless white light surge towards him after bypassing the fire shield, a fleeting look of despair crossed his eyes. He had done all he could. If the outcome was indeed inalterable, then he would face it with fortitude. Drawing forth the mithril dagger concealed in his left forearm, Ronan unleashed a hoarse battle cry. Kill. Just as he prepared to hurl himself into the fray, the white light abruptly vanished without a trace. With the target of his assault gone, Ronan instinctively attempted to halt his forward momentum. But having expended nearly all his strength on that last strike, he could not stop in time, losing his balance and tumbling headlong into the 6th level. The fall was jarring. Ronan cried out in pain, unable to rise, as the frail constitution of a magician was laid bare in that moment. Once he regained his breath, the scene of the 6th level unfolded before him. It remained a hexagonal chamber. Yet unlike the crowded 5th level, this one was remarkably spacious. Aside from an egg placed at the center of the magical circle, there was nothing else within. Ronan had never encountered such a peculiar egg, its vibrant green hue evoking thoughts of the previously encountered green-skinned orc. Although he was unclear about the origins of this egg, it was evident that the Tower Master deemed it sufficiently valuable to warrant the entire level's accommodation. It would be prudent to take it along. However, a challenge stood before him. The magical circle. The magical array beneath his feet encompassed the entire hall. It was the largest magical circle Ronan had ever seen. The larger the magical array, the more functions it possessed, and the greater its power. It is a well-known truth that Ronan dared not recklessly step into the magical array. Thus, he employed a copper coin for testing purposes. The outcome confirmed Ronan's prudence. For the moment the copper coin entered the confines of the magical array, it was instantaneously evaporated. Ronan remained utterly oblivious to the nature and origin of the array's offensive capabilities. Just as he found himself at a loss, a voice suddenly emerged from behind him. "Young apprentice, would you care to engage in a transaction?" The voice was so close it felt as though someone was whispering directly into Ronan's ear, startling him to the point of nearly jumping. After leaping 3 paces back, Ronan turned to face the source of the voice. It was a being hovering in midair, somewhat translucent, standing about the height of an adult's forearm. With 6 pairs of delicate, thin wings sprouting from its back, at first glance, it bore a resemblance to an elf. Pointed ears, striking features, though Ronan had never heard of such a close kin to the elven race. Hazel had informed Ronan that the only close kin of the elven lineage were the fallen drow. And while there were rumors of connections between orcs and elves, those remained mere whispers without any substantial evidence. The elf-like creature circled around Ronan twice before speaking again. "Young apprentice, let us make a deal. If you reveal to me the secret of your silent spellcasting, I shall disclose how to unravel this magical array." "Allow me to kindly remind you, what lies within the array is a primordial abyssal creature, a being of immense value, sought after by countless arcanists, even in the era of Nasril." The small creature spoke in a language that Ronan could not discern. Yet, curiously, he comprehended its meaning. "Who are you?" Ronan did not respond to the small creature's proposition. Instead, he retreated warily and countered with a question. "Who am I? I possess no name, but you may call me the Tower Spirit." "Tower Spirit?" Ronan echoed, though his feet did not cease their cautious retreat towards the passage he had come from. With only the 2 of them present, Ronan's actions could not escape the notice of the small creature, which quickly urged, "Please do not be afraid, that I understand your heart is filled with confusion. But worry not, the Tower Spirit harbors no ill will towards any trial taker. Furthermore, you should be able to discern that I am merely a projection formed from elemental essence." Lacking any means of offense, Ronan halted his retreat. His initial desire to flee began to waver. It is often said that fortune favors the bold. The previous layers had bestowed upon Ronan unimaginable resources, and surely there were even more precious treasures to be found. If he were to fail the trial, so be it, but to abandon the attempt without even trying would be a lamentable choice. Moreover, while the small creature's words seemed sincere, Ronan remained skeptical. The Tower Spirit was the core of the magical tower, a presence of equal importance to the elemental pool. In the absence of the tower's master, it was the highest authority. To claim it had no means to protect itself was utterly implausible. Additionally, Ronan's decision to pause was partly due to his reluctance to give up, but also significantly influenced by the absence of hostility from the creature. Thus, Ronan resolved to at least listen to its discourse and decide based on the unfolding circumstances. Upon seeing Ronan cease his retreat, the small creature displayed a cheerful smile. Its appearance was as enchanting as Hazel's, with dimples that could sweeten the heart. Yet, regrettably, this small creature had encountered an individual bearing psychological scars in the presence of beautiful women. Ronan's focus was solely on acquiring the means to decipher the sixth layer of the magical array from it. Previously, he had heard the small creature mention that the egg at the center contained a primordial abyssal entity, and although Ronan was unclear about what a primordial entity entailed, it was undoubtedly something rare. Thus, a pact seemed fitting, a rare magical pet, not only bestowing a myriad of peculiar abilities upon its master, but also significantly enhancing their magical capacity. In battle, what is most crucial for a mage? It is neither combat experience nor spellcasting technique, but rather the mage's own capacity for magic. An immense reservoir of magical energy allows a mage to cast more spells, and the difference between just a few spell slots can yield dramatically disparate outcomes. Therefore, magical pets have always been highly coveted in the realm of mages. However, due to their scarcity, very few mages possess such companions. Even the master of the Great Mage Tower, Morrison Hall, had none. How much more so for an ordinary mage? To encounter an unclaimed egg with rare attributes was akin to striking a stroke of luck for Ronan. After he halted, the small creature began to speak, but a most prudent choice. The staircase behind you is known as the path of life and death. Due to regulations, ascending it will only test your resolve, but descending is another matter entirely. Devoid of rules, it will employ various methods against you until you become a part of it. While you are exceptionally unique, I would advise against attempting the descent, for to date, none who have ventured down have returned unscathed, including many formidable individuals. I would hate for the silent spell casting technique to be lost alongside you. The small creature's repeated mentions of silent spellcasting could not help but capture Ronan's attention. Is this silent spellcasting technique truly so vital to you? Ronan inquired with a tone of curiosity. Indubitably. Even during the most illustrious era of Nasrul, there has never been a case of silent spellcasting. The best one could achieve was to cleverly utilize a Calderon gem to pre-store spells. However, your ability to bypass the incantation phase entirely is unprecedented. Thus, I am exceedingly curious as to how you achieve this. Is it an anomaly, or are all mages beyond these walls capable of such? The small creature's words made Ronan acutely aware of the uniqueness of his ability, and he felt a profound sense of relief that he had not exploited this gift for fame. Originally, he had contemplated leveraging his peculiarity to secure a special admission to a magical university, but now he realized that refraining from such tactics was indeed the right decision. Even the tower spirit of the nine-tiered magical tower, which had endured for countless years, was fervently eager to learn about his ability, that if word were to spread, the consequences would be dire. He would likely find himself in a position akin to that of a laboratory mouse. However, recalling the earlier confrontation with the greater fire demon, Ronan felt a twinge of anxiety. At that time, he had no choice but to collaborate with Hazel, and he was uncertain whether any members of the Flame Adventurers had witnessed his actions. If they had, how would he navigate the aftermath? Young apprentice, you dawdle like a female with two orbs hanging from her chest. Maintaining this projection requires energy. Every ounce of magical energy within the tower is precious, and my patience is finite. You must make your decisions swiftly. The small creature's impatient tone jolted Ronan from his contemplation. Raising his gaze to the tower spirit's unyielding countenance, he pondered briefly before responding. Esteemed tower spirit, perhaps we could implement the principle of equivalent exchange. That I am willing to answer your inquiries, provided that I may seek clarification on a few matters as well. The small creature did not react with anger to Ronan's bargaining. Rather, it revealed a wistful expression. Equivalent exchange. How long it has been since I last heard that term. I never expected you to have inherited the most vital trading principle among the arcanists of Nasrul. I accept your proposal. Speak of your confusions, young apprentice. Ronan inclined his head in a gesture of respect towards the small creature and then inquired, could you enlighten me as to what this place truly is? And where my scattered companions have been transported? Are they in any danger? Lastly, what does trial taker signify? Such a greedy little fellow, the small creature replied, but today I am in good spirits, so I shall overlook it. This is not the labyrinth that outsiders envision. This is the ruins of the floating city of Sanrest. Those fortunate enough to survive here refer to it as a grave, a S for your companions. They are not in any peril. They were simply unable to pass the trial and have thus been teleported out of the ruins. Lastly, regarding trial takers in simpler terms, it refers to heirs. Although the floating city of Sanrest has fallen, it has not entirely sunk into the annals of history. It still awaits the chosen heir of destiny. The Master has left trials on each layer for the heirs. Those who succeed in these trials shall inherit all that the Master has left behind, including knowledge, precious magical materials, and rare magical flora, among others. Everything within the ruins of the floating city is prepared for the heirs. Once an heir inherits it all, the glory of Nasril shall dawn anew. And the Master as cherished Sinrest shall rise again. Upon hearing that his companions were safe, Ronan exhaled in relief. However, when the small creature referred to trial takers as heirs, Ronan could not help but smirk coldly. Do you truly believe I would buy into such a tale? It would be more straightforward for you to simply suggest that I continue to explore further or inquire about the benefits of the trials. If we lay everything bare, the chances for mutual cooperation would indeed be significantly greater, rather than weaving a cliché detail to deceive. Ronan spared no consideration for the little sprite, unmasking its true intentions without hesitation. The exposed sprite appeared flustered, unable to meet Ronan's gaze, awkwardly tilting its head as it spoke in a cautious tone. I did not intend to deceive you. I merely wished to prevent you from feeling discouraged. My master has tasked me with selecting a qualified heir, yet for countless years, no one has reached the 6th level. You are the only human to have arrived here, and you are the closest trial taker to success. Your talent is unparalleled. I believe even my master would be compelled to take you as a disciple immediately, that I hope your desire to pass the trials is indeed driven by personal ambition. For once an heir is found, the task of the tower spirit will conclude, and I shall be liberated from this hellish existence. You cannot fathom the experience of thousands of years spent in monotony. It is a life far more suffocating than one in a blazing inferno. To stave off madness in this relentless torment, I have had to fragment myself, resulting in 183 separations thus far. Tower Spirit is the name I bear, yet my true designation should be the 183rd Tower Spirit. I am weary of tirelessly conserving energy to maintain the ruins. I am weary of the perpetual cycle of hope followed swiftly by disappointment. I am weary of everything here. The sprite's tone was saturated with profound weariness, and its expression conveyed a heavy fatigue. Any ordinary person might have been brought to tears by the sprite's lament. Yet Ronan remained unfazed, being an anomaly uninterested in its plight. If you wish to select an heir swiftly to escape these confines, why do you concern yourself with my ability to cast spells without incantation? Shouldn't you be striving to assist me in passing the trials? After all, I'm the trial taker closest to success. Ronan's voice carried a tone devoid of the sprite's emotional depth, yet it instantly froze the sprite's sorrowful expression. I isn't this merely curiosity. I have answered your queries. Now it is my turn to inquire, as a mere apprentice, how is it that you can cast spells without incantation? Is it unique to you? Or do all apprentices possess this ability? The sprite chuckled awkwardly, diverting the topic. Observing this, Ronan refrained from pressing further, recognizing that the sprite was a tower spirit whose temperament was uncertain. One wrong word could provoke its ire. Casting spells without incantation is not a skill. It is an innate ability of mine. My knowledge, I'm the only one who possesses this capability. Other apprentices require incantation to cast spells. This is impossible. The sprite shrieked in anger. If casting spells without incantation is innate, then the mighty civilization of Nazaril, which has ruled countless realms, would surely have at least one example of such a phenomenon. Thus, you are deceiving me, little apprentice. I have no reason to deceive you. What would I gain from it? Your hostility or mischief? What I stated earlier is the truth. Upon perceiving the flow of magic within my body in all its intricacies, I attempted to cast without incantation, and the results prove that I could indeed do so. You can perceive the flow of magic within your body. Can't you see what surrounds you? I can even observe the elemental particles drifting in the surrounding space. Initially, Roning was unaware of the gravity of his statement, but upon glimpsing the sprite's expression of utter disbelief, he recognized the impact of his words. After a prolonged moment of shock, the sprite finally regained its composure. The first thing it did was float before Roning, gazing at him with the same longing a girl might have for a dessert. Feeling the intensity of its gaze, Roning could only muster the courage to inquire what it desired. Could I perform a full-body examination on you? Roning's immediate reaction was one of aversion, of vehement rejection. Although nearly a year had passed since he had arrived in this other world, the memories of modern society felt somewhat distant. Yet he instinctively remained wary of such an invasive suggestion. Perhaps sensing Roning's apprehension, the sprite quickly waved its hands, saying, "It's merely a simple examination. There is no danger involved. If you are uncomfortable, you may choose to forego anesthesia. You can remain aware throughout the entire process." The sprite's proposition, which it deemed harmless due to their different species, seemed all the more perilous to Roning. Noticing the growing wariness in Roning's eyes, the sprite's cheeks flushed with urgency as it spun in place several times, finally suggesting, "How about I first teach you how to break the magic circle? After you have contracted with the primal being, we can proceed with the examination. Would that put your mind at ease? What do you take me for? Such a trivial matter. Could you repeat that?" The once ardent Roning's tone suddenly dropped to a whisper. Sensing an opportunity, the sprite eagerly repeated its offer. "You fear I may harm you, which is understandable. I can assist you in breaking the magic circle first, then teach you how to contract the primal being. Once I have invested heavily in you, we can proceed with the bodily examination. Perhaps then you will feel more at ease." Faced with a dilemma, Roning's thoughts oscillated violently, the idea of acquiescing to the sprite's proposal expanding rapidly, quickly overshadowing his conservative instincts. After a prolonged internal struggle, Roning finally gritted his teeth and said softly, "Help me break the magic circle first. We will discuss the examination later." It was not that Roning lacked resolve, but rather that the sprite's offer was too enticing. Faced with the opportunity to acquire a magical pet, Roning found it impossible to abandon the precious magical creature placed upon the 6th level by the Sage of Magic. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. The dismantling of the magic circle was executed with remarkable speed. The sprite had no intention of proceeding slowly. After layering a circle of magical runes at the periphery of the circle, the barrier created by the magic circle dissipated. Roning followed up with several questions, yet the sprite merely responded with impatience, clearly unwilling to invest energy in imparting knowledge on that subject. Once the magic circle was dispelled, the sprite promptly began to teach Roning the contracting magic. After sketching the magic circle and reciting a particularly convoluted incantation alongside the sprite, Roning successfully contracted the unknown magical creature. Following the contract, the magical egg would not immediately hatch. According to the sprite, Roning would need to daily nourish it with his own blood and magic until the energy within the egg reached its limit, at which point the magical creature would hatch, likely possessing formal level strength from birth. After placing the magical creature in a small pouch to carry with him, Roning could not escape the sprite's covetous gaze. Realizing he could not evade it, Roning ceased his resistance and, following the sprite's guidance, resigned himself to lying on a stone platform, where a warm white light enveloped him once more. The sprite indeed had no malicious intent towards Roning. Although he felt completely exposed under the white light, it also restored his nearly collapsed magical pathways and replenished his depleted magical reservoir. Roning surmised that this white light likely originated from the same source as the beam of light he encountered during the trials. Once the white light faded, Roning beheld the sprite's expression of deep conflict. It was difficult to fathom what it had discovered to cause its smooth brow to furrow in such a manner. Roning chose not to disturb the sprite, instead opting to explore his surroundings. There was little to see on the 6th level. Apart from the magical egg, there was nothing else. After a brief survey, Roning redirected his attention to the magic circle on the ground. The secrets of the magic circle were beyond the grasp of a mere apprentice like Roning. After gazing at it for some time, he could not even identify where the energy pathways lay, ultimately resigning himself to sketching the magic circle, intending to research it further when he reached a higher level. After tidying up, the sprite still appeared troubled. Roning stood patiently by until it finally reacted. The most precious treasures of my master lie above. Whether you can obtain them depends solely on your own efforts. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." After uttering these words, the sprite did not wait for Roning to speak, but transformed into a shimmering light and gradually vanished. Roning had grown accustomed to this inexplicable gathering and equally puzzling separations, so he did not dwell on it too much. After performing a respectful gesture towards the direction of the sprite's disappearance, he pushed open the bronze door leading to the 7th floor. The staircase within the mezzanine remained dark, narrow, and cold, yet the echoing footsteps that had accompanied him on the 6th floor were conspicuously absent. Upon arriving at the entrance of the 7th floor, the anticipated trial did not materialize, heightening Roning's sense of vigilance. Standing before the bronze door, he deliberately shifted his position slightly to the side to push the door, allowing him to evade any potential attacks. He pushed with considerable force, but the door did not budge. Startled, Roning noticed that the magical runes etched upon the door had extinguished, indicating that there was no magical barrier. Why, then, could he not push it open? Had his strength diminished to the point where he could not even move a door? Roning pushed again with all his might, but still, there was no response. His competitive spirit ignited, with a flash of magical brilliance. He cast several enhancement spells upon himself, including Great Strength, Fortification, and Bull's Might. Once transformed into a towering figure over 2 meters tall, he braced against the door and exerted all his strength to push inward. Yet, the door remained immovable. Not even a speck of dust disturbed the Roning's handsome face flushed crimson as he delivered a powerful kick to the door. It was this kick that revealed a small pull ring nestled within the door's seam. The ring was exceedingly discreet, blending perfectly with the door's color, making it nearly impossible to detect without careful observation. Roning tugged the ring, and the door swung open effortlessly. Gazing at the resplendent sight before him, Roning's face flushed with anger. Who would have thought that the Tower Master possessed such a mischievous sense of humor, playing tricks with such trivial details? All the doors below were designed to be pushed inward. Yet upon reaching the 7th floor, he was required to do the opposite. Was this not a deliberate prank? Taking a few deep breaths to expel the simmering frustration, Roning stepped into the 7th floor. It was only upon fully entering that he comprehended why there was no trial on this level. The right side of the tower had suffered a significant collapse. The magical barriers and runes inscribed upon the tower formed a cohesive whole. Now that this integrity had been compromised, the magical tower risked losing part of its functionality, or worse, being unable to maintain its fundamental defensive arrays. The damage on the 7th floor was quite severe. With a sixth of the circular walls collapsed, and through the gaps, distant soaring birds could be seen. This floor was intended for the storage of magical tomes, which was precisely what Roning desired. The familiar hexagonal hall was adorned with a massive magical array at its center, encircled by shelves filled with books. As Roning approached, soft magical lights illuminated above the shelves. He casually pulled out a book. Flipping through its pages, discovering it contained records of various species. Although he could not comprehend the text, the accompanying illustrations were remarkably clear. No mage would ever complain of an excess of knowledge. Even though Roning had already received the complete inheritance of magical puppetry, he still meticulously perused every book on this level, leaving no shelf unexamined, even those beneath the lowest shelves. His thirst for knowledge rendered him akin to a greedy merchant. But anyone in his position would likely behave similarly, for the wealth of knowledge left behind by a mage saint was undeniably invaluable. If the mastery of magical puppetry could elevate Roning to a status where even ordinary nobles would not dare to insult him, then the knowledge contained on this floor could elevate him to the pinnacle of this world. At that time, not even a king ruling over a realm would be able to treat him lightly. After ensuring that there were no hidden compartments within the shelves, Roning made his way toward the entrance to the 8th floor. Similar to the 7th, the magical runes on the bronze door of the 8th floor had lost their luminescence. Upon stepping into the 8th floor, he discovered that the tower had sustained even greater damage than the 7th, with nearly a third of its structure completely vanished, and the edges of the floor were also missing. Roning could scarcely fathom the force capable of inflicting such destruction upon a 9-story magical tower. However, despite the severity of the damage, the core of the magical tower remained intact as Roning entered the 8th floor. The magical lights automatically illuminated, filling the hall with a warm glow. This floor appeared to serve as the Tower Master's resting area, featuring a wine cabinet that extended to the ceiling, plush sofas, and rocking chairs, all arranged with a distinctly personal flair. His gaze drifted past the furnishings, fixating on the central position of the hall, where there stood a pool-like structure, though instead of water, it contained a flowing liquid formed of elemental particles. The elemental pool, the heart of the magical tower. Roning had finally arrived here. The concentration of elemental energy was beyond anything he had previously encountered. The overwhelming essence of the third floor paled in comparison, akin to an ant beneath the foot of an elephant. The elemental particles on the 8th floor were so dense that they had taken on a tangible form. With each breath, Roning could feel elemental currents entering and exiting his nostrils. He was tempted to cultivate within this environment, for while it would take him 3 years to advance to an official level mage outside, perhaps he would need less than a year here. However, Roning could not afford to remain absent from the outside world. Though he did not voice it, he still harbored concerns for Highsway and Lagrin, the only individuals from another world who had brought him warmth. Until he could ascertain their true safety, he had to endure the anguish of temporarily overlooking this opportunity. Just as Roning prepared to depart, the elemental pool suddenly erupted in a blinding white light. Initially, he thought the pool had become unstable due to years of neglect, and as he contemplated his imminent demise, the sprite's distinctly sweet voice echoed once more that I cannot discern whether you are simply fortunate or if everything is predestined. Roning remained silent, unsure how to respond to the ambiguous inquiry. Yet it mattered little. Since you have reached this point, I shall, in accordance with the Master's command, fully transfer the central authority of the magical tower to you. This was the first time Roning had witnessed a projection display such a complex array of emotions. Jealousy, confusion, loss, and relief. In that moment, the sprite appeared to embody a living being, rather than merely an elemental projection. However, the exhilaration of inheriting the magical tower overshadowed all other emotions, causing Roning to overlook the sprite's peculiarities. Following the sprite's guidance, Roning gradually stepped into the elemental pool. The elemental stream enveloped him up to his chest. The sprite began reciting an exceedingly lengthy incantation. Upon uttering the final syllable, Roning felt an inexplicable connection with the magical tower, as if his very thoughts could elicit a response from it. This sensation was peculiar, as if the tower had taken on his form, responding to his will with mere thoughts. Congratulations, inheritor, you have acquired the Master's magical tower. Now, you need only ascend to the 9th floor, where the Master awaits you. The sprite's words startled Roning. He had brazenly ransacked the magical tower, banking on the assumption that the Tower Master was no longer present. Now he was informed that the Master resided on the 9th floor. This was truly alarming. To plunder a magical tower still owned by its master was akin to robbing it outright. This was tantamount to defecating on the head of the Tower Master. Even the most placid of mages would not tolerate such behavior, even if the offender were their own disciple. Roning inwardly lamented his recklessness. Yet, with the tower now inherited, he had no choice but to face the impending confrontation, steeling himself as he begrudgingly ascended to the 9th floor, all the while chastising himself for his insatiable greed. That I hope you will carry forth the legacy of the Naziral magical civilization and once again raise the sunrest, came the sprite's farewell, as Roning turned to see it transform into a myriad of glowing points. This departure was unlike the previous one. This time, the sprite's face bore glistening droplets. Roning raised his hand, watching as the glowing points slipped through his fingers and soared towards the tower's exterior. It was difficult to articulate his current emotions. Despite their relationship being nothing more than a fleeting encounter, he felt an inexplicable sorrow. Life, much like the path of magic, was fraught with hardship. He must remain resolute and press onward. As the rays of dawn faded, Ronin, with resolute steps, ascended to the final level of the magical tower. The 9th floor bore the scars of greater devastation, nearly half of it having collapsed entirely. Carefully circumventing the gaping maw of the wind-riddled breach, Ronin laid eyes upon the focal figure. A thoroughly decayed skeleton lay serenely in a rocking chair, exuding an aura of tranquility. The chair shimmered with an ethereal glow. Clearly an extraordinary artifact, despite the passage of countless years, it continued to sway gently back and forth. The skeletal remains of the occupant below the thighs were entirely disintegrated. Even the mightiest of archmages could not withstand the relentless march of time. The chair faced the gaping void of the tower structure, suggesting that the tower's master had once reclined there, gazing out at the world beyond. Ronan came to a halt several meters behind a rocking chair and performed a profound bow, customary among mages, before approaching its side. Light streamed through the breach in the tower, casting vast patches of illumination upon the floor. The 9th level was evidently the abode of the tower's master, and entering this realm signified that Ronan would inherit a legacy unguarded by the archmage. The master appeared to be an exceedingly humble wizard, as evidenced by the room's layout, which resembled that of an ordinary individual. There was no grand bed fit for a dozen maidens, nor were there lavish gilded ornaments. Instead, a simple wooden bed rested beneath the window, accompanied by a writing desk, a wardrobe, and an immense bookshelf. Ronan approached the rocking chair and gazed outward. His eyes met with a breathtaking array of architecture. From above, the buildings displayed a striking order, with each towering structure's placement perfectly aligned with the elemental arrangement. Turning to face the wardrobe, he opened its grand doors, revealing garments that mirrored the simplicity of the room's decor. The Tower Master's attire was unpretentious, comprising either solid-colored robes or elegantly simple tunics and shirts. After examining the wardrobe, Ronan moved to the bookshelf, which nestled in a corner and was somewhat dimmed. He cast a spell of illumination, and a radiant orb arose, penetrating the crystal, revealing a collection of fluffy manuscripts. The tomes that the Tower Master had deliberately placed in the living quarters were undoubtedly aligned with his areas of expertise and ongoing research, filling Ronan with anticipation. After carefully stowing away the well-thumbed manuscripts into his storage belt, Ronan approached the writing desk. Both the desk and the chair were magical constructs, exuding a subtle glow of enchantment. Gently brushing his hand against the armrest, he took a seat. For a fleeting moment, Ronan felt as though he were the sovereign of the magical tower. Suppressing the surging desires within, Ronan began to scrutinize the desk before him. It was somewhat large, likely too cumbersome for his storage belt. Thus, he resolved to bear it away. Upon the surface lay several scrolls crafted from unknown beast hides, and although the ink pot had dried, it still emanated a faint, alluring fragrance, as if time had stood still. Additionally, there was a spell book. Nestled between its pages was a magical quill, though the feather had long since fallen away. The spellbook featured a black cover adorned with dark golden magical patterns, inducing a sense of vertigo if gazed upon for too long. Reminiscent of staring into the vastness of the galaxy, Ronan reached out to grasp the spellbook. A familiar shroud of darkness enveloped him once more. Cursing under his breath, he realized that matters were far from straightforward. Barely able to form a coherent thought, Ronan's consciousness began to blur, the space around him seemingly spinning, with all light gradually dissipating into obscurity, until finally, everything succumbed to darkness. When Ronan awoke anew, he found himself devoid of a physical form. Floating like a specter above a pained, golden-haired pregnant woman, he initially believed he had perished and was now awaiting rebirth, yet the piercing cry of a newborn shattered his idyllic reverie. In the sweltering heat of summer, Ronan bore witness to the arrival of a new life, observing a middle-aged man, presumably the father, who joyfully lifted the infant and proclaimed, "Sanrester Roderick, my beloved child, he shall become a powerful spellcaster." The language spoken by the middle-aged man was entirely foreign to Ronan, yet inexplicably he understood every word. Dear reader, this chapter has more to offer. Please turn to the next page to continue your enthralling journey. The life of Sangru Todrick was thus irrevocably determined. Sangruazite possessed an astonishing aptitude for magic, so formidable that even Ronan, who boasted numerous miracles, found himself eclipsed in certain respects. Consequently, the Odric family harbored immense hopes for him. The elders invested all available resources into Sangruazite, who, in turn, did not disappoint. In the preceding year, he effortlessly showcased a talent that surpassed all others. The Odric family began to regard this child with even greater reverence, reflected in his elevated status, as Sangruazite became a figure around whom all stars in the household revolved. With such a position, Sangruazite's childhood was nothing short of delightful, a tender age. He possessed a magnificent castle and was attended by 18 young maidens who served as his playmates. Each day, he was treated to an unlimited supply of various delicacies designed to nurture his mental prowess. This opulent lifestyle nearly brought Ronan to tears, and as time swiftly passed, Ronan observed Sangruzite growing taller, maturing, and experiencing his first foray into adulthood, influenced by one of the young maidens. Unbeknownst to him, Sangruzite had reached the age of 15, marking his coming of age. Under the stern directives of the clan leader, he was compelled to bid farewell to the 18 maidens, with whom he had shared an affectionate bond, and embark on a journey aboard an airship to the Magic Academy for further studies. The young man, stepping out of his ivory tower, resembled a bird released from its cage, and thus began his unrestrained flight into freedom. However, at the academy, Sangruzite showed little interest in the study of magic. Instead, he squandered his days associating with a group of affluent scions, indulging in idleness, and frequenting upscale venues. During this time, he succumbed to numerous detrimental habits, becoming enamored with the hedonistic lifestyle, reveling in the company of various women. Regardless of their age or health, drawn only by the exhilarating thrill of his newfound status and the sense of conquest that came with gathering possessions. Moreover, he became addicted to a substance known as dream smoke, a highly addictive and hallucinogenic drug that wreaks havoc on its users that IT goes by many names, such as the Fallen Genius Elixir, Wretched Woman's Potion, and Beastly Degradation Brew, amongst others that IT was, in essence, a perilous vice that directly led to a rapid decline in Sangruzite's academic performance, plummeting from the top of his class to the bottom in less than a semester. Ultimately, it was his supervising mentor who recognized the situation. Unable to manage him, the mentor had no choice but to summon the Odric family to retrieve him. Upon learning of Sangruzite's lack of diligence and his addiction, the Odric family was incensed, nearly resorting to violence against him. The furious clan leader promptly returned Sangruzite to their estate, publicly exposing his disgraceful conduct at the Magic Academy. While confiscating all his possessions, including his castle and the 18 maidens who had grown up alongside him and harbored affections for him. From that moment on, Sangruzite's status plummeted. He transformed from the beloved prodigy into a mere source of gossip. His father regarded him with shame, while his mother wept incessantly. Those who once dared not look upon their master now felt emboldened to torment him, and the 18 maidens swiftly sought new patrons after his fall from grace. The gentlest of the maidens begged the clan leader to bestow her upon a merchant who bore a striking resemblance to a wild boar. The maid's second in command, sporting a chic bob, fell for a wandering minstrel, using her savings to secure her freedom and elope with him. Emily, with her twin ponytails, became the mistress of one of her uncles. Joanna, the golden-haired maiden, was demoted to servitude after being discovered in secret correspondence with Sangruzite. Relegated to a position where her only duty was to submit, in a short span, Sangruzite endured neglect, indifference, and humiliation. A series of blows rendered him taciturn. However, at this juncture, Sangruzite merely feigned submission to the clan leader's authority. Despite his outward appearance of contrition, he remained defiant within, responding to the clan leader's punishments with a dismissive attitude during magic remedial classes. This rebellious phase continued until a particular incident irrevocably altered Sangruzite's fate. One afternoon, while he continued to feign indifference to the meek tutoring of his instructor, he received astonishing news. His grandfather had, without consulting him, arranged a betrothal for him. Yet, this was not the most distressing part. What truly appalled Sangruzite was the revelation that his betrothed was a 300-pound matron, a corpulent woman, whose very walk could jostle a few ounces of fat, was the subject of son Ruzi's fantasies regarding his future partner. He held a preference for a mature woman akin to a head maid. Initially, he had entertained the notion that even if he could not wed the head maid, he would still entice her to become his mistress. However, the woman, lacking in perceptiveness, chose to serve a gluttonous pig rather than await him. Upon hearing of her choice, son Ruzi was so incensed that he struggled to find sleep for several nights. He even secretly vowed vengeance upon the wealthy merchant. Son Ruzi had never contemplated the selfishness of his vague affections. Two individuals, starkly mismatched in social standing and even lifespan, could never be together. Any forced union would ultimately end in tragedy. The head maid understood this all too well, which is why she resolutely opted for a wealthy merchant who could provide financial support and occasional companionship. Sunruzi, unable to defy his grandfather's orders, begrudgingly began to engage with a woman named Winnie Shah. To be frank, Sunruzi did not harbor any genuine animosity towards Winnie Shah. Her character was rather pleasant. Yet her insatiable appetite led to an unrestrained consumption of sweet delicacies, causing her weight to soar to an alarming 300 pounds. It was precisely this physique that hampered her prospects for marriage. Coming from a respectable family, marrying Winnie Shah would be seen as a significant elevation in Sunruzi's status. If Winnie Shah were a conventionally attractive young lady, he would be far from her league. However, due to her size, those of equal standing were reluctant to marry her, resulting in a downward spiral of her prospects. A certain magical symposium, two elderly gentlemen found themselves embroiled in a dispute over a particular ideology. Amidst their quarrel, they unexpectedly became fast friends, during which they casually mentioned their grandchildren, who had been the source of their worries. And thus, a partnership was forged. Sunruzi was not lacking in physical appeal. He was a quintessential handsome man. Winnie Shah was instantly smitten with him, acquiescing to his every whim. Offering herself to his desires, in a bid to win Sunruzi's favor, she even commenced a weight loss journey. Forsaking her binge-eating habits and her beloved sweets, gradually her weight began to diminish. Yet, Sunruzi's demands became increasingly relentless. He treated Winnie Shah as a mere servant, reprimanding her lightly and hurling cruel insults when he deemed fit. For instance, her weight loss efforts became fodder for his scorn, as he derided her attempts, suggesting it would be more efficient to undergo an alchemical transformation. Winnie Shah wept for the first time, subsequently ignoring Sunruzi for several days. He felt a twinge of guilt, recognizing that he ought not to treat his fiancée so harshly, yet the sight of her plump visage ignited an unquenchable ire within him. Instinctively, he blamed all his tribulations on this innocent girl. Days later, Winnie Shah approached Sunruzi once more, seemingly unaffected by the past. Her reconciliation alleviated Sunruzi's worries and simultaneously unleashed a reckless impulse within him. During one of their dates, he seized the opportunity to connect with a maid accompanying Winnie Shah. The rendezvous took place in a neighboring room, separated by a mere wall, while beneath him lay her maid. Sunruzi relished the thrill of the affair, and after the initial encounter, he continued to indulge in similar escapades with the maids of Winnie Shah's household. In a world where secrets rarely remain concealed, Winnie Shah soon learned of the maid's pregnancy. However, she chose not to voice her grievances, silently assisting Sunruzi in managing the aftermath while enduring her own suffering. Sunruzi trampled upon the fragile self-esteem of the young woman time and again, as the wedding date approached. Both bride and groom found themselves increasingly agitated. Sunruzi lamented the thought of sharing his life with a corpulent woman, while Winnie Shah fretted over her inability to shed the weight that had reached 200 pounds as time sped by. Just days before the wedding, Winnie Shah's weight began to plummet. Within a mere 2 days, she shed 80 pounds, transforming into the curvaceous figure Sunruzi adored. Clad in an elegant, classical gown, she appeared as ethereal as a celestial being in that moment. Sunruzi suddenly realized that his fiancée, it was indeed quite remarkable. The wedding proceeded as planned, and when Sunruzi ventured to the bride's home to collect her, he felt a twinge of apprehension about potential complications or last-minute changes of heart. Winnie Shah was no longer the unmarketable heavy-set girl. She now radiated beauty that left Sunruzi entranced, wishing to sequester her away for his exclusive admiration. Although the bride's family held a higher social standing, they did not impose any challenges upon Sunruzi. Winnie Shah, draped in a pure white gown and veil, was led to him by her father. As her delicate, lace-clad hand was placed in his, Sunruzi felt a warmth radiating from her palm, stirring an unfamiliar nervousness within him. His body trembled slightly, and he found himself parched, unable to suppress the urge to swallow hard. Alongside his excitement came a tinge of regret. Sunruzi lamented his past treatment of her, grateful that she bore no ill will despite enduring such indignities. He felt a surge of emotion, having amassed a repertoire of romantic phrases during his forays into the world. He intended to share them all with Winnie Shah that evening. hoping to keep her awake with affection. Son Ruzi aimed to atone for his previous transgressions. The ceremony unfolded as expected, with the couple exchanging vows in the presence of a priest, followed by an array of traditional rituals. After enduring the lengthy proceedings, the couple finally found themselves alone, only for Winnie Shah to express a desire to revisit the site of their first date. Son Ruzi, already captivated by her, acquiesced to her wishes, despite it being their moment to consummate their union. He procured a flying magical device from his grandfather and whisked Winnie Shah away to the cliffside overlooking the bay, adorned with lush grass and a grand tree at its summit. There, Son Ruzi embraced Winnie Shah beneath the tree, whispering sweet nothings into her ear. Her cheeks flushed with delight. They appeared as a pair of celestial lovers. As they conversed, Son Ruzi took the opportunity to address his past misdeeds. Rising to formally apologize to his fiancée, Winnie Shah tenderly caressed his face, softly confessing that she bore him no grudge, attributing her previous struggles to her own gluttony, which had prevented her from presenting her best self to him. As their emotions deepened, their silhouettes began to merge. The birds resting in the tree were startled awake by the harmonious sounds of their connection, taking flight into the night. After their union, Winnie Shah blossomed into an even more exquisite version of herself. Her enchanting visage adorned with a captivating blush that made Son Ruzi yearn to taste her. He gazed at her with longing, yet for some reason, she seemed less spirited than before. Had he inadvertently caused her pain? Sangrusi was engulfed in a wave of inner turmoil. However, as Vanessa continued to speak, her words grew increasingly disconcerting. She urged Sangrusi to take good care of himself and to limit his interactions with his several illegitimate half-sisters, warning that they were quite uninhibited and easily susceptible to ailments. Furthermore, she insisted that he diligently study magic, for spells could transform the impossible into the possible. As she spoke, Vanessa's voice gradually dwindled, as if fatigue overtook her, and soon she drifted into slumber. Sangrusi, assuming she was merely tired, thought little of it and carried her home, personally attending to her bathing needs. This was the first time he willingly served a woman with such devotion. The following day, his newlywed wife was to present tea to her in-laws, necessitating an early rise. Yet no matter how fervently Sangrusi called out to her, Vanessa remained unresponsive, seemingly transformed into a sleeping beauty who could only be awakened by a prince's kiss. Sensing something amiss, Sangrusi promptly informed his grandfather, the most powerful sorcerer in the household. After a brief examination, his grandfather expended considerable resources to summon the high priest. Upon inspection, the high priest delivered the shocking news. Vanessa had consumed a potion that granted wishes. She had wished to lose weight and become a great beauty. Indeed, she had achieved that beauty, but the consequence was that her life was forever frozen at that moment of perfection. Sangrusi felt a weight lift from his heart. The fiancée he had found so repugnant had left him with a cherished memory before departing silently. Not a single farewell was uttered. Why? Why was that? Sangrusi had not yet rectified the wrongs he had committed, nor had he found the time to express his fondness for her, or to inquire what it was about him that she found appealing. Their love was forever immortalized beneath the great tree where they first met. While Sangrusi's heart perished beneath its boughs, that Vanessa's departure stirred no ripples. It was not a matter of pride, and both families took care to suppress the news that Vanessa's foolish act left her side engulfed in guilt, prompting them to seek a new bride for Sangrusi. However, he declined their offer, citing a need for emotional solace. Sangrusi found himself incessantly reflecting on his encounters with Vanessa. The phrase about using alchemy to transplant a new body echoed relentlessly in his mind. He realized he had committed an unforgivable error, one he would carry for a lifetime. With a single utterance, he irrevocably shattered the life of an innocent girl. Sangruist knelt before the statue of the Creator, fervently beseeching time and again to in the dead of night. Engulfed by overwhelming guilt, Sangruist repeatedly struck his own face again and again. This incident irrevocably transformed Sangruist in a desperate bid to escape the madness induced by his remorse. He devoted himself to the rigorous study of magic, forsaking his previous indulgence in sweet pastries at the Lady S abode and abandoning the allure of intoxicating smoke. As he diligently pursued the arcane arts, Sangruist swiftly unveiled his remarkable talent, ascending to the rank of Grand Magus at a pace unparalleled by his contemporaries. Following his elevation, his family flourished exponentially. Their domain expanded several-fold, and the number of kin increased significantly. During the annual gathering, countless younger relatives surrounded him with expressions of reverence. Yet as he gazed upon their youthful faces, Sangruist felt little joy, only a profound sense of estrangement. Subsequently, he departed from his family, bearing with him the crystal coffin containing Vanessa. Time had left no mark upon her. She appeared as if merely in a deep slumber, quietly resting within the chilled embrace of the crystal. Through a series of unforeseen circumstances, Sangruist found himself enlisted in the Nazriel Expeditionary Force. This period coincided with the height of conflict between the Nazriel civilization and the Orcish horde, in a sea of countless mercenaries. Sangruist's presence was but a mere droplet, barely stirring the waters. Initially, he believed the battlefield to be straightforward, thinking he could simply cast spells as he did in the magical laboratory. However, upon witnessing rivers of blood, mountains of corpses and fireballs illuminating the night sky, as mammoths were reduced to viscera and war puppets were torn asunder by dark energy beams, Sangruist was gripped by terror. Following that harrowing battle, he transitioned to the logistics department, where he excelled in the art of war puppetry. The immense volume of repair tasks left him with scarcely any free time. Even the simplest of needs became urgent, as he feared the instability of the puppet cores would lead to catastrophic failures in repairs. Under such immense pressure, Sangruist's proficiency in puppetry surged, and he soon became renowned as the foremost war puppetry master on the front lines. Life as a repairman in logistics was exceedingly monotonous. Sangruist attempted to seek companionship, yet the scars of his first love haunted him too deeply, becoming an insurmountable obstacle. No woman could endure her partner weeping and calling out another's name during tender moments, fervently pleading for forgiveness. After enduring several slaps, he ceased his search for masochism. For over 5 centuries, the Nazriel Empire had not halted its advancements in magic due to war. Rather, the immense pressures of multi-front battles fueled an even greater fervor for the arcane. Even the most humble citizens could wield a spell or two to in this atmosphere of terrifying proliferation. Many spells underwent relentless refinement, leading to countless miraculous innovations. Among the most transformative was the emergence of the floating city. The advent of the core of Mizera propelled Nazriel civilization into an era of expansive growth. When the floating city appeared in the Orc realm, the war concluded and Sangruist's lengthy military career came to an end. Upon returning to the prime realm of Nazriel, Sangruist grappled with the daunting task of acquiring resources necessary for his ascension. The requirements for advancing to legendary spells were immense, and even as a master of puppetry, gathering them proved to be a formidable challenge. Furthermore, he was disinclined to toil away repetitively like a worker bee, so he maintained a passive attitude toward his promotion until he encountered his mentor. This legendary mage, known for the title of Meteoric Fire Rain, had just emerged from the divine conflict, and his lifespan was drawing to a close. The terrifying curse following the death of the gods had rendered his body a sieve, with his magical and life force dissipating at an alarming rate. This legendary mage, with dwindling time, settled near Sangruist's town aboard the floating city. As his life approached its twilight, the mage sought to find a few worthy disciples to pass on his knowledge, leaving behind a trace of his existence. Upon hearing that the wielder of the floating city sought heirs, countless aspiring mages flocked to apply, convinced of their own talents. Sangruist also attended, though not with the intent of becoming a disciple. He merely sought to be part of the gathering. At his age, he occupied an awkward position. Most legendary mages would not accept a peak Grand Magus, as it would require an exorbitant investment of resources, nearly depleting the life savings of the legendary mage. The city where Sangruist resided was not particularly renowned, and the quality of apprentices and mages from neighboring towns was unimpressive. Some nobles even sent their utterly untalented offspring merely to fill the ranks. In a twist of fate, Sangruist was unexpectedly selected as one of the legendary mage's disciples. Much like his title, the legendary mage possessed a fiery temperament, and under his affectionate yet demanding guidance, Sangruist became industrious once more. Over time, the legendary mage recognized Sangruist innate talent and appointed him as his sole disciple for the transmission of knowledge, crafting a rigorous study schedule for him. Driven by his mentor, Sangruist steadily advanced toward legendary status. After fulfilling his mentor's assignments, Sangruist unhesitatingly returned to the battlefield. The terror of life and death eradicated his lethargy, allowing him to swiftly reveal his combat prowess and learn how to acquire resources at any cost. Under the tutelage of the meteoric fire rain mage, Sangruist made remarkable progress, ultimately achieving the legendary rank after over 5 centuries and acquiring the exceedingly rare talent of an arcanist. Upon attaining legendary status, Sangruist did not rest on his laurels. He continued to deepen his knowledge, delving into the realms of magical puppetry and the arcane. Then, one fateful day, amidst torrential rain, Sangruist inherited his mentor's floating city, which he renamed from Meteoric Fire Rain to Sangruist Floating City. Thus, he miraculously obtained a treasure that many mages would toil a lifetime to acquire. Under normal circumstances, the ownership of the floating city would be determined through negotiations between the Nazriel Association and the previous lord of the city. However, Sangruist's mentor held little regard for the association and thus appointed an heir directly. Yet, after inheriting the floating city, Sangruist's fortunes seemed to wane. He found himself embroiled in sordid disputes with the association, which sought to reclaim the floating city. Naturally, he opposed such attempts, leading to a conflict between the two parties. After repelling the enforcement squad, news of a failed expedition reached the front lines, and it soon became apparent that the Nazriel civilization was teetering on the brink of collapse. One by one, the realms they controlled erupted into internal strife, their teleportation arrays dismantled, and enemies multiplying in number. Within a mere century, the Nazriel civilization descended into devastation. The once invincible army of magical puppets, besieged by allied forces, was pushed back relentlessly, and the floating cities, once deemed unassailable, plummeted from the astral plane. The intricate magical barriers of the floating cities were torn apart by spatial storms, while the legendary puppetry army disintegrated into nothingness. As the Nazriel Prime Realm faced invasion, all mages and arcanists came to grasp the inevitability of defeat in the face of such a grim fate. Some refused to accept it. Sangruist was among the unwilling. He adopted his mentor's theories and crafted a spell known as Sangruist's Daylight Burst, an attempt to replicate his mentor's famed technique, Meteoric Fire Rain. The spell manifested flawlessly, successfully slaying the deity that invaded the Prime Realm. Yet as jubilation surged among the crowd, disaster struck. From Roning's perspective, he beheld a brilliant, dazzling light rapidly materializing, swiftly spreading above the floating city, followed by a cacophony of deafening explosions. In the aftermath, all witnesses were engulfed in terror as the immense force of the explosion rent Sangruist's floating city into countless fragments, cascading from the sky. This chapter remains unfinished. Please turn to the next page to continue exploring the captivating narrative. The region enveloped by the magical tower's prohibitions has endured, yet this survival comes at the immense cost exacted by Sunrester's utmost efforts. Subsequently, this desolate remnant fell into an unknown plane of existence. The surviving Archmage Sunrester endeavored to elevate the floating city once more, striving to restore it to the primary plane of Netherseril. However, gravely wounded, he found himself incapable of completing the restoration alone, ultimately managing only to establish a rudimentary mechanism for selecting disciples before passing away in solitude upon a bench. With Sunrester's departure, Ronin's consciousness was liberated from its constraints, gradually ascending into the heavens. The familiar darkness enveloped him, and Ronin returned to the 9th level of the magical tower. Clutched in his hands was the dark golden spellbook, and as his gaze skimmed over the distorted symbols inscribed upon its pages, he was astonished to realize that the previously incomprehensible text now lay within his understanding, enabling him to pronounce the words accurately. Gently closing the spellbook, Ronin bowed deeply in a mage's salute to the remains upon the chaise. This was a gift from the tower's master. Through allowing Ronin to witness his memories, he bequeathed to Ronin new languages and arcane knowledge, thus making Ronin's bow one of genuine gratitude. Rising, Ronin approached the chaise, preparing to inter the remains of his mentor Sunrester. Though he had never been formally taught under him, He had inherited all that Sunrester represented. Thus, Sunrester was akin to a half-mentor to him. It was only natural for a disciple to assist in the final rites of their mentor. Ronan first collected the scattered leg bones from the ground, methodically reassembling them with the main body. Though Sunrester had been deceased for many years, the integrity of his bones still retained the strength of his living years, feeling heavy in his hands and emitting a faint glow. Ronan could scarcely imagine how a mage had achieved such a feat, as the bones before him seemed to rival even a lich in their fortitude, after utilizing a binding spell to restore the remains. Ronan commenced the process of clearing away his mentor's belongings. As a master archmage proficient in numerous disciplines, Sunrester had amassed considerable wealth. Merely through observation, Ronan discerned 9 items that appeared to be magical artifacts adorning the remains: a robe, a necklace, a belt, a ring, and a nondescript round stone atop the head, with the rings being the most numerous, 5 adorning a single hand. The process of disrobing the remains proceeded smoothly, as there were no traps set upon the artifacts. This unreserved approach left Ronan both astonished and relieved. Generally, even among legitimate wizards, some reservations are held towards their heirs. Such openness as demonstrated by Sunrester was exceedingly rare, likely characteristic of only those traditionalists inclined towards the classical. Thus, Ronan felt extraordinarily fortunate. However, an unexpected occurrence transpired when Ronan grasped the inconspicuous stone beside the head. The moment his fingers brushed against the round stone, it was as though something had been triggered. The once dull surface erupted into a multitude of luminous radiances. Amidst the blinding white light, a figure composed of elemental energies slowly turned, locking eyes with Ronan. The expressionless visage of an elderly man was none other than the late Sunrester. Clad in a robe etched with countless starlights, he first glanced at his own remains, and then calmly inquired, "Heir, what have you perceived from my memories? A life lived, and the rise and fall of civilization." Sunrester's query was clearly a test of self-reflection. Ronan yearned to respond with eloquent citations and elaborate discourse. Yet his tongue faltered, and after much contemplation, he could only honestly recount what he had witnessed. Sunrester regarded his heir with a placid demeanor. Ronan's answer elicited great satisfaction from Sunrester. He favored practical individuals over those who merely prattled. Initially, Sunrester had worried that Ronan's youth might denote instability and impetuousness. But having observed him now, he felt that fate had finally smiled upon him. Just as he had relinquished hope and his soul began to dissipate, destiny had bestowed upon him a prodigious disciple, one whose composure belied his years. Undoubtedly, this rare gem would elevate his knowledge and leave an indelible mark upon the world. Despite his steadfast nature, Sunrester could not suppress a surge of joy at this unexpected resurgence. Time was of the essence, and he had much to impart. Thus, he quickly reined in his emotions. During the era of Netherceril, mages, in their insatiable quest for knowledge, would tread paths stained with blood or walk in isolation, even resorting to slaying companions, murdering loved ones, betraying trust, and extinguishing emotions, all without hesitation. It was precisely this obliteration of humanity and disregard for sacrifice that rendered Netherceril immensely powerful. Yet, equally, such reckless abandon ushered in the curse of knowledge, leading to the swift downfall of a civilization once revered by countless races across the astral realms. Even after millennia, the thought remains unfathomable. Sunrester seemed to speak past Ronan, his gaze drifting beyond, staring vacantly outside the tower, before muttering in a tone heavy with loss, "Our glory has concluded. It is now the era of you young people to go forth and manifest your own brilliance. The will of Netherceril is no longer suited for the mages of this age. I do not wish for you to tread the same path we did, becoming a pitiful wretch in relentless pursuit of knowledge at any cost. Lastly, should the opportunity arise, I hope you will endeavor to restore the ruins beneath your feet. It is a grave pity for the essence of a civilization to be shrouded in dust. This shall be my final wish as your mentor." With that, Sunrester turned his gaze to Ronan, offering a strained smile before his figure gradually faded, ultimately dissolving into countless motes of light that encircled Ronan. Standing amidst the flickering blue luminescence, Ronan solemnly performed a mage's salute and resolutely declared, "Your will shall be my guiding compass. In truth, Even without Sunrester's reminder, Ronan would have sought to restore the edifice beneath him. From his mentor's memories, he had learned that this city ruin was, in fact, the heart of the floating city, with the core of Mystella lying buried beneath the foundation of the magical tower. If the tower symbolized the order capable of awakening the slumbering, then the floating city represented the Damocles sword suspended in the skies. Such a power, capable of obliterating all, could not be overlooked, especially by someone like Ronan, who believed that explosions were the very essence of art. Should the opportunity present itself, Ronan would undoubtedly pursue it relentlessly and study it. Beyond his artistic inclinations, Ronan was also deeply intrigued by the Mystella core. The notion that a mere metallic sphere could sustain an entire continent aloft in the cosmos was nothing short of miraculous. Alas, due to his current limitations, Ronan was temporarily unable to probe into the Mystella core, for it was surrounded by potent fields of negative energy. Even a formal mage could only linger for a brief moment, while an apprentice would be overwhelmed in less than a minute. Golden luminescence streamed through the shattered gaps, illuminating the tower's interior as Ronan exhaled slowly. In terms of instruction, Sunrester may not have been a conventional mentor, but in the realm of knowledge and legacy, he was undoubtedly the most generous of mages. The blue motes transformed into pure elemental energy, surging into Ronan's being as the vibrant energies incessantly washed over his magical reservoir, filling it to the brim and continuously expanding. Crack! Ronan seemingly heard the sound of something shattering, and subsequently felt a significant surge in the total amount of magic power within him, as well as an expansion of his perceptive abilities by nearly 1/3. Following his previous promotion, Ronan experienced yet another breakthrough, attaining the rank of an 8th-level apprentice. A vast torrent of elemental energy continued to flood into his body. However, this time, instead of nourishing his magic reservoir, the elemental energy converged towards his eyes. The magnificent elemental currents spiraled rapidly around the black dot at the center of his pupils. Once a burning sensation began to emerge in his eyes. The influx of elements ceased. Slowly, Ronan opened his eyes, revealing a pair composed of deep blue and crimson hues amidst the dim shadows. As Ronan opened his eyes, a profound and formidable aura naturally emanated from him, marking his awakening. This aura of pressure is a skill that only manifests upon reaching a certain level, signifying that the individual has transcended the realm of mere mortals. Unbeknownst to Ronan, his eyes exhibited one blue and one red color. He merely found the scenery before him remarkably different from what he was accustomed to, as if shrouded by a thick filter. However, this peculiar phenomenon lasted only a brief moment, after rubbing his eyes and blinking several times. His vision returned to normal, and the unusual colors in his pupils vanished. After confirming he was physically unscathed, Ronan interred his mentor's remains beneath an ancient osmanthus tree located behind the mage tower. As the evening breeze blew, orange petals scattered like raindrops, releasing a fragrant aroma. Ronan felt certain his mentor would appreciate this place. Once he had properly dealt with his mentor's remains, Ronan examined the magical artifacts left to him. He found that he could not utilize any of the items, including the ring, as he could not comprehend the magical restrictions inscribed upon them, let alone decipher them. Though he possessed a treasure trove, he was at a loss as to how to make use of it, causing the joy of his promotion to diminish significantly. Upon re-entering the tower and ensuring he had not overlooked anything, Ronan prepared to depart with his pet egg in tow. Of course, before leaving, Ronan took the opportunity to teach that fire demon a lesson. Without disrupting the operation of the mage tower, he commanded it to attack in the direction of the fire demon, unleashing a barrage of light projectiles that soared into the distance, soon followed by the demon's terrified howls, reminiscent of a dog whimpering as it fled in panic. Watching the fire demon frantically burrow into the earth, Ronan stepped into the silver vortex before him. Upon opening his eyes once more, the scene before him had transformed. The ruins he had previously witnessed had vanished, replaced by a lush jungle teeming with moss-covered trees, winding branches draped with vines, and radiant patches of light filtering through the gaps in the leaves. Observing his surroundings, Ronan became increasingly convinced that the ruins of Sunrester were not situated in the central continent, As the passage of time in these two locations was entirely disparate, a gentle breeze rustled through the foliage, awakening Ronan from his reverie, reminding him that his immediate priority was to locate the scattered Highsway and Laglian. Among others, although the tower spirit had assured him that they had not suffered any harm, it was always best to ascertain such matters with one's own eyes. Raising his hand, he gently waved towards the dense thicket. The thorny bramble, which could strip the skin off even an iron rhinoceros, was neatly severed. The verdant blades of grass lay flat upon the earth, and Ronan stepped onto the soft grass mat as he proceeded in the direction indicated by his elemental sensing magic. Highsway had left him a sub-sensing stone, which allowed him to discern the general direction of the Mother Stone's holder simply by using elemental sensing magic on it. Initially, Ronan had dismissed the sensing stone as rather antiquated, considering it embarrassing that such a remarkable magical civilization employed such primitive means of communication. However, upon encountering a situation of separation, his perspective shifted entirely, and he could only express his appreciation for the utility of this device. Ronan glided gracefully over a small stream, the uneven terrain of the forest posing no hindrance to him as he ambled leisurely, resembling a noble strolling through the city. However, upon his emergence from the jungle, the cacophony of the forest seemed to fall silent. Beetles ceased their flitting, birds their chirping, and even the serpents coiling upon the branches dared not stir. In the face of an entity they could neither conquer nor escape. Even the most cunning and untamed creatures displayed a docile demeanor. This behavior stemmed from Ronan's temporary inability to freely control the creature's fear. After traversing the forest for some time, the sub-sensing stone in Ronan's right hand began to radiate warmth, indicating his proximity to the Mother Stone's holder. Without hesitation, magical brilliance flickered, and with a light tap of his feet upon the ground, he propelled himself forward as if unburdened by weight. Of course, this was not true flight. Rather, it was a clever combination of lightness, magic, and propulsion, requiring him to land periodically to regain momentum. A powerful tremor resonated nearby, accompanied by the jarring sound of snapping trees and the distant shouts of human ire. With a swift motion, Ronan severed the thorny tree demons obstructing his path and burst forth from the thicket, instantly gaining a clearer view of his surroundings. Highsway, Laglian, dwarves, and even the insufferable mage Anderson were all present. Currently besieged by a band of adventurers, that Ronan's entrance was not subtle, and both parties immediately took notice of this unexpected newcomer. The Flame Rose team erupted in joyous exclamations, while the adventurers barked at Ronan to make himself scarce, sending 3 of their number to intercept him. These 3 adventurers, a shield warrior, a swordsman, and a rogue, advanced in a well-ordered formation, indicating that they were part of a seasoned adventuring group whose members were as elite as soldiers in a regular army. Moreover, the majority of this party donned high-quality metal half-armor. Such an adventuring group had no reason to clash with a small team like the Flame Rose, which struggled to gather 10 members. Pondering this discrepancy, yet acting swiftly, Ronan raised a short staff towards the shield warrior, dramatically intoning, "O mighty spirit of fire, heed my call." A torrent of red energy coalesced at a single point, forming a fireball the size of a wheel, which rapidly spun and compressed, shrinking to the size of a basketball in the blink of an eye. Now glimmering with blue and white hues to the untrained eye, one might perceive Ronan as a hapless apprentice struggling with his magical control. However, any knowledgeable observer would immediately recognize the gravity of the situation and flee without a second thought. The technique of magic compression is a skill only mastered by formal-level mages. For an apprentice to possess such an ability is even more daunting than facing a formal-level mage, as the cultivation of such a prodigy indicates a formidable background. Thus, for this elite adventuring party, whether confronting a suspected formal-level mage or a monstrous apprentice, both options held dire consequences. Experienced warriors knew well how to deal with mages. In the moment Ronan conjured the fireball, the 3 adventurers swiftly dispersed. Ronan had chosen the shield warrior as his target, for this individual had boasted that casting spells felt akin to straining during constipation. Such infuriating arrogance warranted a fitting retribution. The fireball shot toward the shield warrior with remarkable speed, although the warrior appeared large and cumbersome. He reacted with surprising agility, lowering his body and preparing to roll aside to evade the impending attack. However, Ronan employed a subtle tactic here. While releasing the white phosphorus fireball, he quietly unleashed a vine spell. The technique of dual casting, which Ronan had recently mastered, was inspired by Hateway. She once recounted a tale of a mad elven mage from her homeland. A mage with two distinctly different personalities, each possessing a unique affinity for magic. Thus, people, including the great elven sages, believed that such a contradictory amalgamation could not survive for long. Yet, the elven mage outlived even the sages and became renowned as a formidable expert. Her signature technique being dual casting. The speaker may have been oblivious, but Ronan absorbed this characteristic, and after numerous attempts, he swiftly replicated the technique. Under the guise of the clumsy fireball, the vine spell stealthily ensnared the shield warrior. By the time the shield warrior realized his movements were restricted, it was already too late. A blinding flash erupted, and a wave of white energy exploded outward, instantly flattening the surrounding vegetation and subsequently catching the unsuspecting adventurers in the distance off guard, causing the weaker ones to bleed from their ears. As for Ronan, he had long activated a shield and opened his mouth wide. Once the smoke and dust settled, a large crater appeared on the ground, and the once trapped shield warrior had vanished without a trace. Akati goes without saying where he had gone, as evident from the startled and terrified expressions of the remaining two adventurers. This devil has slain Andrew. Quick, rush in and deny him the chance to cast. Ah, my hand. Someone help me. Countless voices converged, turning the scene into utter chaos. Amidst the clamor, a sudden surge of elemental energy erupted, causing many to look up and discover that the mage, who had ruthlessly slain their comrade, was now surrounded by a multitude of crystalline ice shards. The advanced apprentice spell, Ice Rain. The densely packed ice shards, fiercer than a torrential downpour, enveloped the majority of the adventurers within. Those caught within the magical range turned pale with terror. The thieves present had certainly faced off against mage apprentices before, many of whom had perished at their hands, including high-level mage apprentices who had emerged from magic academies. Yet none had unleashed such a formidable area of effect killing spell. Could this young mage be a fully fledged mage? Ronan's perceptive abilities expanded, imprinting every movement of the enemies within the magical domain clearly in his mind. Nearly 20 thieves were ensnared, standing at the back, and in their horrified gaze the ice shards descended rapidly. PSHH, PSHH, PSHH. The sound of flesh being pierced echoed incessantly in the icy rain. Both humans and the surrounding flora fell like harvested wheat. The overwhelming majority of thieves could not escape this attack. Only a few agile warriors managed to survive, albeit all grievously injured, their gazes towards Ronan filled with dread. No one could have anticipated that someone who appeared as a mere fledgling would possess such immense power. If given the chance to start over, the thief leader, Lev, would undoubtedly refrain from antagonizing the Blazing Rose team, even if it meant sacrificing a valuable elven companion. Master Mage, please wait. We are willing to offer 200 gold to atone for our offense against your companion. 200 gold was no trifling sum. It was enough for an adventurer to indulge in the taverns for an entire year. As Lev uttered these words, his heart bled. Had this offer been made before Ronan knew Hateway and Lagrin, it might have been considered. However, now, Ronan would not even spare a glance. With such a paltry amount, who did they think they could bribe? Even a single magic core taken from a storage belt could fetch 10 times that price. Thus, the outcome was all but inevitable. No sooner had Lev finished speaking than Ronan's second wave of attack commenced. As he beheld the rapidly enlarging azure crescent, Lev's heart plummeted. Dozens of wind blades crisscrossed towards the thieves, each one larger than those typically conjured by ordinary mages, crashing down with a sharp, howling sound. Lev, a peak apprentice warrior, wielded his sword with remarkable skill, notorious in the north for his peculiar taste for the hearts of women and children. Though his fame was far more infamous than renowned. Following the unrelenting crossfire, over 10 more fell. While these individuals were not immediately slain, death was not far off. After all, who could survive with their intestines dragged out, missing half their body and blood pooling around them? The wind blades were characterized by their strong, penetrating power, slightly less lethal than the ice shards, yet far more intimidating than the ice rain spell. Evident from the thieves who scattered in panic. Nevertheless, some remained steadfast. Lev, the thief leader, was among them. Though he barely deflected the wind blades with his will, he did not seize the opportunity to flee. Instead, he charged at Ronan, sword raised. While a mage could dominate any profession of equal rank, this did not render them invulnerable. When a warrior closed in, a mage's head could still roll. Lagrin, part of the team, understood this well. She initiated a charge to intercept Lev, but was instantly repelled upon contact. Though she was also a peak apprentice swordswoman, she clearly lacked the strength to match Leviticus, blinded by rage. Lev was determined to slay the mage, for Ronan had utterly obliterated his future. In this adventuring group, Lev had poured his heart and soul, spending years cultivating this elite cadre, with plans to leverage them for a baronship, only to have 2/3 of them slain instead. The anguish within Lev was profound. He lamented his hasty decision to target the mage and harbored deep resentment towards Ronan's merciless methods, feeling as though he had no future. Lev's ferocity erupted, gripping his sword tightly as he lunged towards Ronan. Ronan raised a short staff towards Lev, and the earth element surged, launching conical spikes like bullets at Lev to conceal his atypical mage characteristics. Ronan opted for a single-shot mode rather than full automatic fire, allowing Lev ample reaction time. After narrowly evading over a dozen rock projectiles, Lev successfully closed the distance to within 5 meters of Ronan. This proximity was more than sufficient for a warrior. Lev envisioned himself beheading the mage, and it seemed as if the sword in his hand understood its master's intent, the runes glowing a deeper crimson. Crouching to gather strength, he leaped with all his might, the two-handed sword swinging back before crashing down towards the mage. Die. His frenzied visage, coupled with his hysterical roar, rendered Lev akin to a demon from the abyss. Yet it must be said that this assault was highly effective, for the mage appeared visibly affected. He seemed flustered, his incantation interrupted by his own fright, and a slight smirk crept on Lev's lips as he eagerly anticipated drinking deep from his enemy's heart. In the distance, members of the Blazing Rose team witnessed this scene, some attempting to intervene, but having just endured a grueling battle, their stamina was severely depleted, leaving them unable to act in time. Hateway, both teacher and friend, genuinely wished to assist, but as she stood, she fell back to the ground. Hateway had sustained grievous injuries during the trial and was still incapable of vigorous movement, forced to helplessly watch Ronan, calling out in vain. Though Hateway frequently sparred with Ronan, her deep concern for him led her to forget his astounding combat prowess in a critical moment. Could a mere apprentice, who occasionally struggled against Hateway's capabilities, truly commit such a lowly error of interrupting an incantation in the heat of battle? The answer is evidently a resounding no. Ronan appeared utterly flustered, as if he were on the brink of collapse at any moment. Yet his mental acuity was unprecedentedly sharp, in a place unnoticed by anyone. A flicker of dark light shot forth from the blind spot of Lev's gaze, swiftly approaching his temple. This dark light was none other than the secret silver short sword, reforged by Ronan, which he had cloaked in silence runes and smeared with a black substance, rendering its assault increasingly enigmatic. The secret silver short sword penetrated Lev's left temple, then burst forth from the right, accompanied by a spray of white fluid. Lev's smile abruptly froze, and his body, having lost control, crashed directly into a tree branch. With the sound of snapping twigs, his imposing figure fell to the ground with a thud. Blood gushing from the wound like a faucet, pooling beneath him in a vast crimson puddle. The infamous villain of the North, Lev the Devourer, was visibly no longer alive. The tide of battle had instantaneously shifted. The members of the Blazing Rose stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. In the blink of an eye, a seemingly assured victory had been snatched away. Ragnarin and the others were not unfamiliar with the battles of mages, as their team included a magician, and they were well acquainted with the workings of magic. Yet Ragnarin would dare to assert that none possessed the swiftness, decisiveness, coldness, and natural ease of Ronan. Anderson, the most shocked among them, was himself a magician. Witnessing Roning's nonchalant dispatching of the enemy leader, his first thought was a burning question. By what right? Why was it that killing a mere thief was a Herculean task for him? While Roning made the act seem as trivial as squashing an ant, because they belonged to the same profession, Anderson could keenly sense that Roning was not a fully fledged professional, but rather an advanced apprentice magician like himself. With their similar standings, it was incomprehensible that such a disparity in capability could exist. The same spells, yet in Roning's hands they transformed entirely. Take the rock cannonball, for instance. Anderson could maintain the same casting speed. Yet its power would be nowhere near that of Roning's, which could pierce through armor. The sheer force was absurd, while it still fell short of the might wielded by a fully fledged magician. It was alarmingly close. As Anderson gazed at the diminutive figure obscured by a cloak in the distance, he was engulfed in profound confusion. Where on earth had this monster emerged from? The renowned magical academy of the Rhine Duchy had no students who fit such a description. Could it be that he hailed from the kingdom of Eric? A frost spell ensnared the last remaining die-hard faction member, freezing him in place. The thief screamed and cursed in desperation, yet it did nothing to slow the encroaching ice crystals. His internal energy rapidly depleted. The ice soon crawled up his cheeks, and within mere seconds, he was transformed into a lifelike ice sculpture, just 2 meters away from Roning. After neutralizing the final enemy, Roning did not pursue the fleeing foes, but instead hurried to Heather's side. Heather appeared gravely unwell. Her complexion was alarmingly pale, and her mind seemed somewhat foggy. IT took Roning several calls to elicit a response from her. Heather genuinely cared deeply for Roning. Upon seeing him, her first instinct was to ask if he was all right. This reaction provoked a notable stir among Ragnarin and the others, who, with expressions of discontent, vacated the premises, fanning their nostrils as though they detected an unpleasant odor. Roning, lost in his own feelings of gratitude, sought Heather's consent before employing a sensing spell to examine her condition. This method typically required an intimate relationship, akin to standing naked before Roning. Yet, in that moment, there was no time for such considerations. Heather had mentioned sustaining injuries during the trial, and with his inheritance from Sunrest, Roning was well versed in the various traps of the magical tower. He knew better than the team's healer, Carol, how to address her injuries. After employing an internal vision spell to explore Heather's magical meridians, Roning discovered that the situation was far more complicated than he had anticipated. Each person's internal magic had the potential to awaken. Heather was attuned to the elements of nature and wood, and logically, her body should only contain these 2 types of magic. However, in reality, her internal magic resembled a chaotic stew, containing elements from all schools of magic. This was likely the root cause of Heather's lethargy. A normal individual could not accommodate elements with insufficient affinity, and forcing such an amalgamation would lead to uncontrollable magical surges. The lighter symptoms would result in a temporary loss of casting ability, while more severe cases could cause the body to swell like a balloon before bursting. The remedy was straightforward: eliminate the elements within Heather that she could not harmonize with. Yet, extracting a single element from a twisted amalgam of multicolored magic was far from a simple task. Even a fully fledged professional would find themselves a loss, as such injuries could not be resolved through shortcuts but required painstaking diligence. Fortunately, Roning was a master of all elemental schools, or he would have needed to enlist the aid of various magicians for Heather's treatment. The mere thought of Heather being subjected to examinations by unfamiliar magicians using internal vision spells made Roning uneasy. Regardless of her willingness, he himself was not particularly inclined to allow it. Although Roning would not admit it aloud, he felt a strong desire to handle this treatment himself, a reflection of the possessiveness inherent in his masculine nature. After spending an hour within the tent, Roning withdrew his hands from Heather's back. The treatment process had been monotonous, yet the outcome was promising. Roning estimated that if they persevered for approximately 2 months, Heather would likely recover, allowing her to regain her vibrant self. Accustomed to Heather's lively demeanor, Roning found it difficult to adjust to her current frail state. He preferred the spirited banter with Heather, which was far more appealing than her present sickly countenance, though the latter did possess its own unique charm. Gently covering Heather's rounded, delicate shoulders with a light blanket, Roning silently made his way to the cot outside the tent. He wished to engage in his daily practice, yet he struggled to enter a deep meditative state. The events of the day had been so overwhelming that his mind had yet to settle. Initially, he had only intended to earn some tuition in the north, yet he had unexpectedly acquired the legacy of a powerful civilization. Alongside knowledge that would incite envy in countless magicians, he had access to an abundance of resources. The materials gathered within the magical tower were sufficient to elevate Roning to the rank of a grand magician. This meant that, moving forward, he would no longer need to fret over financial matters. He would not have to embark on perilous dungeon explorations in search of tuition fees. Instead, he could leisurely and comfortably hone his craft, and once he ascended to the professional level, he could pursue further studies at the Magical Academy in the Kingdom of Eric. As Roning pondered which city, rich in magical ambience, would be most suitable for settling down, someone lifted the tent flap and entered. Raising his gaze, he saw that it was Ragran, the team leader. The sprightly woman entered with remarkable grace, first checking to see if Heather was asleep. Upon confirming that Heather was indeed snoring, she beckoned Roning to follow her outside. Roning, having left a warning spell in the tent, stood and followed, assuming Ragran had something of importance to discuss with him. He did not entertain any romantic notions, as he was already aware of Ragran's preferences for brawny men, rendering any such thoughts futile. The two did not venture far, stopping just a short distance from the tent. The group that had ambushed them today was a notorious band of thieves from the north. They masqueraded as an adventuring party, yet clandestinely engaged in thievery, whenever they felt there was a chance for plunder. They would seamlessly transform from adventurers into thieves. Ragran's distinctive voice resonated as she slowly explained the background of the thieves who had nearly met their demise. The leader of this group was known as Lev the Devourer, a notorious villain in the north, rumored to have an appetite for the hearts of young children. He had committed numerous crimes, and his name appeared on many wanted posters. Bringing in his head would yield a handsome reward. I know you are in need of money. I have already taken care of his head, so remember to visit the mercenary guild at Dragon's Roost to collect your payment. After issuing this warning, Ragran seemed poised to continue, but the difficulty of the topic was evident, and she hesitated for quite some time. Finally, as the sounds of Belinda and Tommy's playful banter echoed in the distance, Ragran slowly revealed a piece of news that left Roning astounded. After this mission concludes, I intend to disband the team. Upon the conclusion of the conversation, Luo Ning's eyes widened in astonishment. I sincerely apologize. I had intended to disband only after you could stand on your own, but plans often falter in the face of change. Lagran's expression bore a hint of sorrow, her voice tinged with bitterness. There is no need for apologies. I have yet to express my gratitude to you. Without your support, I would have undoubtedly endured much hardship in the northern lands, Luo Ning said earnestly, fixing his gaze upon Lagran. No. You are far too gracious. Given your talent and strength, acclimatizing to the north is merely a matter of time. That I merely familiarized you with the procedures. There is no need for thanks, for I would feel undeserving. Lagran replied, though her demeanor shifted, becoming unexpectedly reserved as their parting approached. This alteration left Luo Ning feeling somewhat disoriented. He was accustomed to the forthrightness of that bold woman who could easily knock someone senseless. How about we refrain from exchanging platitudes and communicate in a more straightforward manner? Luo Ning suggested, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Lagran, feigning distress, replied with a cheerful agreement. Very well. After reaching a mutual understanding, Luo Ning continued, if your reluctance stems from a desire not to burden me and Heatherway, please cast such thoughts aside. That I joined this team because I value your character, not for monetary gain or the allure of women. Thus, you need only consider whether you feel comfortable teaming up with us and if you wish to continue. Everything else is of little consequence. Luo Ning had harbored this sentiment for quite some time. Having noticed Lagran's apprehensions about being a burden, he had not anticipated her resolve to be so firm. This decision comes after much contemplation. I am no longer young, and if I continue, I shall truly grow old. While I still possess some savings and my appearance remains intact, I must swiftly seek a compatible partner. Striving to welcome a child within the next couple of years, I have always adored children. But due to unfavorable circumstances in my youth, my family could not provide a dowry, which has delayed my plans until now. One aspect of this other world that could evoke envy in men of certain nations is the wedding customs here. Men are not required to provide a bride price, but rather women must offer a dowry. There exists even a subtle competitive spirit among women regarding their dowries. The greater the dowry a woman brings, the higher her status, and the more she is sought after by men. As Luo Ning listened to Lagran's heartfelt revelations, he extinguished his inclination to persuade her further. To press on might reveal a degree of selfishness on his part, and it was clear that Lagran was not in the mood for such discussions. What she truly desired was likely his blessings. Having come to this realization, Luo Ning deftly shifted the topic. "Captain, which city do you intend to settle in? When you have the time, I shall visit and present you with a grand red envelope." Having found clarity, Luo Ning began to jest at, "I am still uncertain, but I believe it will be somewhere in the north. The south is far too ostentatious for someone like me, a rough-and-tumble warrior." She continued, "Moreover, Manhammer will likely accompany me. As we have been comrades for over a decade, he plans to open a blacksmith shop after his retirement, and with a dwarf at the helm, I imagine business will thrive. By the way, I almost forgot to ask what your plans are. Are you continuing to team up with that enchanting elven beauty?" Lagran teased, playfully patting Luo Ning's shoulder. Luo Ning chose not to elaborate, knowing that doing so would only complicate matters further. "I shall remain at Dragon Fortress for a while longer before heading to the Royal Academy of Magic in Erixie for the entrance examination." Goodness, the Royal Academy of Magic in Erixie. It is said to be the finest magic academy in the southern region, with notoriously stringent admission standards. Ordinary individuals must possess formal level capabilities to gain entry. "While I have always known you to be exceptional, this is quite extraordinary." Seeing Lagran's astonished expression, Luo Ning offered a modest smile, akin to that of a scholarly achiever, as the camp behind them became increasingly lively. Their conversation drew to a close. The group rested for a day before embarking on their return journey. Heatherway was still unable to move, so Luo Ning carried her. Previously, Anderson would have seized any opportunity to ingratiate himself. But after Luo Ning revealed himself to be a formidable spellcaster, both Anderson and his sidekick, Maeve, became notably subdued, refraining from criticizing Luo Ning and adopting a less arrogant demeanor. This shift left Luo Ning feeling somewhat bored, as he had rather enjoyed Anderson's previous haughty display. After a long trek, they finally returned to Dragon Fortress. Each time Luo Ning gazed upon the fortress's towering walls, he felt a sense of awe. The outer walls of Dragon Fortress stood over 60 meters high, constructed from rock crystal that had undergone a simple enchantment. The unenchanted rock crystal is valued at 12 gold coins per ton, and the expense of erecting such a towering fortification is an astronomical sum. Dragon Fortress is the northernmost city in the north. Beyond it lies the Beast Mountain Range, due to its geographical location. The city has few native residents, predominantly populated by adventurers and merchants of various races. The extensive population movement and trade have fostered the city's prosperity, upon paying a silver coin at the city gate. The Flaming Rose team was granted entry. The city's taxation system is rather intriguing. There is no fee for leaving, only for entering, and the charges are specifically levied on adventurers and merchants, while street vendors and craftsmen are exempt. Compared to the greedy nobles Luo Ning had encountered in the past, who resorted to every trick to extort money, the nobility managing this city exhibited a shrewdness that was undeniable, though they too were greedy. They understood the importance of sustainability, maintaining a policy of gentle taxation, unlike nobles in smaller towns who would ruthlessly exploit any profitable opportunity. As they entered the bustling commercial district, Luo Ning found one aspect of the medieval streets particularly disconcerting: the pervasive filth. Human and animal excrement littered the ground. The air was thick with a noxious stench, nearly overwhelming both Luo Ning and the cleanliness-loving Heatherway. With a light touch, Luo Ning summoned a shield of air, surrounding them with a protective barrier. This spell, known as the Air Shield, had been optimized to filter air, block noise, and reduce solar radiation. What was once a trivial development proved remarkably effective in this environment, allowing both to breathe easier and warding off the dust swirling around them, in stark contrast to the dirt-ridden appearance of others. The two appeared strikingly clean and tidy amidst the throngs. Once inside the city, Anderson and Maeve hastily departed without a word. Lagran had hoped for a final meal together, but their intentions were clear. They did not wish to participate. Their silent exit did not provoke any outcry, as their reputations had deteriorated to the point where even mentioning them was unwelcome. There was much to prepare before dinner, so after securing accommodations at a tavern, each member of the group busied themselves with their own affairs. Tommy and Belinda planned to return home after completing their mission, so they went to purchase local specialties, while Carol headed to the church, and Agatha, a local, directly returned to the slums to check on her siblings. Captain Lagrin, with no pressing matters to attend to, volunteered to act as a guide, eager to show Luo Ning and Heatherway the sights of Dragon Fortress. It is worth noting that Luo Ning had never truly explored the bustling markets of this other world. After his reincarnation, he had been relentlessly pursued by enemies, transforming into the very type of person he despised, an incessant striver, pouring all his energy into magic, never daring to let his guard down. Now that the crisis was not so immediate, it was rather pleasant to relax a bit. Prolonged tension could easily lead to irritability, and for a mage, the most valuable trait is composure. Luo Ning had no desire to become a brash and mindless muscle-bound mage. On a side note, thanks to Luo Ning's interventions, Heatherway's negative condition had significantly diminished. While she still couldn't wield magic, she was now able to walk on her own. It appears that today is a festival, as the streets are bustling with an unusually large number of people. Many have donned garments of vibrant emerald green, creating a visual spectacle reminiscent of a verdant ocean. Noticing Roning's bewilderment, Laglen swallowed the sausage he had been chewing and proceeded to elaborate. Today marks the official harvest festival of the Rhineland Principality, a celebration held to honor the planting of grain seeds, wherein the populace expresses their hopes for an abundant harvest in the coming year through joyous festivities. On this day, the citizens of the Rhineland don green attire and adorn themselves with wreaths crafted from wheat stalks, celebrating together hand in hand, whether familiar or strangers. Even the typically stingy nobles display surprising generosity, distributing pastries and white bread to the crowds on the streets. Not far ahead, a cacophony of excited voices erupted, prompting Roning to look up and see a throng of men eagerly converging upon a gaudily decorated stretch carriage. This scene evoked memories of fervent fans from his past life, and with a tinge of curiosity, Roning turned to Laglen and inquired about the commotion. Laglen scoffed dismissively, remarking that it was merely a gathering of devotees from the Church of the Love God, a group he referred to as a bunch of shameless harlots masquerading as followers. He cautioned Roning to steer clear of them, for any man associated with them would meet a dismal fate, either losing his fortune or becoming a mere plaything. Laglen's comments only piqued Roning's curiosity further. He cast an eagle-eye spell upon himself, and the distant scene came into sharp focus. Initially, he imagined he was witnessing some scandalous affair, but upon closer inspection, it was merely a group of scantily clad young maidens dancing atop the carriage. What was all the fuss about? He couldn't fathom the need for such fervor, having been exposed to countless modern materials. Roning retained a robust resistance to such allurements, allowing his gaze to linger only briefly on the most prominent dancer before redirecting his attention to the myriad of delectable foods lining the street. As he strolled and sampled the exotic culinary offerings, an unexpected interlude occurred. A girl from the north, close to Roning's age, boldly approached him with an invitation to dance. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary person would never dare to engage with someone clad in a robe. In the eyes of the common folk, mages were not viewed favorably. They were often associated with dark tales of transforming individuals into toads or sneaking down chimneys to devour children. Yet, perhaps the jubilant atmosphere of the festival dissipated such fears. Or perhaps it was Roning's appearance that caught the girl's fancy. Encouraged by his friend's playful nudging, the girl in the flowing green dress extended her delicate hand toward Roning with a sweet smile. Taken aback by the girl's bashful demeanor, Roning found himself momentarily lost in thought. The impact of Anna's betrayal weighed heavily on him, having transformed him into a wandering mage without a home and leaving behind significant emotional scars. Such proactive advances from women filled him with trepidation as he contemplated declining her offer, but Laglen, relishing the unfolding drama, urged him on with playful shoves. Roning shifted his gaze toward Highsway, who was sipping honey water daintily. Upon noticing Roning's beseeching look, she rose and, to the astonishment of the northern girl, took her hand that Highsway's assertive demeanor reminded Roning of the strong female protagonist from his previous life, and for a fleeting moment, he wished to switch places with the girl. The surrounding crowd initially sighed in disappointment, but soon erupted into enthusiastic cheers, lamenting the mage's coldness while celebrating the girl's newfound attention from another handsome suitor. As for Highsway's transformation into a beauty, it stemmed from her subtle enhancements to her appearance. She now resembled a striking young noblewoman. This was a necessary precaution, for a lone elf in the human kingdom could be perilously vulnerable to the predatory advances of lascivious nobles. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Highsway had altered her appearance, a process witnessed by Roning, who noted that she had not employed any magic. Rather, she merely adjusted her skin tone with a rubbery substance and made slight modifications to her features, resulting in a captivating androgynous appearance. When Highsway emerged, Laglen was momentarily dumbfounded. She quickly pulled Roning aside, pleading for an introduction, her eager demeanor reminiscent of a lovesick admirer from his past life. The chapter is not yet finished. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating narrative. After some explanations, Laglen reluctantly concluded her brief infatuation. She had been so enamored with Highsway that she had even contemplated names for children born a year later. Bidding farewell to the reluctant girl, the trio did not linger, making their way directly to the Mage Guild. The bounty on the head of the Heart-Eater Lev was issued by the nobility. Yet one need not seek out the individual. Simply following their profession to the appropriate guild would suffice. Warriors would go to the Mercenary Guild, while those of magical professions would head to the Mage Guild. As they navigated the bustling streets, they arrived at the central district of Dragon Fortress, home to affluent merchants and minor nobles, where the atmosphere starkly contrasted with that of the outer districts. Although the passers-by wore similar emerald attire, their demeanor was considerably more reserved, most notably absent were the eager northern girls seeking dance partners. The Mage Guild was housed within a grand circular edifice. After stating their purpose, Roning followed the attendant to the reception area. There he was greeted by a stunning woman with soft features, her azure eyes and cascading golden ponytail framing her face. Alas, her hairstyle was perilously reminiscent of a housewife's, a troublingly alluring appearance. Being a novice, Roning was unaware of the intricate etiquette involved in claiming a bounty, so he straightforwardly placed the severed head on the reception desk. "Greetings, esteemed mage," the beautiful receptionist began. "I am Vivian, your attendant for this occasion. May I ask you?" Before she could finish, her formulaic smile morphed into a piercing scream. Laglen, caught off guard, raised a hand in despair. Newcomers often pose challenges, and a single lapse in focus could lead to chaos. "Damn it, I lost track of where I was," lamented an elderly man in a green robe, clutching his thinning hair in anguish. The Mage Guild, typically quiet, was jolted into commotion by the scream, with many eyes now fixated on Roning's table. The receptionist, realizing her blunder, quickly stood and began bowing profusely in apology. The frantic motion reminded Roning of a classic lyric from his past life. "The cold, cold rain slapping my face. Perhaps it would be more fitting to say the surging tempest." A few mages, momentarily interrupted from their tasks, exhibited visible frustration, one of whom was the green-robed elder. Yet upon noticing the object before Roning, their anger swiftly transformed into astonishment. "Lev, the Heart-Eater?" The elderly man adjusted his glasses and scrutinized the severed head closely, exclaiming, "It cannot be mistaken. That is indeed him. I left this wound with my kinetic explosion spell 3 years ago." His declaration prompted a wave of gasps throughout the hall, while unnoticed in a corner. A novice apprentice discreetly slipped out through a small door. Is it truly him? Surely not. I recall this fellow narrowly escaping from a quasi-official mage just last month. And yet, the goddess of magic has favored us. He has finally met his end. The souls bereft of their hearts can now find peace. Whispers of rumor suggested that the Heart-Eater Lev was associated with Baron Kate, and the boldness of these individuals in claiming their bounty hinted at impending trouble. The preceding discussion had been relatively normal, yet some murmurs that followed seemed somewhat aberrant. The senses of a warrior are generally quite acute. Upon hearing these whispers, Lagren immediately became vigilant. She swiftly drew a handkerchief to obscure her face while simultaneously pulling up the hoods of Ronin and Heather behind her. Shortly after making this gesture, A group of burly mercenaries swaggered through the entrance. The leader of this band was a formidable figure, already stepping into the realm of the official rank, exuding an intensely sharp and menacing aura. The mage apprentice who attempted to intercept him faltered under his piercing gaze, stammering and refraining from advancing. The giant strode boldly into the mage guild, scanning the room with an authoritative glare before quickly fixing his gaze upon Ronan and his companions. Instantly, the group approached with an aggressive demeanor. Sensing the hostility, Ronan stepped forward, shielding the two women behind him, while his right hand deftly withdrew the short staff hanging at his waist, prepared for a potential confrontation. Observing Ronan's movement, the leader of the mercenaries let out a derisive snicker. A mere apprentice, barely developed, accompanied by two women. How amusing, the captain spoke, prompting the mercenaries behind him to join in with their taunts. Little fellow, do enlighten us as to who your superior is. Should they be of sufficient stature, perhaps you might exit the dragon fortress unscathed, boss. If he departs, we cannot report back to our master. Hence those two women must remain as compensation. Indeed. Who knows, we might even get a taste of the spoils. Ha ha ha. The crude banter caused Ronan's expression to twitch slightly. Luminous threads began to flicker in his pupils, a sign that his magical energy was surging rapidly. Simultaneously, a ferocious aura emanated from him, one that no high-level apprentice mage could possibly maintain under the pressure of an official-level warrior, which took the giant aback momentarily. He had initially presumed this slender young man was merely a noble offspring on an adventure. The heart-eater Lev had also been dispatched by him. But now, it seemed far more likely that Lev had perished at his hands than that the two female warriors beside him posed a threat. As long as we find the main target, we need not fret about anything else. The giant, known as Kim, grinned widely as he unsheathed a massive wolf-toothed club from his waist. Ronan and Lagran stood their ground, one brandishing a sword defensively, while the other lifted her staff, pointing it menacingly at the mercenaries. Just as the tension between the two factions was about to erupt, a commanding shout suddenly broke through the crowd from behind. How dare a pack of filthy curs disrupt the Mage Guild? Do you believe I would not obliterate you? Your master wouldn't dare to utter a word. The crowd parted, allowing an elderly man clad in a crimson robe to step forward. Draped over his shoulders was a cape adorned with silver thread. Upon seeing him, the mercenaries recoiled as if confronted by a predator, averted their gaze, and lowered their heads, as if they were ashamedly inspecting the ground for treasures. Compared to their previously brazen demeanor, the mercenaries now appeared utterly humbled, which only deepened the disdain in the elder's eyes. With a contemptuous spit upon the ground, he proceeded directly to the reception area. He picked up Lev's head and examined it before turning his gaze towards Ronan. His eyes swept over the portion of Ronan's visage that was visible, a frown etched deeper upon his brow. Whose disciple is this? Did his mentor not instruct him on the necessity of removing one's hood and greeting those of higher rank? The elder's displeasure was evident upon his face, and coupled with Ronan's elusive attire, his irritation only intensified, extinguishing any initial inclination he had to assist. I care not for your grievances or backgrounds. Should you dare cause a disturbance within the guild, I shall show no mercy. Now, vacate my presence with that pack of curs. The elder's final words were directed at Kim. Kim and his entourage dared not retort, departing with their tails between their legs, their previous bravado replaced by palpable embarrassment. Watching the mercenaries vanish through the entrance, Ronan felt little relief. Although the conflict had been quelled, the trouble had not dissipated. Tapping his staff lightly, Ronan's mind raced. The bounty he had claimed was clearly backed by unknown forces, and the mercenaries were undoubtedly sent by those with ulterior motives. Lev, as the leader of Small Adventurers Guild, commanded a following of over 50 men, a number insufficient when compared to a regular military force. However, in smaller cities, such a contingent was not to be underestimated. During that encounter, he had likely decimated the entire guild, with only a few managing to escape. The loss of so many would surely incite the wrath of those behind them. What troubled Ronan now was the extent of the influence wielded by that individual. Should only the mercenaries be involved, Ronan would have little to fear. It is said that one does not worry when debts are plentiful. He would not hesitate to act decisively against anyone sent by a grand sorcerer. So why fear a mere border noble? Should he truly provoke Ronan, he would resort to waiting for him outside the city, for he was unencumbered by ties. After the mercenaries had departed, Ronan proceeded to finalize the bounty collection. The initial steps went smoothly, but he soon found himself stymied by the identity verification. The Mage Guild did not recognize the Mercenary Guild's adventurer proof. After considerable contemplation, Ronan ultimately produced the badge from the Rhine Magic Academy in Shuamong City. The official, after a cursory examination of the badge, promptly handed over the bounty. The total reward amounted to nearly 1,000 gold. But due to processing fees, Ronan's actual take was just over 900, nearly a 10% tax. The exorbitant fee nearly compelled Ronan to hurl a fireball at the smiling official. After signing his name on the parchment, the bounty matter reached a conclusion. As Ronan stood to leave, the official called out to him. Perhaps sensing a commission within the significant sum, the official, counting the coins with a grin, leaned in to whisper, "Lev is backed by Baron Kate. A mere baron alone cannot contend with you, but he has connections to the Lord's office." Ronan and his companions halted in their tracks. "What do you mean by that?" Lagrin asked, her voice laced with suspicion. The official did not respond, nor did he spare them a glance, continuing to speak to himself. "There is a fundamental difference between regular troops and mercenaries. Your strength is commendable, but do not let pride cloud your judgment." Lagrin, with her straightforward temperament, found it hard to endure the old man's roundabout remarks, clenching her fists in preparation to strike, only to be stopped by Ronan. "Get to the point," he said in a cold, emotionless tone. The elder blew gently on the coins, producing a clear, melodious chime. "The Mage Guild has recently launched a new initiative called Escort Services. Provided the client can afford the fee, we will dispatch skilled personnel to ensure their safe passage to any desired location." Noticing Ronan's expression darken, the official quickly added, "Your ability to slay Lev and nearly annihilate 2/3 of the adventurers speaks volumes of your prowess. Should you truly wish to evade Baron Kate, he might indeed struggle to apprehend you. However, do not forget your companions, as they cannot escape, and even if they do, their families will not be spared." The official's words extinguished Ronan's anger. Indeed, he could afford to be reckless, but Lagrin and the others could not. She and the Hammer were considering settling in the north. A servant approached and whispered something in the elder's ear, who, while leisurely arranging the coins, remarked nonchalantly, "The Baron has already dispatched someone to the city gate for inquiries. Your party's characteristics are too conspicuous. We can find you, and so can Baron Kate." With that, a sense of urgency washed over Ronan. He lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before arriving at a decision. "What are your charges?" A wise choice. However, as this service is newly established, we have not yet set a standard price, so it is tentatively set at 200 gold per person. As Ronan's pupils widened in surprise, the elder quickly added, "This fee includes accommodation, meals, transportation, and all other expenses, so it is quite reasonable. So I must return the 900 gold I just received and then pay you an additional 300? The typically composed Ronan's voice trembled now. "Your arithmetic is as impressive as your magic," the old man, with a smile that crinkled his eyes, offered a compliment that, to Ronan's ears, sounded like an invitation to violence. Nevertheless, Ronan couldn't help but admire the old man's business acumen. Within just a few exchanges, the elder had deftly assessed the trio, his casual demeanor reminiscent of a character from the film The Wolf of Wall Street. While the old man lacked the protagonist's exuberance, his methods were decidedly more cunning and seasoned. The guild profits and expenditures were strictly managed. No coin was to be taken home. With that thought, Ronan returned the purse of coins, still cool to the touch, to the old man. Once the money was in hand, the elder dismissed Ronan's disparagement of the guild with a grin, his face almost conveying the message that it was still insufficient. Ultimately, Ronan contributed over 200 gold from his own pocket and sold off all his spoils to complete the transaction. The Mage Guild was impressively swift in their operations. Within 5 minutes of signing the contract, all members of the Blazing Rose, save for Anderson and Meef, were summoned to the guild. Tommy bore a dark circle under his eye, and the barbarian Hammer was covered in grime, clearly indicating that both parties had engaged in a friendly exchange during the invitation process. With little time for pleasantries, Lagrin succinctly recounted the previous events before outlining the future arrangements. The team members were remarkably considerate, showing no resistance to Lagran's plans. After a brief meeting, with no farewell feast to speak of, they verbally agreed to keep in touch through letters and quickly parted ways. As Roning pondered that this might be their final encounter, he uncharacteristically lowered his hood. However, instead of a gnome, he was greeted by the sight of a handsome young man with no beard and dark hair, causing the group to erupt in astonished chatter, all wearing expressions of playful disbelief, except for Tommy, who was exuberant, for he would finally shed the title of the group's youngest member. The joy was fleeting. The first to depart were Tommy and Belinda, who fortuitously found a skyship passing through their hometown. Having never ridden in a skyship, they left with laughter. Next were Lagrin and the barbarian Hammer, who, under the supervisor's recommendation, intended to visit the northern port of Malir. Malir was the largest and most prosperous port city in the north, bustling daily with vast quantities of magical materials and high-quality silver. Earning it the moniker of Silverport, celebrated in ballads composed by bards, Silverport was a crucial hub for maritime trade in the Rhine Principality, and a mage guild had established a major branch there, contributing to the city's excellent safety. Lagrin and the barbarian Hammer planned to explore the city first, and if it suited them, consider settling there. After embracing one another, Roning watched as they departed. Lastly, there were the priestess Carol and Agatha. Carol seemed unperturbed, while Agatha was reluctant to leave, being a local with a network of relationships. Her family and friends might suffer the ire of Baron Kate due to her departure. However, after the supervisor assured her that he would look after her younger siblings, Agatha felt no further apprehension and resolutely decided to follow Carol to her hometown. My dear, there's more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page for continued excitement. Roning had not even noticed when these two had become entangled, but he could comprehend Agatha's choice, although Carol was rather unassuming. Her eloquence and everyday conduct suggested a noble background, and Agatha's decision to follow her was indeed a commendable one, given that both were women and their relationship was not as close as that with the captain. Roning refrained from embracing them, opting instead for a brief handshake. During their exchange, Carol inquired about Roning's upcoming plans and courteously invited him to visit her home. Yet upon learning that Roning intended to attend the Iric Royal Academy of Magic for an assessment in the near future, the usually composed noblewoman displayed a look of astonishment. Carol was well acquainted with the academy, as it was rooted in her homeland. The Iric Royal Academy of Magic was renowned as the finest magical institution among all nations in the southern region, with exceedingly stringent admission criteria. Those who dared to participate in the assessments were either foolhardy or exceedingly confident in their abilities. Carol found it difficult to fathom how something she had always regarded as a lofty aspiration had become an easily attainable goal for another. The academy was second only to the sanctum of magic, often referred to as the ladder of social class. Ascending that ladder ensured immediate elevation to the status of a new noble upon graduation, relieving one of any financial concerns. Even in idleness, wealth would flow effortlessly. Moreover, there were those ancient noble families, now on the decline, eagerly seeking a distinguished son-in-law to restore their former glory. Understanding the esteem afforded to graduates of the Iric Academy within aristocratic circles, Carol was left bewildered. Many descendants of noble families with magical heritage struggled to gain admission. Why did Roning believe he would succeed, and why had he only now mentioned this? Carol began to suspect that Roning might be boasting, perhaps with intentions akin to Anderson's, seeking to draw closer to her. Though the elf standing behind him possessed a strikingly beautiful appearance, there were flaws. The elf's excessively delicate frame was not conducive to future progeny. And as for herself, Carol glanced down, unable to see her own feet. Thinking she had grasped Roning's intentions, Carol was surprised when, at their parting, he made no further advances, and the invitation to share sweet sauces never materialized. Was it a case of feigned indifference? Curiosity piqued within Carol. Although she could not ascertain the veracity of Roning's previous statements, her noble instincts compelled her to make an investment. Before departing, she disclosed her surname to Roning and sincerely invited him to seek her out if he ever found himself within the borders of the Iric kingdom. As she spoke, her voice was as gentle as a breeze caressing the skin. Once they turned the corner and vanished from sight, both Heather and Roning shivered in unison. She did not truly believe he could pass the assessment. Heather murmured softly, rubbing her arms. I can see it clearly. The act of revealing her surname and extending an invitation appeared quite formal. Yet it was merely an empty gesture if Ronan were to succeed in the assessment. Carol could maintain a friendship with him. If he failed, she would incur no loss, merely offering a casual reception before sending him on his way. In short, Carol had emerged victorious, after bidding farewell to his companions. Ronan and Heather did not linger, changing their attire before preparing to exit through the back door. However, just before leaving, the supervisor handed Ronan a gilded slip of paper, much to Heather's bemusement. First glance. The slip resembled a withdrawal receipt from a trading company, but upon closer inspection, Ronan realized he had misjudged its significance. The reverse side bore a single line. We cordially invite Lord Ronan Lannister to become the resident mage of Dragon Fortress. Should you be interested, please visit the Lord's Manor for further discussion by the second day. Resident mage? Ronan repeated in confusion. Heather opened her mouth to clarify that it referred to a mage attached to military service, a role typically reserved for those in dire financial straits or untalented wild mages. Given your talents, there is absolutely no need to consider this. I suspect the supervisor knows you would decline, which is why he casually handed you the invitation without further discussion. While speaking, Heather vigilantly scanned her surroundings, although the head of the mage guild assured her that they would assist in concealing their whereabouts. Certain matters needed to be personally verified for her peace of mind, especially given her current inability to ensure her own safety. Upon hearing Heather's words, Ronan immediately lost interest. He had already meticulously planned his academic path and had no intentions of altering his course for the time being. Following the route provided by the supervisor, they arrived at the western city gate, where they effortlessly mounted a thunder rhinoceros at a certain corner. This was a merchant caravan from the Mage Guild, and the two intended to utilize the identity of the beast handlers to exit the city. The gate was teeming with fully armed knights, while figures clad in mage robes loitered by the low wall. The reaction of Baron Kate was swift, enforcing a lockdown at the city gate. Ronan had not anticipated the other party's capability to commandeer the guards at Dragon Fortress. And fortunately, Heather had fashioned disguises for them, rendering their appearances drastically different from before. Heather now bore the guise of a consumptive, while Ronan resembled a short, stout, and unassuming individual. Their inconspicuous appearances allowed them to pass through the inspection without incident. After exiting Dragon Fortress, Ronan and Heather quietly detached from the caravan after walking for a while. Initially, the plan had been to part ways while traversing the Dragon Ridge Mountains, but Lagran had advised against relying on the mercy and morality of others for their safety. Ronan took this admonition to heart, leading him to this decision. Once they separated from the group, they found themselves without a clear destination. It was still too early to delve into the labyrinth, having only recently emerged from its depths, and both required a respite to alleviate their stress. After contemplating their options, Heather suggested visiting the renowned floating mountains in the Northern Realm, a celebrated attraction on Arnold Continent that draws countless visitors annually. Many second-generation nobles even travel from thousands of miles away to check in, proclaiming it a soul-cleansing experience, though the reality is often a throng of attendants, dancers, and songstresses. This reminded Ronan of a certain place from his past life, where similarities abounded. Some genuinely sought to refine their spirits, while others merely masked their debauchery under the guise of soul purification. Ronan held no fondness for the nobility, and thus was reluctant to visit the haunts of such individuals. Yet he could not resist Heather's repeated entreaties and ultimately acquiesced. It was, after all, Heather's first time humbling herself to make such a request, and since he had taken to healing her, the invisible wall between them had dissipated, most notably reflected in her less pretentious demeanor and increased physical affection toward him. As they journeyed on foot, equipped with essential supplies, their circumstances were not dire. Sustenance was no concern, for with Heather, the beloved of nature, the bounties of the earth never ceased. At tea times, they feasted on tart, delectable wild fruits. At others, they savored fresh, tender freshwater fish, and occasionally, a moose would present itself before them. As their companionship deepened, Ronan discovered that elves did indeed consume meat, though they preferred fruits above all else. When he inquired about the reason, Heather remarked that meat left a heavy spice residue in the mouth. Ronan, a perplexed expression of disbelief. Meanwhile, as Ronan and Heather enjoyed their leisurely exploration, a tempest was brewing in the city of Zumit. The scandal that erupted months prior at the Tana's Magic Academy had rendered the name Ronan Lannister akin to that of a pariah. And under the guidance of certain malicious individuals, the verdict of Ronan's trial became public knowledge. The citizens of Zumit, discontent with the ruling, collectively staged a strike in protest, which escalated into an anti-nobility movement. Sensing the impending turmoil, the instigators summoned the knightly order to maintain order, gradually quelling the unrest. As a consequence of this incident, even the distant Lannister family in the Gabor territory faced public outcry and scrutiny, with some righteous individuals resorting to vandalizing Lannister-held properties. Under such duress, the Lannister family issued a statement revoking Ronan's status as heir, which quelled the public's fury. Yet as time passed, the populace gradually forgot the name. The masses are often ignorant. Once the nobles ceased to feel implicated in the judgment, people returned to their mundane concerns, fretting over their livelihoods and growing indignant over new scandals. When the citizens of Zumit heard Ronan's name again, they dismissed it as mere jest, for how could a worthless individual who only bullied girls possibly have slain the devourer Lev and nearly annihilated an entire armed adventure party? The very notion would elicit laughter. However, disbelief aside, the mere mention of Ronan's name sparked a flicker of solidarity among the entertainment-starved populace, just as a handful of impassioned individuals prepared to petition the Lord's office, demanding Ronan be declared an outcast. A denunciation document stamped by Baron Kate from the Northern Realm ignited a fervor throughout Zumit. Within an office at Tana's Magic Academy, Mr. Marion was reviewing the profiles of the new cohort of students. Addison Kelly, son of the president of the Lucian Merchant Association, low elemental affinity, rank 5 apprentice, Bowman Bard, eldest son of Baron Bard, elemental affinity non-existent. Sighing while rubbing his temples, Marion set aside the dossier. Ever since the establishment of the Academy's business department, the caliber of students had declined precipitously. To maintain financial stability, the department accepted anyone, even those entirely devoid of magical talent. They even enforced strict policies forbidding mentors from treating students differently, mandating that these individuals learn at least 1 or 2 tricks. This left mentors assigned to such students in a state of lament, as what normal students would grasp after a few lessons required over 10 repetitions for these individuals to comprehend. Yet in standard teaching, where would one find the time to explain something over 10 times? Consequently, mentors were compelled to carve out time outside of class to provide additional guidance, severely encroaching upon their personal time and leaving many feeling utterly exhausted. Marion, too, felt overwhelmed. At over 50 years of age, his mental faculties waned more with each passing year. Had it not been for the tuition needed for his gifted grandson, he would have considered resigning after the previous cohort. With this thought, he turned his gaze to the fluttering flags outside the window, which danced in the wind, that on the delicately embroidered fabric adorned with gold trim was inscribed a line: "Warm congratulations to Harrington for being admitted to Eric Magic Academy." Each time he beheld these banners, Marion would recall that star student, perpetually wearing a false smile, whose demeanor would shift to a sinister expression at the slightest inconvenience. As his mentor, Marion was intimately familiar with Harrington. If he were to pass judgment in a single sentence, it would be a mere vase built upon potions and equipment. This very vase had displaced exceptionally talented commoners, securing a place in the finest magic academy in the Southern Realm. Marion had long anticipated this outcome. Harrington was the nephew of the Grand Sorcerer Morrison, an established master of magic and the proprietor of a wizard's tower. With Morrison's extensive connections, propelling someone to prominence was a simple feat. Harrington was a prime example. An individual with mediocre elemental affinity, destined to remain an apprentice for life, was forcibly elevated to the official rank through precious potions, with favors granted to pave his path. Marion was genuinely curious about what enchantment Harrington's 2 sisters had cast upon Morrison, causing the renowned sorcerer to act irrationally in investing in such an obviously unqualified apprentice. While he pondered this, the office door swung open abruptly, and a colleague entered, looking furtively around before approaching Marion with excitement. "Marion, do you know? A major event has transpired." Marion rolled his eyes, thinking, "How would I know if you don't tell me?" Ignoring Marion's tone, the colleague leaned in closer and whispered, Do you remember that student who was taken away by Harrington? His story is true. He really did kill the Devourer Lev and nearly wiped out an entire adventure party. The nobles behind him have sent formal letters of condemnation, and now countless people in the academy are spreading rumors, claiming the previous case was a miscarriage of justice, that the academy colluded with the nobility to persecute an outstanding student. Marion pondered for a moment before recalling the name of Ronan Lannister. The child's visage had become somewhat blurred in his memory. The most vivid image was of him standing resolutely in the grand hall, facing countless nobles with an air of dignity. Now, the dean and his colleagues must be in utter turmoil. Previously, replacing an outstanding commoner selected for Eric Magic Academy with Harrington had already incited discontent among certain higher-ups. And now, due to this blundering mage, they had missed the opportunity to recruit a battle-hardened wizard. A spectacle was surely on the horizon. Colleague, it remarked with a sense of schadenfreude, clearly harboring discontent towards a certain individual, referring to him simply as that blundering mage. What are the reactions from both sides now? Marion inquired with a hint of detachment. The blundering mage's family had already begun to manipulate the narrative. The recent scandal involving a female mentor and her student was orchestrated by them, reportedly spending a considerable sum to persuade the mentor. Although specific information from the academy had yet to emerge, I surmise they might recall that child. You know, our ranking in the Southern Academy's annual competition has always been dismal, and with such a promising talent appearing this year, the higher-ups will certainly not let this slip away. Oddly enough, I frequently interacted with that child. During his time at the academy, he did not exhibit remarkable talent. Yet upon leaving, he transformed into such a formidable figure. Colleague A exclaimed in astonishment. Perhaps adversity has awakened his latent gifts. After all, a sheltered young beast can never learn to forage for itself independently. Setting aside the reactions of the academy's faculty and students, an unexpected guest arrived at the office of the noble dean. The elderly wizard, draped in a golden cloak, disregarded the perspiring director beside him and forcefully kicked open the office door. The two plump, white creatures on the sofa were startled, particularly the one in a superior position, who seemed to have succumbed to a panic response, cowering while firing in defense. This unsightly scene caused the old wizard to furrow his brow deeply, leaving behind a terse command to tidy up within 10 minutes before departing from the repugnant opulence of the office. In less than 5 minutes, the dean of Tana's academy arrived before the old wizard, his noble attire barely holding together. Grant, with a grave expression, prepared a pot of invigorating tea for the elder. Observing his efficient demeanor made it difficult to reconcile with his earlier disgraceful appearance. The old wizard gazed silently, withholding speech until he was presented with a tea infusion worth dozens of gold coins, at which point he extended his hand to accept it. There is no need for superfluous pleasantries. My purpose here is to address the recent uproar concerning the exceptional student who has been expelled. According to Baron K to the North, our student nearly obliterated his mercenary group single-handedly, an achievement unparalleled in millennia. I am eager to understand your mindset in expelling this student from the academy. The elder articulated these words in an unremarkable tone. Grant felt beads of sweat form on his forehead. The elder was an inspector dispatched by the Southern Mage Association, specifically to handle cases involving unique individuals. Even the royal offspring would find no favor in his presence. Grant recognized his precarious situation. Thus he hastily explained, the expulsion incident was orchestrated by the master of the Swell Mage Tower. Morrison, he colluded with his brother-in-law to drive the student out of the academy, originally intending to execute him on false charges, but I perceived the scheme and opted to merely expel him. The elder remained unfazed by Grant's impassioned response. Proceeding calmly, there are whispers suggesting that Morrison targeted this student to seize something of his. Are you aware of this? Grant hesitated slightly before providing a clear answer. Nobles are astute in gathering intelligence. Within days of the expulsion, the nobles of Snowman City had grasped the general outline of events. The catalyst was Morrison's brother-in-law Harrington, who coveted another's equipment and subsequently orchestrated the persecution. Some disapproved of Morrison's actions against an apprentice mage, yet due to the lack of personal stakes and the fact that he was a tower master, no one was willing to speak up for Ronan. Grant shared this sentiment. He had long outgrown his youthful sense of justice, now solely focused on profit and noble honor. Thus he would not risk offending a powerful archmage over trivial righteousness. This was true then, and it remains so now. When personal interests are at stake, the reverence for a great archmage becomes inconsequential. Rumor has it that Morrison's brother-in-law coveted Ronin's officially sanctioned staff. Inherited from a predecessor, which sparked this entire debacle, Grant deliberately kept his words ambiguous, aiming to provide the elder with ample room for speculation, diverting his attention away from himself. However, the elder was not deceived. Such petty tricks were far too elementary for one of his experience, an Academy of Magic, to stand idly by while Morrison and his brother-in-law acted with impunity within the sacred halls of the Mage Academy, and to later receive a luxurious estate worth 500 gold pieces in return for their biased judgment is what you call not participating, Grant. Cast aside your innocent facade. My investigation has already uncovered sufficient evidence proving you to be an accomplice. The elder's voice rose to a near shout by the end of his statement. The forceful resonance of his voice, imbued with sound wave magic, shattered every glass object in the room, and Grant, being the most affected, found his lavish attire torn asunder, draping in tatters around him. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his rotund cheeks. Under the elder's palpable aura of power, Grant collapsed to the floor, weeping and lamenting his transgressions. Facing Grant's tearful confession, the elder showed no sign of compassion, speaking in a calm, steady voice. If you wish to retain all that you currently possess, exert every effort to rectify this situation. If you can recall Ronin to the Academy and facilitate his re-enrollment, then we shall consider the matter settled. If not, I need not elaborate on the consequences. With those words, the elder disregarded the prostrate Grant and departed. Grant attempted to grasp the elder's leg, seeking to negotiate. But as his hand reached out, a bolt of blinding lightning struck him. Instantly, Grant convulsed uncontrollably, his eyes rolling back, saliva escaping his lips, and he fell into a state of turmoil. The Soul Whip, a non-lethal spell typically employed by wizards to discipline apprentices, was also favored by some mages for use on their partners. By the time Grant regained his composure, an entire hour had passed, prompting him to summon a female assistant to cleanse his body and, in turn, address the mess he had left on the floor. Upon encountering the unsightly mixture on the ground, the female assistant's expression shifted slightly. Although she had dealt with similar situations before, those instances had involved primarily same-sex individuals and minimal mess, making her less averse to the task. Now, faced with such a substantial mess, she genuinely found it challenging to proceed. However, considering the difficulty of retaining this job and maintaining her previous comfortable lifestyle, the assistant gritted her teeth and knelt. Reflecting on how she had boasted to her friends that morning about the comfort of her job, the assistant felt a swell of tears welling up. Behind every seemingly respectable position lies an abundance of untold hardships. In the conference room of Tana's Magic Academy, now donned in clean attire, Grant sat at the head of the table, flanked by numerous faculty members, nearly all of whom had been involved in the expulsion incident. Upon Grant's declaration to recall Ronan Lannister, a prolonged silence enveloped the room. The events at the Academy were difficult to conceal. News of the inspector's arrival had already spread by the time Grant finished bathing. Nobles are adept at self-preservation, and upon realizing that the unfortunate target was likely only the dean, all faculty members tacitly opted for silence. Much like how they had remained mute when Ronan faced his own tribulations, if this matter is mishandled, those who have accepted bribes will inevitably be affected, so do not harbor illusions of remaining uninvolved. Grant stated coldly, fully aware of his subordinates' thoughts, directly exposing their wishful thinking. Upon Grant's assertion that no one could escape culpability, the faculty finally reacted. We don't even know where Ronan is at present. How are we supposed to find him? A middle-aged woman, adorned with fiery red lipstick and shimmering jewels, could not help but voice her grievances. Her complaints instantly resonated with the assembled instructors. Indeed, the whole situation was utterly perplexing, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Why not seek out Master Morrison? He was the architect of this predicament and should be the one to resolve it. Who would be the one to address him? You. The mentors seated here alongside Grant were all part of the same circle, primarily having ascended through their connections, fundamentally different from Marion, who had risen through her own merit. The most conspicuous trait among them was their collective reluctance to take responsibility. Everyone was engaged in shifting blame and grumbling. The result of their inability to persuade one another was a conference room that devolved into chaos. The arguments persisted until the meeting's conclusion, with only a minority agreeing to publish missing person notices through the mercenary guilds in various cities, while all other proposals were dismissed in simple terms. While financial contributions were welcome, any notion of exertion was out of the question. Upon returning to the opulent office of the dean, Grant immediately swept all the documents from his desk onto the floor, an act that still failed to quell his frustration. He then proceeded to shatter several bottles and jars. And only after the office was in disarray did he finally sink into a chair, panting heavily, and summoned his subordinate. The recently appointed mistress, with a beaming countenance, entered the room. This woman hailed from a humble background. Her appearance could only be described as average, yet she possessed an innate talent for embellishment. Her makeup revitalized her ordinary features, and paired with gold-rimmed glasses and a fitted uniform, her flaws were artfully concealed by her alluring curves. Which was precisely why Grant had taken an immediate liking to her. "My lord, why let that rabble get under your skin? Do calm down. Otherwise you'll find even more gray hairs," she purred, nestling into Grant's embrace while playfully clinging to his stout neck. The mention of her name reignited the flames of ire within Grant, and recalling the blatant disinterest of the attendees during the meeting, he clenched his teeth and cursed vehemently. A pack of worthless curs. "If I fall, none of you will escape unscathed." The delicate hand, akin to a lotus root, began to rhythmically knead his back, varying in pressure. Grant emitted small grunts of frustration, his furious expression gradually giving way to a more complex, bewildered demeanor. "My lord, I have an idea you might wish to consider," she whispered sweetly into his ear. "Speak," Grant replied, his voice muffled. "I have a friend who works in the Thieves' Guild. They might possess information that could be of use to you. But the prerequisite is a monetary exchange." "How much money?" "That depends on how precise you wish the information to be." Meanwhile, the Harrington family was embroiled in discussions regarding the matter. Harrington had initially intended to leave for the Eric's Academy of Magic ahead of schedule, but had been delayed by this issue. Presently, he sat in a brooding silence upon a beautiful chair, listening to reports. The Thieves' Guild at Dragon Castle had relayed that the young man was last seen in a small town located less than 100 miles from the floating mountains, accompanied by a companion. The two had lodged there for a night. During a pause, a subordinate could not help but steal a glance at the human sofa beneath Harrington. The sofa's occupant was Anna, the protagonist of a recent scandal involving her withdrawal from school. She had ingratiated herself with Harrington for some time, and after he promised to make her his companion, she took residence in his castle. In less than a month, she had transformed from a revered figure among commoners into a state that would evoke embarrassment in anyone who beheld her. Harrington clearly noticed his subordinate's indiscreet gaze. But instead of meting out the usual harsh punishment, he placed a foot upon the head of the human sofa, grinding it down for good measure. Her soft, crimson curls were crushed into a tangled mass, saliva uncontrollably spilling from the corners of Anna's mouth as she let out a pained groan. Yet, this did nothing to evoke sympathy from Harrington. Rather, it further inflated his sense of delight. The anger that had simmered within him seemed to dissipate with her pleas beneath his foot. Taking a drag from a euphoric smoke, he reveled in the sensation, transforming the pitiful figure beneath him into the detestable commoner who had cost him his chance to enter his brother-in-law's mage tower. The mere thought of losing that opportunity ignited a volcanic fury within Harrington, consuming him entirely. "You wretched creature, I shall use your skull as a goblet." He spat that. "I'm sorry. Darling, forgive me, I should not have struck you. I was merely overwhelmed with anger." "Curse you, wretched one. I'm speaking to you. Where are your eyes wandering?" With that neurotic tirade, subordinates and servants hastily retreated outside. Such scenes were all too familiar to them. Ever since Harrington had been barred from entering the Mage Tower, his temperament had grown increasingly erratic. He would fly into rages over trivial matters, causing former acquaintances to distance themselves, while the mistresses he had once entertained had all found new suitors. Now, only Anna, the commoner goddess who had been his classmate, remained by his side. Harrington's treatment of Anna was equally perplexing. At times, he would hardly acknowledge her as human, while at others, he would treat her as if she were a cherished treasure. fearing to let her slip from his grasp. Passing through the dining hall, the maids appeared lost in their thoughts, with some daring enough to gossip among themselves. The castle's steward stood nearby, yet made no attempt to intervene. Subordinate A was acutely aware of the precarious position of his superior within the family. Following Harrington's fall from grace with Master Morrison, the family's allocation of resources to him had diminished significantly. In noble families, this shift was well understood by all servants. Loyal servants were typically knights or assassins nurtured from a young age, while those like Subordinate A or the maids, who had been recruited later, were merely opportunists. They were quick to distance themselves from a master whose status had declined, prioritizing their own standing over feigned loyalty. Witnessing Harrington's decline, the servants became increasingly apathetic, their outward respect eroding as they secretly contemplated how to extricate themselves from his service. Of course, their opportunism was partially a reaction to their master's failures. Had Harrington demonstrated ambition and refrained from indulging in dangerous vices, he might have salvaged some loyalty. However, he chose the path of self-destruction. After signaling to a maid with a gesture indicating a meeting at their usual place that evening, Subordinate A hastily exited the castle. They had recently made contacts with individuals allied to the young master, who were inclined to recruit him. Thus, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he intended to leave before Harrington embarked for the Eric's Royal Academy of Magic. He had no desire to accompany this fallen noble into exile, though the commoner goddess seemed to cherish it, unaware that it amounted to banishment. Nevertheless, even in exile, Harrington's destination remained far beyond the reach of most ordinary individuals. Such was the nature of noble families. There was no concept of kinship, only the relentless pursuit of self-interest on another front. Master Morrison of the Svermage Tower was closely monitoring the situation. However, unlike Grant, who was fraught with anxiety, Morrison felt no fear whatsoever. The commotion stirred by the prodigious apprentice was a mere blip for a renowned archmage of many years. Aside from tarnishing his reputation slightly, it bore little impact on him. He felt no trepidation regarding the inspectors, fully aware that they would not dare to assault his tower. It was common knowledge that breaching a mage tower exacted a heavy toll in lives. Given the unrest along the borders of the Rhine Principality, formidable armies and powerful mages remained stationed there, making it impossible for the inspectorate to assemble a competent strike force in the short term. Thus, Morrison dismissed the incoming inspectors and ignored their summons without a second glance, as for any eventual reckoning. Morrison was unfazed. He had skillfully navigated interpersonal relations over the years, being affiliated with the faction of the Minister of Finance in the Rhine Principality. Who would dare risk incurring the minister's wrath by confronting him? Did they not wish to retain their annual funding? This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the riveting content. This is Morrison's reliance. Therefore, regarding that little bug that has stirred up trouble, Morrison had no intention of taking matters into his own hands. After all, he was merely a somewhat talented apprentice. He could summon anyone at will, effortlessly crushing him as one would a mere ant. Looking down at the disciple, who was bowing respectfully not far away, Morrison said lightly, "The character's portrait has been provided to you. Once located, eliminate him without hesitation. Do not concern yourselves with the oversight of the inspectors. I will handle that. This pesky insect has been hopping about for far too long. It is time to squash him. Do not let me down." The several formal-level disciples immediately vowed in earnest, "Rest assured, Mentor, we shall accomplish the task. Mentor, I will crush him as one would an ant. Mentor, I will sever his head and present it to you." Morrison nodded indifferently, gestured with his hand, and said, "Very well, go forth. Complete the task promptly and return swiftly." Yes. The formal-level practitioners bowed and withdrew .as for Morrison. He turned away as if he had merely dealt with a trivial matter, forgetting all about Ronan. For Morrison, the outcome of this affair was already determined. After all, a 6-member formal-level team could hardly fail. In the north, the sacred land of swords, the protagonist who had stirred up a great deal of discussion in Snowy City was now exploring the murals on the high walls of the sacred site alongside Heather. Initially, they had intended to visit the floating mountains, but the throngs of people along the way were overwhelming. The dust kicked up by the carriage frequently left Heather covered in grime. The cleanliness-loving elf could not bear it after 2 days and ultimately diverted to the equally renowned destination of the sacred land of swords. Such sites, evidently associated with practitioners, attracted significantly fewer visitors, with the majority of those wandering about being warriors bearing great swords, alongside individuals dressed with refinement, sporting glasses that lent them an air of scholarly sophistication. The obnoxious second-generation nobles, whom Ronan particularly despised, were notably rare here. The guardians of the sacred site were evidently quite averse to this ostentatious group, thus only permitting them access to the outermost areas reserved for common folk. The mural area, where Ronan currently stood, was exclusively accessible to practitioners, making this considered arrangement alleviate many of Ronan's troubles. Otherwise, the convergence of practitioners and noble heirs could easily lead to conflict. Accustomed to their domineering ways, the second-generation nobles would often approach and flirt with attractive women, while practitioners were not the type to endure such provocations. Hence, whenever the two sides clashed, conflict was an inevitable outcome. This was something Ronan had personally experienced just a day prior, right before their decision to head to the sacred land of swords. From a distance, a group of second-generation nobles had discerned Heather's femininity through the silhouette of her cloak and approached to invite her. However, when the invitation was rebuffed, they attempted to abduct her instead. This led to a confrontation, where Ronan unleashed a series of rapid-fire rock projectiles, causing the dismembered second-generation nobles to flee while howling and issuing threats. Ronan and Heather had chosen to come here not only for Heather's aversion to dirt, but also largely to avoid these bothersome second-generation nobles. If their journey was to be plagued daily by such pests, they might as well venture directly into the labyrinth. The mural before them depicted the Second Eternal War, illustrating how humanity, in alliance with the various races of the Arnold continent, triumphed over the invading abyssal forces. The high-ranking legends of the Allied forces united to slay the Demon King on the Sunsetting Plains. After the Demon King's demise, his divinity shattered into fragments, scattering across the ground and forming the present-day wonder of the floating mountains. While the sacred land of swords beneath their feet was originally the entrance through which the abyssal forces invaded the Arnold Plain, today, that entrance has been sealed, and the existence of the sacred land is to guard it, preventing the abyssal forces from returning to the Arnold continent. A melodious, mature voice flowed gently into their ears as a battle priestess, clad in a white veil and bearing a great sword, stood beside them, acting as an impromptu guide. Surrounding them were practitioners. Numerous advanced apprentice warriors could be seen, with a few formal-level ones among them, yet only the two of them received such treatment, drawing the curious gazes of many. The probing looks were unmistakable, seemingly speculating on which noble lineage Ronan hailed from. Ronan made a concerted effort to maintain his composure, realizing that this privilege was solely due to Heather's influence. Upon entering the restricted exhibition area, Heather's identity was recognized by the guardians of the sacred site. The sacred site had always maintained a friendly relationship with the elven race, hence they had specifically dispatched a female priestess to welcome her, resulting in the current scene. However, it must be said that this veiled battle priestess was truly striking. Although he had not seen her true visage, Ronan could confidently deduce from her aura and silhouette that she was unlikely to be unattractive. The pristine fabric of her gown shimmered softly under the sunlight, accentuating the model-like figure of this nine-headed goddess, her long, shapely legs cinched by a black rope, exuding an allure that was timeless. Paired with a massive great sword on her back, her presence became exceptionally striking, embodying a blend of valor and an indescribable sensual charm that rendered the murals of the Eternal War almost mundane in comparison. The priestess was named Maria, and it was evident that she held a fondness for Heather. As they conversed, she inadvertently left Ronan trailing behind, the lightweight gown allowing for ease of movement, but simultaneously revealing her form with remarkable clarity. Watching the gentle sway of her alluring silhouette beneath the gown's fabric, Ronan rubbed his eyes vigorously. Such unearned benefits. Why not indulge? In the distance, the harmonious choir began to sing "I in the darkness of night." The light of hope, the fervor of life, fleetingly fades into oblivion. The ancient murals combined with the almost sacred melodies evoked in Ronan a sudden urge to recline in a rocking chair and drift off to sleep. In his mind's eye, he envisioned the two beautiful women before him scratching his back and reading him stories, a life in another world he had always imagined, rather than facing deceptions, being hunted, and fretting over the uncertain path ahead. I heard from Heather that you have a keen interest in martial skills. Would you care to stay at the sacred site to study for a time? The priestess walking ahead abruptly turned to inquire of Ronan. The two had been discussing Ronan, and Heather had playfully introduced him as a mage with a deep interest in martial skills, piquing Maria's curiosity. Regardless of whether one was an emerging mage or a classical mage, their status was significantly elevated compared to that of their warrior counterparts. Warriors labored tirelessly, swinging their swords thousands of times to hone their skills, while mages merely attended lectures to acquire formidable spells. Beyond the disparity in professional status, the environments and privileges afforded to each were entirely different. Warriors found themselves either in the dust-laden arenas or perilous primeval forests, whereas mages resided in fully equipped academies, surrounded by youthful and vibrant female classmates, relishing a daily feast of sweet pastries, to forsake such a privileged life in favor of toiling in the arena, swinging swords and enduring the elements while competing with magical beasts for sustenance. Was that not a sign of a mind unraveling, or was it merely a fleeting whim of youth, with a hint of offended curiosity? Maria halted, shifting her gaze toward Ronan. Ronan, taken aback by the question, was indeed interested in knightly martial skills, but he had no intention of delving into them at this moment. Attempting to juggle two pursuits at this stage would be akin to picking up sesame seeds while discarding watermelons. Even the most gifted individual could not afford such extravagance. Thus, Ronan had no plans to alter his original intentions for a mere invitation, even if the invitee perfectly embodied the image of the goddess he envisioned. As he pondered this, Ronan suddenly felt a chill. His gaze inadvertently shifted to the left, locking onto Heather's autumn-like azure eyes. Her long silver lashes were tinted with striking vibrancy, and her angelic face glowed with a mesmerizing radiance under the warm light. However, that pair of azure eyes was not particularly gentle at the moment. The narrowed eyelids were a telltale sign of Heather's displeasure, and the piercing gaze she directed at him conveyed a rather clear message. The one who has angered me is you, Ronan. Reflecting on his journey thus far, Luo Ning found himself enlightened. After gracefully declining Maria's proposal, he distanced himself from her, citing a lack of interest in the mural, and walked ahead of her in that moment. The oppressive gloom above dissipated. After exploring the sacred sword site and partaking in a modest meal, they bid farewell amidst Maria's reluctant waves. Once alone, Heather immediately confronted Luo Ning. Previously, she had regarded him as too young to warrant concern about their distance. But after today, she felt compelled to reassess. Although a hint of a smile lingered at the corner of her mouth, her expression was devoid of mirth, replaced instead by disdain and revulsion. She leveled a frosty gaze at Luo Ning, the chill in her eyes more penetrating than anything he had encountered before. For a fleeting moment, Luo Ning felt as though he had committed an unspeakable sin. However, regaining his composure, he retorted sharply. This is merely a typical reaction of a young man entering his adolescence. Moreover, you could certainly cast aside those peculiar thoughts swirling in your mind. I am not so desperate as to pursue someone outside my standards. With that, he cast a sidelong glance at Heather's chest and continued, You are undeniably ordinary, yet your confidence is quite remarkable. What a curious contrast with the prowess of 3 decades of martial arts training at his disposal. Heather was instantly rendered speechless. She bit down hard on her cherry-colored lips. In their banter, Heather had never emerged victorious, and each exchange left her reeling from Luo Ning's fresh onslaughts. Last time he had remarked that she was as thin as a bamboo pole, and this time he had subtly mocked her for her modest bosom. Though he did not articulate it explicitly, Heather could decipher the peculiar foreign phrases from his teasing expression, wiping away a tear from the corner of her eye. She fixed Luo Ning with an icy glare, her emerald orbs gleaming with a fierce desire to retaliate. Are you seeking death? With the floodgates of their verbal sparring opened, Luo Ning pressed on recklessly. Every time you can't win an argument, you resort to violence. I es it that your kind relies solely on brute strength. So, where shall you strike this time? The face. Go on, hit me here with all your might. Before he could finish his sentence, a blood-curdling scream akin to a slaughtered pig echoed down the shaded path. Their bickering alleviated the weariness of their travels. After 3 days, they arrived at a quaint little town named Odenburg, nestled along the western slopes of the Dragon Ridge Mountains. Here, there lay an underground labyrinth known as the Tennis, which had been established for several years and had been largely plundered by adventurers, rendering it less appealing. Most visitors were merely novice warriors. Not a single seasoned adventurer could be found. Luo Ning's decision to explore this site stemmed from the Tennis Labyrinth's abundance of a plant called wintergreen. This flora possessed excellent elemental conductivity while being remarkably sturdy, making it ideal for crafting a temporary staff that could also serve as a weapon. The short staff he carried tucked under his arm was beginning to falter in strength, and the thought of being unable to wield it effectively in critical moments left him dissatisfied. Thus, he sought to acquire a new staff. The magic core was already prepared, provided by Heather, a first-tier mutated fire lizard core, which would enhance the user's fire damage by 9%. The cores obtained from the Samrester ruins were unsuitable for immediate use, so Heather gifted Luo Ning one from her own hunting endeavors during her travels, aiming to prevent any trouble that might arise from a child wielding gold. Certainly, a first-tier magic core was enough to tempt many into making hasty decisions. But Luo Ning had progressed beyond the timid individual who once endured bullying in silence to survive. He had now acquired a measure of self-defense, and, as a novice, he felt unafraid when facing any profession. Though he had yet to confront seasoned adventurers and might struggle against them, he was confident that if he truly wished to flee, they would not be able to catch him. Furthermore, he was not alone. He had Heather, who was both a mentor and a friend. Should he encounter trouble, he trusted that this elven companion would unhesitatingly lend her aid. Their bond having deepened through countless sessions of elemental harmonization, in addition, the bounties jointly announced by the nearby townsfolk surrounding the Tennis Labyrinth piqued Luo Ning's interest. The targets were goblins and probing beasts, each yielding a mere copper coin. This price held little allure for most adventurers, as the effort required far outweighed the reward. A warrior might earn a mere 100 copper coins after an entire day of labor, while a mage, lacking refined casting techniques, could expect only around 150 copper coins after exhausting their magic. Such meager earnings failed to attract those with grand ambitions, yet they intrigued the pragmatic Luo Ning. No matter how small, a mosquito is still meat when accumulated in numbers, and the opportunity to freely test his spells without concern for scarce materials further motivated Luo Ning to venture into the now unfashionable Tennis Labyrinth. Perhaps due to the recent financial drain, the nobility of Odenburg exhibited unparalleled avarice. Each adventurer entering the town was required to pay 5 silver coins, an amount equivalent to a common person's monthly sustenance. Even the most affluent adventurers found this fee burdensome, leading to a gathering of disgruntled individuals demanding an explanation. Sensing the situation slipping out of control, the guards hastily summoned the herald responsible for this decree. The herald was a portly man, waddling as he walked, reminiscent of a gas canister in shape. With the aid of his sycophants, he laboriously ascended the platform and produced a crystal amplifier to elucidate the origins of this exorbitant fee. Luo Ning, curious, leaned in to listen. Breathing tax, garbage production tax, head tax. The list of taxes was extensive, painting a vivid picture of the town's gluttony. The chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the riveting narrative. Heather was not fond of such scenes. Thus she prepared to pay the fee to enter, but Luo Ning grasped her arm. After nearly half a year of experience, Luo Ning was no longer the naive child who knew nothing. He discreetly pointed to the inner wall of the entrance and whispered, "Don't be hasty with your coins. There are people watching inside." I could see the spot he indicated. A group of children, appearing no different from beggars, had gathered. Once an adventurer paid to enter the inner city, these children would swarm to peddle their wares or beg for alms. If an adventurer declined, the children would merely smile and retreat without offense. Did you think that was the end? No. That group of children will selectively target those who are obviously aware of their own vulnerabilities or those who appear intimidating. They will choose to ignore individuals who seem less threatening. Conversely, they will focus on smaller groups, predominantly comprised of younger members who are curious and easily distracted. These children will discreetly lead their less ragged companions to follow and take note of their residences. Subsequently, the process likely involves bribing tavern attendants to keep a watchful eye on their affluent targets, sharing intelligence to facilitate the organization's operations. The tactics employed by such organizations typically adhere to a few familiar schemes, either luring adventurers into establishments such as strip clubs or handsome male taverns, where they are charged exorbitant prices for drinks, or guiding them to familiar weapon shops, where they are sold refurbished weapons at inflated prices. More sinister methods extend beyond mere financial deception. Adventurers themselves may become prey. After all, those who possess enhanced prowess through elemental combat training far exceed ordinary humans in terms of endurance and resilience. They can be sold as slaves to nobles, as laborers to mine owners, as living dolls to entertainment venues, as experimental subjects to mages, or as sacrificial offerings to malevolent cults. There's always a suitable fate for adventurers among these options. Naturally, those audacious enough to treat adventurers as mere commodities typically belong to colossal factions. An environment that allows such large-scale powers to thrive must be akin to the bustling dragon fortress, where population mobility is rampant. In such a fortress, if security is somewhat lax, it becomes a veritable breeding ground for crime. After Roning led Highsway into the protesting crowd, he imitated the gestures of young adventurers from the previous year, raising his fists in discontent over unreasonable taxation. Once the guards began to disperse the crowd with their long spears, Roning feigned concern for his wallet and proceeded to pay, embellishing the narrative with details of haggling over several copper coins. After his performance, it was unsurprising that the group of children at the entrance merely glanced at Roning and Highsway before redirecting their attention to those behind them. The line of adventurers behind them consisted entirely of youthful individuals, whose incessant chatter filled the air with excitement. Upon entering the city, they gawked in curiosity, ceaselessly pointing at clay pots with unabashed wonder, embodying the quintessential image of naive newcomers. Moreover, their apparent decent family backgrounds suggested they were not accustomed to the hardships of common life, further making them ideal targets for the little thieves. After briefly mourning the foolishness of these children internally, Roning took Highsway's hand and deliberately navigated into the throngs of people. While the fantasy world had its merits, Roning found the lack of sanitation particularly distressing. Larger cities might fare slightly better, as municipal authorities, wary of potential epidemics, would employ inexpensive disabled individuals for daily cleanup tasks. However, small towns exhibited no such awareness. Townsfolk indiscriminately tossed refuse onto the streets, kitchen waste, bath water, and even the contents of chamber pots. Any imaginable garbage was hurled out of windows without a second thought. Even more appalling, one could frequently witness individuals nonchalantly relieving themselves in the middle of the street, their faces adorned with snotty noses, entirely oblivious to their surroundings. After stocking up on essential supplies, Roning and Highsway hastily departed from the bustling marketplace. As seasoned adventurers, they wisely opted against recklessly entering the labyrinthine dungeons and instead chose to visit the guild to procure information. In a discreet corner of the guild, Roning successfully acquired the intelligence he sought. One advantage of the mercenary guild's information is its remarkable accuracy. Unlike taverns, which may deliberately peddle outdated information, Roning now preferred to spend a little extra for peace of mind after suffering losses in taverns on multiple occasions. Just as he was about to leave, Roning's attention was drawn to a prominent bounty displayed on the notice board. Name: Roning Lannister. Age: 15. Characteristics: black hair, black eyes, handsome visage, distinguished graduate of the Tana's Magic Academy in Snowman Town. Last known location: Wind Whisper Fortress in the north. At a reward of 50 gold coins will be granted for providing the latest whereabouts, and a reward of 500 gold coins for successfully returning him safely to the Tana's Academy in Snowman Town. Highsway gently prodded Roning at his waist and whispered, "If I'm not mistaken, this bounty is for you." Unable to master the art of whispering, Roning could only feign indifference with a nod before turning to leave, his demeanor resembling that of an adventurer lingering out of mere curiosity. Regarding the bounty, Roning was somewhat prepared. Having eliminated 2 groups sent by Morrison, he was already embroiled in a bitter feud, so he found no surprise in the actions taken against him. Along the way, Highsway seemed on the verge of speaking, but hesitated. Roning understood she was eager to know the circumstances surrounding the bounty. Throughout their prior interactions, they had maintained an unspoken understanding, refraining from prying into each other's backgrounds. However, as their friendship deepened, certain matters became unavoidable. Once they exited the city gates, Heisway could no longer contain her curiosity. She tugged at Roning's ear, her expression earnest as she inquired what he had done to warrant leaving home at such a young age, especially to face a bounty on his head. Roning was not fond of recounting his past. The brief and tragic memories only made him feel like a pitiful creature seeking sympathy. He had no need for anyone's pity. He had always been resilient. Meeting Heisway's unwavering azure gaze, Roning let out a soft click of his tongue and began to recount the events in the simplest terms. Upon hearing his story, Heisway's eyes brimmed with compassion. Having completely forgotten the recently established boundaries, she stepped forward and enveloped Roning in a tight embrace. Roning was well aware that his ideal partner was a slightly plump, alluring enchantress, yet his body seemed to act against his will. His arms instinctively wrapped around Heisway's slender waist, inhaling the familiar fragrance that wafted from her ear, which stirred emotions within him, almost causing him to choke up. "Let go of me, or you might find me offending you again," Roning stammered in an attempt to ease his growing embarrassment, yet his words only exacerbated the situation. Observing Roning's blushing face, Heisway's bright eyes curved into crescent shapes. Although Roning often teased Heisway's confidence, he could not overlook the reality that she was a young and beautiful woman. Being held by a young lady was a peculiar sensation, especially at an age where one is still curious about the opposite sex. Some things were beyond Roning's control, regardless of his intentions. "Why do you have your short staff tucked into your thigh?" The sentence abruptly ceased, and Heisway's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. The two instinctively recoiled from each other, then seamlessly shifted the topic of conversation. Heisway shared her background with Roning, explaining that her presence in the human realms stemmed from a desire to rescue her kin. Over a year ago, 3 members of her tribe had gone missing on the outskirts of the elven forest. The tribe's elder, using magic, inquired with nearby sprites and learned that they had been captured by a human slave-hunting group. The human slave-hunting organization was notorious, having been targeted for eradication by various races multiple times, yet the growth of their human trafficking operations remained unchecked. The beastmen and elves naively believed that death and brutal torture would instill fear in the hearts of slave traders. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that as long as the lucrative phenomenon of human trafficking existed, the slave-capturing factions would never vanish. The clan had once dispatched formidable warriors to rescue the 3 sisters. But those sent forth returned without a word. As time passed, it became evident to all that their fate was likely grim to prevent further loss of life among their kin. The elders ultimately abandoned the rescue effort. Yet, a portion of them had not given up, including Heisway and the families of the 3 sisters. Those who persisted gradually formed a new team and stealthily entered the realm of humans under the cover of night. Following the path left by their predecessors, they arrived at the Dragon Fortress and spotted the 3 sisters in a lavish entertainment venue. The once modestly dressed and gentle-spoken kin had undergone a complete transformation. They adorned themselves with gaudy makeup and scant garments, performing a lewd dance before the gaze of countless males, a sight that their former companions could hardly bear. Although their friends had become utterly unrecognizable, those who came to rescue them remained unfazed, perceiving it as an act of survival. Thus, that very night, Heisway's team stormed the venue and liberated the 3 sisters. Meanwhile, another group set fire to various locations throughout the city, allowing both factions to escape under the cover of chaos. The execution of the plan proceeded remarkably smoothly until they encountered unforeseen calamities upon their return to the elven forest on the first night of camping in the wilderness. They were ambushed by human assailants. Cavalry, clad in armor and shrouded in darkness, charged forth, and Heisway witnessed several of her kin perish beneath their lances. After a harrowing struggle, the remaining members managed to evade their pursuers. But by the time they regrouped, their numbers had been reduced by more than half. Heisway led the survivors onward, meticulously erasing all traces of their passage, yet the human cavalry relentlessly pursued them as if they were a malignant shadow. As comrades fell one by one, Only the three sisters remained by Highsway's side, and she realized it was too late to regret her decision to come. Under the assault of numerous cavalrymen and formidable foes, Highsway sustained grave injuries, ultimately forced to use a precious teleportation scroll to escape. In that fleeting moment, as she glanced back at her former kin, she beheld the three traitors who had caused the demise of many. Behaving like pampered pets, panting and wagging their tails at the feet of a corpulent human. Highsway recounted the events in intricate detail, revealing the profound impact they had on her. Each mention of fallen kin brought a glimmer of sorrow to her eyes. When Roning inquired about her future plans, Highsway pondered for a moment before resolutely declaring, "To avenge my kin." Roning was not surprised by this decision, though he felt a twinge of melancholy. Fate is a curious thing. As if an invisible hand had brought together two young individuals burdened by hatred. Roning gently patted Highsway's delicate hand, translucent enough to reveal faint blue veins, and when she lifted her gaze, he softly said, "Coincidentally, I too have enemies. Shall we join forces to vanquish them together?" The opposing faction was formidable. They had even summoned the Dragon Fortress cavalry to pursue them. Exposure would render Highsway's existence in the human realm precarious. While Roning, being an elf, was less affected, Highsway had to navigate human society, and it was unnecessary for her to jeopardize her entire future for a moment of fervor. Highsway's voice was exceedingly gentle as she caressed Roning's cheek. And from his perspective, he could see the delicate blue veins on her arms, her half-exposed alabaster forearm resembling freshly fallen snow, the soft touch on his cheek, accompanied by Highsway's signature floral scent. Wafted into his nostrils, why enemies are no trifling matter. They include a grand sorcerer with a mage tower, and who knows how many hidden cards he possesses after years of renown. If you are willing to assist me against such an opponent, I see no reason to hesitate." Roning replied softly, the weight of his words unmistakable. Highsway playfully pinched Roning's cheek, teasingly pulling at his face. "When did you become so sweet-tongued? What were you doing all this time? Only now do you come to flatter me. I assure you, I will not acquiesce." Highsway had a habit of pinching Roning's cheeks when lecturing him, often turning his slightly chubby face a rosy hue. "I fail to understand why you are so averse to my joining you. You have witnessed my growth. To boast a little, the formal level is merely my starting point, that I in just a few months. You could have a formal level ally far surpassing others of the same rank, and unlike those you might hire, I would never betray you. I am entirely worthy of your trust," Roning expressed, filled with confusion over Highsway's refusal. "I am your teacher. If I say no, then it is no. That I, in the end, neither managed to sway the other." The entrance to the Tennis Labyrinth was concealed beneath a waterfall to ensure the safety of their teleportation. They refrained from using water-repelling magic. Before entering the water, Highsway kindly taught Roning underwater swimming techniques. Roning believed he could hardly be worse than someone who slept in trees every day, yet he was taken aback by the reality. Highsway glided through the water like a swift fish, while Roning resembled a floundering monkey. Upon emerging on the other side of the portal, they found themselves in a lush, verdant world. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The excitement is yet to come. Roning glanced at the nearby landmarks, consulting a rudimentary map, and discovered they had been randomly teleported to a small ravine over 10 kilometers from the Tina's camp. In a secluded corner, Highsway had already set up a makeshift changing area. From Roning's perspective, he could only glimpse a slender, smooth white leg, with plump feet connected to delicate, rosy heels that he had never imagined that feet capable of running faster than a magic-patterned horse could be so exquisitely beautiful. Highsway was also quite vain. Her 5 round toes were painted with pink polish, adorned with tiny fragments of bright golden magical crystals that caught the eye. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and change your clothes. And while you're at it, help me tie my shoelaces. I can't manage it all by myself." In the blink of an eye, Heather transformed from a figure of fierce indignation to one of pitiable vulnerability. At this moment, she was presumably donning her battle dress, gracefully lifting one leg. While the elven attire was undeniably exquisite, its complexity was equally apparent, a notion that even the stubborn Heather readily acknowledged. On the other side, Ronin changed into damp clothing before approaching the inner side of the curtain. After obtaining permission, he pulled aside the fabric and stepped in. Heather had just finished putting on her dress armor, her upper body adorned with a snow-white lace-trimmed undergarment. Upon noticing Ronan's entrance, she immediately extended her slender, slightly angular arm towards him, tilting her chin defiantly while her gaze settled on a pair of elegantly embroidered knee-high, laced boots at her feet. To be honest, Ronan felt a flicker of anticipation, for in all his lifetimes, this was the first occasion he had ever assisted a girl with her footwear. The mere presence of such an extraordinarily beautiful person willing to approach him unconditionally filled Ronan with warmth, albeit tinged with a touch of awkwardness. As he gazed into Heather's lake-like, cerulean eyes, catching a glimpse of his own diminutive reflection in her pupils, he nodded somewhat flustered, observing Ronan's bashful demeanor. Heather couldn't help but chuckle, her laughter genuine and unpretentious, revealing her pearly white teeth and charming dimples. Prolonged exposure to her enchanting smile could easily induce a sense of intoxication, prompting Ronan to silently curse. This damned sweetness. The intricate lacing of the boots was proportional to their exquisite craftsmanship, and Ronan found himself sweating profusely as he finally managed to tie the last bow. Once he secured the final boot with a delightful ribbon, Heather surveyed her reflection with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. She then stood tall, feigning a grasp at an imaginary skirt, and gracefully bent her knee in a noble gesture, as if triggered by instinct. Ronan reflexively brought his legs together, standing upright with one hand placed over his heart as he bowed in return. This instinctive reaction caused Heather's eyes to narrow slightly, as from Ronan's innate response, she discerned a lifestyle far removed from that of commoners. At that moment, her curiosity about Ronan's elusive family grew, pondering what sort of lineage could abandon such a naturally gifted sorcerer. The Tina's Labyrinth, a long-established maze, had been nearly exhausted by adventurers, now primarily utilized as a fixed resource point for apprentices. In such a labyrinth with remarkably high intelligence analysis, as long as adventurers did not act recklessly, the dangers were minimal. The interior of the Tina's Labyrinth resembled a tropical rainforest, a rich and thriving environment nurturing countless species, among which goblins and rectal beasts were the most populous. These two creatures boasted an astonishing reproductive capacity, with the latter capable of birthing 3 to 4 litters a year, each containing at least 5 or 6 offspring, allowing them to dominate the labyrinth without even being classified as magical beasts. Goblins, on the other hand, were particularly repulsive. The most alarming aspect of this species was the absence of reproductive isolation. Any opposite-sex creature, from the majestic dragons soaring through the skies to deep-sea naga and mermaids, could conceive their offspring, their essence akin to divinely blessed holy water, possessing an unmatched potency due to their non-magical nature. Both species yielded very few valuable materials, leading adventurers to largely ignore them, which was the fundamental reason for their sustained strength. Over the years, these two species had evidently grown dissatisfied with remaining confined within the Tina's Labyrinth. They had somehow discovered a way to venture into the outside world. Their vast numbers instilled a sense of fearlessness in these beasts, and upon escaping the labyrinth, they swiftly began to invade Odenburg and nearby human settlements. During Ronan's brief stay in Odenburg, he had heard more than once of farmers being ambushed by rectal beasts, leaving them eviscerated, and of young maidens going missing. These beasts possessed an instinct that drove them to include humans in their diet after tasting their sweetness. Initially, no one paid much heed to this calamity, dismissing it as mere hunting driven by hunger, instinctual mating behavior, or the occasional obliteration of careless merchant caravans, until the attacks began affecting everyone directly. By the time humanity caught on, the situation had spiraled out of control. The forests surrounding the towns had been overrun by these beasts, severely disrupting travel and incurring losses for the nobility, who finally dispatched the city guard to eradicate the threat. However, having miscalculated the number of creatures, the city guard suffered significant casualties. Reluctant to deplete their own forces, the nobles turned to adventurers, leading to a miserly bounty being offered. Although the reward was meager, it attracted a large number of newcomers seeking to hone their skills. As Ronan and Heather set forth to explore beyond the teleportation point, they encountered two groups of novice adventurers. These newcomers shared similar traits: youthful, naive faces, excited eyes brimming with overconfidence, and a serious misjudgment of their own abilities, accompanied by inadequately equipped parties. They resembled not adventurers, but rather a group of children playing at war. Although the leading novices were all talk and little skill, they had good hearts, immediately offering camaraderie upon spotting the duo. Ronan suspected that a significant portion of their invitation stemmed from Heather's presence, as she had yet to don a face veil due to her damp hair. Her silken silver hair was elegantly styled, exposing her fair and smooth neck, while the dewdrops clinging to her porcelain-like skin only heightened her allure. Sensing the newcomer's eager stares, Heather promptly donned her hood. The two of them, one a formal-level professional and the other a monstrous entity at the cusp of that level, naturally declined to join such a juvenile assembly. Ronan expressionlessly refused, while the soft-hearted Heather offered a few more words of caution. Particularly to the group with young female adventurers, she advised them on various precautions, though it was clear that this motley crew, caught up in their excitement, paid little heed, lamenting only the absence of a stunning beauty in their ranks, as they watched the youthful adventurers vanish into the dense woods. The pair continued on their path. Their destination was the marshlands, as the wintergreen tree thrived in humid climates, making it more likely to be found there. The Tina's labyrinth was known as the Palace of Rain, and as they walked along the muddy path, the sky soon began to drizzle, the rain falling softly like a gentle serenade. Heather conjured a spherical barrier, preparing to summon Ronan inside to take refuge from the rain, only to observe the raindrops diverting around Ronan's head, cascading down along the inclined angles. The effect of the rain shelter was impeccable, indistinguishable from the mage's barrier Heather had conjured, yet she discerned the subtle differences. What kind of spell is this? Inclined stance? Although Heather was a formal-level professional, her magical aptitude could only be considered average, and with Ronan having altered the original runes of inclined stance beyond recognition, she scrutinized it for quite some time before tentatively uttering the name of Ronan's rain-evading spell. Indeed, Ronan replied softly. How did you accomplish this? Heather inquired, her eyes widening in astonishment. Point one merely needs to add additional parameters such as direction, subject, weight, and motion dynamics to the foundational runes. Heather's cerulean eyes sparkled like a constellation. But in that moment, she felt utterly lost. Clearing her throat awkwardly, she remarked, Your talent in magic is truly astonishing. Having grown familiar with one another, they could read each other's intentions through a mere gesture or glance. So Ronan naturally sensed Heather's disappointment behind her compliment. Unfortunately, the spell could only be maintained for a limited duration. As Ronan discreetly dissipated his magical energy, he pressed his hands against his head and slipped into Highway's protective barrier. The rain poured down with increasing intensity. In just a few steps, Ronan found himself drenched, a large patch of wetness soaking through his clothes, while his tuft of hair clung stubbornly to his forehead. Mimicking a dog, he shook himself off, sending droplets splattering in all directions, much to Highway's dismay, as numerous water stains marred her beautifully vintage robe. In a fit of irritation, she dropped a heavy bag directly onto Ronan's head. The collision of flesh producing a dull, resonant thud. Any momentary disappointment he felt was swiftly banished. Anger flared quickly, but dissipated just as fast, after delivering a playful punch with her petite fists. Highway pulled Ronan into her embrace, using a spare towel to dry his hair. The two were remarkably close. Highway's fragrant and ethereal form nearly pressed against Ronan, allowing him to discern the intricately woven patterns of her elven robe and the delicate curve of her alabaster neck. Her silvery hair, cascading like a waterfall, occasionally brushing against his face, provoking an itch that made him want to sneeze. Although the magical barrier shielded them from the torrential rain, it did little to keep the ground dry. Once her boots turned to muddy messes, Highway's temper flared. Ronan, too, found the muck intolerable, and after a brief consultation, they sought refuge in a clean cave to escape the downpour. The cave, once the domain of a seemingly bumbling, iron-eating white bear, now lay empty, the creature having departed to meet the beast god. After dispelling the stagnant air and debris within using a gust of wind spell, Highway lit an elven incense, and the air was soon infused with a captivating floral aroma. Outside, the rain fell as if the sky had torn open, a relentless torrent cascading down, creating a misty veil on the ground. Roning stood at the cave entrance, gazing upwards at the gathering storm clouds. It appeared they would be trapped here for a while the tempest raged outside. Silence enveloped the cave. After a prolonged pause, a melodious voice, tinged with a sultry quality, broke the silence. "Roning, my student, an opportunity presents itself before you." As she spoke, Highsway extended her slender, straight legs from under her skirt armor towards him. The intricately embroidered leather boots, now caked in black mud, left little doubt as to her intentions. Roning cast a sidelong glance at the mischievous elf, choosing to remain silent. "Roning, my dear disciple, quickly assist your teacher in cleaning her shoes. I must prepare lunch and cannot spare my hands," Highsway pleaded, her voice dripping with faux innocence. When alone, their interactions grew bold. At times, she would even tease him playfully. Seeing Roning remain unfazed, Highsway's eyes sparkled with mischief as a clever idea formed in her mind. Feigning the need to change clothes, she rose and began to remove her skirt armor, inadvertently snagging it on her underskirt, which pulled up her lace-trimmed safety skirt, revealing a glimpse of her smooth, white skin. The black straps of her stockings clung tightly, leaving a red mark on her fair skin. Benefits? Roning surmised Highsway was up to no good. Failing to respond appropriately would surely invite her ridicule, and a man of his resolve would never willingly subject himself to mockery. Yet his eyes betrayed him. As his gaze grew increasingly blank, the underskirt was abruptly yanked down, and a splash of cold water cascaded over him. Under the chilling stream, he caught sight of Highsway's face, now twisted in anger. As a well-educated mage, to gaze at a woman with such disrespect is as disgraceful as a ruffian from the slums who can never find a partner, she scolded, her disappointment palpable. Roning, however, would not sit idly by while Highsway vented her frustrations. A cold smile crept across his face as he retorted, laced with contempt, "If you are not feverish, then how could your skirt possibly rise on its own?" His words struck at the heart of the matter. Highsway's self-satisfied expression faltered, her lips pressing tightly together as they emitted a soft, grinding sound. Just as Roning braced himself for an impending reprimand, Highsway suddenly stood, peering outside the cave. There was commotion beyond, and she readied herself for battle. In mere moments, she donned her protective gear, transforming into a figure of fierce elegance. Roning approached the cave entrance and followed her gaze, discerning numerous dark shapes emerging through the misty rain. Accompanied by an increasing tremor beneath his feet, beast-tied, the damp fabric clung to him, a chill creeping through his voice. "No, something even more troublesome." As he spoke, the dark figures sharpened into focus, goblins mounted on the backs of probing beasts. Their speed undeterred by the torrential downpour. Numbering nearly 100, these goblin riders donned makeshift leather armor, wielding rusty blades that appeared ill-fitted, as if hastily acquired from others. This band of horsemen had likely been drawn by the iron-eating beast Highsway had cast nearby, and upon nearing their location, they had begun to scatter in search of prey. Roning cast a series of enhancement spells upon himself, granting him keen eyesight as he observed the goblin riders below the slope. They appeared fierce, most adorned with trophies of their conquests, heads of copper-armored monkeys, venomous pythons, and two-headed gray wolves. Roning even recognized a human head among them, that of a captain from a previous encounter, whose arrogant demeanor had left a lasting impression on him. The sight of that head conjured images of the young female adventurer from the captain's group, immediately followed by unsettling thoughts regarding the goblin's rumored lack of reproductive isolation. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading, as the tale grows ever more riveting. Highsway seemed to arrive at a similar conclusion, her delicate brows knitting together in concern. Faced with such a tragedy, even across species, any woman would empathize. Yet Highsway hesitated, clearly weighing her options. The probing beasts, canines with a sense of smell sharper than that of the iron-eating white bear, could track their quarry even against the wind. The rain may have concealed their trail, but if the goblins drew within 300 meters, their presence would be revealed. Unless you intend to abandon me and flee alone, there is no need for hesitation. We must act decisively, Roning urged gently, his mental fortitude having been honed through numerous integrations with Highsway's emotions, as expected, upon hearing the suggestion of leaving him behind. Highsway's elbow jabbed sharply into Roning's ribs, the force of which nearly took the breath from him. Watching her make a playful face, she pouted, "That will teach you to speak nonsense." After the brief interlude, both turned their attention to the advancing goblin riders. "Stay close behind me. Do not fall behind, and be wary of their arrows. Do not let your fervor cloud your judgment," Highsway admonished, her tone reminiscent of a concerned matron. The warmth of her concern was pleasant, yet Roning remained his usual stubborn self. "Take care of yourself. Although the elemental disarray afflicting you has mostly subsided, you still bear severe aftereffect. Do not force yourself to cast advanced spells merely to secure victory. The consequences would render our previous efforts futile. Of course, if your intent is to extend the instances of mental integration, I would not oppose that. Furthermore, I am no longer the naive child sheltered in an ivory tower. Now, standing beside you is a high apprentice mage, a companion worthy of fighting alongside you." Listening to the first half of the conversation, Heather's fists were already clenched, but after hearing the latter part, her gaze softened immediately. Ronin, without uttering a word, noticed that Heather herself was unaware that the little fellow she once could easily manipulate with one hand had now grown to the point where he could share the burden of pressure with her. Perhaps in due time, he would be promoted to a formal rank, becoming a true mage. By then, she would likely find herself unable to teach him anything further, and she wondered if he would still be as close to her as he once was. Just as this sense of uncertainty began to rise, it was abruptly interrupted by a shrill cry from down the slope. The creature clad in armor, resembling a digger beast, sniffed around the spot where Ronin and Heather had previously walked, then raised its head and let out a howl. It was as if a pot had boiled over, and the scattered knights instantly began to converge towards the armored digger beast. Many bestiaries describe goblins as utterly undisciplined creatures, asserting that they engage in hunting and combat without any technique, merely relying on sheer numbers to overwhelm their foes, winning if they succeed and fleeing if they do not. This assertion, however, is somewhat misleading. It is the lowest tier of green-skinned creatures that lack discipline. More refined variants, such as the big goblins or goblin cavalry, possess intelligence comparable to that of a human child in their teenage years. As long as there is a goblin commander, these beasts can function with the same order as a human legion. Ronin had acquired this knowledge from Captain Lagran, as he often engaged her in discussions about obscure topics. Initially out of a mere curiosity to understand the ecology of the Arnold continent, never anticipating that it would prove useful today, were you hesitating to take action because you sensed that these goblin cavalry were not to be underestimated? Perhaps indicating a larger threat behind them? Ronin inquired, pulling out a trap scroll from his satchel to set up, all the while not turning his head. Heather displayed a look of surprise. She had not expected Ronin to notice that detail as well. This squad of goblin cavalry exhibits a remarkably high level of military training. Such effectiveness could not have been achieved without extensive training, leading me to suspect that a commander-level monster may be lurking behind them. Heather stated gravely, as if recalling something, then added, "Commander-level monsters correspond to the quasi-formal rank in humans. Some formidable ones can even reach the formal level. Moreover, monsters are inherently stronger than humans, meaning that to defeat a monster of the same rank, it may require 3 humans of equivalent standing. My strength has yet to fully recover, and I am somewhat concerned about potential complications. That is a matter for later. If we truly encounter a formal-level opponent we cannot handle, we will simply flee. For the time being, let's first deal with the immediate threat. Otherwise, if they adopt a kite-flying strategy, it would become troublesome. We would be unable to catch up or escape." Her resolute voice concluded the conversation. It is hard to imagine that just a year ago, Ronin was someone who couldn't even bear to harm a chicken. It can only be said that the brutalities of combat are the best for honing one's character. And less than a year's experience has stripped Ronin of the timid shell cultivated by civilized society. The goblin cavalry at the foot of the slope had completed their assembly, marching in formation in search of their quarry up the hill. Ronin began his final preparations for the impending battle. The heavy rain above granted the defenders a certain geographical advantage. The trap scrolls did not need to be specially buried in pits. but could simply be activated and tossed along the likely paths of the goblin cavalry, where the brown muddy water would automatically cover them completely, perhaps due to her inability to unleash her full potential. Heather appeared somewhat tense, gripping her magic sword tightly, her knuckles pale from the water saturation. Ronan stood beside her, took her small hand in his, and gazed into her gem-like green eyes shimmering through the rain. "Do not be afraid. No matter the outcome, I will always be by your side. I promise." Heather offered no reply, merely looking at Ronan with bright eyes, silent as ever. Ronan gently twisted his joints to warm up his body. One must not underestimate these seemingly trivial details. A proper warm-up can significantly reduce the likelihood of making mistakes on the battlefield. The high casualty rate among young adventurers stemmed from their ignorance of how to utilize their bodies effectively. They often enter a state of excitement before the battle even begins, trembling with anticipation, only to find that by the time combat starts, much of their accumulated energy has already dissipated. Ronan had made this error multiple times. But Lagrin had corrected him, and now he understood how to use his body wisely. The clouds overhead resembled ink blots spreading across a canvas, thick and heavy. The wind had ceased at some point, but the rain intensified, as if a giant were pouring water from the heavens, with curtain-like beads falling straight down, stinging painfully against their faces. Suddenly, the distance lit up as if it were broad daylight, followed by the distant rumble of thunder. The goblin cavalry was now less than 200 meters away from the two of them, their mounts emitting joyous roars, a sound celebrating the discovery of prey. The goblins atop their beasts were equally exhilarated, brandishing rusted blades and letting out wails reminiscent of ghostly cries. Among the cacophony, Ronan even discerned some common human words. Upon listening closely, he realized the goblins were shouting, "Women! Women! Women!" Ronan could now clearly see the faces of the foremost goblins, their expressions twisted and grotesque, streaked with blood that dripped from their armor, making the charging cavalry appear as harbingers from the depths of hell. This group of cavalry was well organized, and Ronan even spotted the silhouettes of archers among them. His greatest concern was the presence of agile foes with ranged capabilities, especially in such large numbers. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It only gets more thrilling. Though his strength far exceeded that of his peers, he was not an invincible warrior. The depletion of his magical energy had always been his Achilles heel. Despite his immense reservoir of magical power, several times greater than that of an average mage of his rank, Ronan found himself unable to sustain prolonged periods of intense output. He was deeply concerned that the goblin cavalry might initiate a round of long-range shots, which would expose their identities prematurely. Should the enemy discern that their targets were mages, they would certainly refrain from any reckless frontal assault, and the ensuing battle could become quite troublesome. Fortunately, these creatures were consumed by their primal instincts, leaving their already limited intellects even more diminished. When one of their comrades shouted "woman," their regimented formation disintegrated, and the goblin cavalry surged forward, their faces twisted with urgency and desperation, as if they believed that falling behind would mean missing out on a feast. The clash erupted amidst the curtain of rain. The agile digger beasts charged through the muddy terrain, the muck presenting little challenge to these canid monstrosities. Their soft paws gently splashed into puddles, sending murky water flying, while the goblins atop them displayed cruel expressions, gazing at the two with the chilling intensity of those staring at the dead. When the prey failed to flee in the anticipated panic, the leading goblin cavalry hesitated for a moment. However, upon realizing there were only two targets and the surroundings were too open to conceal ambushers, they cast aside their last doubts. They were drawing closer, ever closer. Although the digger beasts belonged to the canine family, they possessed feline traits and were not particularly fond of rain. If not for the crowded formation, many would instinctively avoid the puddles. This tendency was evident among the leading digger beasts, but just as the foremost beast habitually sidestepped a puddle and trampled into the adjacent mire, a brilliant burst of magical light erupted. Crack! The air resonated with a sound that sent shivers down one's spine, reminiscent of the chilling crackle of ice breaking in the far north. The mere sound evoked a profound sense of cold, as a blue-white hue swiftly spread beneath the feet of the digger beasts. The ice crystals expanded with astonishing speed, freezing everything within a 3-meter radius. Goblin cavalry, digger beasts, and raindrops alike, into lifelike ice sculptures. Amidst the downpour, the harrowing screams of goblins echoed. Yet this was merely the beginning. Crack, crack. On the muddy slope, more ice sculptures blossomed, and from Ronin's vantage point, they were breathtakingly beautiful, their surfaces smooth as mirrors. Allowing one to behold the goblins' expressions of sheer terror trapped within it was simply magnificent, a deathly flower blooming amidst the carnage. Once the ice pathway trap was triggered, Ronin and Hathwy no longer concealed themselves. They raised their staffs and aimed at the panicked goblin cavalry. The moment the targets brandished their staves, the faces of all goblins who witnessed this spectacle turned a ghastly pale. Mages were a force to be reckoned with at all times. The notion that a mage must die, even at the cost of a battle, was deeply ingrained in the very bones of the beast folk. Just as the commanding officer prepared to shout for his subordinates to disperse and engage in guerrilla tactics, dozens of azure crescent blades, accompanied by piercing shrieks, hurtled towards the cavalry in an instant. The goblin commander's pupils constricted to pinpricks. He had been fixated on the enemies standing atop the slope, and from the moment they raised their staves to the successful casting of their spells. Scarcely a blink had passed. The sub-second casting speed spoke volumes, and the goblin commander unleashed his ancestral power, leaping from his mount. The moment he dismounted, the azure crescents swept past, leaving severed limbs scattered across the ground. The wind blades possessed a penetrating lethality. While not many goblins perished instantly, some unfortunate souls met their fate point. One digger beast was cleaved in half, its upper body dragging its entrails in a desperate attempt to reach its master for aid. Yet its master lay in a slumber akin to that of an infant. Unresponsive to its pleas, the sloping ground was strewn with fallen goblin cavalry, the air thick with the metallic scent of rust. As crimson liquid mingled with the rain, cascading down the slope, accompanied by the agonized cries of the dying echoing across the wilderness, the commander's decision to abandon his subordinates proved fortuitous. Had he hesitated and chosen to alert them instead, he would now be among the fallen. This correct judgment seemed to restore some of the goblin commander's confidence. Upon seeing Hathwy still chanting, he unfastened his longbow from his back, knocked 3 armor-piercing arrows onto the string, and aimed with a slight adjustment before releasing them toward Hathwy. The 3 arrows formed a dark line, appearing as one to the observer. Though they were indeed 3, this remarkable technique, known as cluster arrows, was specifically designed to counter mages. Typically, after launching the cluster arrows, goblins would press forward in a coordinated assault. However, the instantaneous wind blades had left a significant psychological scar on the commander, who was uncertain whether Ronin had employed an item or was indeed a formally ranked mage. Thus refraining from recklessness, it proved to be the right decision for the goblin commander not to charge forward. The diminutive human on the right executed a gentle wave of his staff, conjuring a rapidly spinning, crimson-hued rock projectile that materialized out of thin air, subsequently soaring toward the cluster arrows at an astonishing speed that would instill despair in even the most skilled archers. As anticipated, the cluster arrows were effortlessly neutralized. The armor-piercing tips, laced with precious metals, proved utterly incapable of withstanding magic and were easily intercepted, the trailing crimson magic continuing unabated toward the goblin commander. As he beheld the rapidly enlarging rock projectile barreling toward him, the goblin commander sought to evade, only to discover that a vine had inexplicably entwined itself around his calf. It turned out that Hathwy had completed her incantation. The spell she cast was Thorn and Snare, a support-type area spell typically used for hunting. However, in conjunction with Ronin, it yielded unexpectedly potent results. There was no escape. All that remained was to endure the blow. And the goblin commander shouted a rallying cry to bolster his courage, drawing his long sword and channeling his fighting spirit in an attempt to cleave the incoming magic. In this world, the fighting spirit system was far from weak. It was not like the wizarding realm, where knights were akin to ants attempting to shake a tree. With diligent training, it was not uncommon for swordsmen to slay mages, which is why the goblin commander never considered that he could be felled in a single strike. The rapidly spinning crimson projectile struck the goblin commander's sword with tremendous force, shattering it in an instant. First, fragments of the broken sword pierced the goblin commander's body, followed by shards of the pulverized rock projectile. It was as if he had been struck by a magical crossbow bolt, creating two massive cavities in his form, rendering him able to see through to the other side. Such grievous injuries would be beyond the capacity of not just goblins, but even the remarkably resilient trolls. Thus, the goblin commander collapsed silently to the ground. The commander's demise marked the prelude to the annihilation of the goblin cavalry, with the most likely escape route neutralized. Ronan and Hathaway unleashed their full might. The synergy created by their intertwined mental energies facilitated a seamless collaboration. One focused on assault, while the other concentrated on debilitating the foes. Heatherby first unleashed a wide-ranging ice magic spell, Frost Rain, to slow the movement speed of the remaining cavalry. Subsequently, Ronan began a massive onslaught with his magic missiles. The spell, derisively dubbed one of the 10 useless spells by countless apprentices, exhibited a strikingly different potency in Ronan's hands. Goblins struck by the magic missiles were sent flying as if they had stepped on anti-personnel mines, while the mounts beneath the cavalry were overwhelmed by the shockwaves, frothing at the mouth and rolling chaotically on the ground. Those unfortunate enough to trigger traps were reduced to mere fragments, both flesh and ice obliterated. After 3 rounds of magic, not a single goblin remained standing on the slope. Ronan cast a slanting stance for himself, then entered the fray to deliver finishing blows. The magically enhanced hand guided a mithril dagger from Ronan's sleeve, darting into the heap of corpses with the agility of a nimble fish. As silver glimmers flickered, muffled grunts of pain echoed from within the pile, akin to someone attempting to cry out, only to be silenced. A goblin cavalryman feigning death could no longer endure the torment, leaping towards Ronan. But as soon as it took flight, a ghostly light flashed, and it plummeted to the ground like a drone that had lost power. After circling the battlefield strewn with bodies and ensuring all were dispatched, Ronan began to scavenge for spoils. The goblins wore tattered leather armor, resembling that of human adventurers, but due to neglect, it appeared exceedingly ragged. Coupled with the overwhelming stench of the goblins, Ronan found no desire to rummage through their belongings. The remaining rusted weapons were hardly worth anything. Collecting them would only clutter his belt. After a thorough inspection, he concluded his haul comprised merely a handful of monster heads, the crushed skull of a copper-armed ape and the pulverized head of a magic phosphor python could be used to brew magical potions, while the pelt of a 2-headed gray wolf was suitable for crafting magic scrolls. These materials were indeed useful to Ronan, representing a rather fortunate bounty, having cleared away the more overt signs of battle. The two continued toward the marshlands. The torrential rain had ceased without notice, and beams of light pierced through the gaps in the dark clouds, casting patches of illumination upon the forest floor. The drifting motes of light rendered Tinas as if it were a painted canvas, the dangers described in the intel seeming to vanish entirely. Heatherby boasted to Ronan about the timely release of her supportive spells, while Ronan opined that she had been 3 breaths too slow. Otherwise, the conflict would have concluded even sooner. Their playful banter, reminiscent of children, had become a daily routine. With the downpour subsiding, the indigenous people of Tinas began to emerge. And at that moment, the two found refuge in the crook of a towering banyan tree, peering through the leaves at the dense mass of goblins below, swarming like locusts. The information provided by the mercenary guild had proven to be inaccurate. It had claimed that the goblin tribe within the Tinas labyrinth had seemingly evolved into a large-scale clan. However, what Ronan and Heatherby observed was far more than just a clan. They detected traits of order, discipline, and adherence to commands among the goblins, albeit subtly, indicating that the situation was far graver than the mercenary guild had assessed. Favored child of nature, Heatherby understood well that under the principle of survival of the fittest, beasts could not acquire such characteristics unless a leader had emerged within the beastly ranks. This leader would not simply be a tribal chief or shaman, but a far more fearsome creature. Coincidentally, Heatherby recognized this creature from her ancestral memories. It was known as the Goblin Emperor. When this mutant first comes into being, it may resemble a frail human infant, but upon reaching maturity, it transforms into a being of remarkable intelligence. Even the most distinguished apprentice mages advertised in the Mage's Gazette each year would pale in comparison. This creature could train its foolish, stench-ridden kin, who knew nothing beyond eating and sleeping, into elite forces rivaling human soldiers, and could even create magical weapons that astonished mankind. Should such an anomaly arise among the goblins, the entire goblin tribe would undergo a terrifyingly rapid evolution. Initially, all goblins, whether mere cannon fodder or elite units like shamans and great goblins, would unconditionally submit to the Goblin Emperor. Subsequently, the tribe would enter a frenzied expansion phase, attacking any encountered races. Typically, after conquering a territory, they would consume all male creatures, leaving only the females to breed voraciously, a hallmark of their early behavior. Once their territory expanded and resources increased, the Goblin Emperor would utilize these resources to develop various magical weapons. Generally, the development of a magical weapon from conception to market readiness requires at least 5 years. However, this rule does not apply to the Goblin Emperor. The IT is as if it were born with this knowledge, crafting flawless magical weapons that could be deployed directly into the army with remarkably low failure rates. A disciplined army wielding high-cost performance magical weapons renders the Goblin Emperor an unstoppable force wherever it may tread. Historically, the decline of the elves has been closely linked to the Goblin Emperor. Although humanity remains largely unaware of this, compared to the millennia-old civilization of the elves, humanity is still a relatively young race. The situation had grown dire. The signs of goblins entering the Arnold continent indicated that the goblins within the Tennis Labyrinth had indeed acquired a leader, and under its guidance, they had entered a phase of rapid expansion. Enter the Tennis Labyrinth now was akin to a solitary lion wandering into the territory of wild dogs. Heathervy relayed her knowledge to Ronan, who, upon hearing the information, immediately halted his plans to search for wintergreen wood in the marshlands. Raglan was an exceptionally skilled mentor, having transformed Ronan into a competent adventurer within less than a year. Upon realizing the increased risk factors, Ronan would not act impulsively like a novice. Instead, he would employ the cunning of a seasoned veteran to evade danger and preserve his own safety. The duo retraced their steps. Passing the cave where they had previously sheltered, Ronan discovered that the goblin cavalry corpses in the middle of the slope had vanished, leaving behind only numerous uneaten bones and a chaotic array of footprints. The footprints were no larger than an adult's palm, unmistakably left by goblins. It appeared the goblin horde that had compelled them to cover themselves in tree sap had indeed passed through this place. Feasting upon their kin, goblins are omnivorous. They consume nearly everything except stones, including the corpses of their kind. The more they consume their own, the redder their eyes become, and the stronger they grow. Those brawny great goblins are all products of cannibalism. The pair did not linger, reapplying tree sap before hastening toward the teleportation camp. As they approached the camp, the frequency of perilous encounters began to rise. The most dangerous moment occurred when they nearly fell prey to a goblin shaman. Had it not been for an ironback bear sacrificing itself, they would certainly have been discovered. They were not the only ones entering the Tennis Labyrinth. Many new adventurer teams had also sensed the abnormality and were desperately fleeing toward the teleportation camp. With only a few kilometers remaining to the portal, Ronan and Heathervy encountered several groups of adventurers, all pursued by a throng of goblin cavalry, fleeing in a state of panic. Many newcomers had lost their weapons, and a few aristocrats, adorned in gold and silver, were so desperate they longed to shed their ostentatious light armor. The closer they drew to the camp, the more chaotic the scene became, with utter disarray reigning all around. The seasoned soldiers stationed at the camp attempted to form a defensive line against the goblin horde, but their efforts were in vain, as the newly recruited adventurers severely undermined the discipline of their ranks. There were those who trembled with weakness, unable to move. Some abandoned their comrades to flee alone. Others, disregarding counsel, hastily abandoned their posts in a desperate bid for survival. And there were those who, in their panic, loosed an arrow that struck a teammate in the back. A solitary mistake could be mitigated by sheer numbers, but when failures proliferate, remedy becomes elusive. Faced with goblin cavalry, the hastily assembled defensive line crumbled under pressure, and the scattered retreat soon devolved into a chaotic exodus. The collapse of the adventurers' coalition was the final straw that shattered the morale of the camp. Upon witnessing the garrison's surrender, the merchants joined the fleeing throng, and the camp's narrow streets quickly became choked with a pressing crowd, rendering escape nearly impossible. The only semblance of order remaining in the camp was the central teleportation portal, where a contingent of elite guards struggled to maintain discipline. However, even their efforts were on the verge of collapse under the overwhelming tide of panicked refugees. Once order dissipated, the portal's stability would follow suit. It is critical to note that the portal has a limit on the number of individuals it can transport. Should the crowd grow too large, the portal would cease operation, and reactivation would require at least 5 magical hourglasses, ample time for the goblin horde to annihilate the remaining adventurers in the camp multiple times over. Although Ronan and Heather possessed the means for self-preservation, they had no intention of becoming trapped within the Tinus maze. Consequently, they ceased their concealment, enveloped themselves in auxiliary magic, and charged towards the teleportation array. Stepping over the fallen, danger and death were the eternal melodies accompanying adventurers throughout their lives. In a matter of mere hundreds of meters, Ronan witnessed more than a dozen acts of treachery. Former allies, companions, and kin appeared strikingly fragile in the face of death. Just as they crossed the line held tenuously by the camp's defenders, Ronan and Heather found themselves ensnared by a potent psychic force. This force emanated a ferocious aura, warping the very air around them. From the shadows emerged over a dozen lizard men, each wielding magical longbows, their movements synchronized as they nocked arrows, aiming at the two. Lizard men were born archers, capable of striking a coin-sized target from 200 meters away. At such a close range, they were certain to hit their mark if it were merely these lizard men archers. Ronan might have dared to fight through, but there loomed a mage of incomprehensible power on the opposing side. The psychic pressure radiating from this figure was something Heather had never possessed even at her peak. He was likely not merely a sorcerer, but one approaching the pinnacle of magical prowess that was only such a master who could leave the two utterly unaware of their presence. Cursing under his breath at the despicable old sixth, Ronan turned to Heather and exchanged a glance of understanding, signaling a mutual halt as they raised their hands in surrender. Being threatened by weapons was an unpleasant sensation, yet the two had no recourse. Had Heather retained her previous strength, even if they had been the aggressors, they might have salvaged some dignity. Alas, her elemental disorder was not so easily remedied. Among the throng, a portion of merchants adorned in gold and silver had initially intended to surge forward. But upon witnessing the two formidable professionals halt and reveal their hands, they too promptly came to a standstill. Humph! Just like those scoundrels known for their keen senses, a coarse, deep voice emerged from the crowd, followed by a white-haired elder radiating a strong aura of fire element magic, who pushed through the lizard men in the face of the elder's blatant derision. The merchants, resembling plump pigs, dared not utter a word. Lowering their heads to evade the sharpness of his gaze, the elder's eyes roamed, and upon landing on Heather, he scoffed disdainfully. But when he turned to Ronan, his expression softened abruptly. The cloak could only obscure the prying eyes of ordinary folk, utterly failing to conceal Ronan's true nature from the great mage's scrutiny. "Little one, what brings you here alone? Where is your instructor?" The white-haired elder inquired gently, making it hard to reconcile that he had recently targeted them with his psychic prowess. Although Ronan sensed no hostility from the elder, he preferred to keep his cards close to his chest and replied ambiguously, "I came alone." Upon hearing this, the elder furrowed his brow, glancing at Heather before huffing. Training is one thing, but bringing a girl along, how unbecoming. The elder had clearly misconstrued the situation. Just as Ronan was about to clarify, the elder waved his hand, interrupting, "A significant calamity is brewing within the Tinus maze, likely to affect the main plane of Arnold continent. Protect the kingdom's citizens from harm. Both of you are hereby formally summoned." The elder rambled on, seemingly recalling something, before adding, "For now, follow me and refrain from wandering. Once matters here are settled, we will report to the Nightingale Flower Knights. Calamity, protection of citizens, summons." Although Ronan was left bewildered, he understood that something grave was afoot, despite his irritation at the elder's authoritarian demeanor. He complied and fell in line behind him. It soon became evident that Ronan's initial decision not to resist was prudent in the brief exchange that followed. A large contingent of warrior-class professionals emerged from the portal. Clad in gleaming silver plate armor, their uniformity signified a cohesive organization. The leader, a brawny man with arms capable of riding horses, saluted the elder with a knightly gesture before splitting the group. One faction took over the portal's guard, while the other commenced a purge of the goblins besieging the camp. While goblins might prey on lower-tier adventurers, they were no match for the fully armored warriors. Under the assault of the high-level apprentice warriors, the goblins left behind hundreds of corpses before fleeing in terror. With the threat to the camp neutralized, the elder's expression remained grave. He gazed into the depths of the Tennis maze. His brow knotted in an intricate twist, concealing unspoken worries. Under the elder's orders, the guards began expediting the transport of goods as crates continually vanished into the portal. Once all the stacked crates had been transported, the elder's demeanor finally relaxed. During this time, the camp faced several more incursions from goblins, one of which nearly breached their defenses. Ronan participated in that defense, and despite having concealed his ability to cast spells without incantations, his clever combination of magic piqued the elder's interest. The combination of the greasy spell and the ignition spell produced such remarkable results. Truly astonishing, the elder remarked with an appreciative tone. Ronan had initially intended to engage the elder in discussion about magic, but Heather, specializing in nature magic, could offer little guidance outside her domain. In truth, Ronan had been struggling to keep pace with his own advancement since the knowledge he hurriedly acquired in Xuanman City was no longer sufficient. However, the elder's subsequent words extinguished Ronan's desire for further interaction. Point 1 must not become overly arrogant. The road ahead is long, and one must remain perpetually humble. I have encountered many gifted young individuals, some even more exceptional than you. Yet, under the corrosion of desire, they ultimately devolve into nothing more than boastful, self-important performers. This admonishment from a supposed elder was precisely what Ronan detested. He lowered his head, offering a perfunctory response. Yes, you're absolutely right. The elder, a man who had lived for half a lifetime, could discern the sarcasm in Ronan's words. He furrowed his brow and said, "If you were my disciple, I would be hard-pressed to refrain from slapping you." The act of striking one's palm is a customary punishment employed by classical mages, typically directed at a disciple who has earned the ire of their mentor for failing to meet expectations. Ronan, with his head bowed in silence, feigned a demeanor of submission. Yet from an angle where the old man could not see, his tongue was wildly flicking about. The ordinary folk and opportunistic, beastly creatures had all departed through the portal, leaving behind only the adventurers and the cadre of professionals brought by the elder, all of whom remained due to a temporary summons. Above the dense forest surrounding the camp, birds continuously took flight. As the goblin assault intensified, evolving from mere common goblins to goblin cavalry, greater goblins, and goblin shamans, an ever-increasing tide of goblins surged forth from the thicket, their overwhelming numbers rendering the camp a fragile vessel amidst a sea of verdant chaos. Teetering on the brink of capsizing with the slightest disturbance, a wall of corpses nearly 2 meters high had already formed around the perimeter as fully armored warriors stood atop the mound, methodically cleaving at the advancing red-eyed monstrosities that in less than a magical hourglass's time. The tide had turned. What was once a seamless hunt had devolved into a desperate defense. The lizardmen's divine practitioners had already reached the front line, and if the situation continued to deteriorate, Ronan and his fellow mages would soon have to join the fray. One by one, warriors were carried away by the guards. Those still capable of emitting pained groans bore the marks of blunt force trauma, while those who appeared eerily calm were those whose entire heads had been dissolved into a viscous black liquid by acidic secretions. The commander of the legion had dispatched 2 groups to inquire about the timing of a retreat, but the old man merely shook his head, insisting they wait a while longer. Blood had already seeped from the front line to the base of the portal, the air thick with the pungent scent of iron. As iron boots squelched on the ground, stirring the blood-soaked muck, amidst the silent carnage, someone broke down, witnessing a comrade's skull crushed into their chest by a greater goblin. A youthful recruit succumbed to despair. "They're all dead. All of them. David is dead. Jed is dead. I will be next." I do not wish to die. My childhood sweetheart awaits my return to marry her. I must escape this place. I must go home. In a fit of hysteria, the recruit shoved aside a soldier from the oversight team and charged toward the portal. The sudden turn of events caught Roning off guard. Just as he turned back, the recruit had already reached the portal. Their palm brushed against the radiant mirror surface. Yet, just as the recruit's entire body seemed poised to plunge into the portal, a flash of crimson light streaked across the collective gaze, and the recruit, having already penetrated halfway through the portal, exploded into two segments. The erupted fire element surged into the mirror, causing an elemental imbalance within the portal, which emitted a series of ominous clicks, followed by the emergence of several serpentine arcs of electricity, incandescent and writhing in a flash of silver. The corpses on the ground, along with the base, vanished by half. Watching the precarious portal, Roning swallowed hard, anxiety welling within him. The surrounding professionals mirrored his tension, all eyes fixated on the portal, silently praying it would not collapse. As the collective gaze remained fixed, the shimmering mirror gradually stabilized. The air was filled with synchronized inhalations. Have you not considered the consequences should the portal be destroyed? Roning inquired, striving to maintain a calm tone. The camp may fall, but the traitors must die. The old man turned to Roning, his mismatched eyebrows framing a pair of eyes that burned like flames. Roning remained silent. With philosophies so divergent, he merely wished to distance himself from this irascible elder. The outermost wall of corpses crumbled, forcing the Legion's warriors to contract their defensive line. Soldiers reformed their ranks at the street's entrance, while lizardmen archers ascended to rooftops, and mages joined in the defense. Elemental waves erupted in succession, as magical brilliance illuminated the sky. Roning found himself assigned to the intersection of West Street, which had once thrived as a bustling commercial thoroughfare, now reduced to ruins. The soldiers had dismantled all removable beams and columns, erecting makeshift barricades in a desperate attempt to slow the goblin advance. However, to Roning's eyes, this was sheer folly. The goblin numbers had swelled to the point of resembling a monstrous tide, filling the street to capacity, with some even scrambling atop one another, surging forward like a relentless green wave. Buildings bereft of supporting pillars crumbled under the pressure, as choking yellow dust ascended, obscuring vision. Even without a formal education in military strategy, Roning understood that such an environment would only serve to undermine the defender's advantage, prompting him to recite a spell. With a dismissive attitude, he completed the incantation and raised his staff. Striking the ground, boom, a thunderous sound erupted, and an invisible shockwave rippled outward, instantly clarifying the camp. Wow! Surrounding voices erupted in synchronized awe, and the warriors at the forefront issued excited shouts for those at the front lines. There were two types of individuals they most desired to encounter: reliable comrades and mages of sound intellect, both of whom significantly increased the warriors' chances of survival. What magic is this? It resembles a tempestuous gale. Such an extraordinary application. I yearned to inquire how he achieved this. The other mages whispered amongst themselves, yet perhaps due to Roning's consistently stern demeanor, none dared approach him for conversation. The rhythmic clashing of shields intertwined with the cacophony of goblin shrieks. As the atmosphere of blood and fire reached a fever pitch, the shield wall resounded with synchronized battle cries, and then, like a wave crashing against a dam, the clash of arms surged forth. The dull thud of blades piercing flesh, the thunderous sound of metal colliding, and the roars of combatants melded into one, inducing a slight ringing in Roning's ears. This was his first experience of such a grand military engagement. Everywhere he looked, he was met with foes, and targeting spells required little more than aiming at the densest clusters. Great spirit of lightning. Heed my call. A serpent of electricity, as thick as an arm, shot forth from the tip of his staff, striking a greater goblin. This particular creature was a mutated variant, possessing two heads and towering a full head above its kin. The proud armor of humanity appeared as mere paper before him, as a single blow reduced it to a disk of iron. Already, 3 shield warriors had perished at his hands, and the defensive line had been breached at that moment. A young mage of similar age to Roning made his move, raising his resplendent staff and unleashing a chain of lightning upon the mutated greater goblin. Lightning spells are widely recognized as the most lethal among the 5 elemental schools, even surpassing fire in instantaneous lethality. The hardened hide of the mutated goblin crumbled before the lightning chain as effortlessly as tofu, easily pierced and obliterated. The massive form collapsed with a thunderous crash, and the surrounding shield warriors swiftly filled the gap, averting immediate catastrophe. The young mage, having accomplished this feat, turned to Roning, and in that fleeting moment of eye contact, he lifted his chin in a display of unabashed arrogance and disdain. Roning felt a sense of bewilderment. He had done nothing to provoke this hostility, yet here he was, the target of such unwarranted animosity. Unable to comprehend, he chose to disregard it. After all, they were mere passers-by, destined to part ways after this task. As long as it did not impede his own interests, he allowed them to harbor their animosity. Roning redirected his attention to the street he was defending, where his shield formation remained relatively stable. Consequently, he refrained from casting spells frequently, only engaging with the elite monsters that posed a potential threat to the defense line. This was a valuable lesson learned through experience in combat. Without the luxury of quick mana recovery potions, a mage must conserve their magical energy as much as possible. Roning had once adopted a reckless bombardment style, but after suffering setbacks, he learned to allocate his mana judiciously. Young mages exhibited a similar reticence in their spell casting, while those of comparable age to Roning squandered their limited mana without restraint. Among them was a fool who bore animosity towards Roning, brandishing a resplendent staff and reciting spells with increasing fervor, eager to seize the limelight on the battlefield. The dazzling display of magic illuminated the scene, while goblins shrieked in agony under the onslaught of the novice mages, leading to a brief surge in morale for the human forces. Yet few felt elated, particularly the frontline shield warriors, seasoned veterans who understood that once these newcomers exhausted their mana, the real battle would just be beginning. Andre Gilliban observed everything unfold, but chose not to intervene. He resembled a chess player, impassively watching the pieces on the board engage in combat. As the skirmish wore on for 15 minutes, the repercussions of the relentless barrage began to manifest. The novice mages struggled to keep pace with the rhythm of battle, failing to clear the elite goblins threatening the shield formation, which resulted in a rapid increase in casualties among the frontline shield warriors. Meanwhile, Roning continued to cast low-level spells at a measured pace. He did not seek to kill his enemies, but sometimes merely cast a simple flash spell, allowing the spearmen behind the shield warriors to deal with the threats. Although this approach increased the workload for the front line, it extended the duration of Roning's support. By adhering to this strategy, Roning could sustain his efforts for at least 12 more magical hourglasses. As the 20-minute mark arrived, the novice mages had completely run out of spells. With the loss of magical support, several street defenses became precariously vulnerable. The commander, left with no choice, had to borrow personnel from other areas to bolster the lines, leading to cascading casualties elsewhere as the situation began to tilt toward disaster. The guerrilla commander, ever the motivator, had lost his voice in rallying the soldiers. Occasionally, he charged to the front lines, wielding a sword as thick as his palm to cleave through goblins. While this sparked brief cheers among the soldiers, it could not staunch the slow but sure rise in human losses. As death loomed closer, morale plummeted at a visibly alarming rate. The guerrilla commander, witnessing this, felt a mounting urgency. His once steady voice now brimmed with anxiety, his hoarse shouts becoming increasingly desperate. The only street where the situation remained somewhat stable was the one defended by Roning. Even with the withdrawal of the veteran mages, he managed to maintain a consistent output. Though the scene appeared sluggish, Roning was able to provide timely support to each individual to date. None of the shield warriors under Roning's charge on West Street had perished. While there were injuries, they paled in comparison to the casualty rates on other fronts. The novice mages, who had previously voiced their grievances about Roning, now fell silent. However, they did not remain idle, unable to criticize Roning. They turned their ire towards Highsway, who stood behind him. Can you guess whether the figure beneath the cloak is male or female? I wager it's female, despite being a bit taller. Her silhouette is unmistakably feminine. Why does she persist in wearing that cloak? Doesn't it hinder her aim while shooting? I'd bet that she possesses a face more grotesque than a gnoll's. The novice mages did not attempt to conceal their disdainful remarks about Highsway. And Roning, who prided himself on his amiable nature, felt that kindness was no excuse for allowing such insults to go unchallenged. If he remained passive in the face of their affronts towards Highsway, he would hardly be worthy of the title of man. While his heart seethed with rage, his mind retained its clarity. Roning moved his lips, uttering the incantation at a pace that could cause his tongue to cramp, before raising his staff towards the most vociferous instigator. The mage's hand shot forth like an arrow, leaving the accompanying mages astonished. Roning's spellcasting had generated no discernible magical fluctuations. Was this merely a jest? Or was it an intimidation tactic? The accompanying mages found themselves at a loss. However, in the next moment, the answer manifested. The most vociferous novice mage appeared to be ensnared by an invisible force. Lifted high into the air, he gasped, struggling for breath, his face turning crimson from the strain. The other novice mages were left dumbfounded. They had never anticipated that Roning would react so explosively to mere insults. Was it not customary to exchange names, trade barbs, share a farewell kiss with a lovely companion, and only then engage in combat? Compared to the novice's shock, the veteran mages displayed an even more profound horror, their faces pale with fear. Prior to Roning's action, they had dismissed him as a mere junior, but now they realized that this junior could wield such a terrifying spell. They were all on the cusp of becoming formal, pinnacle-level apprentice mages, yet they had failed to detect even the slightest ripple from Roning's spell. Had they found themselves in the position of that unfortunate fool, they would have likely fared no better. This realization transformed the way the accompanying mages regarded Roning, their gazes now filled with reverence. Snapping back to reality, the novice mages scattered in panic. Roning felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped for some resistance, a chance to ensnare them all. Such a pity. Yet, it was understandable. Expecting a group of fools who only dare to speak ill of others to unite was as futile as hoping goblins would refrain from abducting foreign females. Roning commanded another mage's hand to target the freckled face of one of the novice mages, delivering a resounding double slap. It was akin to being struck by a fist, sending saliva flying. By the time Roning released the grip from the mage's neck, his cheek was swollen to an alarming degree, resembling a dog stung by a swarm of bees. This served as the first warning, should they dare to provoke him again. His mage's hand would convey his fondness for their faces. As he spoke, Roning raised his empty left hand, showcasing his pale palm, reminiscent of a young girl's. To his counterpart, the chorus of muffled grunts erupted around him, akin to the sound of suppressed laughter, as if someone were on the verge of bursting into uncontrollable mirth, but was forcibly silenced. After enduring 2 hefty slaps, the novice mage slinked away to a corner of the group. His demeanor noticeably diminished. Though the venomous glares emanating from that corner grew increasingly venomous, they dared not openly provoke Roning any further. His earlier displays of power had genuinely intimidated this band of immature fools. None wished to suffer the same humiliation as their comrade, who, after all, had been chastised as if by an elder. The imposing guerrilla commander, capable of extraordinary strength, offered no further commentary upon receiving the news. He focused solely on his soldiers, leaving matters concerning the mages beyond his purview. Meanwhile, the aspiring archmage Andrei Golubin, stationed upon a raised platform, was taken aback, not merely by Roning's unexpected temperament, which contrasted sharply with his refined appearance, but by the unheard-of spell known as the Mage's Hand. Were it not for his elevated rank and his exceptional mastery over elemental forces, Andrei might have failed to realize the potential application of the Mage's Hand. Originally intended as a supportive spell, it astonishingly extended like the tentacles of a creature from the deep, capable of delivering slaps with remarkable reach. In that fleeting moment, Andrei Golubin was struck by the sobering realization of his own advancing age. The battle raged on, with goblin corpses littering the streets in thick layers. Yet the relentless tide of green beast showed no signs of receding. The accumulating bodies made it increasingly easier for the goblins to breach the defensive line, forcing the defenders to retreat further, eventually huddling beneath the stone platform of the teleportation portal. Under the ceaseless onslaught of goblins, the accompanying mages felt the mounting pressure. The immensely powerful, and nearly impervious goblin warriors. Alongside the frequent appearances of goblin shamans on the battlefield, posed a significant threat to the rear of the goblin horde. A shaman unleashed a spray of corrosive acid upon the frontline shield bearers. The primary culprit behind the casualties among the shield warriors was none other than the goblin shaman. Even the fiercest of goblin warriors, despite their ferocity, would perish when confronting a line of spear-wielding defenders. While the shaman could continuously inflict damage on the allied forces if not dealt with swiftly, Roning was the first to spot the goblin shaman. He gestured to Highsway for cover, then raised his staff. Aiming at the shaman concealed behind the towering goblin, "O fiery elemental spirit, who swims in the molten depths, heed my call and incinerate all before me." He invoked the advanced apprentice spell, Great Fireball. Flames coalesced rapidly at the tip of his staff, forming a fireball the size of a millstone in an instant. The novice mages, who had been attentively observing Roning, gradually gaped in astonishment. Although their magical skills were lacking, they possessed enough discernment to recognize the extraordinary nature of this fireball. Surely he has consumed amplification potions. His casting speed is astonishingly swift. They murmured, "My own fireball is merely the size of a soccer ball." While his dwarfs mined several times over, from where did this prodigy emerge? I have heard no prior whispers of his prowess. Yet, this was merely the beginning of the truly terrifying maneuver. The fireball began to spin rapidly. The dissipating flames were drawn back, transforming the red fireball into a smaller, blue-white orb. Once it expanded to the size of a millstone, it underwent a further compression, turning a deep purplish dash red. As the purplish-red fireball expanded once more, the modified white phosphorus fireball spell was completed. Though the description of this process seemed prolonged, it transpired in less than 2 seconds. An impressive feat that Roning had deliberately controlled in a life-or-death situation. He could unleash a white phosphorus fireball in a mere second. Of course, such rapid casting demanded considerable energy. A wise mage would never allow themselves to reach the brink of magical exhaustion. The moisture on the stone platform evaporated, and the blood-soaked ground began to emit a pinkish mist. The air grew unbearably scorching. Inhaling it felt akin to swallowing shards of glass. The shield bearers, stationed nearby, could no longer endure the heat and retreated several paces. Highsway stood her ground, braving the intense temperature as she guarded Chunan's side. Andre Golubin, perched high above and indifferent to the unfolding battlefield, rose to his feet, gazing down upon the purplish-red fireball that radiated an aura of destruction. The elderly man, just a step away from becoming a grand mage, shook his head with a sigh. "Alas, it seems I can no longer deny my age." The grand spectacle naturally drew the goblin's attention, and the relentless tide of green surged with renewed vigor. Some of the larger goblins abandoned all pretense of defense, opting instead for reckless, suicidal charges against the line. It was evident that the goblins recognized Roning as a significant threat and were determined to eliminate him at any cost. The defensive line began to tremble precariously, and the shouts of the humans grew increasingly feeble. The purplish-red fireball, now the focus of countless gazes, broke free from the constraints of the staff and soared towards the depths of the green horde. Even the smallest of insects strive for survival. So too did the goblin shaman, whose intellect rivaled that of humans. Before the fireball could fully detach from the staff, the shaman, adorned with intricate magical tattoos, hastily changed positions, mounting a massive beast as it made its escape to the right. The surrounding goblins parted to allow passage. Wherever the shaman fled, the goblins in that direction scattered in disarray. Initially, the shaman believed it was merely a tactical retreat.